In her previous life, Qin Jiu was ensnared by drugs, repeatedly falling for Fu Yeci, only to forget him time and again. Under the influence of manipulation, she mistakenly believed she harbored hatred for him, ultimately meeting her demise in a psychiatric hospital. Upon her rebirth, Qin Jiu gained clarity regarding her emotions and married Fu Yeci, fully aware of his obsessive and dark nature. She yearned to love and cherish him properly, providing him with a sense of security. Yet, the sickly, infatuated man from her past seemed transformed. This incarnation of Fu Yeci exuded a gentlemanly elegance and a gentle humility, devoid of any trace of his former self. He learned to love her in ways that delighted Qin Jiu. The once aloof and cold Mr. Fu would purchase diamond rings and jewelry for Mrs. Fu, willingly offer her a black card, and even present her with a bouquet of jasmine after their morning runs. Fu Yeci displayed utmost tenderness, seeking to bring joy to his little wife. Just when Qin Jiu believed he was entirely different from before, Fu Yeci grasped her waist, raised an eyebrow, and revealed a sickly sweet smile reminiscent of his past self, saying, "Mrs. Fu, I have feigned long enough. Shouldn't I receive a reward?" He had striven to transform into the man Qin Jiu adored. In this lifetime, she was forbidden to leave him again. Chapter 1. I Shall Love You Well. Within the psychiatric hospital, dim lights cast a chilling atmosphere that lingered in every corner. Qin Jiu, clad in a patient's uniform, leaned against the iron door, her body marred with scars. Her hands and feet were shackled by chains, leaving her with less than 2 meters to move, as she weakly murmured, "Father, Mother, please don't leave me." The woman was emaciated. 6 months of torment had rendered her physically frail, but the greater agony stemmed from her immense psychological suffering. In a single night, she had lost all her loved ones, imprisoned here as a madwoman, stripped of her dignity and shattered in spirit. The iron door swung open from the outside, and blinding light assaulted her eyes. Qin Jiu instinctively raised her hand to shield her vision, causing the chains to clank together. Upon recognizing the visitor, Qin Jiu stumbled towards her, but her legs lacked strength, and she collapsed back to the ground, grasping the woman's pant leg. "Where are my parents? What has happened to them?" Her eyes were swollen and red, yet devoid of tears. She had wept them all away during this harrowing time. "They are dead." Qilin looked down at her with a chilling smile. "The drug I personally administered. They begged me for mercy before their demise." Qilin held her chin firmly. "Qin Jiu, I should thank you. You provided me the opportunity to usurp the Qin family." Over the years, she had controlled Qin Jiu with drugs, ensuring her obedient compliance. The Qin family cherished this daughter as a treasure, willing to sacrifice everything for her. Qilin had murdered the Qin parents, framing Qin Jiu, and sent her to the psychiatric hospital to seize the Qin family's wealth. "I could have spared you, allowing you to languish in this psychiatric hospital for the rest of your days, but Fu Yeci insists on rescuing you. He still wishes to save your family. After your divorce, having harmed him so deeply, why would he still help you?" Upon hearing Fu Yeci's name, Qin Jiu's expression shifted slightly, revealing a flicker of emotion amid her torment. Fu Yeci. He was the one she had wronged the most over the years. Under the influence of drugs, she had betrayed Fu Yeci time and again, stealing confidential company information, leading to repeated setbacks for the Fu Corporation. Everyone cast suspicion upon her, yet Fu Yeci stood by her side, protecting her as she fell from grace, stripped of her inheritance. In a desperate bid to save her from poisoning, at the brink of death, Fu Yeci signed the divorce agreement, granting her the freedom she had long desired. Qin Jiu envisioned his face, pale yet marred with regret. She had committed countless wrongs, inflicting profound pain upon him. Why would he still wish to save her? He is on the verge of death. The doctors are at their wits' end. Yet upon hearing your news, he remains resolute in wanting to save you. Qilin's voice was cold as she cast one last glance at her. "Blame his unwavering obsession with you. I cannot allow him to find you, so I must send you to your death." With that, Qilin coiled the chain around Qin Jiu's neck, gripping the ends tightly. Qin Jiu grasped the chain with feeble hands, her frail body making only the slightest attempts to resist, yet her strength was insufficient to effect any change. Just before the pain dissipated, she ceased her struggles. Her deepest regret in this life was her repeated betrayals of Fu Yeci. If she were to die, he would no longer be threatened because of her, and no one would harm him. She had inflicted so much pain upon him. This was the only act she could commit. "Fu Yeci, should there be another life, I shall love you well through countless lifetimes, only you." In her bedroom, Qin Jiu awoke with a start from her nightmare. She opened her eyes to her surroundings, reaching to touch her smooth, delicate neck, her expression filled with fear and confusion, still not fully extricated from the dream. She had experienced another nightmare. To be precise, it was not merely a dream, but a vivid recollection of her past life. In her previous existence, she had fallen victim to Qilin's machinations, and after the searing pain had vanished, she thought she would die. Instead, she found herself reborn in the year she turned 21, returning to the very point where all tragedies began. She had not yet succumbed to Qi Lan's drug control, affording her the chance to alter the course of events that followed. Today marked the second week since her rebirth. After days of incredulity, she gradually accepted this astonishing turn of fate. Qin Jiu rose from her bed and opened the bedroom window. The outside sky was just beginning to brighten, with a few dim lights appearing particularly lonely. The June breeze flowed through the window, causing the cold sweat from her nightmare to evaporate, gradually awakening her from her daze. She was no longer in the psychiatric hospital. Her parents were safe and had not been harmed by Qi Lan. If her memory served her right, Fu Yeci would come to take her to the Fu family tomorrow. Qin Jiu finds herself perplexed by the inexplicable phenomenon of her rebirth, a narrative typically reserved for the realm of fiction. Yet it has inexplicably befallen her. Regardless of the cause, she is resolute in ensuring that she shall never again be under the sway of Qi Lan in this lifetime. She vows to safeguard her family and to cherish Fu Yeci with all her heart. The thought of the man she has so thoroughly wounded fills Qin Jiu's eyes with a tinge of remorse and regret. Throughout their 5-year marriage, Fu Yeci bestowed upon her love and devotion, while she repaid him with animosity and betrayal. In the end, as illness ravaged his very bones, Fu Yeci remained preoccupied with her safety, striving with all his might to rescue her. The marriage contract between the Qin and Fu families was established over a decade prior, orchestrated by their grandfathers, who were comrades in arms and personally arranged this union. Both the Qin and Fu families are esteemed aristocratic clans in Haishur, and their betrothal is regarded with great optimism by all. This alliance is seen as a powerful synergy, promising to elevate the fortunes of both families' enterprises to greater heights. In her previous life, Qin Jiu perceived this merely as a political marriage, harboring reluctance and disinclination to wed the man rumored to be cruel and indifferent. However, now, her singular desire is to reunite with Fu Yeci without delay. Chapter 2 Fu Yeci. It has been a long time. In the morning, Qin Jiu sat at the dining table with her parents, enjoying breakfast. Qin father served her a bowl of porridge, advising her to eat slowly, suggesting that if the cuisine at the Fu household did not suit her, they could bring along the family chef. As the sole daughter of the Qin family, Qin Jiu was the object of her parents' extraordinary affection. They indulged her every whim, granting her nearly every request, save for the marriage arrangements set by their ancestors, which could not be declined. If you keep spoiling her like this, you will ruin Jiu, Qin mother remarked while tapping on her phone. I've transferred some pocket money to you. Let me know if you find anything uncomfortable at the Fu residence. When Qin Jiu opened her phone, she noticed a record of 1,000,000 yuan being transferred. Her mother was as extravagant as ever. Qin father and Qin mother were puzzled by their daughter's sudden shift in attitude just days prior, as she had expressed a willingness to accept the engagement. The intricate web of relationships among the affluent families was fraught with complications, far removed from the simplicity of ordinary households. And even Qin father and mother found themselves ensnared by these entanglements. As Qin Jiu regarded her parents, she reflected on their tragic fate in her previous life. Had it not been for her, how could such proud individuals as they have implored Qi Lan for mercy in their final moments? Mom and Dad, please remember what I said. Do not engage with Qi Lan again. Despite having reiterated this several times, Qin Jiu felt compelled to repeat it. Qi Lan was a student sponsored by the Qin family, who had once wormed her way into their lives through deceit, ultimately leading to the family's demise. Exchanging glances, Qin father and Qin mother were bemused by their daughter's persistent insistence on this matter, yet they nodded in agreement. Despite their fondness for Qi Lan, they recognized that she was an outsider and could not allow her to harm their beloved Jiu. Not long after breakfast, the members of the Fu family arrived. Upon seeing the driver emerge from the vehicle, Qin Jiu's expression dimmed. She remembered that in her past life, Fu Yeci had personally come to escort her. Why was he not here this time? A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, but she dismissed it. Perhaps some circumstances had changed in this new life, and she might have misremembered. The driver, seated at the front, caught a glimpse of Qin Jiu through the rearview mirror. Her eyes were slightly red, as if she were on the verge of tears. Unable to contain himself, he spoke. Miss Qin, Master Fu is not as fearsome as the rumors suggest. You need not be afraid of him. The tale surrounding Fu Yeci painted him as a notorious figure, known for his coldness and ruthlessness, capable of dismantling an opponent's company at a mere whim. There was a story of a foolish individual who crossed him, resulting in a swift downfall. Their company crumbled, and their family was shattered. However, in recent months, his temperament appeared to have softened significantly, and he had made generous donations to charitable causes. The driver glanced back at Qin Jiu, sighing. Most rumors were unfounded, but one truth remained. Master Fu was not inclined towards women. Throughout his years at the Fu household, the driver had never witnessed a woman by his side, and he attended various events solo. Some clients, unaware of Fu Yeci's disposition, had attempted to send women to his bed, only to be promptly dismissed. The driver speculated that Fu Yeci might simply not be interested in women, leading him to believe that Qin Jiu would not be favored as his wife, resulting in marital discord. Yet such was the nature of aristocratic unions. Achieving mutual respect was already a significant accomplishment. However, the reason for Qin Jiu's red eyes was not as the driver presumed. She was merely overwhelmed with excitement at the thought of seeing Fu Yeci and longing to rush into his embrace. The black Rolls-Royce halted before the villa, and the driver opened the door for Qin Jiu, while Zhang Ma approached to assist with the luggage. Other servants emerged from within the villa, eager to catch a glimpse of the young lady who was to be wed to Master Fu. "Miss Qin, allow me to take your luggage. Please mind the steps." The title Miss Qin struck a dissonant chord in her ears, for she remembered that in her previous life, everyone had instinctively referred to her as young madam upon her arrival at the Fu household. Fu Yeci stood in the living room, his gaze fixed upon the girl who entered. A tempest of emotions churned in his eyes, yet his exterior remained composed, betraying nothing of his true thoughts. Dressed in a black shirt, untied at the collar, the obsidian cufflinks on his wrists glinted in the light. His tousled hair framed his face, and his deep-set eyes regarded her with an inscrutable expression. As Qin Jiu lifted her gaze and met his eyes for a fleeting second, she abruptly halted, rooted to the spot. How wonderful it was to finally see him again. "Miss Qin, greetings," Fu Yeci said, offering a subtle smile from a distance of several meters, which rendered him less intimidating. After a few seconds of mutual gaze, he averted his eyes, mindful that prolonged eye contact might discomfort her. He was undeniably handsome. A charming smile softened his features, making him appear more approachable than the aloof persona she had known. "Fu Yeci, it has been a long time," the girl exclaimed, her eyes glistening with emotion, a smile gracing her lips. After being confined in a psychiatric hospital for half a year, she had not seen him, initially believing that Fu Yeci loathed her and wished never to meet again. Only later did she learn that he had been gravely ill, scarcely able to awaken throughout the day. To others, her words of long time no see seemed unremarkable. After all, she and Fu Yeci had known each other long ago, but he had gone abroad for studies, and they had not crossed paths in years. During that time, Qin Jiu had succumbed to external gossip, growing resentful of the unavoidable business alliance, and consequently, her feelings towards Fu Yeci soured. She had severed contact unilaterally, while Fu Yeci, having learned of her disdain through others, ceased to reach out. Little did they know that their reunion was destined to be under the auspices of a marriage contract. Chapter 3. This little deceiver has a penchant for lying. Upon hearing the girl's words, Fu Yeci recalled the years past when he had tried to contact her, only to overhear her unflattering description of him. A grim-faced specter, ruthless, skilled in the arts of intrigue. It was hardly a compliment. His little wife harbored a distinct aversion towards him. Seeing the tears in her eyes, Fu Yeci's suspicions were further confirmed. Qin Jiu was indeed frightened of him. Was it his appearance that instilled fear? He furrowed his brow in confusion. Was it not said that a smiling face would evoke warmth? He had maintained this facade for so long, yet Qin Jiu still seemed apprehensive. "No." Qin Jiu shook her head. "I am merely overwhelmed with joy at seeing you." Her words pleased him, and Fu Yeci smiled lightly, yet he was aware that she was deceiving him. Her distaste for their engagement was evident. This little trickster is quite the liar. The expression on Qin Jiu's face might lead others to believe he had bullied her. Qin Jiu bit her lip, summoning her courage. "What is there to fear? You wouldn't eat me." Her voice was soft but laced with a feigned fierceness, reminiscent of a kitten eager to leap, easily lifted by the scruff of its neck. Fu Yeci chuckled lightly, a casual smile gracing his lips. Little did she know, should she truly marry him, she would find herself utterly devoured. The bedroom was on the second floor. The servants would handle the luggage, and should she require anything else, she could inform Zhang Ma. As Zhang Ma assisted in taking the luggage upstairs, Qin Jiu lingered for a moment, suppressing the urge to rush into Fu Yeci's arms, before following Zhang Ma up the stairs. Once she turned away, Fu Yeci lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed intently on her retreating figure. Had she glanced back at that moment, she would have seen a mixture of longing and desire swirling within his depths, a profound affection that seemed to envelop her entirely. It was not until the girl's silhouette vanished from his sight that Fu Yeci retracted his intense gaze, his smile fading. He tapped his fingers lightly on his knee, his thoughts inscrutable. The bedroom on the second floor awaited. Qin Jiu surveyed the unfamiliar bedroom, casting her gaze around the room with a gentle furrow of her brow. "Miss Qin, is there something that displeases you here?" Zhang Ma inquired, her tone laced with confusion. "It should not be so," for every detail had been meticulously arranged by Master Fu. The walk-in closet contained the latest seasonal garments. As Master Fu was aware of Qin Jiu's fondness for kipeos and had commissioned several exquisite sets from a designer. The bedding was soft and inviting. A thick carpet adorned the floor, and the balcony was graced with flowers and plants handpicked by Master Fu. I have no complaints. Qin Jiu replied with a smile directed at Zhang Ma. The decor was indeed splendid. Yet, it was unfortunate that this room was not shared with Fu Yeci. In her previous life, when she first entered the Fu household, did she not sleep in separate bedrooms from Fu Yeci? The memories were hazy. She only recalled the times he had locked her in bed, his forceful actions and kisses that allowed no room for rejection. The lavish nights spent in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, in the bathroom, on the sofa, those reckless, extravagant evenings lingered in her mind, causing her ears to flush involuntarily. "Where's Fu Yici's bedroom?" she inquired. "Next door," Zhang Ma explained with care. Master Fu feared you might find the new environment unsettling, so he prepared a room just for you. All the household staff refer to you as Miss Qin as per Master Fu's directive, worried that abrupt changes in address might cause you discomfort. "Thank you, Zhang Ma. I wish to rest for a while," Qin Jiu said. Zhang Ma exited, gently closing the bedroom door behind her. Qin Jiu opened the glass door, revealing a balcony brimming with jasmine flowers, their petite white blossoms delightful to behold. They had been personally planted by Fu Yeci, who knew of her fondness for jasmine. As she examined the impeccably arranged bedroom, it was evident that the person behind the decor had poured their heart into it. Fu Yeci must have eagerly anticipated her arrival. Had she not been swayed by external rumors or manipulated by Qi Lan's drugs, her fate with Fu Yeci would undoubtedly have differed. In her previous life, she had long since developed feelings for Fu Yeci, but her mind had been shattered, leading her to forget her affections repeatedly, only to fall for him anew. A cycle of love and oblivion resulting in countless mistakes. After a refreshing bath, Qin Jiu donned a pale blue qipao, recalling how Fu Yeci had adored her in such attire during her past life, often playfully tearing at the fabric in their private escapades. Once dressed, she stood before the mirror, admiring her reflection. The qipao, simple yet elegant, fell just below her knees, revealing her delicate, fair legs. Her waist was slim, and her figure was nothing short of perfection, slender yet curvaceous, accentuated beautifully by the garment. Her features were striking, with bright eyes and a porcelain complexion, complemented by a dainty face and a slightly upturned nose that added a touch of charm. Qin Jiu was taken aback. The qipao fit her exquisitely, leading her to wonder if it had been custom-made specifically for her. Other garments were one thing, but achieving a perfect fit for a qipao required precise knowledge of one's measurements: waist, bust, hips. How did Fu Yeci possess such insight? Chapter 4. Stay still. It will be over soon. In the living room, Fu Yeci sat on the sofa perusing documents, his body reclining slightly against the backrest, legs crossed in a relaxed yet languid manner. He had intentionally refrained from retreating to his study to handle work, hoping instead to catch a glimpse of his little wife descending the stairs. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, prompting him to set aside his papers and look up. The girl appeared, adorned in the qipao he had selected for her. Her posture slightly bent as she delicately lifted the hem of her dress. She was alluringly charming, exuding an air of gentle grace. Her eyes, shaped like blossoming peach flowers, sparkled with a hint of playfulness. "Do I look beautiful?" Her sweet, soft voice pulled the captivated man back into reality. Fu Yeci gaze ardens lightly. She was stunning. So stunning he felt an overwhelming urge to keep her locked away, a treasure solely for himself. Yet, he knew he mustn't frighten her, at least not now. What prompted the choice of qipao? He mused, initially concerned that Qin Jiu might have disliked him or the garments he had chosen. Yet, it appeared that she did not harbor such aversion. "I changed because I was a bit sweaty from the car ride," Qin Jiu casually offered, though the truth was she had deliberately worn the qipao to please him, to bring him joy. As she gracefully descended the stairs, the sound of her heels softly echoed against the floor. The closet held an array of shoes, and she had chosen a pair of light blue heels to match her outfit. However, as she was accustomed to flats, the unfamiliarity of the heels slowed her descent. Fu Yeci noticed her hesitation, his gaze lingering briefly on her feet. Once she settled onto the sofa, he retrieved a comfortable pair of slippers from the entrance and placed them on the floor. "Please change into these." Qin Jiu hesitated, her expression caught off guard. Did Fu Yeci not favor her in heels? "You look beautiful in any shoes, but high heels can be hazardous. Comfort at home is paramount," Fu Yeci said, half crouching before her as he gently took hold of her slender calf to assist her in changing her shoes. Her eyes widened in surprise. Although she and Fu Yeci had shared many intimate moments in her past life, nothing of that nature had yet transpired in this one. It felt rather inappropriate for someone of his stature to lower himself to such a task. She bent her knees slightly, intending to change her shoes herself, but Fu Yeci held her ankle firmly. The warmth of his hand sent an involuntary shiver through her. "Stay still. It will be over soon," he murmured, his voice low and soothing. After removing her heels, he discovered her skin was red and tender at the heel, prolonged where would surely lead to injury. A flicker of concern crossed his gaze. "Henceforth, could you refrain from wearing high heels at home?" Qin Jiu nodded. She, too, harbored an aversion to high heels. Yet, like many girls, she relished beauty and often endured the discomfort for the sake of aesthetics, resulting in sore heels each time. Fu Yeci straightened and took a seat on the opposite sofa, prompting Qin Jiu to glance beside her. There was ample space on her side. Why then did he choose to sit across from her? "Is there anything you find displeasing about the bedroom? If something is lacking, I shall procure it for you." Fu Yeci asked, flipping over a teacup that had been turned upside down on the coffee table and pouring 2 cups of fresh tea. His fingers were long and elegant, with distinct knuckles, handsome indeed. Qin Jiu found herself momentarily entranced, suddenly reminded of her past life when Fu Yeci had used those very hands to grasp her waist, pinning her against the wall for a forced kiss. As he placed the teacup before her, the sound of porcelain meeting glass jolted her back to the present. It was inescapable. In her former life, she had been captivated by his hands, and even under the influence of drugs, she could not refuse his touch. She quickly picked up the teacup, attempting to shift her focus, forcing herself to dismiss those memories. "Is this jasmine tea?" she asked, her eyes sparkling as she set the cup down. Though she was not accustomed to tea, finding it somewhat bitter compared to delightful beverages like milk tea, she had a particular fondness for jasmine tea, appreciating its subtle elegance and refreshing aroma. However, jasmine tea was not a prestigious variety, too ordinary to be favored by someone as discerning as Fu Yeci. "It is jasmine picked just this year," he replied, pouring her another cup. "I have grown quite fond of this delicate fragrance over the years." Qin Jiu frowned slightly. She distinctly remembered Fu Yeci's preference for Longjing tea after the rain. Perhaps her understanding of him in her previous life had been insufficient. The girl did not dwell on it further, smiling gently. "What a coincidence. I, too, adore jasmine tea." She set down her teacup and, recalling your earlier inquiry about any dissatisfaction, expressed her fondness for the meticulously arranged bedroom, thanking him for it. Aside from the inability to share the same bedroom with him, she had no complaints. "As long as you like it," Fu Yeci replied, taking a delicate sip of tea. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Jiu voiced her curiosity. "The kipayos in the dressing room fit perfectly. How did you know my measurements?" "My parents sent over your photographs, which I handed to the designer, who made an estimation. I didn't expect them to fit so perfectly." Qin Jiu nodded, marveling. "So that is how it is. The designer truly has an exceptional eye to create something so precise from mere photographs." Fu Yeci lowered his gaze upon the floating tea leaves in his cup, pondering how easily deceived his little wife was, so readily believing his words. Even the most skilled designer could not craft a perfectly fitting garment based solely on photographs, unless someone had taken her measurements personally. Chapter 5, They All Adore You. "My parents might come over this evening to have dinner with us." Fu Yeci, uncertain whether Qin Jiu would agree to marry him, opted to refer to his parents in this manner. Upon hearing his words, Qin Jiu's expression turned astonished. Her fingers trembled, causing the teacup to slip from her grasp. The porcelain shattered on the floor, and as she gazed at the fragments, she hastily apologized. Every item in the Fu household was extraordinary, and a teacup could easily exceed a 5-figure sum. Anything displayed in the Fu living room must undoubtedly be something Fu Yeci cherished. Her nervousness at the thought of his parents arriving had caused her to fumble. Qin Jiu attempted to crouch down to gather the pieces, but Fu Yeci grasped her hand, gently wiping away the moisture with a tissue. "Did you burn yourself?" he inquired, his rough fingertips caressing her fingers. "This tea-set surface is rather smooth, making it easy to lose grip. I'll have Jean-Ma replace it later." Qin Jiu paused momentarily, realizing that it was her momentary panic that had led to the mishap, which had nothing to do with the tea set itself. Fu Yeci's excessive adoration reminded her of a child who, after stumbling while running too fast, is not reprimanded by their parents, but rather blamed the hardness of the floor. Fu Yeci was indeed that overly indulgent parent. "It's fine, I didn't get burned," she reassured him. After thoroughly checking her hand, Fu Yeci felt at ease. A servant promptly arrived to clean up the shards. "Do not be anxious. My parents are simply eager to meet you. If you would prefer, I can call them and ask them to return home." Qin Jiu shook her head. What kind of disrespectful descendant would send their parents back midway? It would only make her appear unreasonable and impudent. However, she had committed far ruder acts in the past. The marriage arrangement between the Qin and Fu families had seen Fu Yeci's elders visit the Qin household to propose, but she had refused the marriage at that time, feigning illness to hide away in her room, providing little regard for the two elders. Qin Jiu deeply regretted her previous actions. If only she could have been reborn sooner. Surely, Fu's parents would have a poor impression of her. Have they mentioned me in your presence? She couldn't help but inquire, hoping to glean some insight into the situation. Fu Yeci noticed the guilt etched on her face. Her restless hands revealed her tension. They mentioned you once. After your last bout of illness, they were concerned it might delay your recovery and wanted to invite a private doctor to check on you. He paused. But fearing you might feel uncomfortable, I declined the offer. Fu Yeci was well aware that Qin Jiu had been feigning sickness. Her expression grew increasingly anxious, wishing she could burrow into a crack in the ground and only emerge when the elders had departed. Do not worry, they all genuinely like you. They simply wish to meet you, Fu Yeci said, ruffling her hair affectionately. I must quickly inquire about what preparations are needed for meeting the parents and what etiquette I should learn to leave a good impression. Qin Jiu, unable to drink her tea, dashed upstairs in her slippers. Fu Yeci watched his slightly flustered little wife, a smile curving his lips, his gaze filled with tenderness. He retrieved his phone and dialed number. We will arrive in about half an hour. Fu's father spoke cheerfully, having just gone to buy gifts for Jiu, uncertain if she would like them. Fu Yeci, why haven't you found out what Jiu likes yet? Fu's mother scolded. How can you be so useless? You have such good fortune. The old man arranged this marriage over a decade ago. Otherwise, how could you marry such a wonderful girl? Fu Yeci made a decide, glancing at the time on his watch. I've arranged for Assistant Lee to prepare a lounge for you to rest for a bit before coming over. Upon hearing this, Fu's mother's tone shifted to discontent, believing her son had intentionally delayed informing them to prevent them from personally welcoming Qin Jiu. Now you won't even let us see Jiu? We haven't even given her a red envelope or gifts. How could you let her think we are difficult to get along with? You cannot stop me from meeting Jiu, she declared, instructing the driver to speed up. She knows she is meeting you and is quite nervous, fearing she might not impress you. If you arrive now, it may frighten her, Fu Yeci cautioned. After hearing this, Fu's mother promptly directed the driver to turn around. Then we shall come later. Tell Jiu not to be afraid. We are very easy to get along with. If she is excessively anxious, we can always come back another day. Chapter 6, Hidden Illness. Qin Jiu scoured the internet for the necessary etiquette when meeting the male partner's parents. Unfortunately, time was too short for her to prepare gifts. But Zhang Ma assisted her by arranging 2 bouquets of fresh flowers. In her previous life, she had deliberately acted out, resulting in limited interactions with Fu Yeci's parents, leaving her unfamiliar with their temperaments and preferences. She only recalled fond memories of visiting the Fu household in her childhood, where Fu's father and mother treated her with great kindness, providing her with delightful treats. Her previous refusal to meet them had undoubtedly disappointed the elders. Qin Jiu steeled herself. No matter what unkind remarks they might make this time, she would listen attentively and apologize for her past indiscretions. As the Fu family car approached the villa, Qin Jiu stood behind Fu Yeci, her face exhibiting a slight mix of shyness and anxiety. Fu Yeci, ever observant, gently clasped her fingers, the warmth from his palm reaching her fingertips, bringing her a sense of reassurance as she looked up at him. Fu's father and mother entered the living room arm in arm. Qin Jiu made an effort to recall the etiquette she had studied that afternoon. But Fu's mother was even more enthusiastic, stepping forward to embrace her gently. Jiu, welcome to the Fu family. You must be tired today. Please have a seat. With that, Yun Liuxia cast a reproachful glance at Fu Yeci. Why didn't you take better care of her? Why make Jiu stand by the door? What if she catches a cold from the wind? Before Qin Jiu could respond, she was ushered to the sofa to rest. Yun Liuxia touched the girl's forehead, her expression filled with concern. The last time we visited the Qin family, we heard you were unwell. Are you feeling better now? Would you like me to call a doctor to check on you? Fu Xiangming stepped forward, adding, yes, if your health is poor, it needs to be nurtured back. I brought some tonics for your health. Seeing the genuine concern from the 2 elders, Qin Jiu felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She had lied about her illness before, yet they had taken it to heart and shown her such care. Fu Yeci approached, standing behind her. Do not worry about Jiu's health. We have a private doctor at home, and I will ensure she is well cared for. Fu's father and mother exchanged glances. While Fu Yeci might lack in nurturing skills, he genuinely cared for Qin Jiu and would not allow her to suffer. Are you accustomed to everything in the Fu household? If not, I will have someone make adjustments immediately. Madame Fu clasped Qin Jiu's hand, her enthusiasm nearly radiating from her countenance. After years of anticipation, she finally welcomed her daughter-in-law into their home. In previous years, rumors had circulated regarding Fu Yeci's health, with even more outrageous claims suggesting he favored men over women. The gossip proliferated to such an extent that Yin Luxia almost began to believe it. What if his son truly harbored some hidden ailment? At 25 years of age, Fu Yeci was 4 years older than Qin Jiu, making this union appear decidedly advantageous for him. It was evident that the old gentleman had meticulously plotted this arrangement, securing the engagement well in advance. Otherwise, where could one find such a fine young lady? She must take good care of Qin Jiu, for if the young lady were to grow discontent and flee, she would be impossible to retrieve. The household chef's culinary creations leaned towards a mild. Should Jiu prefer something saltier or spicier, another chef will be hired by tomorrow. Yin Luxia, concerned for her dietary preferences, was determined that Qin Jiu, cherished by the Qin family, should not suffer any indignities in the Fu household. Before Qin Jiu could utter a word, Fu Xiangming interjected. Please inform us of any needs you may have. Do not hesitate. The couple exchanged words in quick succession, leaving Qin Jiu no opportunity to respond other than to smile and nod appreciatively. Fu Xiangming produced a red envelope from his suit pocket and extended it towards the young woman, saying, "This symbolizes a small token of our affection. Please accept it." Jiu, understanding that this envelope represented the blessings of her elders, Qin Jiu did not decline and accepted it graciously. Inside was a bank card, the sum astonishingly substantial. Yin Luxia instructed the servants to bring in a plethora of gift boxes, brimming with exquisite jewelry, each piece commanding a hefty price. Among them, Qin Jiu recognized a violet bracelet that had graced the pages of a magazine, priced into 7 figures, a staggering amount. Most of these gifts had been prepared well in advance, while others were recent purchases made by Yin Luxia during her shopping excursions. Unsure of what Jiu might favor, she had opted to acquire a variety. Yin Luxia, a renowned designer in the country, adored both designing and collecting jewelry, and had purchased every beautiful piece she encountered for Qin Jiu. Having been raised in opulence, Qin Jiu was accustomed to luxury, but was not accustomed to such extravagant displays of wealth. Overwhelmed by the array of gifts, she hesitated to accept them. "Jiangma, please ensure everything is stored properly in Miss Qin's dressing room." Fu Yeci assisted Qin Jiu in accepting the gifts, noting her bashful demeanor, which made her reluctant to accept such lavish offerings. Observing the attentive care of her elders, Qin Jiu pressed her lips together, feeling a pang of guilt that rendered her speechless. She had initially believed that her previous indiscretion would lead Fu's parents to disapprove of her, yet they were now showering her with affection. "Thank you, Mom and Dad," she murmured softly. Good, good." Fu's parents beamed with delight. Jiu, addressing them as Mom and Dad, indicated her willingness to embrace this marriage. This tactic had proven effective, having accepted their gifts. It would be difficult for her to withdraw from their expectations. Chapter 7. Mutual Respect. Fu Yeci, seated beside the sofa, paused momentarily upon hearing Qin Jiu's words. Was the envelope and the gifts truly so effective? Perhaps he should employ a similar strategy to win her affection sooner. Yin Luxia held Qin Jiu's hand with warmth, her gaze affectionate. She and Qin Jiu's mother had been close friends for many years, had it not been for the engagement. She had intended to adopt Qin Jiu as her goddaughter. Observing the delicate, youthful features of the girl, she felt a sense of inadequacy in treating the young lady of the Qin family. Jiu, this engagement was orchestrated by our fathers. It is not merely a political alliance. You mentioned previously that you did not wish for a wedding, and we have all acquiesced. It is essential for you both to spend time together. If you're not inclined to be with Fu Yeci, we would never force you. Hearing Yin Luxia's words, Qin Jiu lowered her head, guilt washing over her. A few months prior, the Qin and Fu families had proposed the engagement and wedding plans. With everything arranged, her persistent refusal had disrupted the entire process. Some invitations had already been sent out, causing both families considerable embarrassment. "I was too willful before. I am truly sorry," she confessed, despite no one having placed blame on her. "It's quite all right. We were hasty. You must have time to adjust." Yin Luxia reassured her, understanding Qin Jiu's position. Her own marriage to Fu Xiangming had been a business arrangement, and though she had resisted her family's wishes, they eventually found love. Qin Jiu longed to express that there was nothing to adjust to, as she would never leave Fu Yeci. However, she remained silent. Changing her mind so quickly after her previous obstinacy would appear rather peculiar. After spending some time in the living room, Yin Luxia ascended the stairs to inspect Qin Jiu's bedroom, eager to see how Fu Yeci had prepared the space. Initially assuming that a straightforward man like him would overlook many details, she was pleasantly surprised by his thoughtful arrangements. leaving no room for criticism. Upon noticing the jasmine flowers on the balcony, she paused, recalling how she had previously seen him tending to the plants. She had wondered about his sudden interest in such hobbies, only now realizing they were for Qin Jiu. That rascal had never uttered a word about it. Qin Jiu's expression shifted to one of disbelief. These flowers were cultivated by Fu Yeci? She had always assumed they were planted by a gardener. How could a man so busy find the time for such endeavors? Indeed, he has nurtured them for several months, likely anticipating your arrival all along. Qin Jiu's gaze sharpened. Why had Fu Yeci never informed her of his efforts? Downstairs, Fu Xiangming washed strawberries and placed them on the coffee table. Glancing at the Fu Yeci, who was engrossed in his documents, he remarked, "Learn from me. Do not always immerse yourself in work. Prioritize your wife's needs." Yin Luxia had a fondness for strawberries, and Fu Xiangming knew just how to please her. Born into a prominent family, many matters were intertwined with interests. Jiu likely perceived this engagement as a mere business transaction. You must show her more concern and gradually cultivate your relationship. Fu Yici's expression remained somewhat aloof. He understood all too well that had it not been for this engagement, Qin Jiu would have likely wished to sever all ties with him. But this time, he would ensure that Qin Jiu would come to cherish him. I understand, Fu Yeci replied, popping a strawberry into his mouth, feeling somewhat agreeable to sharing a few insights. For many years, Lucia believed we fell in love after marriage, but that is not the case. I secretly loved her for a decade, employing every means to win her heart. With a shift in tone, he wore a proud expression, adding, however, not everyone is as fortunate as I. Fu Yeci mused, if love cannot be achieved at the very least, let's maintain a respectful distance. He lowered his gaze, returning to his documents. Respectful distance? No, he desired Qin Jiu's heart to belong solely to him. If that was unattainable, he would confine her, ensuring she became his sole possession, compelling her to love him. Chapter 8. Unwrapping gifts during dinner. Qin Jiu sat at the table, her plate piled high with food, resembling a small mountain, untouched by her chopsticks. Yin Luxia, ever eager, continued to serve her. Jiu, do try this stir-fried beef tongue. The chef has perfected this dish. Faced with her expectant gaze, Qin Jiu felt conflicted. She had an aversion to beef tongue, which often made her feel nauseous. However, given Yin Luxia's enthusiasm, declining seemed inappropriate. Just as she grasped her chopsticks, Fu Yeci removed her plate, placing it in front of himself. Mom, please enjoy your dinner. Do not solely focus on serving Jiu. Zhang Ma, please fetch another plate, he commanded. Yin Luxia shot him an exasperated glance, but let the matter of the beef tongue go. Qin Jiu turned her head to glance at Fu Yeci, who was skillfully peeling shrimp, his slender fingers deftly removing the shells, deveining them, and dipping them in sauce. Qin Jiu found herself captivated by his hands. Those exquisitely beautiful fingers deftly peeling shrimp. She felt it was somewhat wasteful. Such slender, elegantly formed digits ought to be employed for more pleasurable pursuits. It was only when Fu Yeci placed the peeled shrimp in her bowl that she snapped back to reality. Is this for me? She asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Do you not like it? He inquired. I do, she replied, lowering her gaze to enjoy the shrimp. A gentle smile gracing her lips. Fu Yeci continued to peel shrimp for her, ceasing his task after the fifth one. Qin Jiu bit her lips slightly and winked at him, signaling her desire for more. Her fondness for shrimp was amplified when it was prepared by Fu Yeci's hands. Her appetite growing insatiable. Eating too much is not good for your stomach. How about I peel some more for you tomorrow? His tone was soothing, as if he were coaxing her. The young girl nodded obediently, and he began to serve her other dishes, all of which she relished. As Qin Jiu focused on her meal, a trace of perplexity crossed her features. Could it be that they shared a silent understanding? How was it that Fu Yeci knew her taste so well, as if they had lived together for an eternity? After dinner, the Fu family's car pulled up outside. As Fu's parents did not reside there. Mom, Dad, it's getting late. Perhaps you should stay until tomorrow, Qin Jiu suggested, feeling reluctant to part with them. Don't worry, Jiu. We have a driver to take us back. The journey is quite safe, so we won't linger any longer, Yin Luxia reassured her, linking arms with Qin Jiu. If anything troubles you here, just call me. Once Fu's parents had departed, Qin Jiu returned to the living room, her expression tinged with melancholy. What's wrong? You look rather downcast, Fu Yeci remarked, taking a seat beside her. I just miss Mom and Dad, she confessed. The man chuckled awkwardly. How can you miss them so much after only a short time together? They've been so good to me, showering me with gifts. I've acted quite spoiled before, and I feel guilty about it, she admitted. Fu Yeci gazed at the young girl, lost in thought. If he were to bestow her with more gifts like his mother did, perhaps she would regard him with greater affection. Most of the things your parents gave you are still unopened. Why not take a look tonight? He suggested, redirecting her attention. Qin Jiu recalled the presents, her eyes landing on the jewelry and several gift boxes, curious about their contents. Zhangma, could you please bring over the gifts? She requested. She began by unsealing the red envelope from Fu Xiangming, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the bank card within. She recognized this exclusive card, which required a minimum deposit of 8 figures to obtain. Initially, she thought it was just an ordinary card, a token of her elder's affection. Had she known it was such a lavish gift, she would have hesitated to accept it. The gifts from Yin Luxia were equally extravagant, one diamond necklace's worth possibly rivaling that of a house. The opulence of gifts exchanged among affluent families was not uncommon, yet few could exceed such extravagance. Qin Jiu paused her unwrapping and turned to Fu Yeci, who was preparing tea, his expression devoid of surprise. Did you already know my parents would gift me such expensive items? She inquired. Fu Yeci nodded gently. Yes. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? This is far too extravagant. These are merely their heartfelt intentions. If they bring you joy, then it's not excessive, he replied, reflecting on how he would have lavished gifts upon his little wife had he known it would win her heart. As Qin Jiu reflected on her past indiscretions, guilt washed over her. The engagement between the Qin and Fu families had drawn the attention of all the prominent families in Haishu. The union of two esteemed houses would weave a tighter web of connections, influencing many interests. Almost everyone expected the wedding to be grand, but she had inadvertently sabotaged it. The Fu family had taken the blame, claiming it was due to Fu Yeci's work commitments that the formalities were lacking, placing no blame upon her. Fu Yeci, I'm truly sorry. Qin Jiu turned to him, her voice laden with regret. I owe you an apology. It was I who ruined the wedding, affecting the reputation of your family. She lowered her head, her fingers nervously gripping the fabric of her clothes. It's all right. I should have been more considerate of your feelings. Fu Yeci replied, standing beside her, his deep gaze fixed upon her, his voice a melodic timbre. I hope what I'm doing now does not make you feel uncomfortable. If it does, I shall keep you locked away, permitting only him to be with you. In time, you'll come to like him. Chapter 9. Accompany my wife shopping. Qin Jiu gazed into Fu Yeci as profound eyes, realizing that her purpose in this life was to love him deeply. Just as she was about to speak, he ruffled her hair gently. You've had a long day. Go upstairs and rest. It will get chilly tonight. Though the floor is carpeted, it's best not to walk barefoot. Qin Jiu's expression shifted slightly. Her eyes filled with confusion. How did he know she preferred to go without slippers? This was a bad habit she had developed at home. Her parents had warned her repeatedly that it could lead to illness, but she had disregarded their advice, and they had no choice but to carpet every corner of the house. She would behave this way outside, only indulging in such whims at home. How did Fu Yeci know this? I still have work to attend to. If you need anything, you can find me in the study. Fu Yeci stated before entering the study. In the bedroom, Qin Jiu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. She struggled to recall what transpired the day she was brought to the Fu household in her previous life. She remembered that Yin Luxia and Fu Xiangming were also to come to the Fu family, but her tantrum had prevented their arrival. That was the only memory that remained clear. Everything else eluded her. Today's events felt strange, yet she couldn't quite articulate what was amiss. Perhaps it was the divergence of memory and reality, a consequence of her rebirth altering the course of events. For the next few days, I want to be going to the office. Please deliver the crucial documents to the study. I will address them tonight, Fu Yeci instructed. Li Xiu looked slightly taken aback. Having served as Fu Yeci's assistant for many years, he rarely witnessed him neglecting work. Unable to help himself, he asked, Sir, do you have personal matters to attend to? I'm accompanying my wife shopping. Fu Yeci replied with a hint of a smile, envisioning Qin Jiu's petite, lovely face, which brought him joy. Li Xiu was puzzled. Is it the young lady from the Qin family? The two families are engaged, yet the wedding hasn't taken place. He thought Sir was indifferent towards Miss Qin. Just as Li Xiu was about to leave, he heard Fu Yeci's voice again. Do girls like beautiful things? Diamonds, watches, necklaces, would these win her favor? Yesterday, my mother gifted her such items, and she seemed quite pleased. Li Xiu frowned. He had never seen Fu Yeci so intent on pleasing a woman. Typically, when selecting gifts for clients or friends, he would have Li Xiu choose a singular item to present. Who would appreciate diamonds and watches? What kind of extraordinary woman was Miss Qin to inspire such thoughtful gestures from Fu Yeci? Most girls do have an affinity for these things. Given Miss Qin's esteemed background, she likely lacks for nothing. However, if it were a couple's matching set, it might add a novel touch and deepen your connection, Li Xiu suggested. Fu Yeci lightly tapped his fingers on his trousers, pausing at the suggestion. It was indeed an excellent idea. This month, your bonus will be doubled. An assistant who could provide such strategic insights deserved a salary increase, as one should not squander talent. Thank you, sir, Li Xiu replied, gathering his documents and exiting the villa. When Qin Jiu awoke, it was already 9 in the morning. Having slept poorly, she rose late, initially believing Fu Yeci would have long departed for the office, only to find him waiting downstairs for her. Upon seeing her descend the stairs, Fu Yeci instructed the servant to bring breakfast. Have you been waiting for me to have breakfast? Qin Jiu felt a hint of embarrassment after making him wait for so long. Dressed in her pajamas, the girl's sweet, soft voice carried a hint of sleepiness. You needn't wait for me. I woke up too late. Not too late. I wish to have breakfast with you, Fu Yeci replied, gazing at the girl's adorable demeanor. Do you have time today? I would like to take you out shopping. Qin Jiu paused for a moment, ensuring she had not misheard, and then nodded affirmatively. Yes, I have time. Qin Jiu was incredulous. During their 5 years of cohabitation in her previous life, Fu Yeci seldom accompanied her on shopping excursions. It wasn't he that he was unkind. Rather, this straightforward man simply did not understand how to delight her. Clothes and jewelry were delivered directly to their villa from the mall, where models were invited to try them on for her selection. What had prompted this sudden change? After we finish breakfast, let's go shopping. I will have the driver wait for us outside. All right. Chapter 10. Not so estranged. After breakfast, Qin Jiu and Fu Yeci boarded the car to go shopping, stopping in front of a grand shopping mall. Fu Yeci exited first, opening the opposite door and shielding Qin Jiu from bumping her head. Miss Qin, be careful. Hearing this form of address felt peculiar to Qin Jiu as she glanced into Fu Yeci's eyes. However, the man's gaze was clear and untroubled, revealing no sense of discomfort. Fu Yeci, you needn't address me so formally. Our relationship is not so distant. Setting aside their family's engagement, they had known each other since childhood, and there was no need for such aloofness in their addresses. Qin Jiu preferred that he simply call her by her name. All right. Juju, Fu Yeci replied with a fiend's smile. He had long been prepared for this moment. And now that Qin Jiu had taken the initiative to express her desire for familiarity, he would certainly respond affectionately. Yet, merely altering the manner of address was far from sufficient. Fu Yeci yearned for more. As they walked a few steps forward, he took her hand, causing Qin Jiu to hesitate slightly. Didn't you say we needn't be so estranged? Holding hands should be acceptable, right? His words left Qin Jiu no room for refusal, nor did she wish to decline. Of course, it's fine. Inside the mall, the striking combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman attracted countless gazes, as they were undeniably stunning, prompting others to steal glances. Qin Jiu typically shopped with friends and had rarely ventured out with a male companion, especially one like Fu Yeci, so she thought to select items he would appreciate. Just as she intended to lead Fu Yeci toward the men's clothing section, he guided her into a store. The staff, upon observing their attire, recognized them as either affluent or aristocratic. May I assist you with something? The attendant inquired warmly. Just browsing, Fu Yeci said as he perused the store, recalling Li Xiu's advice from the morning to select couple outfits for a touch of novelty. Standing before a row of suits, Qin Jiu was uncertain which one to buy for Fu Yeci. None seemed suitable, as the suits were all custom-made, and he had never possessed any ordinary clothing. Jiu, why not try this one? Fu Yeci suggested, having found a couple's outfit consisting of a white shirt and a short skirt that appeared well-matched. The attendant hurried over to retrieve the clothing, and Qin Jiu took it to the fitting room. Although she was unsure why Fu Yeci had chosen this particular outfit, she decided to go along with his suggestion. Dresses were often more cumbersome to wear, and Fu Yeci managed to change before her, sitting outside the fitting room while he awaited her emergence. When she finally stepped out, seeing him in a matching outfit, she understood it was indeed a couple's ensemble. Her expression turned slightly serious. When had this straightforward man learned about such things? I think it fits well, so I decided to try it on, he said, his hands clasped behind his back, revealing a hint of insecurity that was unusual for the normally confident Fu Yeci. You look great, Qin Jiu remarked as she admired their reflections in a mirror. Clad in couple's attire, they appeared remarkably harmonious. Fu Yeci typically wore black shirts and seldom donned white ones. Standing beside him in her white skirt, she resembled a couple. I'll take this set. I really like it, Qin Jiu declared with a smile. Fu Yeci headed to the register, coincidentally encountering a couple checking out. The woman was preparing to pay, and Fu Yeci paused, puzzled by why a woman would be expected to pay while shopping. The man across from him felt uncomfortable under his gaze. After all, isn't it customary for a married couple to share finances? If he didn't clarify, others might mistakenly think he was a kept man. Just then, the attendant returned with the packaged clothing and handed it to him. Here you go, sir. Fu Yeci accepted the bag, glancing at the couple across from him, pondering for a few seconds before departing. After exiting the clothing store, Fu Yeci took Qin Jiu's hand and led her into a jewelry store. Shall we see if anything catches your eye? Qin Jiu strolled around, selecting only a bracelet. Fu Yeci, I'm feeling a bit tired from shopping. I'd like to rest for a while. The man helped her sit down, and the attendant promptly brought a glass of water. Then sit and rest for a bit. I'll go take a look. Fu Yeci approached the jewelry display case, knowing little about jewelry and typically relying on Li Xiu to prepare gifts. However, he figured that buying more would eventually lead him to find something Qin Jiu would like. This one and that one, he pointed to two extravagant necklaces in the display. The attendant stood by. Sir, would you like to see them? Pack up everything except these few. Pack it all? The attendant questioned, astonished, having never encountered such a customer in her extensive tenure. Each piece in the display likely exceeded 6 figures, and she wouldn't dare make such extravagant purchases even at a dollar store. Qin Jiu approached, her expression puzzled. Why buy so many? Are you gifting them someone? To you. He recalled how pleased she had been last night upon receiving those gifts. He could use this method to cheer her up. Qin Jiu stopped him. But I already have plenty of jewelry. My mother gifted me a lot yesterday. And what of it? Fu Yeci asked, perplexed. What is wrong with having more jewelry? You could wear a different piece every day. Those are for my mother. These are for me. There's no conflict. He had finally discovered a way to please his little wife, and he would not let it slip away. Qin Jiu couldn't deter him. Wealth afforded him the luxury of indulgence, and to Fu Yeci, this money was merely a byproduct of a contract. Chapter 11. Come to my study. While Fu Yeci went to pay, Qin Jiu wandered casually through the store, unconsciously drifting to the ring section. She paused before a glass display of diamond rings, her gaze momentarily frozen. A wedding ring was still missing from her relationship with Fu Yeci. In truth, there were many things lacking between them. The engagement ceremony and wedding had been disrupted by her. They had never officially obtained a marriage certificate, nor had they taken wedding photos or held a proposal ceremony. A sense of emptiness enveloped Qin Jiu. If only she had returned to this life a few months earlier. Perhaps these regrets could have been remedied. Miss, which ring do you fancy? I can take it out for you to see. The attendant approached eagerly, ready to showcase the items in the display. I would like to see these, Qin Jiu replied earnestly, eager to gradually mend the regrets of her past life. These are wedding bands. The men's are over here. The attendant, wearing black gloves, assisted Qin Jiu in trying on a ring. Her hands were slender and fair, and the diamond ring looked exceptionally stunning on her finger, eliciting a faint smile as she admired her hand. Let us go, Jiu. Fu Yeci completed the payment and approached Qin Jiu, whose gaze inadvertently fell upon the ring adorning her finger. Although Qin Jiu yearned for Fu Yeci to select a ring with her, she hesitated and ultimately refrained from voicing her desire. He clearly observed her trying on the ring, yet chose not to mention it. Since he was unwilling, she felt it inappropriate to press the matter. Let us go, she said, removing the ring and placing it back in the display case, her eyes gradually dimming with disappointment. Stealing a glance at the handsome man beside her, Qin Jiu noted his usual aloofness, completely unaware of her turmoil. He clearly noticed the ring, so why did he not purchase it? Was Fu Yeci unwilling to adorn her with a wedding band? He seemed unwilling to forgive her previous capriciousness. A myriad of emotions swirled within Qin Jiu. In her past life, it was Fu Yeci who took her ring shopping, while she stubbornly refused to wear it. Now, the roles were reversed. She could only blame herself. Fu Yeci was not at fault. As a black Rolls-Royce glided into the villa, Qin Jiu and Fu Yeci exited the vehicle. After sipping tea in the living room for a while, she feigned fatigue and expressed her desire to retire to her room. Are you feeling unwell? I can call the doctor to check on you, Fu Yeci remarked, scrutinizing her delicate features with furrowed brows. No need. I'm merely tired from a day of shopping, she replied, masking her grievances. Fu Yeci failed to detect the hint of distress in her tone. Then go rest in your room. If you're feeling poorly, a warm bath might help. It appeared that his little wife's constitution was rather fragile. He resolved to find opportunities to encourage her to exercise more. As Qin Jiu ascended the stairs, she clenched her fists and pounded them against her plush rabbit-stuffed toy in frustration. Fu Yeci, oblivious to her feelings, had no idea how to comfort her. If she said she was tired, wouldn't he at least try to console her? He clearly saw the ring on her finger, so why not buy it? Even if it was just to make her happy, she could wear it occasionally. Her rebirth had altered many things, perhaps in this life. Fu Yeci no longer harbored the same affection for her. She could not blame others. All of this stemmed from her debts to Fu Yeci. It was merely a missing wedding ring. In her previous life, Fu Yeci had endured her whims countless times. How much anguish had he suffered? When troubled, Qin Jiu found solace in painting. Fu Yeci had thoughtfully set up an easel on the balcony, and as she sat beside it, brush in hand. She endeavored to forget her discontent. Immersed in her art, she lost track of time, and hours slipped by unnoticed. At 9 that evening, a knock echoed from the door. "Didn't I say no need to send me fruit?" she called out, still clutching her brush. "Please take it away." "Thank you." Assuming it was a servant. She was perplexed as to why they persisted in delivering items she had already declined. When the knocking continued, she reluctantly set down her brush and opened the door. Just as she was about to reiterate her request, she was greeted by Fu Yeci's striking visage, leaning casually against the doorframe, his demeanor languid. The top 2 buttons of his shirt undone, emanating an extra hint of allure. "Do you have a moment? I'd like to discuss something with you," he inquired. "What is it?" Qin Jiu loved the timbre of his voice, rich and deep, her gaze inadvertently drawn to the skin revealed beneath his collar. This man possessed an irresistible allure over her. "As we are soon to be married, our relationship will inevitably entail more responsibilities," Fu Yeci said, bending slightly to meet her gaze, lips curling into a playful smile, his eyes glinting with mischief, a stark contrast to his usual seriousness. The sudden proximity made Qin Jiu's breath quicken, prompting her to recall his words. Would their post-marriage duties require her to fulfill the obligations of a wife? In the stillness of the night, the solitary male and female seemed perfectly poised for something to transpire. Qin Jiu felt no aversion. After all, they had committed many reckless acts in their previous life. Being husband and wife, such matters were inevitable. Yet, the pace of their development felt alarmingly rapid. "Come with me to the study, shall we?" Fu Yeci was teasing. The girl froze, momentarily lost for words. The study play? How thrilling! Although Fu Yeci had been quite audacious in their previous life, he hadn't been so overtly provocative from the start. This was utterly unexpected. "I'll be waiting for you in the study," he said, lowering his gaze and turning toward the room. Chapter 12. Not together in the bath? Inside the study. Fu Yeci lounged on the sofa as Qin Jiu entered slowly, locking the door behind her. Upon hearing the click of the lock, Fu Yeci glanced up, noticing her apparent tension. Had he done something to frighten her? Observing her paint-stained fingers, he frowned and approached, taking her hand and guiding her toward the bathroom. Qin Jiu's body stiffened. Was he leading her to the bathroom for something more? Fu Yeci turned on the faucet at the sink, rolling up her sleeves to wash away the paint from her hands. "The paint contains additives that can be harmful with prolonged skin contact," he explained. "All done," he said, drying her fingers with a tissue and lowering her sleeves. "I merely wash your hands, not suggesting we bathe together." Qin Jiu gazed at Fu Yeci's dignified and restrained face, sensing she may have misconstrued something. "All right," she blurted, hastily retreating and seating herself on the sofa outside the study. "You mentioned wanting to discuss something. What is it?" Fu Yeci placed a black card before her. "This is a bank card linked to my assets. I'll send you the password shortly." Earlier that day, he had encountered a couple during the payment process, and the man's words prompted him to reflect. Wasn't it only proper for him to surrender his earnings after marriage? He should also share his wealth with her. Qin Jiu's eyes widened at the sight of the card. A black card of this caliber was exceedingly rare, with only a couple in the entire city. "You should keep it. My parents have already provided me with ample funds, and I have my own pocket money. I won't need this," she insisted. Fu Yeci pressed the card into her hand. "Those are your parents' gifts. This is for me. Jiu, we're about to become husband and wife. What is mine is yours." Despite her desire to refuse, she hesitated. A regular card would suffice. But the magnitude of this card was too extravagant for him to bestow upon her. The Fu family has always allowed the matriarch to manage finances. Fu Yeci leaned back on the sofa, his gaze growing stern. "Is your refusal to accept my money indicative of a desire to distance yourself from the Fu family?" Qin Jiu quickly shook her head and accepted the card. Until she returned to her room, she continued to marvel at the black card in her hand, still feeling as if it were a figment of her imagination. In her memories, Fu Yeci had always been generous, never stinting on material matters. Yet in her past life, he had not given her this black card. A smile of delight spread across her face. Perhaps she had misjudged him. He still liked her just as much as before. Qin Jiu's parents shared a strong bond. Her father was the head of the Qin Corporation, reaping substantial dividends annually. Yet, he willingly surrendered all his wealth, leaving only a small portion for her mother to prepare surprises for special occasions. Qin Jiu had once struggled to comprehend why her proud father would act in such a manner, but now she began to understand. The following morning, Qin Jiu received a call from home. Her grandfather was gravely ill, having coughed up blood, and the family doctor had already been summoned. "Jiu, your grandfather has been longing to see you. Can you and Mr. Fu come visit him?" Qin Jiu felt tears welling up at her eyes. "I'll return at once." Fu Yeci, who had been by her side, overheard the conversation and immediately instructed the driver to prepare the car for a trip to the Qin family estate. Fortunately, the old residence was not far from the Fu villa, situated in the same city, and they could arrive within half a day. As Qin Jiu sat in the car, her expression was tense. Her grandfather's health had always been precarious, and this episode of coughing blood surely indicated something serious. In a previous life, after enduring a severe illness, the old master succumbed to a decline in health, ultimately passing away during surgery. Qin Jiu wished to avoid the anguish of losing a loved one once more. I contacted the finest medical team from the Fu family, and they arrived swiftly. Surely, grandfather would be all right. Fu Yeci grasped Qin Jiu's hand, the warmth of his palm radiating to the tips of her fingers. Chapter 13. Grandfather is merely advanced in age. In the Qin family's ancestral home, the elderly Mr. Qin lay lifelessly on the sickbed. After several family doctors examined him, they exchanged perplexed glances. His health remained as it had always been, merely deteriorated by age, and yet the cause of his coughing up blood remained elusive. Unable to identify any issues, they prescribed merely some tonics. Once the doctors departed, Mr. Qin abruptly sat up, invigorated, and inquired of Butler Wong beside him. How did I perform? Was it convincing? Quite so. You would have earned an Oscar, Butler Wong replied, moving to close the door. But why feign illness? If you miss Jiu, just call her. She holds you in such high regard. Never has she failed to visit. I just spoke with her. She was nearly in tears. I couldn't bear to deceive her, Mr. Qin sighed. Were it not for the lack of alternatives, he would not resort to such tactics. Jiu had always been reluctant to marry into the Fu family, having obfuscated her wedding, and her entry into the Fu household certainly wasn't sincere. I must devise a way to cultivate their affections. This engagement was established between him and the elder Fu, and naturally, he wished to see the two children united. Leaning against the bed, Mr. Qin mused, my body won't hold out for many more years before I close my eyes. I wish to see Jiu settled with someone dependable to protect her. Fu Yeci is someone I have watched grow up. Given the bond between the Qin and Fu families, I find solace in Jiu marrying into the Fu family. In these tumultuous times, with the business world rife with deception, Mr. Qin had witnessed too many illustrious families fall from grace. The Qin family, a prominent lineage, should have provided shelter for Jiu, yet they had enemies. When she was young, she had been kidnapped by foes and nearly faced a tragic fate, leaving a lasting shadow over the Qin family. As the adversaries grew in strength, Mr. Qin felt compelled to plan ahead. If it weren't for the threat of revenge, I would be loath to marry Jiu off so hastily, he stated gravely. Butler Wong stood nearby. Your noble intentions will be understood by Jiu in due time. This ruse of feigning illness was something I learned from that old man of the Fu family. His teachings prove effective, Mr. Qin instructed. Quickly, pour some red ink on the handkerchief. Ensure Jiu doesn't discover it. A black Rolls-Royce halted before the ancestral home, and Qin Jiu hurriedly alighted and dashed inside. Her parents awaited her in the living room, oblivious to the fact that the old master was merely pretending to be ill. Jiu, go see grandfather, they urged. Qin Jiu ascended the stairs, with Fu Yeci trailing behind her. Grandfather, are you feeling any better? She asked, grasping the old man's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. It is my fault. I should have returned to see you sooner. Do not worry. Seeing you, my ailment has improved by half, Mr. Qin replied, his lips pale as he glanced at Fu Yeci beside him. The last time he had seen him was before his studies abroad. Years had passed, and he had gained an air of maturity and steadiness. He had indeed not misjudged. Children of the Fu family were remarkably more exceptional than others. Grandfather. Fu Yeci nodded slightly. Mr. Qin nodded back, placing Qin Jiu's hand atop Fu Yeci's. You both are here. Spend time with this old man. I have missed you. Grandfather, I will remain until you recover, she declared. Fu Yeci, concerned that Qin Jiu would be uncomfortable squatting by the bed, assisted her into a chair. I have summoned the Fu family doctors. They're downstairs. I shall ask them to come upstairs to examine you. No need, mister. Qin insisted, fearing the doctors might detect his charade. Grandfather, a checkup is still advisable. Qin Jiu persisted, compelling him to undergo an examination. Several doctors entered with their instruments. Jiu, please go and keep your parents company. I will stay here with grandfather. Make sure to keep a close watch on him. He is aging and increasingly irritable, and these examinations are essential, she reminded, well aware of her grandfather's tendency to secretly discard unpleasant medicines. Mr. Qin remained silent. If grandfather refuses to cooperate, just inform me, she urged. Mr. Qin remained silent. Butler Wong stood nearby, unable to suppress a chuckle. How peculiar to have reverse reporting. There was no help for it. The old master dotes on Qin Jiu, and his obstinate temperament only yields to her words. As Qin Jiu exited the room, the doctors began their examination, employing a stethoscope to check his pulse, along with blood sugar and other data, all revealing that Mr. Qin was in perfect health. Mr. Qin, there appears to be nothing wrong with your health. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qin, fearing exposure, hastily retrieved the ink-stained handkerchief from beneath his pillow and began to cough. The doctors, upon seeing the bloodstains, were horrified, questioning their years of medical expertise. Fu Yeci observed the bloodied handkerchief intently, his eyes narrowing with a hint of coldness. Mr. Qin, may we collect a blood sample from the handkerchief for analysis? If they failed to uncover anything, they could no longer remain in the medical field. Mr. Qin clenched the handkerchief, unwilling to comply. If it were tested, his ruse would be exposed. There's no need for testing. Grandfather is simply advanced in age and unwell. You may all leave, Fu Yeci addressed the doctors. The old man was feigning illness, so naturally, the cause would remain undetected. This was a ruse he had employed many times, and Fu Yeci was all too familiar with it. In the past, when Fu Yeci was studying abroad and his grandfather missed him, he resorted to this very tactic, a method that had never failed. Fu Yeci understood he was pretending, yet he still dutifully returned home to see him. Such an identical ploy. No wonder they've been comrades in their youth. Chapter 14, Reporting. After descending the stairs, Fu Yeci was immediately approached by Qin Jiu. Grandfather's all right, isn't he? Rest assured. He is merely advanced in age with a weak stomach. There is no significant issue with his health. He refrained from mentioning the feigned illness, understanding that Mr. Qin likely wished to see Jiu. The doctors say he will need some time to recuperate. We shall remain here for the next few days to keep him company. Very well, Qin Jiu nodded, but then recalled Fu Yeci's responsibilities. As the president of the Fu family, his critical duties would demand his attention. Could he truly afford to take so many days off? Fu Yeci, if your work is too demanding, feel free to return to the Fu family. There's no need to accompany me, she said, winking at him sweetly. Fu Yeci's expression darkened, reminding her of their relationship. We are soon to be wed. If I leave, it would surely upset grandfather. What troubled him more was that whenever Qin Jiu faced difficulties, she instinctively sought to distance herself from him. She had never considered relying on him. I simply thought you were busy, and I didn't want to waste your time, Qin Jiu quickly explained. Fu Yeci was a person who could create immense wealth in a minute. How could she dare impede his work? Being with you is never a waste of time, he asserted, taking her hand and leaning down to whisper in her ear, if you push me away again, I will report to my parents and grandfather, claiming you wish to send me away. Though it was a threatening remark, it carried an unmistakable air of affection. Qin Jiu looked up at him, her lips pressed together in surprise at his use of a reporting threat. Then you must stay with me to care for grandfather. After all, his assets are immeasurable. Missing out on a few days' earnings is inconsequential. Now that sounds more reasonable, Fu Yeci replied, gently squeezing her fingers. Seated in the living room, Qin's parents observed the affectionate gestures between the two, their faces breaking into satisfied smiles. They had previously harbored concerns that Qin Jiu might disapprove of the engagement, but it now appeared their worries were unfounded. Qin mother lowered her voice, remarking, I was right, wasn't I? With Fu Yeci's remarkable qualities, it won't be long before Jiu develops feelings for him. After all, Fu Yeci had grown up under their watchful eyes. They were aware of his affections for Jiu from the very beginning. Otherwise, regardless of the number of enemies the Qin family had, they would never have allowed Jiu to marry and suffer. Jiu Yeci, come sit here, called out Qin father. Hearing her parents, Qin Jiu felt akin to a student caught in a forbidden romance, nervously releasing Fu Yeci's hand. The man glanced down at the empty space, his brow furrowed slightly. It seemed his little wife was not quite comfortable walking beside him in front of her parents. He felt compelled to take action. Qin Jiu intentionally maintained a distance from Fu Yeci, not due to any emotional discord, but rather because she genuinely enjoyed his company. Yet, in front of her parents, she still felt like a child. The presence of another person gave her the sensation of experiencing a secret crush. Yeci, how has life been these past few days with Jiu? She has been spoiled at home. I hope she hasn't caused you any trouble, Qin mother inquired. Fu Yeci settled beside Qin Jiu, wrapping an arm around her waist and deliberately showcasing their closeness in front of her parents. Jiu has been very well behaved. Everyone in the Fu family adores her. Grandfather is always urging me to bring his granddaughter-in-law to visit him. However, she does have a habit of kicking off the covers at night, and I worry she might catch a cold. The man tightened his embrace, drawing them closer together. Qin Jiu stiffened, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Fu Yeci. Why would he say such things to create misunderstandings with her parents? Qin father and Qin mother paused, realizing that Fu Yeci was aware of Jiu's habit of kicking off the covers at night, suggesting they had already shared a bedroom, and their relationship was developing far more rapidly than they had anticipated. Before either could respond, Fu Yeci continued, Jiu's stamina isn't the best. She shouldn't engage in excessive physical activities. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Jiu felt like a startled quail at the mention of stamina and excessive exercise. What audacious words were these? They had not yet reached that stage. That's good. As long as you both are happy together. Qin mother gradually recovered from her shock and sipped her tea. This outcome was not entirely unexpected, just swifter than she had imagined. After all, Fu Yeci had harbored feelings for many years. It was only right that his desires were fulfilled. Yichi, during your time studying abroad, you returned a few times, didn't you? You must have met Jiu then, Qin mother remarked. Fu Yeci nodded slightly. Back then, grandfather had feigned illness to lure him back. Although he knew it was a ruse, he had inexplicably purchased a ticket to return. To this day, he could not distinguish whether he returned to visit grandfather or merely to see Qin Jiu. At that time, Qin Jiu had already believed the rumors circulating about him and had distanced herself, even deleting all his contact information. To reach out to her, he had to return to the country in person, and when he had sought to inquire why she had deleted his number, he had instead heard her say, Fu Yeci is that ruthless and scrupulous business prodigy. I wouldn't even want to be friends with him, let alone marry him. If he contacts me again, I will threaten to force my parents to withdraw the engagement. Fu Yeci could not recall his feelings at that moment, that night. He had left numerous cigarette butts on the ground and had returned to England in disarray, subsequently losing contact with Qin Jiu. Upon hearing Qin mother's words, Qin Jiu was taken aback. How was she unaware that Fu Yeci had returned to see her? Mom, how did you know? She asked. He came to our home wanting to see you, but you were out having coffee with Qin, so I provided him with an address. Didn't you meet? Qin mother responded, puzzled. Qin Jiu's eyes widened. That was precisely when her prejudice against Fu Yeci had been at its peak. He had indeed sought her out, yet he had not shown himself. Had he perhaps overheard some of her remarks? Under Qilan's influence, she had likely said many unkind things. Chapter 15. The lady says, I'm not good enough. Fu Yeci took hold of the girl's hand and turned to Qin mother. We did meet back then, but I was too busy and had to leave the country the following day. He gently squeezed Qin Jiu's little finger, prompting her to quickly affirm, yes, we did meet. This statement alleviated Qin mother's doubts. They had been too young at the time, preoccupied with their studies and careers. Now that they were together, it was finally time to communicate their feelings properly. Fu Yici's gaze sharpened slightly. He and his little wife needed to cultivate their relationship, and there were countless ways to communicate. After chatting for a while longer, Qin Jiu pulled Fu Yeci out to a tea pavilion, her peach blossom eyes lifting mischievously. Why did you say those suggestive things in front of my parents earlier? What do you mean by kicking off the covers and excessive exercise? Qin Jiu's cheeks flushed. They had not yet reached that point. Fu Yeci watched her shy demeanor with a faint smile, presenting the rationale he had long prepared. Our relationship is stable enough to reassure your parents and grandfather. Qin Jiu nodded, her thoughts now consumed with the idea that Fu Yeci had returned to see her. Was his return from abroad truly for her? Was his reluctance to appear before her due to having overheard something? Did you go to the cafe that day? She asked. Qilan had invited her out for coffee, and she had not seen Fu Yeci. Seeing him nod, Qin Jiu's gaze sharpened. He must have heard those remarks to avoid meeting her. Fu Yeci, I did indeed believe the rumors at that time, thinking you were ruthless and that you would ruin anyone who displeased you, she admitted, lowering her head in regret for having believed the gossip and impulsively deleting all their means of contact. Fu Yici's eyes darkened as he recalled events from a few years prior. During that time, he was studying in England while simultaneously managing the Fu family's overseas operations. Many within the company resented him, and competitors sought to stifle the Fu family's growth abroad. A mole had surfaced within the company, selling confidential data. Fu Yeci had resorted to certain measures that resulted in the individual receiving a severe sentence. The man's wife, unable to bear her husband's imprisonment, fled with their child, and ultimately, the man took his own life. Following this incident, rumors spread about his unscrupulousness and merciless nature, casting him as a ruthless figure capable of manipulating life and death. After this incident, even some childhood friends began to distance themselves from him. So Qin Jiu's aversion was not entirely surprising. He had intended to explain everything to Qin Jiu, but instead, he had overheard those remarks. I did not mean to speak ill of you. Did you happen to overhear something? He inquired. I heard a few remarks. The lady said I was no good and did not wish to see me. He added, a hint of irony in his tone. Qin Jiu bit her lip, her gaze cast down as she fidgeted with her fingers. feeling as though she had been caught red-handed for speaking ill of someone. Jiu, having spoken ill of me behind my back and unilaterally deleted all means of contact, should I not seek some form of compensation? Fu Yeci teased. Then how about I compensate you with a painting? Qin Jiu suggested, for painting was her sole talent. Her artwork was highly sought after, difficult to acquire, and she wished to make amends through her art. Not sufficient, the man replied coolly. Qin Jiu furrowed her brow in thought, unable to conceive of anything else. Anything purchased with money was something Fu Yeci would not lack. Then I shall take matters into my own hands, Fu Yeci said, gazing deeply into Qin Jiu's eyes before bending down to plant a kiss on the corner of her mouth. He lingered there for a fleeting second, and before Qin Jiu could react, he straightened up, resuming his previous aloof demeanor, as if the one who had stolen a kiss was not him. Qin Jiu stood frozen for a few seconds. The kiss had been too light, entirely different from her memories. In her past life, all their kisses had been forceful, imbued with an undeniable intensity. What's wrong? He asked. Fu Yeci sat on the bench in the tea pavilion, contemplating whether his previous actions had startled the girl, who remained unresponsive. After pretending to be a paragon of virtue for so long, he believed it was not unreasonable to seek some form of reward. I am merely still adjusting to this situation. The girl's voice was sweet and gentle as she touched her flushed cheeks. Her heart raced so rapidly that she could almost hear its rhythm echoing within her chest. Having experienced everything in her past life, she ought to have been quite adept in this one. Yet the composed and restrained Fu Yeci was enough to elicit such a strong reaction from her, even at the mere brush of a kiss. Qin Jiu raised her gaze, her eyes locking onto the man across from her, who held a teacup in his hand, his expression betraying no hint of tension. A sense of indignation swelled within her. How was he able to remain so unfazed? Fu Yeci, have you kissed many girls? She bit her lip and inquired. Only you, the man replied, leaning closer to her ear. As for more intimate matters, they will only be with you from now on. This declaration sent Qin Jiu's ears aflame. She hastily lifted her teacup, hoping to dispel the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind. Fu Yeci, sitting busy there, chuckled softly, his gaze toward her imbued with tenderness. Chapter 16. No need for her examination. After a brief interlude in the tea pavilion, a servant from the old residence approached to inform them that Miss Qi Lan had arrived. Upon hearing Qi Lan's name, Qin Jiu's brow furrowed in an instant, a surge of animosity welling up within her. In her past life, she had been betrayed by Qi Lan, leading to the loss of all her family. Where is she? In the living room resting. She said she was going to check on the old gentleman's health. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu rushed toward the living room. Although her grandfather was not in the best of health, he had never suffered any major ailments. In her previous life, he had succumbed to a sudden illness and passed away prematurely. She had long suspected that Qi Lan had a hand in that tragedy, and this time, she absolutely could not allow her to lay a finger on her grandfather. In the living room, old Master Qin sat on the sofa, leaning on his cane, his tone warm. Lan, please take a seat. His kindness towards Qi Lan stemmed from a past incident. Qi Lan's father had been the Qin family chauffeur, led astray by deceit, and subsequently fell into the throes of addiction. When the old master discovered this, he, having lived a life of integrity, could not condone such behavior and reported the family driver. He had hoped for a positive change, but tragically, Qi Lan's father could not withstand the pangs of withdrawal, leading to a fatal incident in the hospital. Qi Lan's mother abandoned her to remarry, leaving the child to fend for herself. This event had become a thorn in old Master Qin's heart. Though he never regretted reporting the incident, he felt an enduring guilt for Qi Lan's plight, believing it was his actions that rendered her orphaned. Thus, the Qin family had supported her over the years. Grandfather, you should have informed me sooner about such a significant matter as your health, Qi Lan said, sitting beside the old gentleman. After studying medicine for so many years, I aim to alleviate the suffering of those around me. The costs of her medical education had been exorbitant, often reaching tens of thousands, all borne by the Qin family. Despite this, the old master felt a sense of guilt and sought to treat her well. Lan, in a few months, once your training concludes, I will have Dr. Wang personally guide you. Dr. Wang, recognized as the Qin family's private physician, held an esteemed position in the medical community, and Qi Lan was pleased with this arrangement. Thank you, grandfather. Once I have mastered my craft, I shall care for your health. Allow me to take your pulse. She offered, extending her hand toward the old man's wrist. As Qin Jiu entered the living room and witnessed this scene, she hurriedly pushed Qi Lan aside, her tone icy. Step away. Old Master Qin was taken aback, perplexed by Qin Jiu's intense reaction. Jiu, Lan is merely helping me with a health check. No need for her examination, Qin Jiu insisted, her gaze fixed on Qi Lan. Why? After a moment of realization, Qin Jiu added, the doctors from the Qin and Fu families are already highly skilled. We do not require another physician. What if her skills are lacking and she misdiagnoses you? Qilon remained rooted in place, her face paling at the doubt cast upon her medical abilities. Sister Jojo, I have treated numerous patients and can take grandfather's pulse. That is not acceptable, Qin Jiu replied, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. A healer must possess a benevolent heart. If one's character is flawed, even the greatest skills are rendered futile. This statement was an unequivocal dismissal of Qilan's worth as a healer, and her countenance darkened. Old Master Qin, observing the escalating dispute, interjected, we are all family here. It is quite normal for an elderly man like me to have minor ailments. It is nothing serious. Qilan complied, sitting to the side with an appropriately innocent smile. Then I shall heed grandfather's wishes. What family? As long as her opinions diverged from Qin Jiu's. She would invariably side with Qin Jiu. Fu Yeci entered the living room just behind Qin Jiu, and old Master Qin stood to introduce him. This is my granddaughter's fiancée, Fu Yeci, and this is the daughter of my late friend, Qilan. Mr. Fu, it is an honor to finally meet you, Qilan said with a smile, her gaze fixed on him. I often see your name in business magazines and have always admired your capabilities. Fu Yeci remained silent, bypassing her to take a seat beside Qin Jiu. The atmosphere instantly chilled. Old Master Qin attempted to shift the conversation to the flowers and plants outside the old residence. I have learned how to cultivate seedlings. I shall come often to accompany grandfather in planting flowers and staying active. Your health will surely improve. Qilan appeared demure and considerate. It would be wonderful if you could come. Old Master Qin favored Qilan, his affection tinged with guilt. Qin Jiu observed all of this, unsure of how to warn her grandfather about Qilan's true nature. The notion of having been reborn was too fantastical. Should she claim to possess the ability to foresee the future, no one would believe her. While she could caution her parents, how could she reach her grandfather? The events of the past had become a persistent source of anguish for the old master, which explained his continued care for Qilan over the years. The idea of severing ties with her was unthinkable for him, burdened as he was by guilt. During the intervals of conversation between Qilan and old Master Qin, her gaze subtly drifted toward the sofa beside her. In the past, she had deliberately orchestrated circumstances for Fu Yeci to overhear Qin Jiu's words, believing that their paths would never cross again. Yet here they were, reunited. The illustrious Fu Yeci, the head of the Fu family. No introduction was needed, for she was well aware of his reputation. Regrettably, she lacked the fortunate circumstances and parental support that Qin Jiu enjoyed. In the realm of commercial unions, mutual benefit was key. Even if old Master Qin treated her kindly, it would not suffice to secure her a place within such a prestigious family. Chapter 17, A Grateful Betrayal. Old Master Qin invited Qilan to stay for lunch, while Qin Jiu kept a vigilant watch over her, anxious that she might plot something detrimental to her grandfather. She could not comprehend how the kindness of the Qin family had become a weapon for Qilan to wield against them. The circumstances surrounding Qilan's father were not the old master's fault. The Qin family had taken her in, providing her with care and attempting to meet her material needs out of compassion for her plight. Despite the Qin family's protection, Qilan repaid their kindness with betrayal, leading to the demise of the entire Qin family. Had she not been granted a second chance at life, Qin Jiu would never have envisioned the gentle and amiable Qilan as capable of such treachery. Ultimately, they had underestimated the depths of human malice. Sister Jojo, Qilan called out from the corridor, halting Qin Jiu in her tracks. Have I done something wrong? You have not replied to my messages or acknowledged me lately. It was not just Qin Jiu. Her parents had also grown distant, treating her with mere politeness. Qin Jiu recalled the harrowing 6 months spent in a mental institution during her previous life, where her parents had pleaded with Qilan to spare her in their final moments. If a person is insatiable, forever craving more, and even repaying kindness with malice, what thoughts would arise in your mind? Qilan pondered for a moment, realizing that her best course of action was to steer clear of him as much as possible. Yet, could such a heartless and treacherous individual truly exist in this world? Thanks to the Qin family's support, she had grown up in a nurturing environment, shielded from the malevolence of the outside world. Faced with someone like him, she felt utterly at a loss. She smiled sweetly, presenting herself like an innocent little rabbit, oblivious to the ways of the world. Qin Jiu furrowed her brow as she regarded her. Qilan's performance was so convincing that no hint of deceit was discernible. Perhaps Qilan was merely seeking to extract further benefits from the Qin family, devoid of any ulterior motives. Seeing you married into the Fu family genuinely makes me happy. It seems that a marriage of convenience is not as dreadful as it is often portrayed, she deliberately reminded Qin Jiu, emphasizing the commercial nature of the union. Qin Jiu, proud and haughty, was known to despise such insinuations. Indeed, unlike certain individuals who would never have the chance to experience such a fate, Qilan's expression faltered momentarily. The sudden shift in Qin Jiu's demeanor caught her off guard. Everything had seemed amicable before her marriage to the Fu family. Why now was there an air of hostility? It seemed imperative to expedite her next move. She retrieved a vial of medicine she had prepared in advance from her bag. Sister Jiu, you mentioned feeling fatigued last time. I brought you some herbal remedies to help rejuvenate your health. Qin Jiu examined the vial, all too familiar with its contents. This was the very drug that manipulated her mind, inducing a state of confusion and impairing her focus. In her previous life, it had gradually eroded her mental faculties until she was completely controlled, leading her to commit numerous blunders. As Qin Jiu accepted the vial, she recognized it as evidence of Qilan's illegal drug production. However, it was insufficient to imprison her, as Qilan would surely find a way to excuse her actions. More evidence was needed. Qilan, noticing that she had accepted the vial, finally felt at ease and reminded her, Sister Jiu, you must remember to take it daily. If you experience any discomfort, just message me. I must take my leave now. As Qin Jiu left the corridor with the vial in hand, she stepped into the living room, only to find Fu Yeci with a grave expression. The man fixated on the vial she held, his brow furrowing. Did Qilan give you that? Yes, Qin Jiu replied, glancing at the vial. But I won't consume anything given to me by someone with such ill intentions. Upon hearing her words, Fu Yeci's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he exhaled in relief. Fearing that Fu Yeci was unaware of Qilan's true nature, she cautioned him to remain vigilant. While she outwardly appeared as a naive little rabbit, in truth, she was cunning and treacherous, having deceived everyone in the Qin family. How absurd it was that, in her previous life, she had genuinely regarded Qilan as family. Her grandfather bore guilt towards her. If she were to divulge this information, he would surely be incredulous. If Qilan truly wished to harm her grandfather, it would be all too easy for her. Qin Jiu furrowed her brow in contemplation, still unable to devise a solution. Fu Yeci, seated on the sofa, lightly tapped his fingers against the armrest. While her grandfather might not believe her, they could start with those closest to him, preventing Qilan from having any opportunity to act. Suddenly, Qin Jiu had an epiphany. Of course. How had she not considered that the person closest to her grandfather was Butler Wang? She promptly sought out Butler Wang and relayed her concerns regarding Qilan. The butler appeared astonished. Miss Jiu, are you sure you've misunderstood something? Miss Qi has always shown great respect for the old gentleman. How could she wish to harm him? Qin Jiu was not surprised by Butler Wang's response. Qilan was an exceptional actress, having deceived their entire family in her previous life. Butler Wang, what if she has ulterior motives? What if she desires the entirety of the Qin family? Her words immediately alerted Butler Wang. Qilan had visited the old residence several times recently, each time with a request. If the old gentleman hesitated even slightly, she would become displeased. She was ultimately not a member of the Qin family. While Jiu was the old gentleman's beloved granddaughter, she would never seek to harm the Qin family. Though Butler Wang was not entirely convinced, he took every precaution regarding the safety of Mr. Qin. When Miss Qi comes to the old residence in the future, I will be vigilant in guarding the old gentleman. I will ensure that anything she brings is examined by a doctor, leaving her no opportunity to harm him. Having served the old gentleman for many years, Butler Wang was always cautious, having weathered many storms. With his assurance, Qin Jiu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chapter 18. Do not startle her. Qin Jiu finally exhaled in relief, kicking off her slippers and reclining on the sofa with a cushion in hand. She turned her head to glance at Fu Yeci, who was engrossed in reviewing documents on the opposite sofa. Butler Wang has assured me he will remain vigilant regarding Qilan, with him protecting grandfather. I feel much less anxious. How did you come up with this solution? It must be said that Fu Yeci was genuinely intelligent, whether in business or any other domain. He was an unparalleled figure. During their school years, he was the envy of all his classmates, and tales of his various accolades still circulated within the institution. In just a few years of taking over the Fu family business, he had exponentially expanded its reach overseas, with every investment proving successful. In every aspect, he was the epitome of excellence. Such a brilliant individual. Had he truly not discerned who had betrayed him in his previous life? Fu Yeci set down the documents. Grandfather's weakness lies in his compassion. However, Butler Wang, who is solely focused on ensuring grandfather's safety, will not allow any potential risks to linger by his side. Identifying weaknesses is the quickest way to achieve one's objectives. And do you have any weaknesses? Qin Jiu clutched the cushion, her lips slightly pursed, her doe-like eyes shimmering with curiosity. Someone as formidable as Fu Yeci should be strong enough to possess no vulnerabilities. I do, Fu Yeci replied, his gaze sharpening. But now that she is here by my side, I will ensure that no one can harm her, nor will I allow her to be deceived or exploited. He turned his head, his dark eyes reflecting a profound depth. Qin Jiu's ears flushed crimson. Was he speaking of her? A knock at the door interrupted their moment. Qin Jiu rose from the sofa, slipped on her slippers, and hurried to answer. Miss, the household had originally prepared 2 bedrooms for you and Mr. Fu. But there has been a sudden issue with one of the rooms, rendering it uninhabitable. The old gentleman has requested that you and Mr. Fu share a room for the night. The maid, Xiao Shui, explained from the threshold. What could have gone wrong so suddenly? Qin Jiu asked, her tone laced with confusion. Aren't there other rooms available? Those rooms have yet to be cleaned. It's too late now. You should rest early, Xiao Shui replied before departing. As Qin Jiu watched the maid retreat, she quickly surmised that this was her grandfather's scheme to ensure she and Fu Yeci would share a bed. It was challenging to guarantee that nothing would transpire between them. In her previous life, everything that should have happened on their first night together did occur. She still vividly recalled the pain from that night. Standing before the bathroom mirror, she remembered how forceful he had been, lacking any tenderness. Qin Jiu closed the bedroom door and turned around, her face laden with worry. Though she was willing, fear still lingered. Fu Yeci emerged from the bathroom with his shirt sleeves rolled up, droplets of water adorning his forearms. Jiu, I prepare the bathwater. Would you like to check the temperature? The girl pointed towards the door, her ears burning. I heard what you said earlier. Let us heed grandfather's wishes for tonight. He approached her, brushing aside a few rebellious strands of hair from her shoulder, a playful smile gracing his lips. However, I still have some work to attend to. You should go wash up first. I'll finish my work before joining you. Qin Jiu bit her lip, her eyes filled with confusion. Even on the verge of sharing a bed, he still had work to do? Noticing her hesitation, Fu Yeci inquired, Do you need me to help you bathe? He seemed quite eager to assist with that request. The girl quickly shook her head and turned to flee. Fu Yeci watched her retreating figure, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Qin Jiu stood before the wardrobe, selecting a delicate white nightgown. Described in the novel as easily torn. Embracing the garment, she made her way into the bathroom. The bathtub was filled with warm water, and as the girl dipped her hand into the surface, she found the temperature perfectly soothing, accompanied by petals and essential oils nearby. After her bath, she donned the lace-trimmed nightgown, dried her hair, and applied a fragrant body lotion all over, enveloping herself in a delightful scent. An hour had slipped by as she tidied up in the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, she admired her beauty before stepping out. The moment she opened the door, the man seated on the sofa turned his gaze toward her, his black pupils narrowing. Even when Qin Jiu donned the most ordinary attire, simply standing there, she would captivate Fu Yeci. How much more so now, adorned in that exquisite white nightgown. Every smile and frown was a temptation to him. He yearned to bind her to the bed with chains, to possess her repeatedly. Fu Yeci took a deep breath, suppressing these thoughts. He couldn't frighten her. He had yet to secure Qin Jiu in the household register, and he would wait until she was ensnared before taking action. Rising, he adjusted the room's temperature 2 degrees higher with the remote, maintaining an appearance of refined restraint. Mindful that the night would bring a chill, he didn't want her to catch a cold. Qin Jiu stood frozen for a moment, pondering whether Fu Yeci truly intended to do nothing while she stood before him in this manner. It seemed that in this lifetime, Fu Yeci was indeed a paragon of virtue. You should go take a shower. Your pajamas are inside, she suggested. Fu Yeci nodded slightly. All right. Chapter 19. The goodnight kiss. As soon as Fu Yeci entered the bathroom, Qin Jiu swiftly lay down on the bed, tightly wrapping herself in the blanket. She relished the feeling of being cocooned, which provided her with a profound sense of security. What would she do when Fu Yeci emerged? Would he behave as he did in the previous life? The painful memories of that past existence filled Qin Jiu with trepidation. Fu Yeci had been far less accommodating then, employing harsh methods that left no room for refusal. Her resistance had only resulted in chains binding her, while he had often been gentle afterward, tenderly kissing away her tears. This tumultuous blend of love and fear made her retreat beneath the blanket, rolling about in bed. The bathroom door creaked open. The man emerged far quicker than she anticipated. Hearing the sound, Qin Jiu quickly poked her head out, just in time to see Fu Yeci and hastily arrange the disheveled bedding. Leaning against the bathroom doorframe, he wore a black bathrobe, loosely tied at the waist. Observing the expression on her face, he was reminded of a mischievous kitten caught in the act, radiating innocence from head to toe. He approached her, smoothing the blanket into place. The bathrobe hung loosely on him, revealing a hint of skin as he bent down, prompting Qin Jiu to steal a glance, albeit with a hint of fear of being caught. The room contained only a single bed. With a gentle hum, he noted her uncertainty, as if suggesting they share a bed under the covers for a casual chat. Her grandfather had deliberately arranged for them to occupy the same room, and she was certain Fu Yeci recognized this intent. Cautiously, she lifted her gaze, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a dancing butterfly. Fu Yeci discerned her anxiety. His little wife was frightened. "Is there an extra blanket in the room?" he inquired, his voice deep and magnetic. "Yes." Qin Jiu pointed toward the upper shelf of the wardrobe. Fu Yeci retrieved the blanket, spreading it over the sofa. "Are you planning to sleep on the sofa tonight?" she asked, astonished. "Indeed," he replied, turning back after laying out the blanket, sensing her disappointment. "If you prefer, I can share the bed with you." "I would not want that," she retorted, resembling a feisty little kitten. In that regard, he was devoid of tenderness, and she certainly did not desire it. Fu Yeci chuckled softly, sitting at the edge of her bed, gently caressing her flushed earlobe. "Qin Jiu, I have tried to be patient, but I find it increasingly difficult to remain a paragon of virtue. May I request something from you?" Her ear grew even redder, and she grasped the blanket's edge. Nodding slightly, he leaned down, cradling the back of her head, and pressed his lips to hers. After lingering for a few seconds, he released her, brushing his finger across her lips to erase the imprint of the kiss. "Good night, kiss," he whispered near her ear, wishing her sweet dreams for the night. His little wife had yet to fully accept him and remained particularly apprehensive in this regard. He could not frighten her. Hearing his words, Qin Jiu felt a wave of relief wash over her. The memories of her previous life were fraught with unpleasantness, and she was still fearful. They had ample time, so there was no need to rush. Fu Yeci tucked her in snugly, turned off the bedroom light, and settled down on the sofa to sleep. The following morning, Fu Yeci descended to join the elder for breakfast. The family typically dined at 7:30, and Qin Jiu had a penchant for sleeping in, making it unlikely for her to rise at this hour. "Yeci, did you sleep well with Qin Jiu last night?" the elder inquired, a broad smile on his face. He had purposely arranged for them to share a room and was curious about the outcome. "Very well. Thank you for your concern, Grandpa." Fu Yeci replied, with a slight nod. "I will wake Qin Jiu shortly for breakfast." "No need. Let her sleep well. She must be exhausted and ought to rest longer," the elder responded with an ambiguous smile. "However, you young people should exercise moderation. Excess can be taxing on the body." Fu Yeci lowered his head to sip his porridge, only to choke at the elder's words, coughing. "Grandpa, we did not. I understand," the elder interjected, a knowing look in his eyes. He recalled his own first morning after marriage, having overslept with his beloved wife, who had been a reserved lady. Out of concern for her modesty, he brought her breakfast in bed. "I'm merely inquiring. Such matters should be decided by you young people," the elder continued. Fu Yeci watched as the elder's thoughts spiraled further into misunderstanding, feeling it futile to clarify anything. He simply returned to his porridge. Chapter 20. "You are quite beautiful, Fu Yeci." I gently pushed open the bedroom door, moving stealthily as if to avoid disturbing a sleeping young girl. The figure on the bed lay still, Qin Jiu cradling a plush teddy bear, her seaweed-like hair sprawled across the pillow. He sat at the bedside, listening to her soft breathing. When she resided with the Qin family, her parents would rouse her early, but now, in the Fu household, Fu Yeci indulged her, allowing her to sleep as long as she wished, which gradually fostered a habit of late rising. With a flutter of her eyelashes, she slowly opened her eyes, spotting the man at the head of the bed. "Why are you awake so early?" she asked, her sweet voice laced with the remnants of slumber. "I've already had breakfast with Grandpa," Fu Yeci replied, glancing at his watch, which indicated it was precisely 8 o'clock. "Is it that late?" Qin Jiu, clutching her teddy bear, stretched luxuriously. Though she voiced surprise, she felt unperturbed. Breakfast was already over, and a little more time in bed wouldn't matter. "If you don't get up soon, Grandpa will suspect something happened between us last night, leaving you exhausted," he remarked, his tone casual. At his words, Qin Jiu sprang up from bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she headed straight for the washroom. "Wait," Fu Yeci called, "put on your slippers." This was not home. The floor was bare, and stepping directly on it could lead to illness. The girl turned, slipped on her slippers, and approached the wash basin. Noticing that Fu Yeci had already squeezed the toothpaste and set out warm water for her, she held an electric toothbrush in her hand, while Fu Yeci busied himself with arranging the disheveled bedding. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon his face, which softened his previously aloof demeanor. As Qin Jiu observed Fu Yeci in this light, an overwhelming sensation of having shared many years of life together washed over her. Although in their previous life they had indeed spent several years together, most of that time was fraught with quarrels and coercion, leaving little room for such tender moments. "Jiu, Why do you keep staring at me? The man suddenly turned, locking eyes with her. You are quite handsome. In her past life, she had been enchanted by his looks more than once, even under the influence of drugs. She found herself falling for him time and again. Are you complimenting me, Jiu? Fu Yeci chuckled softly, raising a hand to touch his own face. He had never been particularly vain, yet he couldn't help but feel grateful for the handsome visage bestowed upon him by fate. After all, how else could he make his little wife fall in love with him? Then I shall take great care of this face, he declared. Qin Jiu turned back to her grooming, daring not to gaze at the man any longer. After leaving the bedroom, Fu Yeci accompanied Qin Jiu for breakfast. Though he had little appetite, having grown accustomed to sharing meals with her, he indulged in the ritual. Fu Yeci, if I sleep in tomorrow morning, will you wake me up? She implored. She had come to the old residence to spend more time with her grandfather, and rising late was simply unacceptable. However, she was so accustomed to sleeping in at home that she would unconsciously turn off her alarm, leaving her no choice but to rely on Fu Yeci. If I fail to wake you, shall I pinch you? Fu Yeci furrowed his brow, reluctant to resort to such measures. May I wake you in my own way? Perhaps with a kiss? As his words hung in the air, Qin Jiu immediately grasped the implication, stammering, well, that could work. Fu Yeci smiled, relieved to have finally gained a modicum of trust from the young woman after playing the role for so long. On the second floor, Old Master Qin and Steward Wang stood at the doorway of the study, observing the couple below. Old Wang, look at how sweet their interactions are. This marriage engagement has truly turned out well, Old Master Qin remarked. Years ago, he had arranged a union to safeguard Qin Jiu. Yet he had always feared she would be unhappy. Indeed, sir, your foresight is unparalleled. How could there be any misjudgment? Steward Wang concurred. Jiu and Mr. Fu are clearly in love. Yet I feel something is amiss. Old Master Qin pondered deeply, finally identifying the missing element. Although the engagement between their families was well known, Qin Jiu and Fu Yeci had yet to obtain a marriage certificate or hold a wedding. Neither of them was inclined to broach the subject, leaving him to devise a way to encourage it. Chapter 21. Yearning for the Unattainable. After breakfast, Qin Jiu and Fu Yeci settled on the sofa with books in hand. Before long, Steward Wang hurried down the stairs. Jiu, the old master has exhibited symptoms of coughing up blood again and has now fallen ill in bed. How could this happen? The doctor examined him yesterday and found nothing wrong. Qin Jiu's voice was laced with urgency as she rushed to summon a physician. He insists he wishes to speak with you alone, Steward Wang replied. Qin Jiu swiftly ascended the stairs, and upon entering, she found her grandfather coughing into a handkerchief. Grandpa, she said, sitting beside him and gently patting his back to ease his discomfort. Her gaze fell upon the bloodstains on the handkerchief, filled with concern. The doctor had not diagnosed any other issues. Why was her grandfather's health still so fragile? I'll have Fu Yeci contact a doctor from overseas to examine him. With a blend of Eastern and Western medicine, we are bound to uncover the cause of his ailment, she declared. Old Master Qin waved his hand dismissively. It's just an old ailment. No medicine can cure it. Qin Jiu felt a pang of distress. We must try other methods. There must be a doctor who can help. Steward Wang interjected. Jiu, the old master's affliction is of the heart. No doctor can mend that. The young woman blinked, grasping her grandfather's hand. Grandpa, what troubles your heart? Old Master Qin had devoted his life to his beloved wife, and her passing had dealt him a devastating blow, causing his health to deteriorate ever since. He had endured immense pain, and Qin Jiu struggled to understand what further troubles could plague him. He coughed again. The engagement between the Qin and Fu families was arranged by me. Now that I am aging, I wish to see you marry into the Fu family, to have someone protect you. Otherwise, I shall never find peace. I am already with Fu Yeci, and our relationship is strong. With him by my side, you need not worry about me, Grandpa. Qin Jiu's expression turned regretful. It was her previous recklessness that had strained their families, leading to her grandfather's distress. Steward Wang spoke again. Jiu, the older generation can be quite rigid in their beliefs. The old master feels that merely living together does not constitute marriage. One must share the same household registration to be recognized as truly united. People of his era cherished lifelong partnerships, unlike the casual attitudes towards relationships today. The old master has been eagerly anticipating your union with Mr. Fu, which has contributed to his heartache. If you were to obtain your marriage certificate promptly, his condition might gradually improve. Qin Jiu quickly agreed, attending to her grandfather's medication and ensuring he rested before exiting the room. In the living room, Fu Yeci sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book. He refrained from interrupting when he learned that old Master Qin wished to speak with Qin Jiu privately. Upon hearing footsteps descending the staircase, he immediately set aside his book and turned to see Qin Jiu, her eyes slightly red and lips pressed tightly together. After a moment's hesitation, she lifted her gaze. Fu Yeci, let's obtain our marriage certificate. Qin Jiu recounted her grandfather's ailment and the cause of his heartache. I should have realized sooner. Grandpa has been worried about me, fearing I might encounter the same troubles as in my childhood. And that has taken a toll on his health. Fu Yeci enveloped her in his arms, gently patting her shoulder in a comforting gesture. He was well aware of the traumatic events surrounding Qin Jiu's abduction. Her enemies had plotted to silence her, but the combined efforts of the Qin and Fu families had saved her. The true adversaries of the Qin family remained at large, forcing them to live in constant fear of reprisals. Given the Qin family's affection for Qin Jiu, they would never have allowed her to marry if they were not confident in her safety. Grandpa wishes for me to find someone who can protect me, so that he can rest easy. Fu Yeci guided her to sit down, carefully wiping away the tears from her cheeks with a tissue. With me, and with the Fu family, I assure you that such events shall never recur. He had also been investigating the Qin family's enemies, but their elusive nature and ties to dark forces rendered them nearly impossible to trace. With tear-streaked, lashes trembling, Qin Jiu looked up. Fu Yeci, I wish to get the marriage certificate soon to ease his worries. Jiu, have you truly thought this through? The prospect of obtaining a marriage certificate had not been within his expectations. He had intended to take their relationship slowly, beginning with hand-holding and progressing to a proposal when she was ready. I have made up my mind. Qin Jiu grasped his hand firmly. Grandpa's health cannot wait. Can you assist me? Had it not been for her past recklessness, they would have already obtained their marriage certificate and celebrated their wedding. Yet, after all the foolishness she had committed, Qin Jiu was uncertain if Fu Yeci would still indulge her. If it burdens you, we can, not burdensome. He interrupted her before she could finish. I'm sorry, I realize this request is sudden, but Grandpa's condition is grave, and I long for him to recover swiftly. She could not bear the thought of enduring the pain of losing another loved one. Fu Yeci gazed at the girl, his expression etched with concern as he hesitated over whether to reveal the old gentleman's feigned illness to her. If she were to learn of it, perhaps her current distress would dissipate. His lips pressed into a thin line. He ultimately chose silence after a few moments of contemplation. Deep down, he harbored a selfish desire to swiftly inscribe her name into the household register and bring her home as his bride. If it meant retaining her presence forever, Fu Yeci would not shy away from employing this less-than-glorious tactic. No need for apologies. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, his warm breath caressing her neck. Jiu, I yearn to marry you as soon as possible. Chapter 22, Obtaining the Marriage License. At Fu Yeci's words, Qin Jiu felt her cheeks flush, her earlobes turning a rosy hue. Did his longing for her signify a confession of love? Since her rebirth, their time together had been fleeting, and this incarnation of Fu Yeci was a stark contrast to the one from her previous life. His every action radiated an air of reserved nobility and decorum. His meticulous care for her had never culminated in a formal declaration of love. When shall we collect the marriage license? His deep voice interrupted her reverie. Qin Jiu pondered for a moment before replying. Acquiring a license requires selecting an auspicious date. The older generation often consults the lunar calendar for favorable days. Their previous wedding, which had been regrettably canceled, had taken her grandfather and the old gentleman 3 days of deliberation to select the perfect date. Fu Yeci retrieved the calendar and perused it for a brief moment. Today was indeed an auspicious day. The girl's expression morphed into one of disbelief as she examined the calendar and confirmed it was indeed a propitious date. Time was of the essence, and her grandfather's health took precedence. Then it shall be today. Upon hearing Qin Jiu's agreement, Fu Yeci immediately made a call to summon a makeup team. Every girl wishes to present her best self for photographs, especially considering the marriage certificate photo would be cherished for a lifetime. Although the timeline was pressing, nothing essential could be overlooked. Within half an hour, 4 makeup artists arrived at the old residence, armed with their brushes to beautify Qin Jiu. Her skin was flawless, requiring minimal enhancement, and the artists merely tidied her hair. Dressed in a white shirt, she emerged from her bedroom to find Fu Yeci had also donned a white shirt, a notable departure from his usual black attire. Standing side by side, they appeared remarkably well-matched. As Qin Jiu stood at the staircase, gazing into Fu Yeci's eyes, a playful glimmer danced in her peach blossom-shaped eyes. Her brows arched in a gentle curve. This reminiscence drew Fu Yeci back to their first encounter when Qin Mu brought little Qin Jiu to visit the Fu family. She had worn a white dress, her hair styled in braids, her smile radiant. Fu Yeci had never encountered a girl so full of laughter and innocence. Little Qin Jiu, in her mischievousness, accidentally broke one of his toys. When he playfully asked how she would compensate him, she searched her pockets, and, finding nothing, looked up at him and said, "I'll give you myself as compensation, is that all right?" Thus began the bond of their current lives. This little trickster had never honored her word. After he left for abroad, they grew increasingly distant, entirely forgetting the promises made in their youth. "You're quite beautiful." Fu Yeci approached her, effortlessly taking her hand. "The driver is waiting outside. If there are no objections, we may depart at once." Qin Jiu nodded, following the man to the car. The black Rolls-Royce pulled away from the old residence, and through the window, the jasmine flowers in the garden seemed to recede. The sunlight cascading onto the grass, a golden expanse. Seated inside the vehicle, Qin Jiu grappled with the reality of obtaining a marriage license, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. In her previous life, she and Fu Yeci had never undergone this process. After living together for a few months, an assistant had simply delivered their marriage certificate. It was then she comprehended the extent of Fu Yeci's influence, where even marriage could be achieved without the couple's physical presence. Stealing a glance, she noted Fu Yeci's subtle smile. His expression softened, revealing a side of him seldom seen. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to voice her thoughts. "When shall we arrange for a property notarization?" Fu Yeci's expression momentarily faltered, his smile dimming considerably as his deep-set gaze fixed on her. "Jiu, we are husband and wife." Qin Jiu blinked, aware that property notarization was a customary procedure in marriages between prominent families to safeguard mutual interests. Raised in the Qin household, where her parents shared a loving bond, she had witnessed the intricacies of alliances formed between noble families, where financial interests often intertwined, even when two individuals loved one another prior to marriage. Property notarization was a prudent step. It's not merely a matter for us as spouses. It also concerns our respective enterprises. I dislike calculating matters with my wife. Fu Yeci's demeanor was one of dignified aloofness. "I fear the Fu family and the Fu corporation may be implicated. Without preemptive notarization, you could suffer losses." Qin Jiu remembered the vengeance the Qin family had faced, leading to her kidnapping and significant losses for the Qin corporation. The Fu family could easily have distanced themselves from the turmoil. "Fu Yeci, I do not wish to manipulate you. I enjoy being calculated." Fu Yeci interlaced his fingers with hers. "I shall not pursue property notarization. I have informed my parents, and they wholeheartedly support my decision. Should the Qin family face further retaliation, the Fu family will bear any consequences together." Qin Jiu yearned to voice her concerns, yet the man was resolute. Typically open to discussion, he was unyielding this time. The black Rolls-Royce halted at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Standing outside the office, Qin Jiu observed the long queue inside, her brow furrowing. Everyone sought an auspicious day to marry, hence the lengthy line. It seemed they would not be served today. "Shall we return next week?" She hesitated to suggest, noting that tomorrow was the weekend, leaving only Monday for a visit. "No need. Let's wait here for a moment." Fu Yeci stepped outside to make a call, and shortly after, two staff members emerged to attend to them. "Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, please follow me." Qin Jiu was momentarily stunned, her eyes reflecting astonishment as she looked at Fu Yeci. Soon, she regained her composure. For someone who could obtain a marriage license without being present, this was hardly surprising. She wondered, however, how the couples waiting in line would react to their apparent favoritism. As a model citizen, Qin Jiu felt a pang of guilt for their queue jumping. "Jiu, let us go inside." Within the office, those waiting in line cast discontented glances at the pair as they entered. Their expressions were rife with dissatisfaction. Li Xiu and several assistants began distributing wedding gift bags, complete with a thick red envelope, which promptly quelled any resentment. Chapter 23. A kiss for Mr. Fu is also the duty of Mrs. Fu. After distributing the wedding gift bags, Li Xiu entered to report to Fu Yeci. "Mr. Fu, everything has been taken care of." His gaze was tinged with curiosity as he pondered why Fu Yeci was so eager to obtain the license. There were still plenty of auspicious days left this month. Fu Yeci, typically discreet and not one to leverage his influence casually, was behaving unusually today. However, this was not a matter for an assistant to question further. "Congratulations to you and Mrs. Fu on your marriage." Fu Yeci felt his spirits lift at this sentiment, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Well done. The company has arranged for you a new car for your travels henceforth." Li Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief, taken aback for several moments. Today, as Fu Yeci was decidedly atypical, almost unrecognizable. They say the hearts of capitalists are as dark as night. Could Mr. Fu have been possessed? Li Xiu lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Fu Yeci. "Is there anything else?" Fu Yeci's expression hardened slightly. "No." Li Xiu quickly averted his gaze, intending to leave. When he heard Fu Yeci's reminder, "Don't forget to inform everyone about my marriage to Mrs. Fu. This month, all employees' bonuses will be doubled. So it wasn't a case of possession, but rather a love-induced daze. This wasn't merely a salary increase. It was clearly an announcement of his marriage under the guise of granting bonuses. Fu Yeci, could you come here for a moment? A young girl stood at the door, peeking in with her delicate head, calling to him in a sweet, soft voice. You should return to the company. I'm going to accompany my wife, Fu Yeci said to Li Xiu before turning to leave. Standing at the door, Li Xiu thought to himself, observing this unremarkable demeanor. What is the matter? Fu Yeci noticeably lowered his voice. It seems my lipstick has run out. Could you help me check? With a photo shoot approaching, Qin Jiu wanted to look her best, but there were no mirrors in the room, and her phone was entrusted to someone else, leaving her unable to see her current reflection. It has faded a bit. Fu Yeci took the lipstick from her hand and applied it with a seriousness and care that surpassed signing a $1 million contract. He recalled hearing Qin Jiu mention once that lipstick should be blended with fingers or cotton swabs, as pressing her lips together would accentuate the lip lines. Fu Yeci raised his hand, his cool fingertips gently gliding over her lips, blending the red hue outward. Qin Jiu gazed at him, the distance between their fingertips so close that she could see the fine hairs on Fu Yeci's face. Wouldn't it be lovely to leave a lipstick mark on that chiseled visage? When the man lifted his gaze, their eyes met, and both paused in their actions. All done. The man spoke first, breaking the moment's tranquility. Oh, great. Qin Jiu's cheeks flushed, akin to a cooked shrimp, and she quickly sought to divert her attention. I have some wet wipes. Would you like to clean your hands? Sure. Before long, the photographer arrived to capture their photos and then moved on to the next task. Qin Jiu held the red marriage certificate for a moment. Her expression in the photo appeared rather unnatural as she had felt flustered during the lipstick incident. Her cheeks adorned with an unusual flush, resembling peach petals on either side of her face. She could not forget the photographer's comment at the time, Mrs. Fu's blush is a tad heavy today, but she still looks beautiful. Yet, she hadn't even applied any blush. In the photograph, Fu Yeci stood behind her in a white shirt, obscuring half of one shoulder, his smile faint, shedding the seriousness that usually enveloped him. Jiu, let us go. Fu Yeci took her hand, and together they stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. In the car, as Fu Yeci drove, Qin Jiu shared the news of their marriage with her grandfather and parents, both sets of parents expressing their delight. They initially thought of inviting both families to dinner, but reconsidered due to Mr. Qin's illness, abandoning the plan. Jiu, did you really get your marriage certificate? Mr. Qin had specifically called to check on her. Yes. Qin Jiu replied, I was being willful before. This marriage should have been settled long ago. Today is a fine day for it. Good. Drive carefully. And don't forget to show the marriage certificate to Grandpa when you get home. The old gentleman was so excited that he began to cough, this time genuinely joyful rather than feigning illness. After hanging up, Qin Jiu turned to the man beside her. Fu Yeci, thank you for accompanying me to make Grandpa happy. Fu Yeci's tone grew serious, his gaze deepening. What I do is not solely to please Grandpa. Qin Jiu looked puzzled. Weren't they in a hurry to marry because of Grandpa's illness, hoping to mend his heart? Mrs. Fu, you were meant to be my wife long ago, he declared, recalling the girl's promise to devote herself to him. The change in address made Qin Jiu acutely aware that they were now on the same household register, their situation markedly different from before. Even if Grandpa were not ill, we would still be getting married. The young girl nodded gently. I will strive to be a good Mrs. Fu. As the Rolls-Royce rolled into the old mansion, coming to a gentle halt, Fu Yeci, having heard her words, glanced slightly to the side, a glimmer of profound light flashing in his eyes. She acknowledged her role as Mrs. Fu, as his wife, no longer merely Miss Qin. It seemed she could engage in other pursuits. Just as Qin Jiu was about to open the door to exit, she discovered it was locked. Turning to remind the man to unlock it, she found herself embraced by Fu Yeci, his lips descending upon hers. Hadn't she just claimed she would strive to be a good Mrs. Fu? Kissing Mr. Fu was indeed a duty of Mrs. Fu. He whispered against her ear, his temples brushing against her. Open your mouth. He gently grasped her chin. Looking into his dark eyes, she was instantly captivated, obediently kissing him. Chapter 24. Did I startle you? Fu Yeci advised, his arm firm, yet allowing her the chance to refuse. If she did not wish to kiss, she could simply push him away. Qin Jiu regarded the man before her, suddenly recalling how their kisses had been in their previous life, forceful and demanding. Fu Yeci would confine her on the sofa, toss her into the bathtub, kissing her repeatedly, compelling her to utter the words, I love you. Time and again, she fell for him, only to resent him once more under the influence of the medication. Fu Yeci released her, observing her reddened eyes with a slightly stern gaze. Why was his little wife so easily frightened? He had kissed her so gently. Did I startle you? Qin Jiu feigned anger. Yes, I am very angry. Fu Yeci furrowed his brow, unsure how to placate her. Would you like to hit me? Then close your eyes. It is the unknown pain that frightens people the most. She pouted, her cheeks puffed up. Fu Yeci shut his eyes, the darkness revealing a shadow as he sensed her proximity. Thinking she was genuinely going to strike him, he was met with the dampness of her lips on his. Qin Jiu pressed a kiss to his mouth. When Fu Yeci opened his eyes, Qin Jiu had already unlocked the door and dashed out of the car. He watched her retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the living room, old Mr. Qin had been eagerly awaiting on the sofa, eager to see their marriage certificate. It looked splendid, the old gentleman exclaimed, holding the red booklet with satisfaction. He sneakily snapped a photo, sending it to old Mr. Fu with the message, "Old man, take a good look. These two kids have successfully obtained their certificate." Meanwhile, old Mr. Fu awoke from the lounge chair outside, having missed a call from the younger generation. Upon checking his phone and seeing a string of missed calls, he assumed they were merely inquiring about his health. However, upon seeing the photo sent by old Mr. Qin, he promptly downloaded it. "Old Mr. Fu, is this for real?" "Old Mr. Qin, of course it is." Old Mr. Fu donned his reading glasses again, examining the image several times, pride etched on his face. "My methods are indeed effective." Old Mr. Qin, clearly displeased, retorted, "I played my illness rather convincingly." All right, the Oscars owe you a little golden statuette." "Grandpa, who are you messaging?" Qin Jiu inquired, noticing the changes in her grandfather's expression, her tone curious. Old Mr. Qin quickly turned off his phone, diverting the topic. Jiu. "When you plan to hold the wedding?" Qin Jiu hesitated for a moment, having briefly mentioned to Fu Yeci in the car that she preferred to delay the wedding. Fu Yeci had not responded at the time, his expression darkening for a while, clearly disapproving of that decision. Every girl yearns for a beautiful and unforgettable wedding, and Qin Jiu is no exception. However, the video of her wedding from her past life inexplicably found its way onto the internet, revealing her visage to her enemies. She narrowly escaped a second abduction and has since been compelled to don a mask and hat whenever she ventures out, leaving her with significant psychological scars. "I think we should postpone the wedding," she stated. "Getting married without a wedding is simply unacceptable," declared old Master Qin. Qin Jiu was at a loss for words, fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, unable to articulate her thoughts. Fu Yeci interjected, "Grandfather, I share the same sentiments as Jiu. Qin Jiu glanced at him, her eyes slightly lifting at the corners. She recalled how solemn his demeanor had been when they discussed this matter in the car. So it was puzzling to see his sudden change in attitude. "Yeci, marriage is not merely a formality. It is also a process of receiving blessings from both families." Old Master Qin articulated with a grave tone. Fu Yeci nodded slightly. "It is my fault. I've been exceptionally busy with work lately and did not wish to impose any discomfort upon Jiu, so we decided to hold off for now." Old Master Qin paused to contemplate, understanding the immense responsibilities that came with being the president of the Fu Corporation, where certain duties could not be delayed. He sighed. "Very well, the matters of the young should be decided by themselves. Rest assured, grandfather, once this tumultuous period passes, we shall certainly hold the wedding." Fu Yeci assured as he poured a fresh cup of tea for the elder, steam curling gracefully from the cup, forming an exquisite mist in the air. Qin Jiu's gaze flickered to Fu Yeci, who sat beside her grandfather, sipping tea. Though she had been the one to propose postponing the wedding, why did Fu Yeci feel the need to shoulder the blame? Chapter 25, The Unfenced Heart. Contemplating the delay of their wedding, Qin Jiu felt she owed Fu Yeci an explanation. At 10 in the evening, she knocked on the study door. "Come in." Slowly, she pushed the door open. Fu Yeci had borrowed the study from old Master Qin, concerned that working in the bedroom might disturb Qin Jiu's rest. The desk, once bare except for a few jade trinkets the elder enjoyed, was now strewn with various documents. Fu Yeci sat upright in his chair, the computer screen illuminating his features as he engaged in a video conference with an overseas client, conversing in English. Upon entering, Qin Jiu realized he was in a meeting and was about to retreat when he gestured for her to sit on the sofa. She complied, listening as he spoke fluently in English. Qin Jiu, well-versed in the language, understood that their discussion revolved around crucial overseas operations of the Fu Corporation. These data were confidential, and should they be leaked, all their efforts would be in vain. Rising from her seat, she attempted to exit quietly, but a glance from Fu Yeci compelled her to return. She settled back onto the sofa, picking up a book from the table to distract herself and avoid eavesdropping. After approximately half an hour, Fu Yeci concluded the meeting and approached her. "Apologies for the wait. An unexpected issue arose that I must address." Qin Jiu nodded in understanding. Her father often faced similar work-related interruptions, sometimes late into the night. Those in such high positions could not afford to consider only themselves. Fu Yeci, I understood the data discussed. Qin Jiu closed the book. Despite her efforts to tune them out, several key points had lodged in her memory. Is there a problem? He inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Those are Fu Corporation's secrets and should not be overheard by others. You must understand the consequences of a breach of confidentiality better than I, she replied. You are my wife, and you possess shares in Fu Corporation. Just as I do. Not just anyone else, he clarified. They had not signed a prenuptial agreement, thus granting Qin Jiu rights to the profits generated by the company. Jiu, I have never felt the need to guard against my closest companion. At these words, Qin Jiu paused, pondering why someone as astute and powerful as Fu Yeci would exhibit such a lack of suspicion. It was not that he was oblivious. Rather, he did not guard against her. In her previous life, she had exploited this very vulnerability, repeatedly stealing the Fu Corporation's secrets and leading him to ruin. How could someone as intelligent as Fu Yeci not have discerned her machinations? What feelings compelled him to willingly step into the trap she had laid? Fu Yeci took the book from her hands. You need not be so cautious next time. Hearing that data poses no threat. Qin Jiu lifted her gaze slowly to meet his, nodding earnestly. In this life, she would not be controlled. Her love for Fu Yeci had brought her here. Why are you still awake so late? Did you need something from me? Fu Yeci noticed her curled up in the corner of the sofa and fetched a thin blanket to drape over her legs. As warmth enveloped her, she felt a sense of comfort. I wish to explain the postponement of the wedding and to thank you for your assistance today, she said, her gaze lowered, casting a shadow from her lashes. When I mentioned not holding the wedding, did it displease you? If I were to speak frankly, yes it did, he replied, his tone somber. Qin Jiu had anticipated some words of comfort from Fu Yeci, but his directness left her momentarily speechless. Observing her innocent expression, he allowed a small smile to grace his lips. However, it is of little consequence. We are already on the same household registry, and the wedding is merely postponed. Are you not curious as to why I wish to delay the wedding? She asked, having formulated various responses, yet Fu Yeci appeared unfazed, not fixating on a single answer. His calm demeanor led Qin Jiu to suspect he might already know the truth. Jiu, we are still not well acquainted. I respect your decision. After a brief pause, he continued, however, I promised grandfather today that we would hold the wedding after some time. You wouldn't want to make me break my word to him, would you? He seemed concerned that she might forget her promise as time passed. Of course not. Qin Jiu hastily affirmed. Once her enemies were dealt with, she too longed to celebrate a splendid wedding with Fu Yeci. Just as their conversation continued, Fu Yici's phone rang. It was a work-related call. His brows furrowed, clearly reluctant to answer. He did not want his young wife to feel neglected. As he contemplated hanging up, Qin Jiu urged him, please answer it. I shall return to my room to rest. If I stay up late, I can bid you good night in person. Chapter 26, The Wise Decision. The following morning, Qin Jiu noted that old Master Qin's health had improved significantly. He seemed much more energetic at breakfast, indicating that his worries had diminished. After finishing their meal, she expressed her intention to take her leave. Fu Yeci had spent considerable time away from the company, and the accumulation of work was becoming untenable. Do remember to visit grandfather often. I am all alone at home, merely staring at the steward, Wang, old Master Qin lamented, holding on to Qin Jiu's hand tightly. In his youth, he preferred solitude, often appearing stern and humorless. But with age, he had grown much gentler and developed a fondness for companionship. Qin Jiu's visits brought him joy that lasted for days. Rest assured, grandfather, I will certainly return frequently to visit you. Her eyes glistened with tears, for she understood the pain of losing loved ones and thus cherished their time together even more. Should you find yourself missing me, do call, and I will rush back to keep you company at the earliest opportunity. Old Master Qin emphasized, his tone firm, but do not deceive your grandfather. Fu Yeci approached Wang Guanjia and handed him a wooden box. Grandfather, I came here in such haste that I forgot to bring you a little gift. Wang Guanjia opened the edge of the box, and Mr. Qin noticed the emerald placed in the center, narrowing his eyes in delight. He had always relished the feel of jade, and, encountering such exquisite quality, could not help but appreciate it. The sorrow of parting was alleviated by half. Uncle Wang, I have prepared a gift for you as well. Fu Yeci presented a similarly sized wooden box. No need, Mr. Fu, you needn't be so courteous. After all, who is Fu Yeci but the illustrious Master Fu? In his presence, everyone was invariably respectful, and he was surrounded by many who sought to curry favor with him. There was no need for him to flatter others. This is merely a token of my regard. I hope you like it. He referred to himself as a junior, his tone imbued with respect and politeness, devoid of any lofty demeanor. Wang Guanjia had once harbored doubts about whether sending Jiu to the Fu family for her safety had been the right decision, aware that families of high society had their own temperaments. Given Fu Yeci's elevated status, he feared their marriage might harbor discord. Yet now it seemed that Mr. Qin had indeed made an astute decision back then. On the way back to Fu Garden, Qin Jiu rolled down the car window, allowing the gentle, warm breeze to caress her face, a most pleasant sensation. The car played her favorite melodies, and she leaned back at her seat, her eyes fluttering shut, eventually drifting into slumber, her head tilting to the right, resting comfortably against Fu Yeci's shoulder. The sight of the girl sleeping resembled that of a sunbathing kitten, exuding warmth and a soothing aura. Fu Yeci silenced his phone and cast a sidelong glance at her delicate visage, his eyes as deep as ink, like an abyss gazing into the light. After a moment, he slowly rolled up the window and instructed the driver to turn off the music. Qin Jiu slept more soundly after that, and upon waking, she realized the car had already entered the city. "We'll be home in about 10 minutes. Fu Yeci announced. Hearing his voice from above, she became aware that she was resting on his shoulder and quickly lifted her head, reaching out to massage his shoulder. "Did I make it numb?" Fu Yeci moved his arm, relieved that it was fine. "You should have woken me up sooner," Qin Jiu replied, her tone tinged with guilt. Fu Yeci remained silent, enjoying the closeness of his little wife resting against him. As they entered the city, the car slowed down, and Qin Jiu glanced out the window, spotting a familiar shop. "Could you pull over for a moment? I'd like to buy something. It won't take long." "Il accompagne you," Fu Yeci replied. "No need. I'll be back shortly." Qin Jiu opened the car door and stepped out. Zhouji dim sum shop, once bustling with patrons, had fewer customers today. "I'd like 2 portions of peach blossom pastry and 1 portion of mung bean cake." "Certainly," the owner responded. "It's you again, little girl." Qin Jiu often visited this shop, and after numerous purchases, they had become acquainted. The owner of Zhouji was a kind uncle in his 40s who insisted on crafting traditional pastries by hand, ensuring their authentic flavor. Qin Jiu's favorite was the assortment of dim sum from his establishment. The owner retrieved the pastries she requested from the cabinet, adding a few pieces of lotus cake and pineapple pastry. "I've added a few extra for you. Soon, you won't be able to taste this flavor anymore." "What do you mean?" Qin Jiu inquired, puzzled. "In a few days, I'll be moving. This shop is being rented by the bakery next door. Over the years, many novel pastries have emerged, and my traditional offerings have fallen out of favor. Coupled with fierce competition from neighboring shops, I can no longer sustain this business. I plan to sell the shop and return to my hometown to continue my craft." As he conversed with Qin Jiu, the owner packaged her pastries in his unique style, folding a piece of brownish-yellow paper meticulously to wrap them securely, finally tying it with a piece of twine. Fu Yeci entered the dim sum shop and heard Qin Jiu sigh, catching snippets of her conversation with the owner. "All done, young lady," the owner said, handing the pastries over by the twine. Fu Yeci took them, holding Qin Jiu's hand as they exited the shop. Upon returning to Fu Garden, Qin Jiu eagerly unwrapped her purchases, the delightful aroma wafting into her nostrils. The owner had generously added extra pastries, and she shared some with Zhang Ma and the other household staff, wanting everyone to savor this flavor together. "Thank you, madam," she heard Zhang Ma address her, and her expression faltered for a moment. On her first day at Fu Garden, they had referred to her as Miss Qin. She glanced at the man on the sofa, wondering if Fu Yeci had informed them about their marriage certificate. Fu Yeci smiled. "Madam Fu, once we have the marriage certificate, it is only fitting to address you as such." Hearing Madame Fu still felt unfamiliar to Qin Jiu, yet it inexplicably brought her joy. It turned out that they had called her Miss Qin when she first moved in because they had not yet married, and Fu Yeci had wished to spare her any discomfort. "May I have a piece?" Fu Yeci inquired, his gaze fixed on the pastries wrapped in paper in her hand. "Here," Qin Jiu quickly offered, as he leaned down to inspect them. Inside were several types of delicacies, meticulously crafted, clearly the work of a traditional artisan. Noticing his gaze linger on the peach blossom pastry, she subtly withdrew her hand. "Could you leave the last piece of peach blossom pastry for me?" The girl blinked her eyes. This was her favorite treat, and having already given away the others, only this piece remained. "What if I say no?" Fu Yeci teased deliberately. Qin Jiu pressed her lips together, hesitating for a moment before ultimately offering it to him. "Then you can have it. I've had plenty before, and I might as well try the other pastries." Fu Yeci observed the little girl, who clearly was reluctant yet feigned indifference, a smile curving his lips. He took the pastry from her hand. The peach blossom pastry was beautifully crafted, shaped like a peach blossom with 5 pink petals. Qin Jiu pursed her lips, realizing that no delicacy could compare to Fu Yeci. This time, she would let him have it. Fu Yeci pinched the pastry between his fingers and extended his arm towards her mouth. Go ahead, I want to compete with a child for food. Qin Jiu hesitated for a moment, then opened her mouth to bite into the petal of the peach blossom pastry, accepting his offering. I'm not a child, she mumbled, her words unclear due to the food in her mouth. At her response, Fu Yeci's smile widened, and he turned to pour her a glass of warm water, saying, Take your time, don't choke. Qin Jiu silently accepted the cup, noting the man's relaxed demeanor, which stirred her sense of defiance. Fu Yeci, you're only a few years older than me. Stop treating me like a child. Are you not a child? I thought you were still that little girl who only asked me for food. He chuckled. This remark transported Qin Jiu back to her childhood. She recalled being 8 while Fu Yeci was 11, the Fu family having welcomed a talented pastry chef. With his expertise in making sugar-coated youtiao and baked cassava cakes, he could create an array of treats. Little Qin Jiu would often pester her parents to visit the Fu household, her parents suspecting her of early romantic inclinations, when in truth, her sole desire was to savor that cassava cake, fearing she might indulge too much in sweets and develop cavities. Her parents instructed Fu Yeci to keep an eye on her and not to let her have too much. Whenever their elders would step outside to the tea pavilion, little Qin Jiu would sneak pastries, devouring an entire plate before Fu Yeci would have his sweets collected. He always remembered the elders' admonitions, ensuring that Qin Jiu did not eat excessively. Brother, may I have just one more bite? The little girl was remarkably adept at feigning helplessness, clutching at his sleeve with eyes full of grievance, as if withholding a single morsel of delicacy was an act of cruelty. Fu Yeci art softened, and he instructed someone to return the dessert to her. After indulging her several times, Qin Jiu ultimately developed a cavity. From that moment on, regardless of her pleas, Fu Yeci would no longer yield. As memories flooded back, Qin Jiu raised her gaze to Fu Yeci, catching the glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Realizing he too recalled that incident. I was far too young back then, she tugged at the hem of her garment, striving to exonerate herself. In those days, her only concern was whether she could savor delicious treats, and now, in hindsight, it was indeed quite embarrassing. During her dental appointment, she was brought to tears from the pain, and when she next visited the Fu residence, Fu Yeci never indulged her again. Certainly not anymore. Qin Jiu settled onto the sofa with a paper-wrapped pastry, while Fu Yeci took a seat beside her. Out of curiosity, he sampled a piece of pineapple cake, eager to discover the flavor that enchanted Mrs. Fu's palate. The outer crust of the pineapple cake was pleasantly soft, disintegrating swiftly upon contact with the tongue. Its sweetness was delightful without being cloying. How is it? Isn't it delectable? Observing the sparkle in the little girl's eyes, Fu Yeci nodded slightly. It was indeed quite good. The proprietor of this establishment was a skilled artisan, crafting an array of pastries by hand, ensuring that their flavors would surely please her. Do try this one. And this as well. Qin Jiu fed him layers of cake, offering him another variety once he finished. Fu Yeci could not refuse her generosity, indulging in several pieces. His usual elegance was momentarily replaced by a slight smile, a stark contrast to his typically stern demeanor. Watching him, Qin Jiu couldn't help but smile in return, feeling a sense of sweet revenge. In Chapter 28, Fu Madam's position, you ought to step down gracefully. Fu Yeci sipped half a glass of water before returning to the sofa, while Qin Jiu lamented beside him that this was likely the last opportunity to enjoy such authentic traditional pastries. Once the owner moved away, these cherished childhood memories would soon vanish. Fu Yeci ruffled her hair. If you wish to indulge, I can find someone to procure them from his hometown for you. No need for such trouble. I can enjoy something else. Qin Jiu smiled, adding, by the way, aren't you busy with work? You should attend to that. All right. Indeed. Fu Yeci was quite occupied. After answering a call from his assistant, he swiftly departed for the Fu Corporation. Qin Jiu arranged to meet her friend Su Lu for coffee. Inside the cafe, Su Lu was dressed in a white blazer, adorned with a black tie, carrying a Chanel handbag, her long hair cascading gracefully, her beauty turning heads among the male patrons. Some even attempted to approach her, but upon noticing her Cartier earrings, they quickly retreated. This girl clearly hailed from privilege, making her difficult to pursue. Qin Jiu, you finally remembered me. Su Lu placed her bag aside and took a seat across from Qin Jiu. Feeling somewhat guilty, Qin Jiu realized she had been preoccupied with getting acquainted with Fu Yeci and had somewhat neglected her dear friend. I ordered you a latte and some cookies. Miss Su, do me the honor of trying them. Upon seeing the array of her favorite treats on the table, Su Lu's spirits lifted slightly as she stirred her coffee with a spoon. Now, this is more like it. How has work been? Still going smoothly? Don't even get me started. I feel like I'm being tortured, Su Lu replied, her head throbbing at the mere mention of work. I accidentally damaged a car, and my dad is forcing me to work at the company or else he cut off my allowance. A few months prior, she had been in a car accident while racing, but fortunately, she had not sustained serious injuries. Su's father insisted she refrain from driving and focus on her studies at the company. Your father seems intent on grooming you to inherit the family business. Su Lu shook her head, expressing her disinterest in taking over the vast Su family enterprise, which could sustain generations. However, if she were to inherit, the opulence would abruptly end with her. Her father simply did not grasp this reality. Taking a sip of her coffee, Su Lu looked up at Qin Jiu. What's it like being married? Although Qin Jiu and Fu Yeci had not held a formal wedding, the affluent families of Haishur were well aware of their union, a powerful alliance. Su Lu had been astonished by the news, but eventually accepted it. In their world, such marriages were commonplace. Publicly, they were spouses, but privately, they led separate lives. Qin Jiu was about to respond that things were quite well, but Su Lu interjected, producing a set of keys from her bag and presenting them to Qin Jiu. This is for a small apartment near the city center that I secretly purchased. My father is unaware. If you find Fu Yeci unappealing, you can move there. Qin Jiu gazed at the keys, tears brimming in her eyes. In her past life, after being controlled by drugs, she had a falling out with Su Lu, saying many hurtful things. Yet, despite that, Su Lu had desperately tried to rescue her, only to be pushed down a flight of stairs by Qi Lan, resulting in a broken leg. The once free-spirited Su Lu would now have to navigate life in a wheelchair. How painful that must be for her. Lulu, you're so kind, Qin Jiu said, her eyes glistening. Who else would be so devoted to me? In Su Lu's eyes, Qin Jiu was the closest person to her after her parents. Having traversed the same elite circles, Su Lu had encountered Fu Yeci on several occasions and was acutely aware of his formidable presence in the business realm. He was a man of stern demeanor and cold disposition, utterly indifferent to others. Qin Jiu, being with him must be quite the ordeal. Su Lu lamented for her friend's plight. Qin Jiu stared blankly for a moment. Was she truly speaking of her husband? You both can lead your own lives without worrying about unworthy men. I can find you someone more handsome and better. No need, Qin Jiu attempted to explain. But Su Lu was already lost in her own narrative. Her friends were wealthy, beautiful, and held impressive credentials and family backgrounds. This was the quintessential image of the secondary female lead in a classic romance novel. CEOs typically favored delicate damsels who played the victim, showing little interest in intelligent and beautiful women surrounding them. If Fu Yeci were truly like that, during their marriage, he might bring another woman into their lives, declaring, Fu madam, it's time for you to step aside. Su Lu dared not entertain that thought further. She glanced down at Qin Jiu's hand, devoid of a ring, a clear indication of Fu Yeci's lack of commitment to their marriage. Do not harbor any expectations of him. Otherwise, you will be the only one to suffer in the end. Lulu, please listen to me. Qin Jiu grasped her hand, pulling Su Lu back from her fantastical musings. This arrangement is not a mere business alliance. Fu Yeci is not as you perceive him. He treats me very well. Qin Jiu recounted their recent interactions, leaving Su Lu astounded, struggling to reconcile the image of the powerful Fu Yeci with that of a considerate and warm individual in Qin Jiu's presence. Such behavior hardly seemed characteristic of him. In Chapter 29, just make a direct investment. It was I who proposed postponing the wedding. Fu Yeci shifted the responsibility onto himself in front of his grandfather, and he has never pressured me into anything I dislike. We get along splendidly. Qin Jiu continued explaining to Su Lu, we've known each other for quite some time, but I was misled by rumors about him and deleted his contact information. In the world of the elite, various gatherings are commonplace, and Su Lu had crossed paths with Fu Yeci several times during their childhood. But her distaste for his aloofness had prevented them from becoming friends. Hearing Qin Jiu say this, Su Lu suddenly recalled how, at most gatherings where Qin Jiu was present, Fu Yeci was also often seen. She had previously thought it mere coincidence, but now realized that one of them had indeed developed feelings first. It seems I have overthought the situation. Su Lu offered an awkward smile, silently retrieving her apartment key. The young couple appeared to be thriving, and she had nearly incited thoughts of divorce between them. Had Fu Yeci overheard her earlier remarks, she would have undoubtedly faced her father's wrath. Thank you, Lulu, Qin Jiu expressed, feeling a sense of gratitude that had eluded her in their previous life. What for? I'll make up for your wedding gift next time, Su Lu replied. After a brief conversation, Su Lu received a work-related phone call regarding a project encountering some issues that required her immediate attention. These old foxes truly believe I'm just a workhorse, she thought, knowing that some employees resented her abrupt ascent to management. Su Lu scorned the idea of explaining herself to each of them, as petty antagonism continued to undermine her efforts. Can you handle it? Qin Jiu inquired with concern. Of course, don't worry, Su Lu reassured her. After bidding farewell to Qin Jiu, She exited the cafe with her bag in hand. Qin Jiu lingered in the cafe for a while, signaling to the manager to prepare additional coffee and pastries for delivery to the Fu Corporation, anticipating a substantial order. This cafe was one of her enterprises, alongside a flower shop, a bookstore, and an art gallery, providing her with ample spending money. She had been the owner of a flower shop since high school. Recognizing her lack of interest in business, her parents never pressured her to run the family company, preferring instead that she pursue her passions. Is it the Fu Corporation in Changlin District? The manager asked, uncertain of the details, as Qin Jiu's true identity remained a closely guarded secret. Although the staff knew she was the owner, they were unaware that she was the daughter of the Qin family. Yes. Does Fu Corporation have a business partnership with us? Why so many orders? The manager chatted casually. My husband works there, Qin Jiu replied. The manager's face registered surprise. Oh, you're married. Though unaware of the specifics of her status, he assumed she was quite young, just in her early 20s, making her marriage seem rather sudden. The Fu Corporation, being a Fortune 500 company, implied that her husband must be an exceptionally capable individual. As Qin Jiu thought of Fu Yeci, a subtle smile graced her lips, and she took out her phone to call him. Jiu. His voice was as deep and melodious as ever. I'm at a cafe, and the latte is delightful. Would you like me to bring you one? Sure, I'll come down to meet you, he replied. Realizing he had misunderstood her, Qin Jiu quickly clarified, a 1TB coming. The staff will deliver it to Fu Corporation. Really not coming? Fu Yeci shifted, tinged with displeasure. Next time, she assured him, concerned not to disturb his workload. Could you send me Assistant Li Xiu's WeChat? I need him to tally the number of employees in the office for the delivery. All right. After hanging up, Qin Jiu soon received a friend request from Li Xiu, instructing the staff to prepare afternoon tea for delivery to the front desk. In the CEO's office, Fu Yeci sampled the coffee Qin Jiu had ordered, confirming its delightful flavor as she had described. The staff has been speaking highly of you, madam. They asked me to extend their gratitude, Li Xiu remarked as he stood nearby. The workload had been overwhelming, leaving no time for breaks. And the milk tea Qin Jiu had ordered significantly alleviated the oppressive atmosphere of work. Everyone holds a favorable impression of Madame Fu, especially with the salary increases and the coffee, Li Xiu noted. Fu Yeci raised an eyebrow. Upon returning home, I shall relay their sentiments to my wife. Li Xiu frowned slightly. Such a statement seemed out of character for the usually stoic Fu Yeci. Was he boasting about his wife? Who doesn't he have someone? Fu Yeci deftly shifted the topic to a local pastry shop. Are you familiar with Zhou's pastries? Yes, Li Xiu nodded, recalling that his wife had craved their delicacies during her pregnancy. I would wait in long lines to buy them for her. The last time she went, the owner mentioned he would be closing up shop soon. The proprietor was a humble man, ill-suited for business, and was being overshadowed by surrounding establishments. It's a pity such delectable pastries will be lost, Fu Yeci mused, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, his gaze growing resolute. Have the legal department draft an investment contract. Fu Corporation will provide regular funding to keep them afloat. I'll have a market department conduct an asset evaluation to assess profitability post-investment, Li Xiu replied. No need, just invest directly, Fu Yeci stated, exhibiting an air of indifference toward profit margins. Li Xiu was perplexed by this decision. The pastry shop had high costs and low prices, making the investment seem less than prudent. Fu Yeci was astute in business and had never engaged in a losing venture. Li Xiu refrained from further questions, secretly hoping the pastry shop would continue operating. Even if it suffered losses, it would hardly affect Fu Yeci. Chapter 30. Relocating to a room, Mr. Fu. The diamond has been procured and delivered to the designer. It should take about a week to craft, said an assistant. Months prior, Fu Yeci had tasked him with finding a pink diamond, leaving him curious as to why someone seemingly uninterested in women wished to purchase a diamond to please one. Now, it became clear that he had intended to propose to Miss Qin all along. The pink diamond was exceedingly rare, having made its way to Sotheby's auction house, where the bidding escalated to a staggering price that could only be described as exorbitant. Ultimately, it was acquired by an Asian buyer for $20 million. Speculation buzzed about the buyer's identity, with no one suspecting the reclusive Fu Yeci. Not only was the diamond precious, but the designer was also renowned in the jewelry world. Due to his advancing age, he had withdrawn from the public eye, and only for this diamond would he return to work. In Fuyuan, Qin Jiu tended to the jasmine flowers in the garden, wielding a small trowel. Dressed in a flowing white dress layered with a denim jacket and her hair casually tied back, she basked in the warm glow of the setting sun. Feeling a sense of joy from her recent interactions with Fu Yeci, the jasmine flowers glimmered in the golden light, and, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Qin Jiu found the scene breathtaking, hastily setting up an easel to capture it on canvas. As she sketched the sunset's outline with her pencil, the sun vanished too swiftly, making it difficult to capture the moment. With a hint of regret, Qin Jiu continued to sketch the vast expanse of jasmine, marveling at how the gardener had nurtured such lush blooms. When the wind blew, they resembled a white ocean from a distance. Deeply immersed in her painting, Qin Jiu lost track of time until a black Rolls-Royce pulled up outside. Fu Yeci emerged, his black shirt neatly tucked into tailored trousers, tall and impeccably handsome. The yellow glow of the street lamp cast elongated shadows around him. As Qin Jiu's gaze met his, she dropped her pencil and hurried towards him, nearly losing her balance as she leaped into his embrace. Counting the hours apart, it had been less than 8 since they last saw each other. Yet upon seeing his face again, her heart raced, fluttering with excitement. "You're back," Qin Jiu exclaimed, realizing she sounded rather childlike. In her youth, her father often worked late, and she would wait at the door, bursting with joy upon his return, exclaiming, "Daddy, you're home. Work has been hectic lately. Once I clear the backlog, I won't be coming home so late," Fu Yeci explained. In the bustling mall, one often encounters individuals solely preoccupied with their careers, neglecting their homes. However, once he married, everything changed. Accompanying his wife beneath the blooming flowers and the moonlight became far more significant than any monetary gain. Fu Yeci glanced at the easel resting on the grass. Had she completed her painting? The sunset had evaded capture, leaving the artwork lacking an essential element. Yet, Qin Jiu had just contemplated incorporating additional elements to enhance its perfection. There remained but a final touch, to be completed tomorrow. Fu Yeci murmured in acknowledgement as he approached Qin Jiu, naturally taking her hand in his. Upon holding it, he realized how cold her fingers were. She had spent too long painting, her circulation hindered, and the chilly breeze had further chilled her hands. Wrapping her small hand within his, he transferred warmth to her. Upon reaching the living room, he promptly instructed Zhang Ma to fetch a coat from her room. Zhang Ma returned with the coat, and, upon seeing Qin Jiu donning it, hesitated before speaking. "Sir, madam, now that you are officially married, will you still sleep in separate rooms?" Qin Jiu understood Zhang Ma's implication. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. She yearned to share a room with Fu Yeci, but such matters should not be initiated by the girl. Stealing a glance at Fu Yeci, she found him lounging against the sofa, exuding a casual, languid demeanor, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "I shall heed madam's wishes." Qin Jiu felt her face grow warmer. "Then let us move to the same room." Hearing her acquiescence, Fu Yeci responded, "Please transfer my belongings to madam's room." His bedroom, steeped in a traditional Chinese style, felt somewhat somber. He doubted his petite wife would appreciate it. Zhang Ma moved Fu Yici's clothes and toiletries into Qin Jiu's chamber. Though the items were few, they crowded a small corner of the bedroom. The cup on the sink, the pillow on the opposite side, and the books on the nightstand all served as reminders that they were indeed living together. "Madam, it is rather late. We can tidy up the remaining items tomorrow. I shall not disturb you and the sir any further." Zhang Ma left with an enigmatic smile, closing the bedroom door behind her. Qin Jiu fidgeted in the bedroom, her mind racing with thoughts of what might transpire next. They would embrace, kiss, and ultimately take a bath together. Chapter 31. A Beautiful Evening. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Fu Yeci emerged from his study after working for another half hour. He was reluctant to linger in the study, his thoughts drifting to the bedroom just a wall away, occupied by Qin Jiu. A smile crept across his face. Tonight promised to be a splendid evening. Upon hearing the door creak open, Qin Jiu sat up abruptly from the sofa. She had not worn slippers and sat cross-legged, her doe-like eyes fixed intently on the man before her, unsure of what to say. Her mind blanked, and she blurted out, "I've finished my shower." Only after speaking did she realize the implications of her words. Was she hinting at something? Fu Yeci nodded, his tone as casual as ever, seemingly oblivious to the underlying suggestion. He opened the wardrobe to retrieve his sleepwear, noticing a row of garments hanging inside. Most were her kipeos and dresses, while on the right side hung his shirts and suits. This realization pleased him. It finally felt as though they resembled a married couple. Fu Yeci entered the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Qin Jiu exhaled a heavy sigh, having felt unable to breathe normally in his presence. A light sheen of sweat formed on her skin, and she sniffed her wrist. Thankfully, she still bore a pleasant scent, free from the odor of perspiration. A breeze wafted through the window, prompting her to rise and close it. Just as she drew the curtains, Fu Yeci emerged from the bathroom, his voice husky as he called her name. He wore nothing but a white towel cinched around his waist, revealing a slim waist and toned abs. Qin Jiu stared at him for a moment before hastily averting her gaze, fearing Fu Yeci might perceive her as brazen. Turning back, she noticed the curtains in her hands and frowned. Closing the curtains was meant to protect their privacy, unless they intended to engage in something within the bedroom. Would Fu Yeci misconstrue her actions as an invitation? It's rather warm tonight. I'll open the window for some fresh air, she declared, pulling back the curtains and fanning herself. Though nothing was amiss, her actions felt like a clumsy attempt to conceal her own thoughts. Fu Yeci chuckled, choosing not to expose her discomfort. Instead, he agreed, it is a bit warm. A natural breeze would indeed be refreshing. His petite wife was adorably endearing. You finished your shower? So quickly? It's only been a few minutes. Fu Yeci added, I'm unfamiliar with the shower controls in the bathroom. Could you possibly enlighten me, Jiu? Qin Jiu recalled that her shower was indeed different from the usual. It operated with buttons, and it was entirely reasonable for someone unacquainted to struggle with its use. She stepped into the bathroom, pointing to the controls. This button manages the water flow, while that one adjusts the temperature. As she earnestly instructed, Fu Yeci's focus remained solely on her. Did his current state not evoke any allure for his petite wife? Jiu had scarcely glanced at him. Qin Jiu was not unwilling to look. Rather, she feared what might occur in the bathroom. After all, their last encounter had unfolded there. Once she finished her explanation, she turned to leave, shutting the door behind her without a moment's hesitation. Seeing her retreating figure, Fu Yeci wore a playful smile as he adeptly turned on the shower. Qin Jiu poured herself a glass of water, attempting to calm her nerves when a sudden thought struck her. Was this not Fu Yeci's home? Surely he knew how to operate the shower. Yet, this version of him was so restrained and proper, he would not deceive her. Perhaps she had overthought the matter. Furniture with numerous functions could indeed confuse anyone. To ease the impending awkwardness of their interaction, she switched on the television, hoping to engage Fu Yeci in conversation about its plot if words failed them. The screen displayed a drama she often enjoyed, yet her mind wandered, fixated on Fu Yeci's appearance at the bathroom door just moments ago, his hair damp, the white towel cinching his waist. He had a habit of rising early for runs and maintaining his fitness, and she knew from their past life that he possessed an admirable physique. Remembering her previous life, the memories were tainted with discomfort. He had never understood how to tend to a girl's emotions. A gentle breeze drifted through the window, causing Qin Jiu to shiver slightly, unsure if it was the chill or her trepidation. Fu Yeci emerged from the bathroom clad in a complete set of black sleepwear, shedding the earlier levity for a more serious demeanor. Qin Jiu lifted her gaze to him for a moment before turning off the television. There was no need for awkwardness. They were married, and such matters were inevitable, even if she had to endure the pain of reliving their past experiences. It was a debt owed to Fu Yeci. With the absence of the television's noise, the atmosphere grew quiet, allowing her to hear her own breathing. Fu Yeci took a few steps forward, standing by the window. Do you still wish for the breeze, Jiu? She shook her head. Fu Yeci closed the window and drew the curtains tightly, ensuring the morning light would not disturb her slumber. Shall I carry you to bed? Yes, she replied, her voice soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of shyness. Nodding, Qin Jiu nestled into the sofa, wrapping her arms around Fu Yeci's neck as he lifted her effortlessly, gently placing her on the bed and pulling the covers back for her. Considering her penchant for walking barefoot, Fu Yeci turned to neatly stash the slippers beside the bed. Chapter 32. Fulfilling a Husband's Duty. With the lights extinguished in the bedroom, the only illumination came from a dim night light in the corner. One side of the bed sank slightly as Qin Jiu caught a whiff of the familiar, cool fragrance. Fu Yeci vuole perfume. He always exuded an appealing scent. She had attempted to find this fragrance in a perfume shop, but to no avail. Qin Jiu blinked her eyes, realizing that now was not the time to dwell on the fragrance of perfume. She lay flat on the bed, gently biting her lip, while Fu Yeci, on the other side, remained still for several minutes, seemingly disinclined to make any move, merely content to sleep. The bed was spacious, with a noticeable distance between them. Qin Jiu turned to her side, and in the dim glow of the bedside lamp, she could just make out his figure. Fu Yeci lay facing her, his arm bent beneath his head, his elongated eyes closed. She could hear his shallow breaths, yet she was acutely aware that Fu Yeci was not truly asleep. Are we not going to do something tonight? She could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere, and took the initiative to speak. As soon as her words fell, the man in the darkness immediately opened his eyes, leaned closer to Qin Jiu, and wrapped an arm around her waist. His small wife was far bolder than he had anticipated. Initially, he had no intention of doing anything tonight, but since she inquired, he felt compelled to reap some benefits. We are husband and wife. It is only proper that we engage in matters befitting a married couple. Fu Yeci pulled her into his embrace, his warm breath washing over her ear, causing her body to tremble slightly. The implication of his words was all too clear to her. She had heard it many times in her past life, when she had rejected him then. Fu Yeci had spoken to her in the same tone while holding her waist, insisting that such actions were normal between spouses. You must allow me to fulfill my duties as a husband. Returning to the present, upon hearing those words again, Qin Jiu's heart raced. Unlike her past life, she did not push him away but, instead, willingly wrapped her arms around Fu Yeci's waist. Noticing her acceptance, Fu Yeci grasped her wrist and pressed his lips against hers. After a lingering, moist kiss, he released her, his fingers brushing over her lips before he lay back down, pulling her into his arms once more. Good night, Jiu. Fu Yeci tucked the girl in more tightly beneath the covers. A wave of confusion washed over Qin Jiu. Was his notion of marital matters merely kissing? She had expected more. Reflecting on how restrained Fu Yeci had been in this lifetime, considering they had only recently grown familiar, he would surely wait a while longer. It seemed her thinking was rather petty. As her eyelids grew heavier, Qin Jiu quickly fell asleep. The following morning, when she awoke, Fu Yeci had just returned from his morning jog and was changing clothes in their bedroom. Upon noticing that Qin Jiu was awake, he made no effort to avoid her while changing. Sitting up in bed, she watched as he removed his black sports jacket and then his inner shirt, instinctively covering her eyes with her hand. Why aren't you changing in the dressing room? Her voice was soft, laced with the lingering sweetness of sleep. Fu Yeci glanced at her. Must I still avoid any semblance of modesty with Mrs. Fu? Suddenly remembering their relationship, she realized that deliberately avoiding each other was indeed abnormal. She lowered her hand and openly watched him change. Fu Yeci's skin was a cool, pale hue, his lean waist leading down to a well-defined rear. Just as Qin Jiu was about to see more, Fu Yeci donned a nearby shirt, fastening each button meticulously. His shirt and suit were of considerable value, with cufflinks crafted from obsidian. Once dressed, Fu Yeci reverted to his usual aloof and reserved demeanor, his gaze becoming markedly colder as he approached and wrapped his arms around the small girl in the bed. I have prepared warm water for you at the sink, and your clothes are set aside. If you dislike what I've selected, feel free to change into something else. This was his first time preparing clothes for a girl, and he was still learning the ropes. I have a considerable amount of work today and cannot accompany you for breakfast. Remember to head down and eat once you awaken. Qin Jiu understood that he had been attending to a backlog of work these past few days and bore him no ill will. Just as Fu Yeci was about to leave, she called out to him, "Wait. What is it?" He turned back. Qin Jiu grasped his shirt, tilted her head, and pressed a soft kiss against his lips. Be careful on the road and come home early. All right. Fu Yeci cast a downward glance at her. His mood visibly lifted. After breakfast, Qin Jiu intended to visit the art studio to see the children there. The family driver had taken a leave of absence, and her car was parked at the Qin residence, untouched. She messaged Fu Yeci to ask if she could borrow one of his vehicles. To her surprise, he coldly replied, "Not available." Qin Jiu responded, "Just for a little while. I know your cars are all quite expensive, and I promise not to scratch them." "Mrs. Fu, why are you so foolish?" Seeing that she did not comprehend, Fu Yeci called her. Jiu, must we be so formal with each other? What do you mean? All my belongings are shared with you. Just ask me directly. There is nothing that requires Mrs. Fu to borrow from me. Qin Jiu nodded internally. Indeed, why should they maintain such a division? Then hand me the key, and I will choose a car, she stated confidently. Fu Yeci recalled that there was a modified Bentley in the garage, a vehicle with excellent performance and safety, suitable for a girl to drive. There's a car key in the second drawer of the study. You can try in the garage. Alternatively, if you have your eye on a particular car, take a picture and let me know where the key is. Qin Jiu found the key he mentioned. Her previous car had also been a Bentley, and now this was just perfect. I will take this one. Do you want me to have Lee show drive for you? Fu Yeci asked, still somewhat concerned. No need. Assistant Lee is quite busy with work. It's a trivial matter. Qin Jiu jingled the car key. All right, be safe. After hanging up, Qin Jiu went to the garage to retrieve the car, only to discover the lavishness of Fu Yeci's garage. Dozens of luxury vehicles lined up in 2 rows, Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, Maybach. These were merely a fraction of the cars he kept at home. Most of his vehicles were black, with the lone Bentley standing out in white, making it easy to locate. Qin Jiu pressed the car key, driving out of the garage. The Bentley parked outside an art studio, and Qin Jiu walked in, retrieving snacks she had bought for the children from the trunk. Qin Jiu is here. Everyone, come out quickly. Qin Jiu has come see us. A child's high-pitched voice called out, the first to spot her, prompting others to rush out to help her with the bags. Seeing the innocent, radiant smiles on the children's faces, Qin Jiu couldn't help but gently smile, her heart warm with affection. This art studio was her own, distinct from others in that it admitted only children from ordinary families with artistic talent. Learning to paint, much like studying medicine, requires substantial investment. The initial stages are akin to burning money. Ordinary families cannot bear such high expenses, and Qin Jiu, unwilling to see these children's talents squandered, opened a studio, charging minimal fees and hiring excellent teachers to nurture them. The children here range from as young as 6 or 7 to 17 years old. Qin Jiu, why did you take so long to visit us this time? We all missed you. A chubby child clung to Qin Jiu's arm, shaking it. Qin Jiu ruffled his hair. I came today specifically to check how well you have been doing with your sketches. The chubby child immediately released her arm, his expression akin to a student fearing a pop quiz from a stern teacher. Weren't you just saying you missed me? Qin Jiu chuckled lightly. Actually, not that much. After a moment's hesitation, the chubby child stepped closer, taking her hand. If it meant spending more time with her, being checked on for their work was of little concern. Qin Jiu entered the studio. The teacher in charge of today's classes presented the children's recent artwork to her. They were all remarkably talented, with some pieces even worthy of entering city-level competitions. Qin Jiu's eyes sparkled with pride as she praised each child. Due to her arrival, the teacher refrained from assigning homework, allowing the students to express their creativity freely. Qin Jiu recorded a video of the painting session and sent it to Fu Yeci, exclaiming, "What a talented group of children." Before long, Fu Yeci responded, "Just as exceptional as you." Qin Jiu replied, "If our daughter possesses such talent in the future, we must wholeheartedly support her interests and nurture her into a versatile individual." Observing the adorable little girls in the art studio, Qin Jiu felt her heart melt and couldn't help but imagine how wonderful it would be to have a daughter of her own. Our daughter would surely be both intelligent and charming. If she lacks interest, you must not force her into studying business to inherit the family enterprise. After exchanging a few messages, Qin Jiu withdrew from her reverie and frowned upon reflecting on her previous words. She had been momentarily swept away by maternal instincts, and her remarks seemed rather foolish. It was only a month since they had been together, and such statements appeared rather indiscreet, especially since nothing significant had occurred between them yet. Qin Jiu long pressed the chat window, intending to retract her earlier messages, only to discover that the time for retraction had passed. Fu Yeci reassured her, "In our household, Madame Fu's word is law. I shall heed your guidance. Beyond essential education and life direction, I shall not compel our child to pursue anything." He continued along the lines of her earlier thoughts. "Our daughter will undoubtedly inherit your virtues, beauty, and intelligence." Qin Jiu's cheeks flushed. Fu Yeci had a knack for complimenting her subtly, appearing to praise their daughter while actually lauding her. Turning off her phone, Qin Jiu resumed watching the children paint. In the office, Fu Yeci set his phone down, a smile gracing his lips as he recalled his conversation with his little wife. The prospect of having a daughter seemed like a delightful idea. Chapter 34. There is much yet to learn. "Sister Qin, do you think my apple looks like one?" a chubby little boy inquired, brandishing his drawing as they had been learning sketching over the past few days, with the task being to portray an apple. "How have you done so well? You're simply amazing." Upon closer inspection, the drawing revealed minor flaws. However, given their limited time in learning, it would be unjust to scrutinize too harshly. Qin Jiu pinched the chubby boy's cheek. "How are you so talented?" "I have even greater skills," he replied proudly. "I could perform magic." He twirled the drawing in his hands and produced a red apple from behind his back, offering it to Qin Jiu. "Thank you," she said, smiling as she applauded him. The students in the art studio adored her, and Qin Jiu knew each child well. After a time, she noticed one student was absent. "Teacher Wu, where is Qian?" "She is on leave. She had a fever last night and is currently receiving treatment at the hospital." A child's fever is a serious matter, and Qin Jiu felt concerned. After playing with the children for a while, she drove to the hospital to visit her. At the second municipal hospital, Qilon followed the chief physician, holding a medical record book, her name badge prominently displaying in turn. The early years of a newly graduated medical student are the most arduous. However, thanks to the intervention of old Master Qin, she had received considerable preferential treatment, being personally cultivated by a first-class professor, thus avoiding many detours. Despite this, she remained dissatisfied, inwardly chastising old Master Qin for not sending her directly to a private hospital as a doctor. To them, it was merely a matter of words. Why must she endure hardships here if they did not genuinely wish to assist her? Qin Jiu entered with a basket of fruits, and Qilon, spotting her in a corner, scrutinized her. Qin Jiu was adorned in an outfit carefully chosen for her by Fu Yeci, a blue knitted long dress paired with a white cardigan, holding a white leather Louis Vuitton bag, and wearing a golden Pichot bracelet. Qilon watched her enter the elevator, her brow furrowing in discontent. Were it not for the Qin family, she too could have been this happy. The Qin family had driven her father to despair, leaving her in a state of solitude since childhood, yet they hypocritically offered her support. Old Master Qin had once assured her that the Qin family would always take care of her, yet in the hearts of the Qin family, She would forever remain an outsider, never measuring up to Qin Jiu. In the patient room, Qin Jiu set down the fruit basket. How is Qian recovering? She is much better. Last night, fever terrified me, but thankfully it was just gastroenteritis, and the doctor said it isn't serious. The 10-year-old girl opened her eyes upon seeing Qin Jiu and managed to smile. Sister Qin, be good. Rest well. A few minutes later, the doctor and nurse arrived for an examination, and the one checking Qian was Qilan. Qin Jiu was taken aback upon seeing her. Qilan forced a strained smile, attempting to greet her, but Qin Jiu chose to ignore her gaze cold and indifferent. After completing the examination, Qilan grasped the girl's hand to insert the 4-needle, but failed to find a vein after 5 attempts. Qian remained brave and did not cry, but her mother's eyes brimmed with tears, desperate to alleviate her daughter's suffering. Fortunately, on the 6th attempt, the needle finally found its mark, and Qin Jiu let out a sigh of relief. Dr. Qi, you have much to learn. Patients do not wish to pay for your subpar skills. Being publicly criticized drew the attention of other patients in the room, leaving Qilan unable to maintain her composure, too intimidated to respond. Sister Qin, it doesn't hurt. Once I recover, I'll return to painting, the little girl on the bed declared valiantly. Qilan, standing aside and writing the medical record, scoffed at her words. This mother and daughter appeared to be an ordinary family. Pursuing painting, a costly endeavor, seemed irrelevant to such impoverished individuals. What are you laughing at? Qin Jiu shot a cold glance in her direction. Are you not also relying on the Qin family's support to study medicine? Studying medicine, like studying art, requires significant initial investment. Without the unwavering support of the Qin family, Qilan would not have reached this point. She did not expect Qilan to express gratitude, but at the very least, she hoped she would not repay kindness with enmity. Qilan's expression stiffened momentarily before she replied softly. I am very grateful for the Qin family's assistance. I shall certainly repay grandfather's kindness with my lifelong dedication to my studies. Qian, such a clever child, will surely achieve great success in the future. After saying this, she patted Qian's head and exited the room with her medical record book. The little girl disliked her touch. Her hand was cold, akin to an unmelting block of ice. Chapter 35, An Undignified Marriage. Before long, it was noon, and Qin Jiu headed to the hospital cafeteria for lunch. Midway through her meal, she received a call from Fu Yeci. Upon hearing she was at the hospital, his tone immediately turned anxious. Why are you at the hospital? Are you hurt? Which hospital? I'm coming over now. Fu Yeci's urgency left Qin Jiu unable to interject, and once he finished speaking, she finally said, I'm not injured. A girl from the art studio is unwell, and I came to check on her. Hearing that Qin Jiu was unharmed, Fu Yeci released a sigh of relief. I encountered Qilan at the hospital. Grandfather arranged for a professor to mentor her. With such resources, if she puts in the effort, she should soon become an attending physician. However, she clearly does not approach her work with the seriousness it demands, as evidenced by her errors while administering injections, yet she stubbornly held onto Qian's hand. Upon hearing Qilan's name, Fu Yeci paused. Jiu, he hesitated for several seconds before finally saying, do not interact with her. His tone was grave, as if he were striving to contain his emotions, wanting to convey something more to Qin Jiu, but struggling to find the words. Why do you seem to dislike her so much? Qin Jiu teased lightly. It must be said that Qilan's acting skills are quite commendable. Even when she was publicly criticized in the hospital room, she managed to feign humility and a willingness to learn. Over the years, she has deceived her grandfather and parents with her seemingly harmless demeanor. If it weren't for her memories of a past life, it would be exceedingly difficult to uncover the ambition she conceals deep within her heart. Fu Yeci, having just met Qilan, appears to understand her profoundly. I truly harbor no fondness for her, and he does not disguise his preferences. Fu Yeci, your ability to discern human nature is remarkably acute. No wonder you thrive in the business world. Qin Jiu assumes he merely possesses keen observational skills, having recognized Qilan's insatiable desires and predatory ambitions. Rest assured, I will not engage with her, and if I do, it will solely be to gather evidence of her wrongdoing and ensure she is incarcerated. Your dislikes will be mine as well. Qin Jiu remarked, as Mrs. Fu, it is only natural to align with Mr. Fu. This sentiment greatly pleased Fu Yeci, dispelling the gloom that had settled in his heart. Will you be home for dinner tonight? Qin Jiu's tone was casual. He had been exceedingly busy at work of late, returning home quite late, and she feared he might again be preoccupied with his duties. He reassured her that he had nearly resolved the backlog of work and would be home for dinner with her that evening. Very well, she replied. After concluding the call and finishing lunch, Qin Jiu returned to the hospital room. The little girl lay in bed, the needle marks on her hand visibly bruised. While her mother held her hand, gently blowing on it, her eyes slightly reddened. "Mommy, it doesn't hurt," the girl comforted her mother, despite her own dizziness. Standing at the doorway, Qin Jiu felt a surge of emotion. Perhaps it was due to her past experiences that she could more acutely appreciate the significance of family, recognizing that parents are forever those who bear the greatest debts. In her previous life, she had been confined to a mental asylum, and her proud parents had desperately pleaded with the murderer to spare her. How agonizing that must have been for them. She only wished to keep her family safe from Qin until she could gather sufficient evidence to imprison that venomous snake. Not wishing to intrude upon the mother and daughter within the room, Qin Jiu ascended to the second floor to retrieve medicine for Qian. In the pharmacy, Qin handed over the prescribed medication to Qin Jiu, explaining the dosage and usage. As Qin Jiu accepted it, she caught a glimpse of Qin's right hand. No ring. According to Mr. Qin Jiu and Fu Yeci had already registered their marriage, yet she lacked even a wedding ring. Sister Jiu, Fu Yeci shows you a lack of respect. Having registered your marriage without even a ring is quite unseemly. Qin's gaze held pity, having assumed their relationship was more profound when in reality, it was merely a casualty of commercial entanglements. Qin Jiu glanced at her own fingers, not intending to engage in further conversation, and prepared to exit. Qin blocked the doorway, her tone filled with concern. "We are friends. You can share your troubles with me. If he truly treats you poorly, I will help you put an end to this undignified marriage." "Undignified?" Qin Jiu echoed her words. Scoffing, "Qin, are your colleagues aware of your father's situation? Now that is truly undignified." Qilan's father had succumbed to addiction and, unable to bear the agony of withdrawal, took his own life. Mr. Qin had concealed this chapter of her life. Otherwise, she would have had no chance of entering the hospital. "What do you think your colleagues would think if they knew?" Qin Jiu observed her with keen interest. Qin stood frozen, her typically superb acting faltering as she struggled to maintain even a semblance of a polite smile. She had assumed that Qin Jiu, having taken medication to control her mind, would be easily manageable, yet the current turn of events had spiraled beyond her control. As Qin Jiu passed by her tone icy, she stated, "The events of the past were your father's fault. Grandfather merely took the appropriate action. The Qin family owes you nothing." With that, she turned and exited the room. Qin remained rooted in place, her eyes brimming with barely contained hatred. If it weren't for the interference of Mr. Qin, her father would never have been pushed to suicide. Mr. Qin had meddled, destroying her father and forcing her to grow up in a home devoid of parental figures. Why should his granddaughter, Qin Jiu, enjoy a happy upbringing? The Qin family owed her throughout this lifetime. She would never allow them to live in peace. Chapter 36, Mrs. Fu may request anything of me. Seeing Qian's gradual recovery brought Qin Jiu a sense of relief, and upon leaving the hospital, she recalled Qilan's earlier words. Glancing down at her hand, indeed, her ring finger bore no wedding band. Lulu had previously misunderstood, thinking her marriage to Fu Yeci was unhappy due to the lack of a ring. They had not held a formal wedding, yet they intended to act as a genuine couple, and certain essentials must be present. Qin Jiu drove her white Bentley to a jewelry store, stopping before the display of wedding rings. The rings were exquisite, sparkling under the white lights, yet their designs were not unique. Many jewelry stores offered similar styles. She remembered when her parents wed. Her mother had fallen in love with a particular wedding band, and her father, wishing it to be uniquely theirs, had purchased the rights to that pair, ensuring they would never be seen again. Her father had lavished her mother with tenderness and romance. Qin Jiu envied her parents' love, but had never envisioned Fu Yeci treating her in such a manner. He was kind, considerate in their daily lives, yet lacked a sense of romance, and was incapable of creating surprises for her. This man had even forgotten to prepare a wedding ring. Qin Jiu shook her head. Perhaps she could forgive him this once, but he must not repeat such an oversight. "Miss, would you like to try on some wedding rings?" A sales associate approached, retrieving several rings from the display that Qin Jiu had previously admired. After trying them on, she decided, "I will return with my husband tonight to choose which one to purchase." "Very well, Fu Garden." Fu Yeci returned home even earlier than Qin Jiu. Seated on the sofa with a copy of The Crowd in hand, reclining slightly, his legs crossed, exuding an air of languid nonchalance. "What brings you home so early today?" Qin Jiu exclaimed in surprise upon entering the living room and spotting Fu Yeci. She glanced at the wall clock, its hands resting at 6 o'clock. "Did I not promise you that I would not be so busy anymore?" Fu Yeci feared that if he continued to be overwhelmed with work, his little wife would become upset. Closing the book, he moved to the entrance, retrieving a pair of pink bunny slippers and offering them to her, as if to assist her in changing shoes. Qin Jiu hesitated, allowing him to grasp her ankle and guide her foot into the slippers. In that moment, His calm demeanor made her briefly question whether they were a married couple who had lived together for several years. After donning her slippers, Fu Yeci naturally took her hand and led her to the sofa. "Did you enjoy playing with the children today?" "Yes," she beamed. "The little chubby one even performed a magic trick for me, producing an apple." She recounted the amusing happenings of the morning, unaware when a hand suddenly encircled her waist, the rough pads of his fingers caressing her. And then, Fu Yici's expression remained unchanged, as if the hand that was teasing her waist did not belong to him. Qin Jiu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, as if adorned with delicate peach petals. Fortunately, the timely call from Zhang Ma to announce dinner provided her with an escape. "I'm starving. Let's wash our hands and eat," she exclaimed, hastily fleeing to avoid further mischief from Fu Yeci. Fu Yeci let out a light laugh, finding his little wife as endearingly ticklish as ever. After dinner, Qin Jiu subtly glanced at him, inquiring if he had any work to attend to that evening. Upon seeing Fu Yeci shake his head, the girl continued, "Would you accompany me for a little shopping? Strolling to a jewelry store would be perfect. It would afford them the opportunity to select wedding rings together. Is there something you lack? I can have someone procure it for you." Fu Yici's gaze was momentarily puzzled, sensing he might have overlooked something regarding his little wife. Qin Jiu quickly shook her head, asserting that everything in the Fu estate was of the finest quality, and she received regular shipments of clothing and jewelry. She had no need for additional purchases. Struggling to find an appropriate justification, she gently bit her lip. "I do not lack anything. I simply wish to wander around with you." Her doe-like eyes sparkled. "Must it be a reason for you to accompany me on a shopping excursion?" Her words carried a hint of plaintive accusation. Fu Yeci gazed deeply into her eyes, suddenly regretting his earlier inquiry. He should have simply acquiesced. He had grown accustomed to delegating such trivial tasks to others, previously viewing shopping as a waste of time, pondering why one would squander precious moments on such trivialities. Yet, now he was not alone. His little wife harbored a different perspective on life. "No reason is necessary." Fu Yeci slightly bent to meet her gaze. "Madame Fu may request anything of me." Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu's lips curled into a gentle smile. This incarnation of Fu Yeci was quite adept at charming others. Chapter 37. No Need. By 7 or 8 in the evening, the streets were bustling with commuters, the flow of traffic incessant. Fu Yeci instructed the driver to halt the car outside the street, opting not to enter the commercial center, which was still 1,000 meters away from the city center. He took Qin Jiu's hand, their fingers intertwined, their walking rhythm surprisingly synchronous. His pace was leisurely, a stark contrast to the efficiency expected of a corporate president. What once seemed a waste of time had transformed into an enjoyable experience now that his wife was by his side. At the intersection, an elderly woman adorned with a jasmine bracelet caught Qin Jiu's eye. Noticing her interest, Fu Yeci purchased one for her. The bracelet, adorned with countless white jasmine flowers, was elegantly connected by silk ribbons, both exquisite and charming. Fu Yeci helped Qin Jiu don the bracelet, and she playfully shook her wrist, her eyes twinkling. "Is it beautiful?" "Indeed, it is beautiful," he replied. "I have long desired such a bracelet, but could never find a place that sold them." "I am not praising the bracelet," he said, his gaze profound. It took a moment for Qin Jiu to grasp his intent. Mr. Fu possessed a remarkable talent for flattery, his casual compliments infusing joy into her heart. After walking for a while, Qin Jiu intentionally guided Fu Yeci towards the jewelry store she had perused earlier that day. "Shall we take a look inside?" "Certainly." However, instead of heading straight to the ring display, she began to browse casually, aware that the selection of wedding rings should not solely rest on her shoulders due to her shyness and reluctance to voice her desires. She pondered how she might convey her hints to Fu Yeci. Fortunately, the attentive sales associate recognized Qin Jiu as the afternoon visitor interested in wedding rings, immediately identifying Fu Yeci as her husband. "Sir, would you like to see some wedding rings? We have recently released several new designs." "No need." Fu Yeci replied without a second thought. The associate was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of confusion, as she recalled that the young lady had mentioned she would return with her husband to select rings. Qin Jiu mirrored the associate's expression, her gaze downcast, casting shadows beneath her lashes in the ambient light. At the moment she heard Fu Yici's response, her heart sank, as if someone had pressed it down, and all her joy faded rapidly. During their last shopping outing, she had intentionally browsed wedding rings, and Fu Yeci had not even inquired. A man as observant as he could not possibly be oblivious. He must have deliberately chosen to avoid the subject. Once again, Qin Jiu found herself trapped in a familiar cycle of disappointment. She felt utterly foolish. Fu Yeci selected several pieces of jewelry suitable for Qin Jiu, while the girl stood silently by, saying nothing. He would purchase her anything, save for the wedding ring. A point that left Qin Jiu bewildered regarding Fu Yeci's true intentions. After exiting the jewelry store, she lost her enthusiasm for shopping and began to head back, purposely placing her hand inside her bag, making it impossible for Fu Yeci to take her hand. Do you not wish to continue shopping? Shall we return? Their conversation dwindled, and Qin Jiu's spirits waned. Fortunately, she was not one to wallow in sorrow. She soon found other distractions. Upon returning home, she called upon a few close friends to play games. Although it had been a while since she last played, her skills had not dulled, and she emerged victorious in several matches, quickly lifting her spirits. Su Lu activated her microphone. I left a mountain of work to join you all. The pressure is immense. Chu Qisi chimed in. Su Xiaolu, do not fret. You are the sole daughter of the Su family. You will eventually be compelled to return to inherit the family business. All three girls hailed from prominent families and had known each other for years, sharing numerous common interests. Though they used to play games together frequently, their time had diminished. Chu Qisi, having several brothers, contrasted sharply with Qin Jiu's parents, who did not impose business studies upon her, unlike Su Lu's parents, who had pressured her to abandon her passion for performance arts in favor of studying business management. Kukizi, a sweet goat, watched as a character charged towards her like a freight train, her voice soft yet urgent. Qin Xiaojiao, save me. Qin Jiu tossed a fan in response, achieving first blood amidst a cascade of shooting stars. Qin Xiaojiao, you are incredible. Who could possibly distinguish you from a goddess? The gaming intensity escalated, and the three became fully engrossed. Qin Jiu sat cross-legged on the tatami mat by the window, while Fu Yeci perused a book on the sofa, their distances apart. The man occasionally glanced at her, placing a cup of warm water beside her. After 10 minutes, they concluded a match, with Qin Jiu emerging as the MVP. Chu Qisi suggested, the more, the merrier. Should we invite a few more people? Su Lu replied, I cannot invite anyone. I have activated stealth mode to keep my father unaware that I am gaming. After a pause, she added, Qin Xiaojiao, since you're married now, why not let your husband, Mr. Fu, give it a try? Qin Jiu, not wearing headphones, heard their conversation drift into Fu Yici's ears. He remained composed, redirecting his gaze towards her. He does not play games. Fu Yeci, with his serious demeanor, was entirely absorbed in his work. He had even forgotten about the rings. So how could he possibly waste time on games? Moreover, even if he were to play, Qin Jiu had no intention of inviting him. Fu Yeci brau farods lightly. Madame Fu did not even inquire about giving me a chance. As the friends began another round of gaming, Qin Jiu showed no inclination to include him. In silence, Fu Yeci closed the game on his phone. Chapter 38. The Misunderstanding of the Wedding Ring. After several more games, the three girls finally logged off. Qin Jiu glanced at the wall clock, its hands indicating precisely 11 o'clock. As she descended from the tatami, she noticed the cup of water beside her. Reaching out to touch its surface, cold, much like the neglected Fu Yeci on the sofa. Madame Fu, why did you not invite me to join the game? Fu Yeci asked, his gaze penetrating. How could someone like you, who creates boundless wealth in a mere minute, squander precious energy on games? Qin Jiu's words carried a hint of vexation. She understood that Fu Yeci's time and effort were invaluable, and matters such as purchasing a ring were trifles not worthy of concern. Yet, she could not fathom why he had dismissed the need for it in the jewelry store. Did he truly care so little? I cherish every moment spent with Mrs. Fu. It holds more significance for me than any work, Fu Yeci explained. Qin Jiu remained unmoved by his attempts to placate her, seated before the vanity as she performed her evening skincare routine. MRS. Fu, may I join you for gaming next time? Fu Yeci gazed at her reflection in the mirror. I wish to play alongside you. At his words, Qin Jiu suddenly felt a pang of vulnerability emanating from Fu Yeci, akin to a dog that had erred, fretting over the possibility of abandonment by its master. How could she think of him in such a light? Next time, if the opportunity arises, we can certainly play together. It was not my intention to exclude you. The game's matchmaking system is flawed, and I feared it might pair us with unworthy opponents. Qin Jiu offered an excuse to deflect the matter, finishing her skincare before lying down to sleep. Fu Yeci also reclined beside her, observing the small figure next to him. The girl lay with her back to him, positioned at the edge of the bed, the furthest point away from him. Even if he were oblivious to a girl's sentiments, he could discern that Mrs. Fu was indeed upset with him at this moment. Reflecting on the events of the day, Fu Yeci recalled that her displeasure had likely originated from their visit to the jewelry store, where he had declined the recommendation of a wedding ring. Was it truly about the ring? Previously, Li Xiu had informed him that the designer required a week to finalize the ring. It seemed he must expedite that process. When Qin Jiu awoke the next morning, Fu Yeci had already departed. She touched the blanket beside her, finding it devoid of warmth, indicating he had left some time ago. Zhang Ma informed her that he had not gone for his usual morning run and had left Fu Garden early. Sitting at the dining table, Qin Jiu felt disinterested, lacking an appetite. "Madam, the sir instructed me, before he left, to remind you to eat more." Zhang Ma, unaware of the turmoil between the newlywed couple, noted the urgency with which he had exited and the evident displeasure on Mrs. Fu's face. Not wanting to burden Zhang Ma, Qin Jiu picked at a slice of toast. In the art studio that morning, painting typically passed swiftly, yet today her spirits were low, leading to several unsatisfactory attempts. She occasionally glanced at her phone. Aside from messages from family and friends, no one else reached out. She was uncertain what she even wished to see. Within the design studio, Fu Yeci placed his briefcase aside and waited several hours in the reception area for the jewelry designer. The designer, a venerable elder with a distinguished reputation in the industry, had initially accepted Fu Yeci's design proposal due to the globally renowned pink diamond. Although he had promised to complete the design within a week, Fu Yeci's early arrival was unwelcome. "Mr. Fu, perhaps you should return according to our agreed timeline," the elder said, his hands clasped behind his back. Being a well-respected designer who had amassed wealth in his youth, he now indulged in jewelry design purely for passion, untroubled by the ire of affluent families in high city. Disturbing him before the appointed time was a breach of etiquette on the part of the younger generation. Fu Yeci inclined his head slightly. "I recently wed, and my wife is upset with me for not preparing a ring. I hope you can understand and make an exception this time. Any time and effort lost, I shall endeavor to recompense." The designer waved his hand dismissively, his expression sour. He held a particular disdain for impetuous young couples. Marriage is a sacred union, a merging of two families, and such a profound commitment deserves thorough preparation. Did Mr. Fu not even have a ring ready before deciding to spend his life with his wife? Without a ring, that girl must be quite infatuated. They would likely be reduced to eating plain congee in the future. Fu Yeci replied coolly, "There were unforeseen circumstances." "Are you implying that this marriage was unexpected for you?" The elder had heard tales from the wealthy about how marriages could bend under the weight of interests. Such a frivolous approach was utterly intolerable to him. He had no desire to design rings for couples who treated their union lightly. If that were the case, he would simply return the diamond and refund the deposit. Otherwise, Fu Yici's tone turned serious. "The timing of our marriage was unexpected. Yet my decision to marry my wife was a resolution made in a previous life." The elder, sensing his sincerity, recognized that someone of Fu Yici's stature would not personally visit unless he held genuine affection. Moreover, the pink diamond had been hard-won through numerous trials. Perhaps he could afford to be forgiving in light of that. Chapter 39, Petulance. In Fu Garden, Qin Jiu was preoccupied with her thoughts, unable to immerse herself in her painting. Errors occurred during coloring, ruining several pieces. Zhang Ma brought her fruit, saying, "Madam, eating some fruit may improve your mood." "I am not in a bad mood," she retorted, though even she doubted her own words. She had never been one to conceal her feelings. Zhang Ma gently advised, "It is essential for couples to communicate openly, especially newlyweds. Each person's temperament requires adjustment, and should disagreements arise during this adaptation, they must be addressed promptly for understanding to flourish." He is not a fool. How could he not perceive it? Qin Jiu lowered her gaze, refraining from divulging the details of her discontent to Zhang Ma. "Did Fu Yeci truly remain unaware?" The same incident had transpired twice in the jewelry store. He had clearly noticed her desire, yet chose not to purchase. Was it not intentional? Some matters were better left unsaid. Elucidating them would serve no purpose. Perhaps his intentions differ from your perceptions? Zhang Ma observed Qin Jiu, smiling softly. "We must grant one another the opportunity to explain. I once enjoyed watching family dramas, where many conflicts arose simply from a lack of communication." Qin Jiu nodded, reflecting on her behavior from the previous night. Indeed, she should not have sulked. She had no doubts regarding Fu Yici's sincerity. She had known how deeply he loved her in a past life. How could such a person not care for her? She simply wished for their marriage to be more perfect. They were destined to love each other for 100 years. And surely there should be some tangible expression of their feelings for one another. Qin Jiu took the initiative to call Fu Yeci, intending to confess what had troubled her the night before. However, after several attempts, the calls went unanswered. At 6 in the evening, Fu Yeci finally received the ring box from the designer, having spent a day in waiting, and he was finally rewarded with the finished product. Compressing 3 days of work into one had nearly exhausted the elderly designer. Fortunately, the completed ring met with his utmost satisfaction. The pink diamond had been exquisitely polished and set within a silver band, marking it as his finest creation in recent years. "Thank you, sir." Fu Yeci expressed his gratitude once more, instructing his assistant to wait until after his departure to pay double the fee as a token of appreciation. "Head home now. Do not keep Mrs. Fu waiting." It is rather unacceptable to be married without a ring. No wonder she is upset. As Fu Yeci traveled back in his Rolls-Royce, he opened his phone to find several missed calls from Qin Jiu. She had also sent him several messages. Have you eaten lunch? The reason I did not invite you to play last night was that I was feeling down. I was quite saddened when you said you didn't need a ring. It made me feel as though you do not value our marriage. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged silence that Qin Jiu felt compelled to send another message after a few minutes. Fu Yeci, have you seen my message? This was her final attempt. She might have wished to say more, but his lack of response left her at a standstill. At that moment, Fu Yeci was occupied in the design studio, where a number of unreleased works demanded confidentiality. Consequently, he had entrusted his phone to an assistant before entering, thus missing Qin Jiu's messages entirely. Without delay, Fu Yeci dialed Qin Jiu's number, only to find himself in a call. He then reached out to Zhang Ma. Is Madame home? He inquired. Zhang Ma glanced towards the living room, observing Qin Jiu engrossed in a television program. She hasn't received a call? Zhang Ma asked, her tone laced with confusion. No, she hasn't. All right, I understand. Fu Yeci ended the call, aware that his little wife was undoubtedly upset, deliberately ignoring his calls. A day's absence was indeed sufficient to incite irritation. Upon entering the living room, Fu Yeci changed into slippers. Yet he noticed that Madame Fu did not spare him a glance. Clearly, she was quite furious. Jiu, Fu Yeci called as he settled onto the sofa. But the girl curled her feet beneath her, seemingly offering him space, while in reality, she was intentionally distancing herself. I had an important matter to attend to today, which required confidentiality, and I did not bring my phone, hence I missed your messages. Oh, Qin Jiu replied coolly, grasping a turtle plush toy. Her mood evidently soured as she twisted its head with undue force. There is no need for explanations. I understand you have many responsibilities. Everything else is paramount, except for our marriage, which seemingly warrants no attention from you. She evaded Fu Yeci's attempt to take her hand and sidestepped past him. I shall return to my room to rest. Fu Yeci followed her up the stairs, deliberately lagging a step behind, planning to clarify matters once they were in the bedroom. However, upon reaching the room, Qin Jiu promptly thrust a pillow into his hands. Your work hours are too late. Otherwise, perhaps we should sleep apart tonight. Fu Yeci returned the pillow to the bed. I have no work tonight, and I do not agree to sleep separately. Madame Fu, if your anger stems from my absence today, I sincerely apologize for my oversight that caused you distress. If it is due to something else, I am willing to explain. Qin Jiu raised her gaze to him. I am currently very angry. She was aware of her own conflicting emotions. During the day, she refrained from calling him, fearing he might be in a meeting and unable to answer. Yet, she desired to clarify matters, hence her message, which he failed to respond to. The hours spent waiting had been quite torturous, leaving her anxious that Fu Yeci might regard her as childish or even choose not to reply at all. Despite Fu Yeci's return and his explanations, she found it challenging to quell her anger entirely. Even if you have valid reasons, I am still upset. She pouted, resembling a hamster with cheeks stuffed full. I understand, he replied, bending down to meet her gaze. Could you grant me a chance to soothe you? Perhaps we can sleep after you calm down. His voice was low and melodious, imbued with persuasion, yet Qin Jiu remained unyielding. I do not wish to hear you speak right now, she declared plainly, denying him the opportunity for rebuttal. The young lady's temper was fierce. Qin Jiu pushed Fu Yeci out of the room. Your bedroom is next door. We can discuss this tomorrow. As she attempted to close the door, Fu Yeci pressed against it, his gaze deep and shadowed. Jiu, being cast out of the bedroom within the first few days of marriage is quite humiliating. The man leaned against the doorframe, his eyes reflecting a hint of humility and desire. Qin Jiu experienced a peculiar sensation akin to that of the previous day, perceiving Fu Yeci as a forsaken dog, abandoned by its master, homeless. In that fleeting moment, she felt a pang of guilt for her perceived cruelty. Yet, it was Fu Yeci who had erred first. It is my wrongdoing to have caused you distress. I understand your anger. May I slowly explain? He gently pinched her earlobe. If, after listening, you remain upset, I can sleep on the sofa or even move out, whatever you desire, madam. Releasing her grip, Qin Jiu allowed Fu Yeci to enter. Aware that she was not inclined to draw closer to him, yet he refrained from grasping her hand. May I confirm that your anger stems from my failure to purchase a wedding ring at the jewelry store that day? Qin Jiu did not respond, prompting Fu Yeci to mutter to himself. It appears that is indeed the cause. She bit her lip gently. Our haste to obtain the marriage certificate was due to grandfather's illness, which came upon us unexpectedly. Some matters may not have been adequately prepared, and I can understand that. However, I do not comprehend why you said a wedding ring was unnecessary when we were at the jewelry store yesterday. She did not doubt Fu Yeci's affection. Yet the decision not to purchase a wedding ring struck her as peculiar. Fu Yeci raised an eyebrow. I truly do not require any additional rings. One pair of wedding bands suffices. As he spoke, he retrieved a small wooden box from his suit pocket, elegantly crafted, and upon opening revealed a pair of wedding rings. Their mere appearance exuding an overwhelming beauty. Qin Jiu blinked at the rings. When did you buy these? 6 months ago. Fu Yeci approached, needing to be for Qin Jiu. Madam Fu, although our marriage certificate was obtained earlier than I had planned, my love for you was an inevitable certainty. Would you grant me the chance to remain by your side as your devoted partner? Qin Jiu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded as she watched Fu Yeci slide a heart-shaped pink diamond ring onto her fourth finger. Initially, she had merely wished for a pair of wedding bands like other couples, never anticipating such gravity. Fu Yeci genti quiset her finger, observing her stunned expression. Are you not going to put a ring on my finger? Oh, right. She quickly retrieved the other ring from the box and placed it onto Fu Yeci's finger. Qin Jiu felt disoriented by the sudden shift. Only moments ago she was indignant, and now she was accepting his ring. You mentioned you bought it 6 months ago. Why only present it to me now? She looked up at him, her tone puzzled. If she had known about this diamond ring earlier, she wouldn't have harbored such lingering resentment. The diamond was part of my plans 6 months ago. However, it encountered some delays. I had no inkling that grandfather would suddenly fall ill. The ring design was not completed prior to obtaining the marriage certificate, and my visit to the design studio today was to hasten the designer's progress. Fu Yeci softly reassured. I intended to prepare a surprise, but it inadvertently caused you distress, and I take full responsibility. Upon hearing his explanation, Qin Jiu's anger dissipated instantly. Reflecting on her earlier thoughts, she felt foolish for assuming Fu Yeci was indifferent towards their marriage. Why propose now? Qin Jiu murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Shouldn't a proposal occur in a romantic setting, adorned with flowers and balloons? With Madame Fu nearly casting me out, could I dare to delay the proposal for several days? Fu Yeci had indeed prepared a romantic proposal, fitting for a girl's fantasies. Yet he feared that if he did not clarify matters tonight, Qin Jiu might decide she no longer wanted him by morning. I should not have doubted you, Qin Jiu murmured, lowering her gaze. Fu Yeci settled onto the sofa, pulling Qin Jiu on his lap. Then may I request that you refrain from expelling me tonight? It would be quite the embarrassment to be cast out by my wife within just a week of marriage. Qin Jiu's earlobes flushed a delicate shade of red. The more she listened, the more she felt she was the one deserving of mockery. Chapter 41, My Wife. With the misunderstandings resolved, the distance between them diminished. Qin Jiu rested her head upon Fu Yeci's shoulder, gazing down at the ring adorning her fourth finger. She had stumbled upon its description in a magazine, where it was hailed as a symbol of love due to its flawless beauty, drawing countless admirers whenever it graced the world with its presence. However, due to the exorbitant price, no one dared to place a bid, and unexpectedly, it was ultimately purchased by Fu Yeci. Qin Jiu gazed at the ring with a profound look in her eyes, her peach blossom orbs narrowing slightly. She could ascertain that in her previous life, she had not received this ring. At that time, she was unwilling even to lay eyes upon him. How could she possibly accept his ring? Was it the butterfly effect brought about by her rebirth? Yet Fu Yeci had evidently planned to acquire it 6 months prior, long before her reincarnation, and he could not possibly gift it to another. What was she contemplating? Observing her serious expression, Fu Yeci inquired. Qin Jiu replied, I was pondering that you had intended to buy this diamond 6 months ago. If I had consistently refused to marry you, would you have given it to someone else? This ring is intended for Mrs. Fu. I shall only bestow it upon my wife. Qin Jiu was not quite satisfied with this answer. Did it mean he would love anyone who married him equally? The man, noticing her discontent, chuckled softly. I am devoted in matters of the heart. Aside from you, no one else shall ever become my wife. Hearing Fu Yeci declare such romantic sentiments in a serious tone left Qin Jiu blushing furiously. This life was inherently different from the last. She need not dwell excessively upon the matter of the ring. What remained certain was that, irrespective of the lifetime, Fu Yeci's love for her was unwavering and resolute. She tilted her head to plant a kiss upon his lips, which he reciprocated with a deeper kiss. Fu Yeci embraced the girl, who was gasping for breath, and gently wiped her lips, saying, Jiu, a kiss should be like this. If you cannot learn, I shall teach you again. He lowered his head and kissed her once more. The following day was the weekend, and both of them awoke late. As Qin Jiu reminisced about the blush-inducing scene from the previous night, she realized that a kiss could manifest in myriad forms, not solely as lips meeting lips. Although they had not engaged in anything further, it stirred her imagination. Fu Yeci reached out to pull the girl beside him into his embrace, kissing her earlobe softly. Jiu. His voice was husky. Upon hearing her name called by him, Qin Jiu involuntarily recalled yesterday's scenes, where he had similarly called her name while kissing her. His voice was too alluring to continue listening. The girl rose from the bed to wash up and, while cleansing her face, spotted the strawberry marks on her neck. Instantly furrowing her brows, she turned to confront the culprit responsible for those marks from last night, her expression thoroughly displeased. Fu Yeci followed her gaze and apologized. I could not restrain myself last night. Yet Qin Jiu did not forgive him merely because of his apology. She had plans to go out today and worried about what others might think. Isn't it said in novels that CEOs possess great self-control? She mumbled softly. You were nothing like your usual restrained self last night. Fu Yeci, leaning against the doorframe, caught her words and smiled lazily. If I had no self-control, last night would have been far more than just kissing. Qin Jiu comprehended the implication behind his words, her earlobes flushing. The intimate matters between spouses were inevitable. It was impossible for them to remain unaddressed indefinitely, and she did not mind it as much as she thought. Fu Yeci retrieved a bottle of foundation from a vanity and applied it to the marks on Qin Jiu's neck with his fingers. I shall endeavor to control myself in the future. Moreover, do not worry. Before Mrs. Fu genuinely desires it to happen, I will not pressure you. Qin Jiu felt as if she were an open book before Fu Yeci, unable to conceal any of her thoughts. Sometimes, she found herself curious about how he understood her so well. In the morning, the two enjoyed a cup of tea together, while Qin Jiu arranged flowers beside him. The jasmine tea was nearly depleted, as the servant had forgotten to purchase more. There are plenty of jasmine flowers outside. When I have the time, I can gather some to make tea for you, she said, setting down her scissors and the roses. I just wonder if you will be able to get used to it. Her tea-making skills were certainly not on par with those of professional tea artisans. But she had brewed jasmine tea a few times back at the Qin residence, and it had turned out quite well. If you enjoy it, then do so. I will take some to the office for tea. Just don't tire yourself out, he replied. All right. Qin Jiu continued trimming the roses and placed them into a white porcelain vase. After arranging the vase, she noticed two beautiful little flowers remaining and felt it would be a shame to discard them. She glanced at Fu Yeci and tucked the small flowers into the pocket of his shirt as a decoration. Only then did she realize how audacious her act had been. For me? Fu Yeci asked. Qin Jiu nodded. She used to pin flowers onto her clothing as adornments. But doing so for Fu Yeci seemed rather inappropriate, almost childish. Fu Yeci gazed at the flower peeking out of his pocket, his eyes filled with affection. Then I must take good care of it. Chapter 42. Do not become too infatuated with sister. In the afternoon, Qin Jiu had arranged to hang out with her close friends and changed into a turtleneck before heading out. At the billiards hall, Qin Jiu and Fu Yeci took turns playing, and when it was Su Lu's turn, she performed a stunning clearance in one shot. Watching the last ball sink into the pocket, Fu Yeci cast her an admiring glance. You're amazing. Teach me how you did that. Su Lu blew on her cue. Striking a pose, do not become too infatuated with sister. After tiring from playing, the three of them sat on chairs beside the billiards table to rest. Fu Yeci casually noticed the diamond ring on Qin Jiu's finger, exclaiming, what a beautiful ring. Is that a pink diamond? Such diamonds were rare. Fu Yeci stared at the ring for a moment. Is it the one that appeared at the Sotheby's auction some time ago? How do you know, CC? Su Lu looked over. My brother also participated in the auction for that diamond. I heard the competition was quite fierce at the time. Although the Chu family was affluent, they would not casually spend tens of millions on a pretty diamond. When the bidding reached 10 million, many people gave up, merely watching from the sidelines. Fu Yeci is willing to spend such a fortune on Qin Jiu. It seems he is truly devoted. Fu Yeci shook her head. But diamonds do not represent true affection. There are plenty of pretentious people in this circle. Fu Yeci's parents were in a marriage manipulated by interests. They appeared very loving and had several children, yet in reality, they led separate lives. She had witnessed her father with other women, and her mother had seen it too, merely offering him a nonchalant warning not to be caught by the reporters. Having experienced such things frequently, she believed that all couples' affections were merely a facade, and she held no expectations for love. Qin Jiu, if you are not happy, you must tell us the truth. You cannot hide it from us. Influenced by her family, she held a rather pessimistic view of love. Qin Jiu pinched her cheek, reassuring her, don't worry, I will not allow myself to be unhappy. The three girls chatted for a while, then opened a gaming app on their phones. However, luck was not on their side that day, as they matched with teammates lacking skill and lost 2 consecutive matches. Su Lu glanced at the scoreboard, her temper flaring. We played so well, and our shooter didn't even reach 10 in damage output. How are we supposed to win? Meanwhile, at Fu Yuan, Fu Yeci opened the same gaming app and logged into his account. He and T played in several years. If it weren't for Qin Jiu playing a few days prior, he might have nearly forgotten about the game. Interestingly, he had initially learned about the game because of Qin Jiu. Back then, he was in England, and she had deleted all her contacts with him, knowing she enjoyed gaming. He created an account in hopes of adding her as a friend. During that time, they often played together, although Qin Jiu was unaware that the person gaming with her was him. It must be a matchmaking issue. Do you know any gaming experts who can join us and carry us to victory? All three of them were at the highest rank. There were not many who could surpass them. Qin Jiu scrolled through her friend list and suddenly noticed an account she hadn't seen in a long time was online. Among her gaming friends was a remarkable player, a true master of the craft. She reminisced about the days several years ago when she played alongside him. His near-limitless skills had indeed left her astounded. Much of her current awareness and technique had been gleaned from him. Su Lu, filled with excitement, urged, "What are we waiting for? Invite the master in." "All right, let me try." Qin Jiu hesitated as she gazed at the black avatar named F, pondering whether he would still remember her after their long hiatus from gaming together. She opened the chat box and typed, "Hi. I didn't expect to see you online today." After a few moments, a reply came through. "I saw someone playing a few days ago and thought I'd log in to check it out. Tenley Wine Aroma. I'm playing with some friends. Since I saw you online, would you like to join us for a few matches?" F, sure. Relieved by his affirmative response, Qin Jiu exhaled softly, having feared he might not recognize her after all these years of silence. Fortunately, she had retained the same gaming nickname, which he should recognize. After creating a room, Qin Jiu initiated the game, with the three girls each selecting a mage, warrior, and support role. While F chose a sword-wielding assassin, the opponents were adept at ambushing, and on several occasions, F came to her rescue. When the enemy south side lane proved too formidable for Su Lu to defend, resulting in the loss of 2 turrets, F typed in the game interface, "No need to panic, we can win." In a flash, the assassin teleported, executing 2 skills in swift succession, coordinating seamlessly with his teammates to claim all 5 enemy kills. The execution was nothing short of fluid. The group collectively showered F with praise. Chapter 43. The husband returns home with his wife. The assassin led his teammates in an assault, securing victory in under 10 minutes. Su Lu and Fu Yeci applauded, reveling in the advantage of having a masterful player guiding them, and Qin Jiu persuaded F to continue playing a few more matches. Before logging off, Qin Jiu opened the chat box to converse with F, anxious that he might think she was merely leveraging him for victory. They had once been half friends, sharing their lives' troubles, with Qin Jiu confiding in him as an emotional outlet. Tenley Wine Aroma. Why haven't you been online frequently? Is the game no longer enjoyable? Unbeknownst to her, the individual behind the screen was none other than him, and she was oblivious to his identity, age, or gender. Regardless, she cherished the exchanges they had shared during that period. F. I was busy with my studies. Upon reading this, Qin Jiu speculated that he might be a young student. The internet often claimed that the truly skilled gamers were the quick-witted youngsters, and F appeared to fit that description. Tenley Wine Aroma. If you have free time in the future, feel free to join me for a game. My friends all praise your skills. F. Thank you. After noticing that Tenley Wine Aroma had logged off, Fu Yeci set down his phone and rubbed his temples, contemplating whether to reveal the truth to Qin Jiu. Mrs. Fu was unaware that the person she had been gaming with was him, and his deliberate silence felt somewhat underhanded. Would she resent him if she learned that he had approached her with ulterior motives, pretending not to know her? Perhaps it was best to let it be. After all, it was simply a game, and their current rapport was rather pleasant. He wanted to observe how his little wife interacted with a stranger. Qin Jiu took a sip from her bottled water, setting it down only to find 2 pairs of sparkling eyes fixed upon her. Coaxes analyse de sérieusement. His avatar is entirely black. Usually, individuals using such avatars are male. Su Lu scrutinized her closely. Qin Jiu, tell us honestly, who is this person? And how do you know him? Qin Jiu replied, we're merely online acquaintances from gaming. I just learned he might be a student, but he is truly skilled. I can invite him to play in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Lu's curiosity slightly diminished. Earlier, during their game, F had saved Qin Jiu several times, intentionally allowing her to secure kills. He seemed rather impressive. She had initially assumed there might be gossip, but it appeared he was just a young man who enjoyed rescuing damsels in distress. Su Lu and Fu Yeci resumed their game of billiards when Qin Jiu received a phone call from Fu Yeci, who inquired how much longer she would be. She glanced at her phone, the hour hand pointing to 5 o'clock, perhaps another half hour. Fu Yeci acknowledged her on the line, mentioning he had prepared small ribs and crispy meat for dinner. He would drive to pick her up once she called before returning. No need. I can take a taxi home, she replied, not wanting to trouble him. His tone turned displeased. Mrs. Fu, isn't it customary for a husband to fetch his wife home? How could it be a burden? I'm just worried that Lulu and Cece might feel uncomfortable seeing you. Let us save the pickup for next time. After hanging up, Fu Yeci furrowed his brows. His gaze clouded with uncertainty. Was there something he had done wrong? It seemed his little wife was reluctant to appear too close to him in front of others. Su Lu made the final shot, sinking the billiard ball, and the group began to pack up to leave. A few individuals approached from the opposite billiard table. One girl stared at Qin Jiu for a moment, confirming her identity before a smile spread across her lips. Are you all here to play billiards as well? The trio turned toward the voice, revealing Meng Lu, clad in a gray sports outfit, with a billiard cue resting against her chin. Long time no see. She scanned the three of them, her gaze lingering on Qin Jiu, who she examined several times. Upon noticing the designer handbag in Qin Jiu's grasp, her eyes momentarily halted. She recognized it as a limited edition model, with no more than 10 available in the country, one she had failed to acquire. It was likely that Qin Jiu's was a counterfeit. The four of them attended the same university, with both Meng Lu and Qin Jiu studying in the arts, frequently sharing the same classroom, making it nearly impossible to avoid encounters. Their relationship was not particularly close. Qin Jiu had wished to avoid her, and after graduation, they had lost contact. What a coincidence! Qin Jiu forced a polite smile, uttering 2 words, wishing to avoid further pleasantries. Meng Lu nodded, her tone tinged with arrogance. We should have a meal together next time. You missed the celebration dinner during our senior year. I didn't get the chance to thank you in person, which I regret. This remark brought back unpleasant memories for Qin Jiu. She paused, replying, perhaps next time. I have things to attend to, so I must take my leave. As they entered the elevator, Su Lu and Chu Qisi muttered. Their relationship was merely mediocre in college. I wouldn't want to see her after graduation. And she dares to bother our Qin Jiu. Qin Jiu shook her head. It's nothing. It's just a superficial relationship. Whether we meet again in the future is uncertain, so there's no need to be upset over her. Upon reaching the ground floor, Su Lu noticed that Qin Jiu had no one to pick her up and offered to drive her home. What about Fu Yeci? Why isn't he here to fetch Mrs. Fu? Don't tell me it's true what Cece said, that they're only putting on a show of harmony. And Qin Jiu is too reluctant to voice her grievances. I told him not to come. You needn't worry about me. My taxi will arrive in 2 minutes. She deliberately refrained from having Fu Yeci come and requested the driver not to pick her up, desiring to return home alone. Before departing, Su Lu handed her a gift bag. Here is your wedding gift. No matter what, you must lead a blissful life. And mine too, Chu Qisi added, presenting her own prepared item. Qin Jiu accepted the gifts, expressing her gratitude to both. 2 minutes later, a taxi came to a stop at the entrance. The girl opened the door and got in, the taxi driving off into the distance. The window on the 5th floor was ajar, and Meng Lu looked down with a mocking glint in her eyes. Qin Jiu departed in a taxi, indicating that her family was not particularly affluent and her life was far from idyllic. Rumors had circulated in university that she was the daughter of a distinguished family from Haishur, a notion she once believed, but now it appeared to be a pitiful fabrication. Chapter 44. I shall become illusory. The taxi driver, adhering to the designated address, delivered Qin Jiu to a watch store. Master, please wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly. She entered the shop, retrieved the watch she had ordered in advance from the clerk, and reboarded the vehicle. Upon her return to the Fu residence, it was already 6:30, and the servant assisted her with her bags. Madam, where shall I place these? Just put them in the bedroom, she replied. As Qin Jiu changed her shoes at the entrance, she spotted Fu Yeci emerging from the study. Why are you back so late? He inquired, taking her outer garment with practiced ease, as if he had performed such a task countless times. His words caused Qin Jiu to pause, evoking a nostalgic illusion of her childhood when her father would ask her the same question after she had returned home late from playing. Only now, the person beside her was different. I was just playing with Lulu and Cece for a while. Qin Jiu chose not to disclose her detour to collect the watch to Fu Yeci, intending to show it to him later that evening. After dinner, Fu Yeci accompanied Qin Jiu forastrode. In a northern summer, the sunset lingered longer as the last golden rays gradually descended below the horizon. The vast sky stretching endlessly. From dusk to twilight, Fu Yeci held Qin Jiu's hand tightly, gazing into her profound eyes as if they were not merely walking, but sharing the remainder of their lives together. As Qin Jiu beheld the darkening sky, her thoughts began to drift. She couldn't help but reflect on her past life, where moments of harmonious coexistence with Fu Yeci were fleeting. She had struggled to break free from the grip of medication to love him, only to be forcibly compelled to erase her memories of that love. Each instance of forgetting was accompanied by anguish. Fu Yeci, do you believe in the concept of reincarnation? The girl suddenly turned her gaze towards him and spoke. Fu Yeci appeared taken aback for a moment. then replied in a measured tone. Buddhism teaches that the fruits of this life are the results of past actions. All our experiences in this life are intertwined with deeds from previous incarnations. We encounter each other due to debts incurred. Qin Jiu lowered her gaze, narrowing her eyes. If all experiences were indeed linked to past lives, then what could account for her rebirth? Was it because she owed Fu Yeci too much, granting her an opportunity for restitution? Qin Jiu sighed. Someone like you must be an atheist. If she were to reveal their past life to Fu Yeci, would he deem her mentally unstable? Such an absurdity could hardly be believed by a rational person. No, the man paused for certain matters. I can become illusory and wish for occurrences that transcend the physical realm. There are indeed phenomena in this world that defy scientific explanation, which is why we have met again and fallen in love anew. Intrigued by his words, Qin Jiu had always assumed that someone like Fu Yeci would be a staunch believer in science. Yet here he was, akin to those who seek divine intervention. What you hold dear must be of great significance, she mused, contemplating Fu Yeci's responsibilities, the continued prosperity of the Fu family, the health of his parents, and the presence of loved ones. In that moment, Qin Jiu struggled to discern which was paramount. Observing erfarud brau, Fu Yeci expressed. I wish to share many lifetimes with Mrs. Fu. Qin Jiu's ears flushed crimson as she glanced at him. You're becoming quite adept at charming people. The man chuckled softly. I made the same wish in my previous life. Qin Jiu thought he was jesting, dismissing his words. If wishes could be so easily realized, the world would be devoid of suffering and regrets. She remained oblivious to the reasons behind her second chance at life, but since she had the opportunity to start anew, she resolved to leave fewer regrets in this lifetime. As twilight deepened, Qin Jiu led Fu Yeci back home. A streetlight flickered and dimmed, obscuring their vision. Suddenly, she felt something brush against her leg, akin to a creature's bite. A snake. In a startled panic, she took a step back, grasping Fu Yeci's hand to flee, inadvertently twisting her ankle. Fortunately, Fu Yeci caught her in time, preventing her fall. Don't be afraid. I'll take a look, he reassured, pulling her behind him. If it were snake bite, we must ascertain the species, so the hospital can provide the appropriate treatment. Be careful, she cautioned. The typically vivacious girl now cowered behind him, her expression timid. Qin Jiu harbored a profound fear of snakes, having been bitten by a venomous one in her youth, requiring months of hospitalization. Fu Yeci activated the flashlight on his phone and approached the object she had described, frowning slightly. It's not a snake, merely a dry twig. Her earlier sensation of being bitten stemmed from a scratch caused by the twig's sharp edge, exacerbated by her deep-seated fear of serpents, leading to such a misperception. Cautiously stepping forward, Qin Jiu confirmed it was indeed a dried branch, and reflecting on her earlier panic, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 45, I shall carry you home. Fu Yeci noticed the girl's awkward expression and smirked slightly. Recalling how she had fled in terror, he chuckled. You ran without forgetting to take me along, did you? Qin Jiu's face flushed with awkwardness. In that moment, she had only wanted to escape the perceived danger with Fu Yeci. You're my husband, of course. I must pull you along, she protested, never imagining the menace was merely a twig. Observing her uncomfortable stance, Fu Yeci furrowed his brow gently. Did you hurt your foot? I think I twisted it just now. He knelt beside her, assessing her injury. Her calf bore a scratch from the twig, and her ankle was slightly sprained, but fortunately it was not severe. Half squatting before her, he offered, come here. What? I'll carry you home. Qin Jiu regarded his broad back and gradually leaned against him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. As Fu Yeci walked, he slightly bent forward, ensuring her comfort. Embarrassment washed over Qin Jiu. Having been frightened by a twig and injuring her foot was mortifying enough. But the fact that she had tried to flee with Fu Yeci in tow made it all the more so. She quickly shifted the topic. Is this your first time carrying a girl? Not at all. Fu Yeci paused for a moment, recalling, I carried a child once. That was many years ago. On his way home from tutoring, he had encountered little Qin Jiu playing with friends, bullied by an older boy. After helping her, he had carried her home. As Qin Jiu rested against his back, she admired the smooth line of his jaw. Many of her contemporaries had already become parents. Last year, during the new year, I held my cousin's child. She was so adorable, like a soft little dumpling. From her words, Fu Yeci had no doubt that Qin Jiu had forgotten the incident of him carrying her. This little trickster not only makes empty promises, but also has a poor memory. The child I carried was far from well-behaved. He jested, lifting her calf slightly. You never remember the promises you made, timid as you are, yet you are quite charming. Qin Jiu assumed he was referring to a relative's child, completely oblivious to the fact that he was speaking of her. Children, still in their developmental stages, often forget what they have said, However, they typically harbor no ill intentions. Looking at that cherubic face, even their mischief could not be met with reproach. With a subtle curve at the corner of his mouth, Fu Yeci gazed at her by his side, feeling as though he possessed the entire world, while the unpleasant memories of the past dissipated into thin air. Upon returning to Fu Garden, he gently placed the girl on the sofa, retrieving a first aid kit to tend to her scrapes. Qin Jiu observed the man's careful application of the cotton swab, remarking, "I'm not that delicate. You need not be so cautious. Better to exercise caution, otherwise scars may remain, and it would not bode well for a young lady to bear such marks." Her skirt had lifted above her knees, and Qin Jiu rested her foot on Fu Yeci's leg, allowing him to apply ice to her ankle. He held her toes, gently rotating them, while his other hand massaged her ankle. When his fingers inadvertently brushed a sensitive spot, Qin Jiu involuntarily flinched, attempting to withdraw her leg. "Did I hurt you?" Fu Yeci tightened his grip around her ankle. Qin Jiu shook her head, her rosy lips pressed together. "I'm just a bit ticklish." "Then I shall be more gentle." Fu Yeci lightened his touch, yet for Qin Jiu, this only intensified the torment when his warm palm met her toes. All she wished was to escape. She was far too ticklish. To repeat her discomfort would seem overly dramatic, and with a furrowed brow, she awaited the completion of the foot massage. "Do not move about carelessly today. If your condition worsens by tomorrow, I shall take you to the hospital," he stated, carefully lowering her skirt and helping her into slippers. "It's not that serious. A night's rest will suffice," Qin Jiu replied, rising with a slight limp, her expression nonchalant. "Do not jest with your health. I do not require a resilient wife," Fu Yeci remarked, his brow furrowing as he observed her halting movements. "It truly is not serious. You are merely overreacting." She opened the wardrobe to retrieve her sleepwear, which was placed rather high, and pretended to rise on her toes to reach it. Fu Yeci stood still, watching Mrs. Fu precariously teeter, and before she could rise onto her toes, he swiftly approached, extending his long arm to wrap around her waist, lifting her effortlessly onto the bed. Qin Jiu gasped, her fear causing her to clutch his arm tightly. "To prevent further injury to your foot, do not move again tonight. Whatever you require, I shall fetch for you," he said in a deep voice. Sitting on the bed, she shot him an indignant glance, though it lacked any real bite. "You are restricting my freedom. This matter leaves no room for negotiation," Fu Yeci replied calmly. Yet his tone held an unmistakable thread of threat. "Unless you wish for me to summon a doctor tonight, who, upon examination, may declare you unharmed, then I can leave you be." Qin Jiu pressed her lips together, feeling that her minor injury hardly warranted a doctor's late-night visit. Even with wealth, one should not squander medical resources. "I shall remain still," she sighed, conceding to him. Chapter 46, MRS. Fu Yeci. Qin Jiu requested Fu Yeci to retrieve a book from the shelf for her, settling down on the bed to read. Her gaze lingered on the words, yet her mind was elsewhere, reflecting on Fu Yeci's earlier demeanor, familiar yet foreign. His previous authoritative stance was reminiscent of her past life, where he had been obstinate and possessive. Should she ever entertain thoughts of leaving, he would restrain her with chains, confining her to a room as his sole possession. But this incarnation of Fu Yeci was distinctly different. He was self-disciplined, gentle, and considerate, respecting her every thought. In a fleeting moment, Qin Jiu found herself questioning whether the man before her was indeed the Fu Yeci of her previous life. As he emerged from the bathroom, one hand drying his hair with a towel, damp strands clung to his forehead, and droplets of water adorned his face. "Jiu, do you wish to bathe? I have prepared the water in the tub," he offered, noting her earlier intention to change into her sleepwear. Closing the book, Qin Jiu regarded the distinguished man before her, momentarily doubting whether the person who had just threatened her was indeed Fu Yeci, for he was so considerate, never having uttered a harsh word, respecting her wishes at every turn. "My foot is injured. I shall forego bathing tonight." "Very well." Fu Yeci approached her. "May I carry you to wash up?" He placed a towel beneath her as he gently positioned her at the washstand, using a warm towel to cleanse her face. "Is this pressure acceptable?" he asked, his tenderness almost overwhelming. Qin Jiu, feeling a mixture of confusion and apprehension, replied, "Yes. There is no need for such caution. I am not a fragile porcelain doll." She reassured him. Fu Yeci set aside the towel, taking her hand. "MRS. Fu Yeci. Why the apology? I was too harsh earlier." He lowered his gaze, casting a shadow with his lashes, resembling a remorseful puppy. Qin Jiu pursed her lips in discontent. He recognized his earlier severity. Forbidding her from moving and threatening to summon a doctor was the next step to chain her as he had in the past. Fu Yeci explained, "Your foot is swollen, and I notice you attempting to rise on your toes, anxious that you might further injure yourself. Qin Jiu turned her head slightly. Then you could have spoken to me more gently. I did, but you do not seem to regard your own health, he replied with concern. But I worry that you will experience pain. Jiu, I care for you more than I care for myself. His words quickened her heartbeat, and the remnants of her earlier displeasure faded away, regardless of whether it was in this life or the last. It was always due to Fu Yeci's deep regard for her that his concern bordered on obsession. She should not hold him accountable for that. Seeing the self-reproach in his eyes, he continued, If I frightened you earlier, I sincerely apologize. I shall strive to control my emotions next time. Please do not harbor anger towards me, Mrs. Fu. Leaning forward, she embraced his waist. I am not angry with you. She could not bring herself to be upset with Fu Yeci. It was his past obsession that had stemmed from her own actions. Thank you for your magnanimity, Mrs. Fu. He leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on her soft lips, then pressed her back against the washstand, deepening the kiss. Qin Jiu grasped the hem of his shirt, kissing him back fervently, the kiss both urgent and profound, leaving her breathless. Fu Yeci held her delicate waist, ensuring she did not topple over. He traced his finger across her lips, incredulous as to why, after so many kisses, she still struggled to breathe. Qin Jiu's earlobes flushed a delicate pink. Unable to articulate a response, she too wondered why, having been reborn with memories of her past life, she should feel so inexperienced, despite possessing knowledge that should have made her adept in such matters. Noticing her slightly reddened eyes and her look of vulnerability, Fu Yeci felt a surge of tenderness and carried her back to bed, returning to the bathroom to tidy up his clothes. Fu Yeci caught sight of his reflection in the mirror, narrowing his eyes as a shadow of dark intent flickered within. He must remember to conceal the less savory aspects of himself. He had nearly allowed his little wife to uncover them. Fortunately, Mrs. Fu was rather naive, easily appeased, and willingly stepped into the carefully laid trap, becoming his sole possession. Chapter 47. Happy Wedding, Mr. Fu. With her foot injured, Fu Yeci held her close throughout the night, allowing her to rest undisturbed. Upon awakening the next morning, Qin Jiu noticed that the swelling in her foot had significantly subsided, and she felt little discomfort while walking. Fu Yeci reapplied the ointment without placing further restrictions on her movements. However, for tasks like brushing her teeth and washing her face, he still carried her. As Qin Jiu rose, she was reluctant to move, and the assistance was not unwelcome. After they finished washing up, Fu Yeci noticed several gift bags in the corner of the room. Recalling that they were the ones Qin Jiu had brought back the previous evening, he grew curious, particularly about a larger bag containing an exquisite little box. What was inside? May I take a look? Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu recalled the wedding gifts presented to her by Su Lu and Fu Yeci. She had intended to unwrap them last night, but her movements had been restricted, and she nearly forgot. It's the wedding gift from Lulu and Cici. Please bring it to me. Fu Yeci carried several bags over, and Qin Jiu eagerly unwrapped the largest box. Inside, she discovered two small bears, one gray and one white, each cradling a red heart inscribed with their names. Fu Yeci and Qin Jiu. It was evident that this delightful gift was from Cici. Only someone as sweet as her would present such adorable tokens. Due to her family circumstances, Fu Yeci did not believe in true love, yet she wished for her dear friend's marriage to be filled with happiness. This gray bear represents you, and the white one is me. Isn't it cute? Qin Jiu held the two bears, noting the gray one's proud expression, which bore a striking resemblance to Fu Yeci. They are charming. Let's place them on the bedside table. Fu Yeci appreciated the hearts held by the bears. Even he, typically serious and composed, found no childishness in them. All right. Qin Jiu's sweet smile blossomed as she unwrapped Su Lu's gift. Upon opening the box, she discovered a pair of couple's bracelets. At first glance, they appeared to be ordinary decorative bands. However, a small instruction manual revealed that these were bracelets equipped with a positioning function, allowing them to track each other's locations via their smartphones. Lulu must have given this out of concern for our safety, she mused, recalling that Su Lu was aware of her kidnapping incident from years past. But nowadays, smartphones have location features. This seems rather excessive. Fu Yeci took the bracelet, pausing momentarily as he connected it to his phone for tracking. Please convey my gratitude to Miss Su. This gift is invaluable to me. He had always worried about Qin Jiu's safety, should she find herself in peril again. Her adversaries would surely seize her phone, but this bracelet was discreet, ensuring he could locate her swiftly, no matter where she was. This gift was precisely what he needed. Fu Yeci gently took Qin Jiu's hand and fastened the bracelet onto her wrist, which housed a small chip, yet remained inconspicuous. Jiu, please do not remove it casually, all right? Observing the man's unusually earnest demeanor, Qin Jiu understood his deep concern for her safety and nodded in agreement. Having finished unwrapping the gifts from Fu Yeci and Su Lu, only one box remained on the floor. Qin Jiu opened the lid, revealing a watch within. "Who sent this?" "Indeed," Fu Yeci replied. "For me?" His tone held a hint of confusion, as wedding gifts were typically bestowed by relatives and friends upon newlyweds. "Previously, you were the one always gifting me." It felt one-sided. "I wanted to give you something as well, though I know you may not lack for anything. I still wish to present it to you." She gazed at him, her eyelashes fluttering. "Happy wedding, Mr. Fu." Fu Yeci met her gaze, a smile curving his lips. He had rushed into marriage, aware that old Mr. Qin feigned illness but chose not to inform her, believing such behavior lacked integrity. He feared that Qin Jiu had been compelled into marriage due to her grandfather's condition, leaving him unsettled. Hearing her express happy wedding made him realize that their union was not a fleeting illusion. He had indeed secured his beloved wife. "Thank you, Mrs. Fu. I truly cherish this wedding gift. Would you please put on for me?" His smile remained intact as he extended his wrist to her. Qin Jiu unfastened the black strap. The clasp of this watch was unlike any she had worn before. After much deliberation, she finally fastened it onto him. Fu Yeci watched her fluttering eyelashes, suddenly feeling a profound sense of contentment, simply gazing at her. Once Qin Jiu secured the watch, she admired it several times. Satisfaction evident on her face, justifying her decision to have a designer ship it from abroad. "I was initially worried that this watch might not suit you, considering how often your items are custom-made." Fu Yeci chuckled lightly. "I cherish everything gifted by Mrs. Fu, but, truthfully, I desire something else even more." "What?" Qin Jiu, puzzled, raised her gaze, her doe-like eyes blinking in confusion. Fu Yeci scrutinized her delicate face, his eyelids half closed. His little wife was utterly adorable. He imagined capturing her and keeping her locked away, teasing her repeatedly. "It's nothing. I can always ask for it later. After all, it will eventually be mine." Qin Jiu assumed he referred to a tangible item, not realizing that Fu Yeci had no financial constraints and could procure anything he desired without her assistance. Thus she did not dwell on it. Chapter 48. No account hacking. In the afternoon, Qin Jiu carved out some time to continue the painting she had not completed previously. She intended to depict a white ocean under the glow of the sunset, the orange-red sun contrasting beautifully with the white flowers, a truly breathtaking scene. Alas, the duration of the sunset was fleeting, and she failed to capture it fully. Just as she lamented this, Fu Yeci returned home, illuminated by a solitary lamp amidst the night. He stood under the light, gazing at her with warmth and tenderness. Qin Jiu transformed the orange-red sunset into a starry night sky, with a solitary lamp illuminating her dearest love as he approached her. Once the paint dried, she framed the painting and carried it to Fu Yeci's study. "You mentioned wanting a painting, and now I have completed it." Fu Yeci recognized her artistic talent. Yet he was still taken aback by the beauty of her work. It was no wonder that Qin's parents allowed her to pursue her passion instead of inheriting the family business. Not only did they cherish their daughter, but they also recognized her exceptional aptitude in art. Continuing down this path, she would achieve as much as she would have by taking over the family legacy. Fu Yeci examined the painting closely, initially believing the scene was a figment of Qin Jiu's imagination, but after a few moments, he realized it depicted the very scene from the night he returned home. She had sat on a small stool in the grass, observing him. "Why did you include me in the painting?" Qin Jiu pressed her lips together. The scene of Fu Yeci returning home that night was not particularly special. Yet it was a moment she had envisioned countless times in her youth. Having witnessed her parents' love, she had often imagined a fairy tale ending. Having a steadfast love who, on a summer evening, would walk towards her and say, "Let's go home together." These tender and beautiful moments enchanted her far more than any grand romance. Qin Jiu refrained from sharing these thoughts, playfully teasing him. Watching handsome men under the lamp possesses its own charm. Fu Yeci's gaze was filled with affection. "If Jiu wishes to see, I shall show you for a lifetime." He cherished the painting, took a photo with his phone, cropping it to reveal only half of her side profile, and shared it on social media with the caption, "Under the lamp with my wife at dusk." Fu Yeci rarely posted updates. The last time had been on the day they registered their marriage. Unable to reveal Qin Jiu's face, he had only shared 2 photos of their marriage certificate, ensuring everyone knew he had married Mrs. Fu. People in their circle were already aware of the engagement between the Fu and Qin families, so it was not surprising. Many speculated that since they had only registered their marriage without a ceremony, there might be a lack of affection between them, viewing their union as a mere alliance. For a time, a saying circulated online that only those who married their beloved would share photos of the two of them. Those who made calculated decisions would only post pictures of their marriage certificates. Consequently, Some speculated that Mr. Fu and Mrs. Fu harbored mutual disdain. Hence their marriage announcement consisted solely of their certificate photos, a mere formality. Fu Yeci's post effectively dispelled any prior rumors. Despite only a glimpse of his profile, one can still perceive the tenderness with which he approaches Mrs. Fu, evoking a sense of warmth and comfort. This is far from a union forged by mere interests. It resembles that of an affectionate couple in love. Many netizens left comments, some inquiring about the couple's recent experiences, others expressing concern for their lives, and many praising the artist's exceptional skill. Fu Yeci responded to each one. My relationship with Mrs. Fu is stable. She even gifted me something today. She is not merely my union partner. She is my beloved wife. The artist of this painting is Mrs. Fu, and I shall convey your compliments to her. One netizen queried on Weibo, why does Mr. Fu never post photos of Mrs. Fu? We don't even know her name. Is there nothing behind the title? Fu Yeci replied, MRS. Fu Israter SHY. Regarding the topic of Qin Jiu, he addressed numerous comments. In contrast to his previously aloof demeanor, some conspiracy theorists speculated that the person responding wasn't Fu Yeci himself, but rather his assistant, merely crafting a narrative of their marital bliss. Unbeknownst to Qin Jiu, Fu Yeci had posted on Weibo, and by the time she opened her phone, thousands of comments had already accumulated. She furrowed her brow as she read his replies to the netizens. This was hardly in line with Fu Yeci's usual decisive approach. He seldom bothered to clarify matters, let alone respond to trivial inquiries. The last time he posted a photo of their marriage certificate, he didn't reply to a single one of the thousands of comments. She knocked on the study door and swiftly approached the man reading on the sofa, pointing at her phone. Fu Yeci, it seems your Weibo has been hacked. Someone is responding to comments under your account. Fu Yeci set down his book, his expression unfazed. I have not been hacked. Qin Jiu paused, realizing that it must have been his assistant Li Xiu helping him with the responses. It's fine to reply to a few comments, but you should tell Li Xiu to limit it. Responding to so many seems out of character and may arouse suspicion of hacking. Fu Yeci frowned, lightly tapping his fingers on his knee. I replied to each one personally. Chapter 49. Fu Yeci, I love you. Qin Jiu's eyes widened in surprise. She was at a loss for words. Fu Yeci took her hand and sat beside her on the sofa. Is it so inconsistent with my character? People are even suspecting I've been hacked. The girl nodded. I agree that occasionally sharing updates could dispel any doubts about our relationship affecting the stock prices of the Qin and Fu companies. But there is no need to be so eager in promoting it. Some netizens harbor biases. No amount of posts will change their perceptions. The merger between the Qin and Fu families involves too many vested interests. Since the announcement of their marriage, the stock market has been on a steady rise. As long as we can alleviate the majority's doubts, stabilizing the stock market is sufficient, Qin Jiu analyzed. Upon hearing this, Fu Yeci's frown deepened, his thin lips forming a grim line, his expression displeased. Do you believe I shared these updates solely to stabilize the stock market or for corporate gain? Qin Jiu was perplexed by his anger, her gaze filled with confusion. Isn't that the case? Fu Yeci raised his hand and pinched her cheek, applying just enough pressure to leave a faint redness on her delicate face as a form of punishment. Ouch! Qin Jiu exclaimed, rubbing her sore cheek. Exactly, he replied coldly. Mrs. Fu, do you truly understand how many people claim our marriage is purely for profit and that we harbor no genuine affection? Some even suggest we will divorce by tomorrow. Are you not inclined to clarify such misunderstandings? Qin Jiu still did not comprehend. Fu Yeci was not one to concern himself with external opinions. In the past, when rumors of his ruthless demeanor circulated, leading to the destruction of families, he never sought to defend himself. Those are merely rumors, she stated. Fu Yeci retorted, if the parties involved have no desire to refute the rumors, does Mrs. Fu wish to watch them escalate, ultimately culminating in news of our divorce? That's not the case. Fu Yeci interrupted her, is Mrs. Fu only concerned with corporate stock prices and not the state of our marriage? Qin Jiu momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Fu Yeci grasped her hand, raising an eyebrow. I am not someone who neglects responsibility towards my beloved. Qin Jiu. She had initially felt justified, but now Fu Yeci's words made her question herself. Even if the public's speculations were mere fabrications, she should have addressed them. Allowing such rumors to fester was unwise. Hadn't she misunderstood Fu Yeci due to rumors in the past? I'm sorry. I won't let rumors spread unchecked again. Qin Jiu realized her mistake and proactively invited Fu Yeci to watch a movie that evening, engaging in activities befitting a couple in love. Upon exiting the cinema, she took his hand. Are you feeling a bit better now? The man was not genuinely upset with her, but relished her affectionate gestures at that moment. Though his little wife adored him, she was often reserved in expressing her love, rarely initiating affection in public. This was the perfect opportunity to make a few slightly excessive requests while she felt guilty. She would likely not refuse. I'm quite saddened that you seem indifferent toward our marriage. I can't help but wonder if there is something about me you dislike. Fu Yeci said in a low tone, his expression somber. He sighed, his gaze pitiful, as if he felt abandoned by his little wife. Were it not for the engagement arranged by our elders, Mrs. Fu would not have chosen me. The deceived girl felt an ache in her heart, believing she had truly hurt Fu Yeci. I do care. I didn't marry you for the engagement, but because I love you and wish to be with you always. These words are not something she would typically express. She understood how much she loved him, yet found it difficult to articulate her feelings. She halted her steps, gazing at him, her eyes shimmering like petals in bloom. Fu Yeci, I love you. With that, she rose on her toes and kissed his lips, wrapping her arms around his shoulders as she deepened the kiss, which lasted for 2 minutes before they parted. The cinema was indeed a romantic haven for young lovers, with other couples embracing and kissing outside. But the sight of such a stunning duo, with the girl taking the initiative, was a rarity. In an instant, many gazes turned toward them, noticing the attention. Qin Jiu's cheeks flushed crimson. She was not accustomed to such boldness and love. Fu Yeci wrapped his long arm around her, pulling her head to his chest as he hurried her into the car. Inside the vehicle, Qin Jiu sat in the passenger seat, replaying the scene of their kiss in public, still feeling her heart race. Fu Yeci tousled her hair and handed her a bottle of water. Qin Jiu, I love you, deeply and profoundly. He earnestly spoke her name, echoing back her earlier declaration of love. Qin Jiu glanced sideways, her gaze meeting his, and the air around them grew charged with intensity. As their eyes danced, Fu Yici's hand found the back of her neck, and they began to kiss passionately within the confines of the car. She had once believed that declarations of love required a tender tone to express affection adequately. But she now realized that earnestly addressing one another by name was also a crucial aspect of such confessions. Chapter 50. The car window is one way. As they drove back home from the cinema, Fu Yeci held the girl's hand as they entered Fu Garden. Qin Jiu's eyes sparkled with a hint of red. Her cheeks flushed unnaturally. That kiss in the car had lingered far too long. Reflecting on their actions half an hour prior, Qin Jiu recalled how Fu Yeci had pressed against her waist, his fingers caressing her, his palms slowly inching upwards. Qin Jiu grasped his hand, gently shaking her head. The car window was one way, rendering them unseen from the outside. After hearing his words, she released her grip, allowing him to proceed with his actions. Qin Jiu shook her head, attempting to cast away that fragment of memory, while Fu Yeci cast a sidelong glance at the girl beside him, affectionately tousling her hair. Shall we watch some television in the living room tonight? Normally, she would spend some time downstairs watching variety shows before retiring. But now she found herself incapable of engaging with any storyline. No need. Fu Yeci glanced down at the watch Qin Jiu had gifted him, the hour hand resting between 9 and 10. It was still too early for sleep, and he preferred to occupy himself with something before resting. Shall we head straight to the bedroom, then? All right. In the bedroom, Fu Yeci inspected Qin Jiu's ankle once more, pressing gently on the swollen area. Does it still hurt? It's fine now. He released her foot, his voice low and reassuring. That's good. Once your injury heals, it won't hinder your mobility. Qin Jiu's gaze flickered, unable to meet his eyes. It was far too late in the evening to consider any form of exercise, unless, of course, it pertained to certain activities within the confines of the bedroom. Fu Yeci entered the room, retrieving a nightgown belonging to Qin Jiu and placing it aside. Then filling the bathtub with warm water and tossing a handful of flower petals into the water. Leaning against the doorframe, Qin Jiu recalled the events in the car, hesitant to approach him too closely. Fu Yeci cherished her, and naturally, he wouldn't dare to act inappropriately in the car. But now that they were in the bedroom, the dynamics had shifted. They had been married for a month, and it was time for their marital life to commence. Madam Fu, are you not coming in? Upon hearing Fu Yici's voice, Qin Jiu lifted her gaze to meet his, and after a brief moment of hesitation, she quickly stepped in the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Fu Yeci observed her flushed cheeks, momentarily unable to discern whether the rose petals floating on the water's surface were redder than his little wife's face. He bent down to meet her gaze. Although we are bound by marriage, and it is my duty as a husband to care for my wife, Madam Fu, it seems you do not wish to impose on me in such a manner. The bath water is prepared, but must I also assist you in undressing? Huh? Qin Jiu's eyes widened in confusion. Fu Yeci glanced at the bathroom door, which was securely locked, and chuckled softly. Did you lock the door, intending for me to keep you company? Realizing she had instinctively locked the door upon entering, Qin Jiu stammered, No, I simply did it out of habit. The situation had become rather unclear. Madam Fu wishes for me to join her in the bathroom? He paused, maintaining his playful smile. No. She felt too shy to articulate her thoughts clearly. Notijin her distress, Fu Yeci playfully pinched her cheek. Fully aware that Qin Jiu was not as bold as she pretended to be, he was merely teasing her. His little wife was easily flustered, and he feared that if he continued, she might burst into tears. You go ahead and take your bath. I will wait outside. With that, he opened the door and stepped out. As Qin Jiu witnessed the door open and close behind him, her heart raced several beats faster, genuinely believing Fu Yeci had wanted to join her in the bathroom. After finishing her bath and changing into fresh clothes, the rose petals retained their fragrance, rendering body lotion unnecessary. She grabbed a towel to dry her hair, recalling that she had left the hairdryer outside. Upon opening the door to retrieve it, she spotted Fu Yeci on the sofa, clad in a black bathrobe, holding a book with a steaming cup of tea resting on the coffee table. He appeared both sophisticated and austere. One could easily believe he was preparing to discuss a business collaboration. Did you take a bath? I just washed up in the adjacent bedroom. Fu Yeci noted her damp hair, rising to fetch the hairdryer and resuming his seat on the sofa. Let me dry your hair. Qin Jiu settled into the space he had just vacated, picking up the book beside her. As the man wielded the hairdryer, there was a distinct sense of servitude in his actions. The book Fu Yeci had been reading was The Crowd, a work pertaining to psychology, a subject that typically fascinated Qin Jiu, but at that moment, she found herself unable to process a single word. The tension made her palms slick with a thin sheen of sweat, the hairdryer's soft hum muffling the rapid rhythm of her heartbeat. She couldn't help but recall their first encounter in the previous life. Qin Jiu vividly remembered that fateful night at the hotel. She had harbored disdain for the marriage arranged by their elders, holding a deep-seated aversion for Fu Yeci. A few days after moving into the Fu household, she had seized the opportunity to leave while he was away. Though she dared not contact anyone, Fu Yeci had found her 2 weeks later. The image of his obsessively intense gaze during their confrontation was etched into her memory. They had quarreled fiercely, and amid her harsh words, something she had said had sent him into a fury, compelling him to take her to the nearest hotel to fulfill her wifely duties. He had indeed been furious, showing no regard for her feelings. Reflecting on that night, where pain and anger intertwined, filled her with dread, an emotion that haunted her every encounter thereafter. And what of this life? The sound of the hairdryer abruptly ceased, pulling Qin Jiu back from her thoughts, and she resolved to set aside those unpleasant memories. Fu Yeci reached out to caress her hair, ensuring it was dry before putting the hairdryer away. I'll carry you to bed now. All right. She wrapped her arms around his neck, moving in sync with his actions. Even if it would be as painful as their previous experiences, she would not refuse him. Fu Yeci gently placed the petite girl onto the bed, leaning down to plant a soft kiss on her lips. She responded, meeting his kiss, her expression a mixture of shyness and tension, though not entirely joyful. Qin Jiu embraced his waist, her eyelashes fluttering downwards, a trace of fear lingering in her eyes. Despite her efforts to mask it, Fu Yeci discerned her anxiety. He held her close, kissing her for several minutes, his arm encircling her waist. Just as Qin Jiu anticipated the next step, he pulled up the blanket and lay beside her, doing nothing more. What? She was taken aback, having mentally prepared herself for more. The bedroom lights dimmed, leaving only a faint nightlight aglow. Qin Jiu gently poked Fu Yeci's shoulder with her finger. He grasped her mischievous hand, acknowledging that such moments should occur under mutual delight, yet she had not been entirely content. I'm not unhappy, she replied, though it was evident she was somewhat apprehensive. Nevertheless, she could not claim to be joyful. Could she? Aware that her emotions were transparent to him, she nodded slowly. After a brief pause, she felt it necessary to clarify her feelings to prevent any misunderstandings. Fu Yeci, I am very afraid of pain. The memories of her past life magnified her fear of suffering. Fu Yeci remained silent for a few seconds, listening as she continued. But I will strive to overcome this emotion. He gently flicked her nose. Between spouses, must one force themselves to adapt to the other? Madame Fu, you need not put yourself in a difficult position. I will not compel you to partake in what you do not enjoy. My greatest desire is to see you happy. He drew her close, tightening his embrace. Now sleep. Qin Jiu had anticipated Fu Yeci might find her overly sentimental, yet his eyes brimmed with compassion. She wrapped her arms around him, nestling into his warmth, and gradually closed her eyes. As she drifted into slumber, Fu Yeci gazed down at her delicate features, placing a tender kiss upon her nose. I am sorry. His tone was laced with remorse. He understood the root of Qin Jiu's fear of pain. Those unpleasant experiences had left psychological scars. No matter how kind or considerate he was now, it could not erase the past. My dear, did you ever hate me? The only response was the gentle sound of her breathing. Fu Yeci embraced her once more, slowly closing his eyes as he held her close. In the morning, after the two enjoyed breakfast, Qin Jiu felt a touch of embarrassment due to the events of the previous night and deliberately avoided making eye contact with Fu Yeci. Standing before a full-length mirror, Fu Yeci noticed her discomfort and beckoned her over. Jiu, could you help me with my tie? As the esteemed Mrs. Fu, she could hardly refuse such a request. Selecting a gray striped tie from the wardrobe, she draped it over the man, feeling that it would soften his typically stern appearance and lend him an air of approachability. How does this look? Perfect, I trust your judgment, Mrs. Fu, he replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 52, This is my wife. With the tie in hand, Qin Jiu wrapped her arm around the man's neck. Fu Yeci towered over her by half a head, requiring her to rise slightly on her toes to reach him. He bent down slightly to accommodate her. They stood remarkably close, attuned to each other's breathing and heartbeats. As she earnestly tied the knot, she was acutely aware of Fu Yici's gaze upon her, but dared not meet his eyes, purposefully averting her glance. All done, she declared, pressing down on the knot. Having previously donned ties while wearing women's suits, she executed the task splendidly. Having completed Mr. Fu's task, the girl turned to leave, but Fu Yeci grasped her wrist. Why are you deliberately avoiding my gaze? With her thoughts laid bare, Qin Jiu felt akin to a cornered kitten, hastily denying, I am not. Mrs. Fu was not one to lie. The moment she spoke untruths, her eyes would betray her with their wandering glance. Observing the girl's evasive eyes, Fu Yeci knew his little wife could not deceive him. Her emotions were clearly etched upon her face. Is it because of what transpired last night? Qin Jiu recalled the interrupted events from the previous evening and felt a flush of embarrassment at the thought. She lifted her gaze to meet Fu Yici's eyes, and the man leaned down to kiss her. Don't overthink it. You needn't fear me. He gently tousled her hair. The girl nodded, feeling that expressing her feelings was no longer a daunting endeavor. Fu Yeci truly was a considerate and attentive partner. Fu Yeci inquired, do you have plans for today? None. Then would you accompany me to the office? I wish to spend more time with you. Qin Jiu looked at him, her eyes filled with confusion. Why? Who brings her spouse to work? Mrs. Fu does not wish to go. After a moment's pause, Fu Yeci conceded, very well. I will have Li Xiu deliver the work documents to Fu Garden for me to handle in my study. Once a solitary figure, it mattered little where he worked. Now, with a wife by his side, he was reluctant to part from her, especially since she had just confessed her feelings the previous day, a time when young girls were often shy and tender-hearted. Upon hearing his words, Qin Jiu furrowed her brow, finding herself unable to dissuade him, and ultimately agreed to accompany Fu Yeci to the office. Arriving at the Fu Corporation, the employees who saw the couple entering cast curious glances in their direction. Today, Qin Jiu wore a light green qipao, adorned with a white jade tassel at her left chest, and her hair elegantly pinned up with a turquoise hairpin, exuding an air of antiquity. This must be the esteemed Mrs. Fu. She is truly beautiful, with such radiant skin. It was evident that Fu Yeci, usually so stern, was fond of her. As he held her hand, just yesterday, he had posted on Weibo about their sweet daily life. This was the first time the employees encountered the rumored Mrs. Fu, and their curiosity was piqued. Since Qin Jiu had previously treated them to coffee, they held her in high regard. Hearing the murmurs around her, Qin Jiu glanced down at their intertwined hands, realizing the need for caution in public settings. She attempted to discreetly withdraw her hand, but Fu Yeci noticed and tightened his grip. This is my wife, he introduced her to the onlookers. Hello, MRS. Fu. Hello, everyone. Among the crowd, a pair of eyes regarded Qin Jiu with disdain, stealthily capturing her image with a phone. Qin Jiu greeted everyone warmly, appearing approachable and devoid of arrogance, instantly enhancing the employees' fondness for her. Many female colleagues desired to befriend her for casual chats, but with Fu Yeci present, an air of pressure enveloped the atmosphere, deterring them from being too forward. In the exclusive elevator, the girl turned to Fu Yeci. It seems the employees are somewhat intimidated by you. Is your temper rather poor when you work? Fu Yici's commanding presence could indeed be overwhelming. One could easily perceive the weight of his authority. It was no wonder the employees felt apprehensive. Furrowing his brow slightly, Fu Yeci thought it unwise for Mrs. Fu to perceive him as a feared tyrant and explained, I am usually quite busy with work and have limited interaction with the staff, which has led to a certain distance. They do not fear me, nor do I often exhibit a poor temper. The 28th floor housed the president's office along with several assistants' offices, all prepared to execute any tasks assigned by Fu Yeci. Upon reaching their destination, Qin Jiu and Fu Yeci exited the elevator, where an assistant awaited outside. Yapolojitse, Fu Ye. I was preoccupied with a task, and forgot to attend to the matter of receiving your wife. Fu Yeci had informed him earlier that Mrs. Fu would be visiting, instructing him to brief the employees. The assistant braced himself for a reprimand, knowing Fu Yeci's disdain for inefficiency and foolishness. It's fine, Fu Yeci replied calmly. Just be more mindful next time. The assistant stared in disbelief. Fu Yeci's tone was so unusually gentle that he felt as if he were dreaming. Upon glancing at Mrs. Fu beside him, he began to comprehend the situation. Chapter 53. Mrs. Fu takes precedence over work. Fu Yeci led Qin Jiu into his office, which was spacious and designed in a traditional Chinese style, adorned simply without excessive embellishment. Qin Jiu was not unfamiliar with this office. In her previous life, she had visited it numerous times, often to steal documents in a bid to harm him. Perhaps Fu Yeci had long suspected that the one who betrayed him was she, yet he remained unguarded against her. Acknowledging the pain she had caused him time and again, she still willingly returned. What troubles you? Fu Yeci observed her donjas de menor, sensing her discontent. Do you dislike this office? Qin Jiu shook her head, determined to cast aside the shadows of her past. In this lifetime, their misunderstandings had been resolved, and she was no longer under the influence of Qi Lan's drugs. She would never again harm him. I'm glad to hear that. Come, try the sofa and see if it's comfortable. The girl obediently settled onto the sofa, its leather cool to the touch, firmer than that at home, yet still quite comfortable, a stately addition to the office. She paused, pondering why he had specifically asked her to test the sofa among all the furnishings. Fu Yeci sat beside her, a flicker of something dark passing through his eyes as he spoke in a low voice, because shortly, I intend to kiss you on the sofa. Without allowing her a moment to react, he wrapped his arms around her waist and leaned down to capture her lips. Qin Jiu cast a wary glance towards the office door, anxious that someone might enter, and attempted to push him away. Her strength was no match for him, however. He pinned her wrist above her head and whispered playfully, Jiu, kissing requires focus. As the kiss concluded, Qin Jiu sank into the corner of the sofa, panting heavily. Her eyes slightly reddened, appearing both aggrieved and adorable. Couldn't you lock the door before kissing? You naughty man. I already locked the door when we came in. There is no need to worry about being seen. Upon hearing his words, Qin Jiu realized that this man was deliberately withholding information, merely to witness her flustered demeanor. This realization only fueled her irritation further. Fu Yeci, having successfully secured a kiss, felt quite pleased and rose to attend to his work at the desk. Stay here and accompany me obediently. If you need anything, just let me know. He handed his tablet to Qin Jiu. With a huffy demeanor, Qin Jiu retorted, You're so busy, Mr. Fu, with a mountain of documents awaiting your attention. How could you possibly find time to waste on me? Fu Yeci raised an eyebrow, pondering whether his little wife was truly upset. Madame Fu is far more important than work. If you are dissatisfied, I shall take a few days off to stay at home with you. Work is still paramount. You should focus on your tasks. She genuinely feared that if she nodded in agreement, Fu Yeci would instantly take a leave of absence to whisk her away home. Amused by her timid demeanor, Fu Yeci chuckled softly. Once seated at his desk, he sent a message to Li Xiu, instructing him to handle the matter that another assistant had neglected that morning. It was crucial to safeguard Madame Fu's privacy from the vengeance of rivals. Upon receiving the task, Li Xiu promptly descended in the elevator. In the office on the first floor, employees were engaged in lively discussions regarding Fu Yeci and Qin Jiu. Mr. Fu has been aloof from women for years, and now he suddenly marries and dotes on his wife. Could it be that he has long harbored feelings for Madame Fu? Several employees speculated. It's quite possible. She appears younger than me, with an enchanting visage and an appealing figure. Who would envy Mr. Fu for having such a lovely wife? Chi Face snickered derisively, her tone laced with sarcasm. It's merely a business alliance. Appearances must be upheld externally, fooling only those simpletons among you. With Mr. Fu's esteemed position, how could he possibly be enamored with a woman as delicate as a parasitic flower? She had initially believed Madame Fu to be formidable, but upon first seeing Qin Jiu, she merely perceived her as a fragile canary, pampered by the wealthy. Manager Qi, how can you speak of Madame Fu in such a manner? One employee defended her. She is the daughter of the prestigious Qin family. Such a distinguished lineage makes her well suited for Mr. Fu. Chi Fei coldly retorted. If it weren't for her esteemed background, Mr. Fu would never have taken her as his wife. Bringing her home demands maintaining a facade. Other employees were eager to stand up for Qin Jiu. Having enjoyed the milk tea she had treated them to, they couldn't bear to see her slandered. Just then, the elevator dinged, interrupting their conversation. Li Xiu, unaware of their gossip, gathered everyone and cautioned them against posting anything related to Madame Fu online. Mr. Fu wishes to protect his wife's privacy. Any photographs or details concerning Madame Fu should not be disseminated. Otherwise, prepare to receive a court summons. His stern tone sent shivers down everyone's spine. Upon recalling the photos she had taken earlier, Qi Fei hesitated momentarily before ultimately deleting them. Chapter 54, Always Welcome. In the office, Qin Jiu spent some time watching a drama on her tablet before ordering afternoon tea for the staff via her phone. The employees at Fu's company were quite warm towards her. A few girls had even attempted to strike up a conversation, clearly fond of her. She had always been generous and friendly, eager to make more acquaintances. Seated on the sofa, she glanced up at Fu Yeci, contemplating what flavor of coffee he preferred. However, he was engrossed in his work, his focus so intense that he was difficult to disturb. Not wishing to interrupt him for the sake of a cup of coffee, she pondered a clever solution and opened WeChat to message the cafe owner. 2 hours later, all the afternoon tea was delivered to the reception. Qin Jiu set down her tablet and stood up, preparing to leave. "Where are you going?" The man, who had been fully immersed in his work, immediately looked up upon sensing her intent to depart. "I bought afternoon tea for everyone. I'm going down to help distribute it. Such tasks can be handled by an assistant." Fu Yeci was reluctant to let her go. He found satisfaction merely in her presence beside him, without requiring her to do anything. "I want to go down and play with everyone." Qin Jiu's voice was sweet and soft, harboring a mischievous thought. "I ordered afternoon tea for you too. I'll bring it up later." With that, she exited the office. In the office downstairs, Qin Jiu distributed the afternoon tea among the staff. Laulu, holding an iced Americano, appeared distressed. Due to her menstrual cycle, she was hesitant to drink anything cold, yet felt awkward about asking someone else to swap. Noticing her discomfort, Qin Jiu offered her the room temperature drink she held. "Hi, can we swap? I recently developed a taste for iced drinks." The girl flashed her a friendly smile. Her sweet smile easily won over hearts. "Thank you." Lin Lu was touched, surprised by the attentiveness of the president's wife. "I was too shy to talk to you earlier when Mr. Fu was around. You're truly beautiful." Receiving such direct compliments about her appearance, Qin Jiu smiled shyly. "Thank you." A few other female employees gathered around, charmed by Qin Jiu's gentle demeanor. Her lack of any pretentiousness made her all the more endearing. "Madame Fu, I heard you studied art. I dabbled in traditional Chinese painting for a few years. I hope we could discuss it together in the future." "Of course. You're always welcome." Qin Jiu engaged warmly with her colleagues. Meanwhile, Qi Fei, situated at the far right of the office and reviewing documents, glanced up at Qin Jiu. Her gaze icy. Using such tactics to win hearts, this Madame Fu truly knows her schemes. She deemed the employees foolish, believing they could be easily swayed by trivial kindness. Without the Qin family's backing, Qin Jiu would amount to nothing, likely never even encountering Fu Yeci. Reflecting on how Qin Jiu had married into the Fu family, Qi Fei unconsciously clenched her fists. A cup of milk tea and a mango pudding were placed on her desk. "Hello, if you're feeling tired from work, you can have some afternoon tea and take a break." Qi Fei lifted her gaze to meet Qin Jiu's kind eyes, her expression suddenly turning cold as she replied frostily. "No, thank you. I'm currently cutting out sugar." She was not like the other simpletons in the company. She would not be swayed by a mere gesture from Qin Jiu. "There's sugar-free coffee and other snacks over there. That's not necessary." She shot a glance at the girl, then resumed her work. Seeing her so engrossed, Qin Jiu decided not to disturb her further. It was beneficial for the company to have such diligent employees. Though she did sense an undercurrent of coldness and disdain from Qi Fei. It was her first meeting, so why the unwarranted animosity? Qin Jiu ruminated on her previous encounters with this person, recalling having seen her a few times at Fu's company, but her impression was too faint to remember. Lin Lu sighed. Manager Qi is like that. She is too serious when working and has grown accustomed to being aloof. "Madame Fu, you need not take it personally." Thinking of Qi Fei, Lin Lu recalled something perplexing. Qi Fei possessed exceptional work capabilities, consistently completing tasks assigned by the company to great acclaim. Last year, superiors had sought to transfer her to a subsidiary of Fu's company as a general manager, a position with significantly higher pay and prestige than her current role. To outsiders, it was a coveted opportunity, yet she had declined, insisting she only wished to remain at headquarters. Given Qi Fei's abilities, accepting a position at the subsidiary would have surely advanced her career significantly. It was puzzling why she remained so obstinate. Chapter 55, In the Woods. Upon hearing Lin Lu describe Qi Fei's cold nature, Qin Jiu refrained from further inquiry. Though she was friendly, she would not force herself upon someone with whom she did not share a compatible vibe. After engaging in conversation with a few girls in the office, Qin Jiu approached the front desk. "Did the manager deliver the specially noted cup of coffee I requested?" The receptionist handed her the coffee, and Qin Jiu expressed her gratitude before taking the elevator to leave. The coffee ordered for Mr. Fu by Mrs. Fu was undoubtedly different from theirs. Of course, Can anything given to Mr. Fu be the same as ours? Newlyweds are in the sweetest phase of their lives. A few receptionists exchanged whispers and shared a knowing smile. As Qin Jiu grasped the uniquely crafted coffee, she envisioned the scene of Fu Yeci savoring it, a sly smile curling her lips like a cunning little fox. Fu Yeci stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze languidly surveying the bustling traffic below. Dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, his elongated silhouette exuded elegance and nobility. Upon hearing the elevator doors slide open, he turned to see his young wife approaching him with a cheerful glimmer in her eyes. Has Mrs. Fu returned willingly? Qin Jiu pouted in dissatisfaction. Why do you speak as if I've been gone for ages? It's only been a short while. Fu Yeci glanced at his watch, raising an eyebrow. It has been an hour and 45 minutes. Is that not long enough? Qin Jiu furrowed her brow. Perplexed by Fu Yeci's perception of time, it had barely been 2 hours. While Mrs. Fu is in the office, her heart seems far away. It appears more entertaining to be with unfamiliar employees downstairs than to accompany me. We have only been married for 26 days, not even a month. Fu Yici's gaze suggested he viewed Qin Jiu as a capricious woman, irresponsible in matters of the heart, someone who would discard affection once bored. Qin Jiu was taken aback by his words. Wasn't she merely trying to become better acquainted with the staff because he was so busy? How had her intentions been misconstrued in his mind? The man's eyes darkened. I am preoccupied with work, eager to finish so I can take Mrs. Fu out for a delightful outing, yet some do not share the same sentiments. Some people, Qin Jiu murmured, but he interrupted with a click of his tongue. Seemingly resigned, very well. If Mrs. Fu does not care for me, so be it. After all, I'm the one who adores you. Before he could utter another word, Qin Jiu swiftly interjected, if you continue, I might truly become that heartless woman. By the way, is the coffee I ordered for just me or for others as well? Fu Yeci glanced at the coffee she held in her hand, his long fingers taking it from her grasp. Considering she had just gone downstairs to distribute coffee to other employees, it was evident that she had not ordered it solely for him. His voice was tinged with melancholy. It seems only after everyone else has been served does Mrs. Fu remember me. Why does it feel like Fu Yeci is sulking? She remarked. Others received their afternoon tea as a unified delivery. This cup was specially crafted by the manager for you. Upon hearing that it was distinct from the others, Fu Yici's expression softened slightly. After unwrapping the coffee, he extended it towards her, asking if she would like to taste it. I've already had a sip. This is your specially noted drink. You should try it. Qin Jiu's lips curved upward as she anticipated his reaction. Fu Yeci, oblivious to her mischievous expression, took a sip from the cup. How is it? Qin Jiu's face revealed a triumphant smirk. The coffee she had requested was specially concocted with a generous amount of lemon juice, rendering it exceedingly sour. Fu Yeci regarded her, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly. His expression impassive as he remarked, the flavor is delightful, superior to that of nearby coffee shops. Qin Jiu raised her brow in disbelief. Is it truly good? Had the manager forgotten her instructions? And was it merely an ordinary cup of coffee? She took the cup from him, taking a tentative sip. The sharp taste of lemon burst onto her palate, akin to biting into a bitter lemon, causing her features to contort in distaste. The sourness lingered in her mouth, making it difficult to swallow. Fu Yeci handed her a few tissues for her to spit it out and poured her a glass of warm water. After finishing the entire glass, the sourness in her mouth subsided significantly. Sitting on the sofa, she caught sight of the man beside her, who wore a faint smile, and she pursed her lips in discontent. Fu Yeci, you did that on purpose. He chuckled softly. Of course, good things are meant to be shared with Mrs. Fu. Qin Jiu took another sip of water, puzzled by how he maintained his composure despite the overwhelming acidity. He truly possessed remarkable self-control. Fu Yeci approached there, a beam of sunlight streaming through the window to illuminate him, casting delicate shadows across his face. He gracefully settled onto the sofa, his fair arm casually draped aside, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Qin Jiu glanced at him for a moment, unable to deny his striking handsomeness. He was undeniably attractive from any angle, a sight that captivated her and soothed her earlier irritation. Jiu, allow me to teach you something. Fu Yeci reclined on the sofa, adopting a languid posture. Yet, Qin Jiu detected an undertone of reprimand in his words, and with a hint of trepidation, she nodded. Why did you give me such a uniquely flavored coffee? He paused, carefully choosing his words. Qin Jiu's intention had been to witness his reaction when confronted with sourness. After all, he had been so audacious that morning. She had yearned to see the usually composed Fu Yeci lose his poise, but little did she know he would take such a large sip without flinching. Prepared for his inquiry, she blinked and replied, the manager mentioned it was a new product that hadn't been served to other customers yet. So I thought to buy a cup for you to try. Who could have guessed it would taste so peculiar? She resolved never to purchase from that cafe again. Fu Yeci observed her earnest demeanor and chuckled. Did you truly believe I was unaware that the owner of that coffee shop is you? I feared I had done something wrong, prompting Mrs. Fu Yeci. Qin Jiu dared not meet his gaze, worried he would see the truth in her evasive eyes. As her fib unraveled, Fu Yeci extended his long arm, pulling her into his embrace, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Did you truly think I could be so easily deceived? Seated on his lap, Qin Jiu rested her arm on his shoulder, her cheeks flushed and her expression awkward. Fu Yeci tightened his grip around her waist, his fingers applying gentle pressure. Now tell me, why did you give me such a sour coffee? His presence was overwhelmingly commanding. Even without direct eye contact, she could sense the chill in his gaze. The tightening of his arm around her made her increasingly anxious, and she was reminded of a past life when he had interrogated her similarly, his tone much colder and his demeanor more menacing. Qin Jiu trembled slightly, emotions surging within her, her eyes growing warm. I was merely curious and wanted to see your uncontrollable reaction to the sour taste. Fu Yeci s'y regardait de petite face, noticing the hint of redness in her eyes. He feared that if he pressed further, she might burst into tears. Yet, he had done nothing but inquire about her reasoning. Lowering her head, she struggled to articulate the emotions stemming from her previous life. Fu Yeci, still cradling her waist, gently placed her back on the sofa and leaned down to whisper in her ear, Jiu, I'm not blaming you, nor am I trying to frighten you. With me, you need never feel tense or afraid. You are my wife. I have an obligation to make you happy. Therefore, even if you're Mrs. Fu with unreasonable little tantrums, I still adore you. He affectionately tousled her hair. Lifting her gaze, Qin Jiu blinked a few times, a hint of defiance in her huff. As if emboldened, who told you to tease me this morning, deliberately withholding the fact that you had locked the door, and then accusing me of being irresponsible in love? Fu Yeci chuckled lightly. It was my fault. I sincerely accept Mrs. Fu's criticism. With distinctly articulated fingers lightly tapping on the sofa, he eventually lifted his gaze, an earnest expression gracing his features. Hadn't Mrs. Fu just mentioned her desire to witness my emotional unraveling? Qin Jiu pressed her lips together, reflecting that he was far too composed to ever truly lose control. A man like Fu Yeci, even with a knife poised at his throat, could maintain an air of calmness, adeptly addressing any issue that arose. Fu Yeci remarked, in truth, eliciting my loss of control is quite simple. It merely requires the right approach. Observing the young woman lift her gaze, seemingly entranced by his words, he continued, Jiu, allow me to teach you. With that, he pushed Qin Jiu onto the sofa and pressed his lips against her waist. It was not a daunting task to provoke Fu Yici's emotional upheaval. A single kiss from Qin Jiu would suffice. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Fu Yeci took Qin Jiu's hand as they descended the stairs. Typically, he would still be engaged in work at this hour, but today he had expedited his tasks to leave early. In good spirits, a subtle smile danced upon his lips. In stark contrast to the girl beside him, Qin Jiu reached to touch the crimson mark on her neck, biting her lip in discontent. Without concealer, there was no way to erase the evidence of their earlier indiscretion. Glancing at the man, she reproached him, I warned you not to leave any marks in public. My apologies, I forgo, Fu Yeci replied nonchalantly. I'll be more mindful next time. The displeasure on Qin Jiu's face lingered, with his impeccable memory. It was implausible that he had genuinely forgotten. He must have done it on purpose. She hoped they would not be seen by the staff below. As the elevator doors opened, Qin Jiu hurried toward the exit, wishing to evade detection. However, the staff's enthusiasm proved overwhelming, and she was promptly called out. Mrs. Fu, are you leaving with Mr. Fu? Thank you for treating us to afternoon tea. The grape tarts were delightful. No need to mention it. I shall visit again. Qin Jiu turned, her hand instinctively covering the mark on her neck. What happened to your neck? Did mosquito bite you? Lin Lu, still youthful and inexperienced in matters of romance, failed to grasp the implications. The other employees glanced at her neck, most of them understanding the situation and sharing knowing smiles. Qin Jiu lowered her hand, stumbling over her words. Yes, just a mosquito bite. Lin Lu, with innocent sincerity, added, but the mosquitoes this season are rather nasty. I have some cream if you'd like. No, thank you. Qin Jiu's face flushed with embarrassment. Fu Yeci's mute, wrapping his arm around her waist as they exited the building. Once they had left, laughter erupted among the office staff, with Lin Lu puzzled by their mirth. You'll understand once you experience love, came the response, as they recalled the tender gaze Fu Yeci had cast upon Mrs. Fu, so gentle it could almost drown one in sweetness. Fu Yeci had left with his newlywed wife, while the rest of them remained, burdened with work and inadvertently fed a dose of dog food. Amidst the laughter, Chi Fei sat at her workstation, her hands clenched into fists, disbelief etched in her eyes. She had initially thought Fu Yeci would marry Qin Jiu purely for the sake of a business alliance, seeking a lady of equal social standing to be his bride. If not Qin Jiu, then another. Wasn't that the nature of marriages in affluent families? She had no objection to who Fu Yeci married, as long as he remained indifferent to the woman in question, without any genuine affection between them. She could convince herself to continue harboring feelings for him, even if he would never know. But now, with Qin Jiu's emergence, it was evident that not just any lady of noble birth could ascend to the role of Mrs. Fu. This was no mere business arrangement. Chi Fei tightened her fingers, a burgeoning disdain for Qin Jiu igniting within her. Chapter 57. He also possesses memories from past life. After departing from the company, the hour was still early, and Qin Jiu ventured to a nearby beauty store to purchase a concealer. Once the strawberry marks on her neck were completely concealed, she finally dared to lower her hand. While gazing in the mirror, she noticed her lips lacked vibrance, prompting her to consider buying a lipstick as well. The sales assistant approached to introduce various brands and shades, discussing topics that only girls truly understood, while Fu Yeci listened attentively from behind. The assistant frequently glanced back, saying, "Sir, there's a resting area over there." Most men accompanying women shopping for cosmetics typically displayed little interest in makeup, often misunderstanding the nuances of lipstick shades. Some even struggled to correctly name the products. There had been instances in the store where couples had argued over makeup, with the man bluntly stating that the girl's makeup looked unappealing, resulting in immediate breakups. To prevent such occurrences, the store had arranged a resting area. "You go ahead and rest. I can choose on my own," Qin Jiu suggested, sensing Fu Yici's disinterest in the topic. Fu Yeci replied calmly, "No need. This information is rather intriguing. Can you even distinguish these shades? How could you find it interesting?" The girl pointed to a plethora of lipsticks before them. Fu Yeci glanced down, able to discern the differences. This row consisted of milk tea, red brown, brick red, and peach pink. Upon hearing this, both Qin Jiu and the sales assistant wore expressions of astonishment, particularly the assistant, who had encountered many customers, some of whom had dismissed the nuances of color as insignificant, deeming the purchase of multiple lipsticks a waste. She regarded Fu Yeci with newfound respect. This gentleman must truly cherish his girlfriend to be able to differentiate these hues. "How do you know all this?" Qin Jiu asked, genuinely surprised. "I came across it in magazines and found it interesting, so I remembered." Qin Jiu turned back to continue listening to the assistant's explanations, her expression becoming noticeably distracted as she recalled a memory related to lipstick. In her past life, she had deliberately challenged Fu Yeci, compelling him to identify those indistinguishable cosmetics. Otherwise, she would not allow him to approach her. At that time, she had thought that since he would ultimately dominate her, she might as well create some trouble for him, ensuring he felt some discomfort as well. Fu Yeci had indulged her, acquiescing to her unreasonable demands. Eventually, he truly learned to identify various cosmetics, the shades of lipsticks and eyeshadows, more adeptly than she did herself. A sense of confusion washed over Qin Jiu as she cast a glance back at Fu Yeci. Had he genuinely learned all of this from magazines? "Miss, have you decided on the colors you wish to choose?" The sales assistant's voice pulled her back to the present, and Qin Jiu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She had been so preoccupied with her thoughts that she had scarcely absorbed the information. "I'll take all of these. Please pack them for us," Fu Yeci interjected. "That is far too many. You want to use them all. Just pick a few." Qin Jiu tugged at his sleeve, the mountain of lipsticks numbering at least several dozen. "Far more than necessary. Not a concern. We can choose our favorites at home," he reassured her. Fu Yeci proceeded to the counter to settle the bill, while the sales assistant, having packed the items, watched him swipe his card with a twinge of envy. A man who actively engages with a woman's preferences, respects her, and readily purchases everything. Could she perhaps be granted a partner like him? After they got into the car, Fu Yeci glanced at his watch, noting that it was already time for dinner. He parked outside a French restaurant, handing the keys to a valet, and led the girl inside. This restaurant was unique. Guests were seated in private rooms, where the chef prepared dishes right beside them, allowing for immediate service upon completion. Due to its distinctiveness, it was quite expensive and challenging to reserve, though this was evidently not an issue for Fu Yeci. "I just called the chef at home. We'll dine out before heading back," he said, handing the menu to the girl. Qin Jiu glanced at the dishes, each priced in the 4-digit range. Aware of Fu Yeci's wealth, she did not feel the need to save him money, casually ordering a few items. Fu Yeci added several more dishes, and the waiter promptly relayed the orders to the chef. After the dishes were served, Qin Jiu held her knife and fork, her mind wandering elsewhere, eating absent-mindedly. What was preoccupying her thoughts? Fu Yeci placed a neatly sliced steak before the girl. Qin Jiu lifted her gaze and voiced her curiosity. Those lipstick shades. Did you truly see them in a magazine? To be candid, she found it hard to believe that was the case. Fu Yeci typically read financial journals and rarely delved into entertainment magazines. Men, by nature, exhibit little interest in cosmetics. And without any other girls in his life over the years, how could he possibly take the initiative to familiarize himself with lipstick colors? Unless, of course, he possessed memories from a previous life. Chapter 58, Disdained by Mrs. Fu. Contemplating this possibility, Qin Jiu looked up at Fu Yeci, hoping to discern some evidence of this notion on his face. Yet, there was nothing. His expression was as tranquil as ever. Why did Mrs. Fu inquire so? Qin Jiu remarked. I merely believe that men inherently lack interest in cosmetics. You seldom read fashion magazines, so it seems unlikely you'd know. Indeed, nothing escaped your observation, he replied, gracefully setting down his cutlery. I did not learn about them from magazines. When I was a child, my mother had a penchant for various cosmetics. In my father's absence, she often used me as her experimental canvas, applying peculiar substances to my face. His voice was low, his lips curving into a subtle smile. My parents favored daughters. Yet fate did not grant them that connection, so they transferred their expectations onto me. Thus I became acquainted with some girls' cosmetics. He met her gaze, recognizing that it was not something to be proud of. He had not been entirely truthful with Mrs. Fu. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu laughed, harboring no doubts regarding the authenticity of his words. The occurrence of rebirth in a person's life was already fantastical enough. It would not manifest a second time. When you were little, did your mother adorn you with little red flowers, dressing you like a girl? The thought of the serious and composed Fu Yeci being subjected to such frivolities made her chuckle. Fu Yeci cleared his throat, taking a sip of water. That was before I turned 5. That is quite amusing, she replied, realizing why he had hesitated to share the truth. It was an aspect of his past that contradicted his current persona. Qin Jiu laughed for a moment before asking, if your parents desired a daughter, why didn't they have another? Perhaps the next child would have been a girl. Pregnancy is a strenuous endeavor, and my father couldn't bear to see her endure that pain again. One child was sufficient. During Yun Liuxia's pregnancy and childbirth, she suffered considerable fatigue, requiring years to recuperate. In those years, Fu Xiaoming was perpetually anxious. How could he possibly allow her to bear another child? Your parents' love seems remarkably blissful. Growing up in a similarly affectionate household had elevated her expectations for marriage. She aspired to achieve the same happiness as her parents. Fu Yeci noticed the envy in her eyes and gently tapped her nose. This is merely what a husband ought to do. There is no need for envy. The midday sun cascaded down, bathing everything in warmth. Qin Jiu reclined on a lounge chair in the courtyard, her entire being languid, akin to a contented kitten basking in the sun after a hearty meal. Observing the flourishing jasmine in the garden, she was inspired to make jasmine tea. Without delay, she changed into overalls, tied her hair up, donned a hand-woven straw hat, and began plucking the white buds to place in the basket at her side. Zhang Ma assisted her, and soon they had gathered a large basket of jasmine flowers, which Qin Jiu spread out to dry under the sun. The process of making jasmine tea involves several stages: picking, sun-drying, and roasting. Fu Yeci emerged from his study and beheld the row of bamboo baskets in the courtyard, where Qin Jiu was flipping the jasmine flowers to ensure they received ample sunlight. In just a few days, we can proceed to the next step. Soon enough, you shall savor the tea I have personally crafted, she said, turning to him with a smile that radiated warmth, even surpassing the sun's glow. Fu Yeci approached, mimicking her actions to flip the tea. His pale fingers delicately grasped a handful of jasmine flowers. Do not overexert yourself. Arduous tasks can be delegated to others. He understood that making tea was Qin Jiu's cherished pastime during leisure, and he did not wish to hinder her, merely concerned she might tire herself. Rest assured, I have made this numerous times before home. Once the tea is ready, I will send some to grandfather. He insists on drinking the tea I make each year, and I will also send some to my parents. As Fu Yeci contemplated the quantity she intended to send, he wondered if he was overburdening his little wife. Nevertheless, as she enjoyed it, he would allow her to proceed, and, if necessary, he would have the servants assist her more. Qin Jiu glanced at the Fu Yeci movements. You cannot flip the tea like that. It must be turned in one direction to ensure even heat distribution. Observing his long, elegant fingers that seemed ill-suited for such tasks, she gently pushed him aside. Never mind, I shall do it. Fu Yeci thought to himself. Was it because he was too clumsy that Mrs. Fu found him wanting? Chapter 59. There are exceptions. After finishing with the tea leaves, Qin Jiu returned from the courtyard, only to discover a fine sheen of sweat forming on her forehead and along her cheeks once she removed her woven hat. Freed from the confines of the hat, Several strands of hair fell to the sides, and she absently wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Do not move," Fu Yeci commanded, fetching a towel to gently wipe away her perspiration. "It's essential to dry off quickly after sweating. Otherwise, you may catch a cold." Oh, Qin Jiu nodded, a sense of familiarity washing over her. It took her a moment to recall that her father often spoke to her in the same tone. "There's a gathering with friends tomorrow evening. Would you like to accompany me?" Fu Yeci broached another topic, having received a call from Su Chong, who mentioned his newlywed wife was eager to meet her. Though it was termed a gathering of friends, the actual focus would be on Qin Jiu. Everyone was aware of his marriage, yet remained ignorant of his wife's identity. The Qin family had shielded their daughter so well that even within their social circle, she was practically unknown. Having married yet not presenting your wife in public, if you refrain from posting on Weibo, I might assume you have no interest in the girl. Fu Yeci was far from uninterested. Rather, he wished to keep her hidden from public view. He recalled his friends teasing and felt it was time to introduce her, lest more rumors of discord in their marriage circulate. "My few close friends are eager to meet you," he said softly to Qin Jiu. "Certainly. I too wish to meet them," she replied, a smile gracing her face, though her eyes hinted at a deeper emotion. She could likely guess who Fu Yeci's friends were. Having interacted with them in past life, she always felt a sense of guilt towards them. In her previous existence, she had been under the influence of drugs, losing her autonomy, and stealing secrets from the Fu family. Those individuals had warned Fu Yeci that the traitor was likely her and had even advised him to divorce her. Fu Yeci had stubbornly severed ties with them for her sake. "Those who can befriend you must be formidable individuals," she remarked. "Fu Yeci gently patted ered. There are exceptions. Those who circulate within the same social circles usually come from respectable backgrounds. Most are heirs to companies. Of course, there are those with lesser expectations, perhaps with siblings, who are less constrained as long as they do not cause trouble." Years ago, rumors circulated about Fu Yeci compelling employees to leap from buildings. Many believed the gossip and feared him, leaving few friends remaining. Qin Jiu reflected carefully on Fu Yeci as friends, but her memories were too hazy. She could no longer recall their specific names or identities. Yet, she dismissed the thought, resolved to find out tomorrow when they met. On the following evening, Fu Yeci and Qin Jiu partook in a modest dinner. Although the establishment offered culinary delights, he harbored concerns that the fare might not suit the young lady's palate. Qin Jiu ascended to her room to don a delicate light blue gown. The nights in High City could be brisk, prompting her to add a thin knitted outer garment. After applying a subtle touch of makeup, she followed Fu Yeci out the door. A sleek black Rolls-Royce awaited them at the entrance of a grand edifice, where an abundance of pedestrians and vehicles bustled about. The doorman accepted the car keys to park the vehicle. Fu Yeci gracefully opened the passenger door, shielding the girl's head with his hand as she exited, and naturally took hold of her hand afterward. "Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, this way, please," the attendant, evidently familiar with them, gestured for them to follow. This building belonged to the Ming family and was divided into two distinct tiers. The floors below the 10th housed ordinary entertainment venues, KTVs, pubs, and cinemas catering to the general public. In contrast, from the 10th to the 20th floors lay private clubs, frequented by the elite of High City, political dignitaries, and business magnates, who received meticulous service. The disparities in these two environments were reflected in their prices. A bottle of wine in the private club could command 6 figures, a sum that ordinary patrons would scarcely dare spend. Upon reaching the elevator, Qin Jiu felt someone tugging at her sleeve. Turning around, she recognized Lin Lu, who wore a beaming smile, radiating vivacity. "What coincidence! Our department is having a dinner gathering today. Are you and Mr. Fu here to enjoy the evening as well?" Qin Jiu nodded, seizing the opportunity to chat with the lively girl while waiting for the elevator, momentarily releasing Fu Yeci's hand. The latter glanced at his empty palm and then at Qin Jiu, who was animatedly conversing with Lin Lu, a slight frown creasing his brow. Several employees of the Fu family were nearby, greeting the pair. "We've reserved a private room. Would Mr. Fu care to join us for a while?" One of the colleagues inquired. "Tonight, Manager Qi is treating us to celebrate our department's achievements last quarter. If the president were to join, our confidence would surely amplify." Qi Fei's gaze fell upon the man, her eyes cautious and her heart racing. Indeed, it would be beneficial for Mr. Fu to stay for a few moments. Initially intending to decline, Fu Yeci caught sight of Qin Jiu and Lin Lu sharing a delightful exchange, not wishing to disrupt her enthusiasm. "Very well. My wife and I will join you for a brief while." The elevator descended to the ground floor, and as Fu Yeci stepped inside, Qi Fei positioned herself behind him, her eyes fixed on his tall figure, a glimmer of joy evident in her expression. Under ordinary circumstances, Mr. Fu, known for his aloof demeanor, would not entertain such invitations from employees. Perhaps tonight was different due to her request, suggesting that she held a special place in his heart. As the elevator halted on the 9th floor, Fu Yeci sent a message informing them of a slight delay. Inside the private room, Qin Jiu and Lin Lu discussed their shared admiration for a particular actress, engaging in lively conversation. Fu Yeci settled on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Jiu, observing her spirited demeanor, which seemed to indicate her contentment. He refrained from interrupting, silently appreciating her, his expression softening. First and foremost, we extend our gratitude for Mr. Fu's esteemed presence. Our performance next quarter will undoubtedly improve, a sycophantic employee remarked, prompting others to echo their sentiments. Such occasions were replete with flattery, as everyone sought to leave a favorable impression before the president for future promotions. Fu Yeci nodded slightly, his character inherently reticent, accustomed to addressing matters with calculated rationality, which often rendered him seemingly indifferent. Yet, in his interactions with Qin Jiu, he exhibited a distinct gentleness. Upon witnessing Fu Yeci's cold countenance, the surrounding employees speculated that they may have inadvertently offended him, leaving them uncertain about his mood. No one dared to utter a word, and an awkward silence enveloped the room. Fu Yeci felt his phone vibrate. Glancing down to read Qin Jiu's message, "Please don't be so stern. You're frightening the employees." Qin Jiu continued, "Smile a little more, otherwise they will spend the entire evening on edge." Fu Yeci discreetly turned his gaze toward the girl in the corner, his expression gradually shifting from stern to serene. After a few moments, he replied, "All right." Qi Fei approached, seating herself beside Fu Yeci on the sofa, attempting to alleviate the tension. "Our performance last quarter was lacking. After the gathering, I will guide the employees in summarizing our previous work." "No need," Fu Yeci interjected, recalling Qin Jiu's message. A faint smile graced his lips. "Your accomplishments are evident to all within the company. With such exceptional managers and employees, Fu Corporation is destined to flourish." His peripheral gaze met the girl's. As if to convey, "Am I frightening now?" Qi Fei looked up at the man, unable to conceal her inner exhilaration. Fu Yeci had just praised her, and she wondered if he had finally acknowledged her presence. "I will notify Assistant Lee to expedite the distribution of your bonuses tomorrow. Everyone should enjoy themselves tonight." Noticing that Qin Jiu had finished her conversation, he rose from the sofa and, with the girl, made his exit. "My wife and I have another engagement this evening. We must take our leave." As the door to the private room closed, the pressure that Fu Yeci exuded dissipated, allowing the employees to relax, shedding their previous reservations. "Manager Qi, your influence with Mr. Fu is remarkable. I thought the president was displeased just then," an employee remarked, praising her. "I never expected your words would ease the atmosphere, and Mr. Fu even promised us bonuses. Did you notice?" Mr. Fu smiled at Manager Qi, aside from Mrs. Fu. "I've rarely seen him smile," another chimed in. Qi Fei recalled the tender smile Fu Yeci had bestowed upon her. She had never encountered such warmth and tranquility from him, and importantly, it was directed solely at her. For that smile alone, she could never relinquish her aspirations. In the elevator, Fu Yeci held Qin Jiu's hand firmly, his grip tightening to the point of discomfort, prompting her to cast an irritated glance at his face. "Why hold on so tightly? I'm not going anywhere." The man lowered his gaze to her. "Mrs. Fu, is it customary for you to release my hand for just anyone?" Recalling her earlier encounter with Lin Lu, which had prompted her to momentarily let go of Fu Yici's hand to seek out her friend, she realized that this was the source of his displeasure. "I merely want to speak with a friend," she replied, her lips pressed into a thin line. "That is unacceptable," he replied, shaking her hand slightly. "Next time, do not let go of my hand so easily." The elevator reached the 19th floor, and the decor outside differed markedly from that of the 9th. It exuded a regal ambience, a testament to the designer's meticulous efforts to craft an atmosphere of elegance with various ornaments and screens. There were rooms for chess, tea tasting, and games, far removed from the hedonistic locales depicted in literature, instead radiating a sense of refinement and poise. Qin Jiu recalled accompanying her parents to such gatherings when she was younger, as her father often mingled with the company's executives. "This way, please." The attendant standing by the elevator beckoned. Fu Yeci guided Qin Jiu forward, pushing open a door where several individuals rose from their seats. Su Chong discarded his gaming device, exclaiming, "Why did you arrive so late? We've been waiting for ages." He then feigned casualness. Stealing a glance at Fu Yeci before his gaze landed on Qin Jiu, his eyes brightening noticeably. "What a stunning beauty she is." The Qin family has concealed Qin Jiu far too meticulously. They had never laid eyes on the fabled Miss Qin and assumed she would be quite ordinary. However, upon witnessing her in person, even Su Chong, who has encountered countless beauties, found himself momentarily taken aback. His gaze lingered on Qin Jiu for far too long, prompting Fu Yeci to clear his throat coldly. Instantly, Su Chong withdrew his gaze, forcing a couple of awkward chuckles to ease the tension. In the presence of this frosty ruler of the underworld, not even the most exquisite beauty would dare to gaze too long, lest they wish to court disaster. Chapter 61. This is my wife, Qin Jiu. They encountered a gathering of Fu Corporation employees downstairs and exchanged a few pleasantries. Fu Yeci briefly touched upon the earlier incident, guiding Qin Jiu further inside. Upon entering, Qin Jiu noticed several impeccably dressed men standing beside the sofa, their eyes uniformly fixed upon her. This is my wife, Qin Jiu, Fu Yeci declared. Following his introduction, the men politely greeted her. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, she replied. The man furthest to the right was Wen Yuan, the attending physician at the Second Municipal Hospital. Following Fu Yeci's introduction, Qin Jiu looked over to see a man clad in a white shirt, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, smiling at her with a refined charm. She recognized him as someone notable in the medical field. In her past life, when her grandfather had been given a terminal diagnosis, it was he who had pulled the elderly man back from the brink, extending his life by a couple of years. Feeling immense gratitude towards Wen Yuan, her tone became fervent as she greeted Dr. He. Her earnestness led Wen Yuan to question if they had met before. Miss Qin, do you know me? Qin Jiu repressed her feelings of gratitude and replied, I read about your remarkable efforts in saving patients in the newspapers. I have always admired your medical skills and compassion. Hearing her acknowledgement, Wen Yuan's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. For a doctor, nothing is more gratifying than recognition of their craft. That is Ming Shang. This building belongs to the Ming family. Fu Yeci continued with his introductions. The man, standing to the left of the sofa, nodded slightly, exuding warmth. Yet Qin Jiu was acutely aware that his demeanor belied a shrewdness that should not be underestimated. As the master of the Ming residence, he undoubtedly possessed considerable influence. To provoke his ire would lead to dire consequences. Ming Shang approached her, his tone nonchalant. This club will add you to its membership list, allowing you to bring friends here for any expenses. Consider it a gift from me for our meeting. Qin Jiu shook her head, hastily declining. No, that's too generous. This establishment was not only exorbitantly priced, but also notoriously difficult to reserve. They catered not to mere affluent individuals, but to elites and political figures. With only 15 guests allowed per day, accepting such a gift felt undeserved. Su Chong interjected, sister-in-law, just accept it. It's not every day we can get something from a capitalist. Let's not give him the chance to retract it. Ming Shang shot him a glare. Presenting a club membership as a gift was indeed uncharacteristic of him. But given that his family member had recently taken an interest in Fu Corporation's new aircraft models, he had no choice but to curry favor with Madame Fu first. Thank you, Mr. Ming, she replied graciously. After introducing the others, Su Chong stood before Qin Jiu, cheerfully saying, Hello, sister-in-law. Su Chong. I may not have many assets or a prestigious title, nor can I offer extravagant gifts, but I know a great deal about dining and recreation. If you ever feel bored and wish to go out, feel free to call on me. Qin Jiu couldn't help but smile at his carefree demeanor, recalling Fu Yeci's words from the previous night. Su Chong was likely the exception among them. The business world is rife with competition, with each prominent family striving to cultivate exceptional heirs to prevent their decline after a century. The Su family was no different. Their sole son, Su Chong, was subjected to rigorous training to shoulder the family's responsibilities. However, his aptitude in business was rather lacking, rendering any effort futile. Fortunately, he had a brilliant sister, and seeing their daughter excel, the Su parents chose to invest less in him, allowing him to grow freely as long as he didn't commit any grave errors. With an older sister to pave the way, he became the beloved younger brother, free to spend the family's wealth as long as he avoided trouble. After meeting these individuals, Qin Jiu scanned the room, noticing the absence of anyone else. She felt somewhat out of place among unfamiliar faces. Just then, a woman carrying a fruit platter entered through a side door, and upon spotting Qin Jiu, she approached with enthusiasm. Hello, Xiao Jiu. Her voice was incredibly gentle. Turning around, Qin Jiu recognized the woman as Wen Yin, Ming Shang's wife, whose appearance matched her name's softness, with a hint of blush adorning her cheeks, resembling a peach blossom, her eyes filled with tenderness. For some reason, Qin Jiu felt a warmth emanating from her, a genuine concern for others. Chapter 62. Fu Yeci is under his wife's influence. The two girls hit it off immediately. Wen Yin, brimming with warmth, set the fruit platter down and embraced Qin Jiu, exclaiming, You look so adorable. A few years older than Qin Jiu and a fellow graduate of Q University, she naturally felt a sense of familiarity. Ming Shang had been watching Wen Yan since she entered, and upon witnessing her embrace, he quickly stepped forward, taking hold of her gently. Yin Yan, be cautious with your belly. His tone softened considerably, contrasting sharply with his earlier demeanor, as he coaxed her to sit on the sofa. You're pregnant. You mustn't strain yourself. Qin Jiu glanced down, noticing that Wen Yan's waist was slender, showing no signs of pregnancy. It seemed the pregnancy was still in its early stages. No wonder she had exuded such warmth earlier. She was expecting a little one. Sister Wen, how many months along are you? The two settled onto a nearby sofa to chat. Just 3 months. Still quite small, Wen Yan replied, gently caressing her abdomen, her face radiant with happiness. As a server brought over several bottles of wine, along with drinks, desserts, and fruits, Qin Jiu requested a few cocktails, as she was unable to handle strong liquor. Fu Yeci sat beside her, leaning slightly in her direction. Madame Fu, may I enjoy a few drinks with my friends later? I promise I won't get drunk. Qin Jiu was momentarily taken aback by his pleading tone, as if she were an unreasonable person. If I don't permit you to drink, will you still do so? Fu Yeci paused for a moment, contemplating her question, and then gestured for the server to remove the wine from before him. His friends were taken aback by the sudden shift. Su Chong teasingly remarked, look at that. Fu Yeci is under his wife's influence. When the lady disapproves, he has the wine taken away. Laughter erupted as they marveled at the usually aloof Fu Yeci displaying such compliance, unwilling to even utter a rebuttal in front of his wife. Clearly terrified of inciting her anger. Hearing the surrounding banter, Qin Jiu felt her cheeks flush. She had merely made a casual remark, never expecting Fu Yeci to genuinely remove the wine and allow others to witness it. He was the esteemed Fu Yeci, and such a misunderstanding could tarnish his reputation. This is not how it is. I was just joking, Qin Jiu quickly interjected. Madam S. mere jest is enough for Fu Yeci to comply. What else could it be if not under his wife's influence? Su Chong wore an expression of mock realization. Qin Jiu was a loss as to why her attempts to clarify only seemed to exacerbate the situation. She sought to explain further, but Fu Yeci's sharp gaze directed at Su Chong sent a shiver down the latter's spine, causing him to promptly cease his chatter. I listen to everything my wife says. Fu Yeci held Qin Jiu's hand, their fingers interlaced. If she doesn't want me to drink, then I truly want tea. Alas, marriage has transformed my existence. With a wife by my side, life is no longer akin to the solitary days of yore. Every decision now demands consideration of her feelings. Unlike those who remain unencumbered by matrimony, I cannot afford such carefree indulgence. With a fleeting glance at Su Chong beside me, I ponder whether Fu Yeci is subtly implying something about him. Yet, it's worth noting that He Wen Yuan is also devoid of a romantic partner. Turn to my gaze. I observe He Wen Yuan seated on the sofa, engrossed in an online medical consultation, diligently dedicating every precious moment to alleviating the woes of his patients. His singular focus on medicine leaves no room for romantic pursuits. Reflecting on my recent heartbreak, where my attempts to reconcile with my former girlfriend were met with disdain, I find myself devoid of the right to mock others. The bitterness of my own experience washes over me, rendering the wine in my hand suddenly tasteless. Fu Yeci raises an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Young master Su has recently experienced a breakup and is thus blissfully unaware of the intricacies of our married lives. Su Chong retorts, thank you. I feel quite wounded by that. Fu Yeci chuckles, driving the knife deeper. Ah, how liberating it must be to be without a girlfriend. Su Chong deeply, would you care to trade your freedom for mine? Reflecting on his past failed romance and observing the entwined hands of the couple nearby, Su Chong downs his drink in one gulp, the bitterness of his heart mirrored in the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Qin Jiu gently tugs at the sleeve of Fu Yeci's shirt, prompting him to cease his relentless jabs. I was merely jesting when I said you shouldn't drink. Indulge as you wish, just don't intoxicate yourself excessively. Fu Yeci contemplates, perhaps feigning drunkenness might entice a kiss from Mrs. Fu. I am not unreasonable. Should you happen to get inebriated, I can always summon a driver to assist you downstairs. Fine, he says, lightly brushing his fingers against her nose, already concocting a mischievous plan in his mind. Chapter 63. Who says their ISNT? He Wen Yuan and his companions approach, raising their glasses in a toast. Qin Jiu, having enjoyed several cocktails, joins Wen Yan in playing a switch game. They engage in a spirited race, laughter echoing as they compete. Fu Yeci, holding a glass of red wine, refrains from excessive drinking, his gaze drifting towards Qin Jiu, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Merely observing her brings him inexplicable satisfaction. Wen Yan brings over 2 glasses of juice, handing one to Qin Jiu as they settle on a sofa by the expansive window. offering a panoramic view of the twinkling city lights. Across the way, a family's living room glows warmly, a father cradling his young child. Their laughter resonating with warmth that captivates Qin Jiu, prompting her to smile radiantly. Unbeknownst to her, she too is a striking vista in someone else's eyes. After watching the scene unfold for a while, Wen Yin softly remarks, "Only after encountering you today did I comprehend what Mr. Fu truly wished to inquire me back then." Confused, Qin Jiu looks toward her, sensing the ambiguity in Wen Yan's words. "A few years prior, during my wedding, Mr. Fu had attended and, upon learning of my graduation from Q University, inquired about my experiences there, whether I faced undue pressure or encountered any unfair mentors. At the time, I found his questions rather peculiar. He even asked if I was familiar with the art college and its students, but being from a STEM background, I had little interaction with that realm and thus could not provide him with insights. After expressing his congratulations, Mr. Fu's demeanor had soured, and he ceased to pursue further inquiries. Reflecting on that day, I realized Mr. Fu was genuinely interested in my circumstances, particularly regarding you. He wished to know how you were faring, whether you faced inequities or bore overwhelming stress. Yet, since Wen Yin had no connection to the arts, she was unable to provide him with the information he sought, which likely contributed to his disappointment. Qin Jiu's gaze lifts, surprise flickering in her eyes. During her time at Q University, she had indeed encountered numerous challenges. Did Fu Yeci know of these tribulations? The university had constructed a library for the art college and a newly established dining hall. Were these developments connected to him? Separated by distance, they had lost contact, leaving him no means to discern her situation other than through others' inquiries. It is difficult to fathom the emotions he must have felt while seeking information about her, and how deeply disappointing it must have been for him to find no answers. She gazes in Fu Yici's direction, where he is engaged in discussion with He Wen Yuan, oblivious to her scrutiny. "Do you know, I once perceived Mr. Fu as a rational and melancholic individual, seemingly uninterested in anything, as if he were an outsider to this world." Wen Yin muses, her expression gentle, adorned with a soft smile. Yet today, he emanates a distinctly different aura. How does one encapsulate such a shift in sentiment? After a moment of contemplation, Wen Yin finally articulates, "It feels as though a deity has descended from the heavens, bestowed with the power to love, yet burdened with human frailties." Qin Jiu sips a cocktail from the table, but finds its taste too bitter, devoid of sweetness, reminiscent of waiting endlessly in the wind for something that never arrives. Why does Fu Yeci not share these things with her? If Wen Yin had not revealed this information, she might have remained perpetually unaware. A figure approaches, standing beside Wen Yin, draping a light blanket over her shoulders. "It's chilly tonight. Do let me know if you feel cold." Ming Shang sits beside Wen Yin, carefully supporting her waist. "Are you tired?" Wen Yin shakes her head, a sparkle of happiness illuminating her eyes. "I'm not tired yet. I wish to chat with Qin Jiu for a while." Complaining playfully, she observes, "This private club appears quite elegant, yet the room is devoid of flowers, filled instead with sterile designer decor that lacks vitality." "Who says there are none?" Ming Shang responds, retrieving a bouquet of tulips from behind him and placing them in a nearby vase. Both Wen Yin and Qin Jiu are taken aback. "I know you adore tulips. I had my assistant procure them just now. Do you like them?" he asks, leaning down to gently kiss the back of her hand, their eyes brimming with sweet affection. Qin Jiu watches their intimate exchange, a tinge of envy flickering within her. Love is akin to tending to flowers. It is evident that Wen Yin is cherished with utmost care. She admires the unabashed affection they share, unhidden and honest. Fu Yeci approach, resting a hand on her shoulder. "There are desserts over there. Is there anything you fancy?" Qin Jiu shakes her head, lifting her gaze to meet his, her doe-like eyes fixed on him. The cuisine here pales in comparison to what Q University offers. "Are you aware of the culinary center there? I've heard it was constructed by a mysterious benefactor whose identity remains unknown." Fu Yici's gaze flickers momentarily, and from that subtle shift, Qin Jiu surmises that the library, the culinary center, and even the flower shop at her university were indeed gifts from him. She blinks, contemplating whether to voice her thoughts, wondering if he would divulge the truth. "Is it truly that delectable? I would love the chance to visit with you and savor it together." Qin Jiu's gaze drops, a hint of disappointment shadowing her features. Why must he conceal such matters from her? Upon reflection, it seems Fu Yeci has consistently operated this way. The jasmine he nurtured, the extravagant diamond he acquired, all his gestures of affection remain hidden from her. He loves her profoundly, yet only reveals a fraction of that love. Chapter 64. In this world, someone must bear the consequences of actions. What is the matter? Fu Yeci noticed the shift in Qin Jiu's mood. His little wife appeared rather discontent. The girl shook her head, casually concocting a reason to divert the topic, mentioning that witnessing Sister Wen Yan's pregnancy made her feel overwhelmed. In the latter half of the gathering, Su Chong sat in a corner, nursing his drink, casting envious glances at the couples around him. Overwhelmed by jealousy, he opened his phone and scrolled to his ex-girlfriend's WeChat. After emptying a bottle of wine in one swift motion, he sent her a message, Qian, I miss you. The next moment, a red exclamation mark appeared beside the green dialog box, accompanied by a note, you're not friends with this contact. Please add them first. Su Chong recalled how he had been deleted long ago, nearly moved to tears by the realization. Wen Yan, with her eyes narrowed in a brief respite, sat beside Ming Shang, who was using his shoulder as a makeshift pillow. Wei Yuan approached Fu Yeci, discussing the new medical equipment at the hospital. The advanced foreign medical devices could significantly alleviate patients' pain and prolong their lives, yet the exorbitant cost deterred the hospital from investing. With a compassionate heart, he aspired to provide the most effective assistance to patients. Yet despite the He family's wealth, they could not boundlessly support their son's medical endeavors. Fu's potential investment in these new devices could pave the way for other hospitals to follow suit. In previous times, Wei Yuan would never have broached this subject with Fu Yeci. Several million is no trifling sum, and no businessman would engage in an investment devoid of profit opportunities. However, over the past 6 months, Fu Yeci underwent a remarkable transformation, donating billions to charitable causes without regard for profit. Wei Yuan felt encouraged to give it a try. As soon as he opened his mouth, Fu Yeci nodded in agreement, instructing Li Xiu to prepare a plan for the swift import of the equipment from abroad. The process unfolded with such ease that Wei Yuan was momentarily taken aback. That was several million, excluding subsequent operational costs. Fu Yici's nonchalant tone made it seem as though it were merely a few thousand. Wei Yuan hesitated before asking, may I inquire why you have become so passionate about philanthropy in the past 6 months? You were not like this before. Fu Yeci replied, in this world, someone must bear the consequences of actions. Wei Yuan was left bewildered by this seemingly unfounded statement. What consequences? Fu Yeci remained silent, raising his glass for another drink. By the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Qin Jiu sat with her delicate hand propping up her chin, gazing at the illuminated buildings across the street. An unusual flush gracing her cheeks. Unbeknownst to her, a potent spirit had mingled with her cocktail, its taste subtly masked, and she unwittingly consumed it as if it were merely an ordinary drink. Now, her cheeks were flushed like 2 blooming roses, her head spinning, and her eyelids heavy. Soon, she succumbed to slumber. Fu Yeci sensed something amiss with the girl and approached her, finding his little wife resting her chin in her palm, already asleep. Jiu, he called softly, but receiving no response, he gently cupped her face. Her small countenance naturally settled into his palm, which felt tender and warm. As she nuzzled against his hand like a kitten, Fu Yeci felt his heart melt in sweetness. He removed his suit jacket and draped it over her, then turned to the others in the room, stating, my wife has had too much to drink. I shall take her home. The others, having had their fill of revelry, concluded the gathering. Given her inebriation, Fu Yeci lifted her in a princess carry, his black suit jacket obscuring half her face. In the private room on the 9th floor, Fu's employees also wrapped up their gathering and began to head home, pressing the elevator button to descend. Chi Fei, upon reaching the ground floor, suddenly turned back, saying, you all go ahead. I left my perfume in the restroom. I'll just grab it quickly. Manager Chi, should I accompany you? Lin Lu, uneasy about Chi Fei going alone, offered. No need, I can manage myself. Once everyone else had departed, Chi Fei lingered beside the building, meticulously watching each person who exited, hoping to orchestrate a staged encounter with Fu Yeci. 10 minutes later, she spotted the face she had been yearning for. Unable to suppress her smile, yet that joy vanished within mere seconds upon noticing the girl nestled in Fu Yici's embrace. The cold wind brushed against Qin Jiu's face, sending a shiver through her, causing her to frown restlessly. Fu Yeci leaned down, murmuring soothing words, swiftly carrying the girl into the waiting Rolls-Royce. As the car drove away, Chi Fei remained rooted to the spot, her expression stiffening. Chapter 65 His little wife is such a good girl. At Fu Yuan, Fu Yeci laid Qin Jiu gently on the bed, apprehensive that she might awaken with a headache. He instructed Zhang Ma to prepare a bowl of hangover soup. After Qin Jiu consumed the soothing broth, her drowsiness diminished, as she opened her eyes to meet Fu Yeci's gaze. Can you recognize what number this is? He gestured with a finger. The girl on the bed nodded. Fu Yeci sighed in relief, reassured that her intoxication wasn't as severe as he feared. The next moment, she replied, 3. He playfully tapped her nose, catching a whiff of the alcohol lingering on her. Sleeping with such an aroma would surely disrupt her rest. But how could he help her change? Fu Yeci pondered for a moment. Was it inappropriate to assist her while she was in this state? Though they were already married and had shared intimate moments before, those encounters had always occurred in dim light. As if she sensed the scent of alcohol on herself. Qin Jiu wrinkled her nose in distaste and instinctively pulled back the covers. Fu Yeci observed her actions, a smirk forming as an idea blossomed in his mind. Approaching the bedside, he softened his tone. Is it that you dislike the smell, Jiu? The scent of alcohol is quite unpleasant. I sent it. Had Qin Jiu been fully aware, she might have realized how much Fu Yeci resembled the wolf in the fairy tale, deceiving Little Red Riding Hood. However, in her current state, she could only nod absent-mindedly. What should be done about the smell? She shook her head. Fu Yeci continued to coax her. You should take a bath. After a bath, you won't smell anymore. Yes, I want to take a bath. Qin Jiu slid off the bed. Her legs weak and unsteady, nearly toppling over, but Fu Yeci was there to steady her. Jiu can't stand properly. May I help you? Yes. You help me bathe. She echoed his words, entirely oblivious to the danger lurking in his gaze. Fu Yeci, seducing her further, repeated his earlier suggestion. Recording her words on his phone, the audio clip sounding as if Qin Jiu had invited him to assist her in bathing. Satisfied with the evidence in hand, he smiled, setting down his phone before carrying the girl into the bathroom. When they emerged from the bathroom, Qin Jiu had finished her bath and donned a pink nightgown. Fu Yeci gently set her down, admiring her petite face, narrowing his eyes with intent. After serving Mrs. Fu for so long, it wouldn't be unreasonable to seek a little reward, would it? He leaned down, kissing her earlobe, then her soft, rosy lips, his eyes betraying a yearning he seldom allowed to surface in her presence, as he concealed his true self. But now, with her intoxicated state, Fu Yeci knew she would remember nothing upon waking. Even if he were to act inappropriately, she would remain blissfully unaware. The man raised his hand to gently touch the tip of her nose and her lips, as if he were tracing the contours of her face with his fingers. He pinched her cheek, deliberately rousing her from slumber, and teasingly inquired, Jiu, do you know who I am? Qin Jiu opened her eyes, gazing at his face. Fu Yeci, my husband. A smile danced at the corners of the man's lips, his expression one of delight. As he leaned down to plant a kiss on her lips, his little wife was so obedient. Will you marry me? Is Mrs. Fu satisfied? Qin Jiu gazed at him for a moment, seemingly pondering his words, yet her mind was quite hazy, leaving her unable to comprehend anything clearly. Fu Yeci lowered his head, continuing to coax her, eager to unearth the answers hidden in her heart, asking questions he dared not pose in their sober moments. Taking advantage of her intoxication to inquire freely. Recalling the words she had heard at the club, Qin Jiu pushed him away. You haven't told me anything. You're truly insufferable. The first half of her sentence was muffled, but the latter half reached his ears clearly. Mrs. Fu deemed him unsatisfactory. Fu Yeci reflected on his actions over the past month. Despite his utmost efforts to appear gentle and kind, shedding his usual sharpness, he still failed to win Mrs. Fu's approval. What is it that I lack? Please enlighten me. His voice was languid as he pulled her into his embrace. Aside from my body, I've given you everything. Fu Yeci lifted Qin Jiu's chin and kissed her again. If it is what Mrs. Fu desires, I can offer you my body as well. In chapter 66, Mrs. Fu's reluctant acknowledgement was evident. Fu Yeci brushed against Qin Jiu's lips, initially a mere peck. But she grasped his shoulders, deepening the kiss. She wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning forward. The slight force she exerted was inconsequential to Fu Yeci. However, he still succumbed to her push, falling onto the bed, his arms encircling her waist. Qin Jiu held him close for a while, her fair fingers clutching his clothing. Her awareness clouded. Fu Yeci reached out, unfastening 2 buttons of her nightgown. The bright white light was blinding, and their silhouettes drew ever closer, exchanging breaths. The following morning, Qin Jiu awoke feeling unwell, beset not only by the dizziness of a hangover, but also by aches in her waist and legs. She pressed her temples, raising her hand to discover her arms were sore as well. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed her disheveled attire, her nightgown seemingly bearing signs of tearing. Turning her head, she beheld Fu Yeci lying on the other side of the bed, his nightwear loose, his neck adorned with conspicuous hickeys. Upon seeing those marks, Qin Jiu jolted awake, attempting to recall the events of the previous night. However, she possessed an unfortunate habit of forgetting everything that transpired while intoxicated. No matter how hard she tried, she could not recollect what had happened. The man on the bed slowly opened his eyes, glanced at her, and then averted his gaze, as if she had committed some unspeakable act. Last night, Qin Jiu was uncertain how to broach the subject. Fu Yeci sighed. his look implying surprise at the revelation of her character. Mrs. Fu appreciates my face. I am aware. Fu Yeci caressed his own visage, a languid smile gracing his lips, yet there was no need for such urgency. Qin Jiu was bewildered. What'd she done last night? Did she truly engage in some reprehensible behavior? No. Her parents had assured her that she was quite well behaved when intoxicated, that no one would take advantage of her, and she would simply lie there and sleep peacefully. She glanced down at her nightgown. Did you change my clothes? Fu Yeci leaned against the headboard, his brow slightly arched. It was not my intention to change your clothes, but you insisted on bathing when you claimed to feel unwell. He continued, I could not merely stand by and watch Mrs. Fu suffer. I had no choice but to acquiesce. The young woman squinted her enchanting eyes, skeptical of his words, wondering if he was deceiving her. Fu Yeci, perceiving the doubt in her gaze, produced a recording of the previous night. I smell terrible. I want to bathe. Carry me. Aren't you my husband? Hurry, take me to bathe. Her voice, sweetened by intoxication, resembled a playful pout. Qin Jiu's ears flushed crimson upon hearing her recorded words, struggling to fathom that this was indeed her voice from the previous night. Why did you record this? She murmured, biting her lip. Fu Yeci turned off the recording, his fingers pinching the bridge of his nose. Who could have predicted that someone would awaken the next day with no recollection? Last night, I could not bear to see Mrs. Fu in discomfort. If she does not believe me, I would not be able to clarify even with 10 mouths. Qin Jiu was now fully convinced that she was not as docile while intoxicated as she had imagined, that she had engaged in actions beyond her control. So, did I do anything else? Oh, quite a bit, Fu Yeci said, raising a hand to touch his neck where the hickeys were glaringly evident. Something Qin Jiu could not overlook. Shall I recount everything from the beginning? Please do, she urged. Fu Yeci's expression turned somber, as if grappling with the difficulty of his words. Last night, after bathing and changing your clothes, you lunged at me, unfastening my nightgown buttons, and pressed your lips against mine. Qin Jiu's face flushed an unnatural shade, her fair fingers gripping the quilt tightly. Stop. She finally detected the inconsistency in the situation. The disparity of strength between men and women rendered her feeble attempts inconsequential. How could you possibly resist? Fu Yeci's eyes glimmered with a spark. His wife did not seem so easily deceived. We are husband and wife. How could I refuse Mrs. Fu's requests? He sighed, his gaze downcast. If the lady prefers not to acknowledge it, I will not insist upon it. If Mrs. Fu does not wish to take responsibility, we can simply pretend that last night never occurred. You need not concern yourself with me. Such is the way of modern women, lifting their skirts and turning their backs, merely indulging in a playful attitude. I shall not take it to heart. Fu Yeci stepped off the bed, retrieving a carefully coordinated outfit from the wardrobe, ready to serve her every whim. Qin Jiu felt as if she had become a heartless woman, unaccountable for her actions. She scolded herself inwardly. I genuinely do not remember what transpired last night, but whatever I did, I will take responsibility. I will not be negligent. Besides, we are married, so it is only natural for something to occur. In chapter 67, she truly did not know how to atone for her actions from the previous day. Although they were husband and wife, such matters should still be consensual. If I cause you distress, you may voice your demands as a means of recompense. Really? Fu Yeci's eyes sparkled with interest, revealing a hint of danger. Upon receiving her affirmative response, Fu Yeci approached her, pushing her back onto the bed, leaving several hickeys upon her neck as a parting gift. Early that morning, President Fu had received a few affectionate kisses from his wife, boosting his spirits considerably. Standing before the full-length mirror, he donned his suit and tied his tie, a smile gracing his features. The only hickey on his neck was from Qin Jiu. The others were self-inflicted to ensure the marks were not too faint, having deliberately applied extra pressure. Once Qin Jiu had changed and descended from the bed, she noticed that her body did not ache as she had anticipated. In fact, certain areas felt perfectly fine. If something had truly happened last night, it would not have been this way. She furrowed her brow, glaring at Fu Yeci in the mirror. We did not engage in anything last night. Fu Yeci raised an eyebrow. You merely failed to reach the final step. Qin Jiu, fearing pain, realized that without proper preparation, anything that transpired would only cause her more discomfort. If Mrs. Fu feels that she has suffered a loss, she can make up for it tonight. Qin Jiu turned her head away, inwardly cursing Fu Yeci as a deceiver. She noticed the new wedding gift from CC on the bedside table. Azmolgrai bear, symbolizing Fu Yeci. She reached out, seized the bear, and, with her fist clenched, struck its face. Fu Yeci, witnessing her adorable little action, couldn't help but smile. If you're tired, take another nap. I'll head to the Fu Corporation now and return home early tonight to keep you company, Mrs. Fu. Inside the Fu Corporation, Li Xiu brought the contract documents into the office. The foreign enterprise that Fu Corporation intended to acquire had agreed to the merger contract last night, but it required Fu Yeci to personally discuss the specifics of the agreement. Given the urgency of Fu Corporation's overseas development, the departure time was pressing. Fu Yeci hesitated. Negotiating the merger would take at least a week. He was in the throes of a romantic relationship with Mrs. Fu and was reluctant to deal with such matters. Sir, I have already booked the flight tickets. Should I inform Zhang Ma to help you pack? Li Xiu Yinkida. In the past, Zhang Ma had always assisted with packing, but now that Sir is married, shouldn't it be Mrs. Fu's responsibility? Who told you to book the tickets? Li Qiu. Wasn't this the usual arrangement? Sir always prioritized work, rarely allowing personal matters to interfere. Wait, if Sir was questioning this, was he perhaps reluctant to go abroad for the contract negotiations? Sir, Fu Corporation has invested considerable time and effort into this acquisition. The other party has finally relented. Further delays will only complicate future negotiations, Li Xiu reminded. Fu Yeci leaned back slightly in his office chair, twirling a black pen in his hand. Li Qiu, is there something of utmost importance? He asked. Something must be troubling Fu Yeci to cause such indecision. He needed to be fully alert. Indeed, there was a matter of greater significance. Li Xiu furrowed his brow, pondering if Fu Corporation was facing difficulties, perhaps joint suppression from competitors or fractured financial chain. He mentally reviewed the worst-case scenarios. Fu Yici's tone was casual as the black pen spun between his fingers. My wife is reluctant to part with me. She does not wish for me to leave. Li Qiu. Please do not be absurd. He had thought there was a major issue at hand. Isn't this a significant matter? Fu Yeci had transformed from a workaholic into a lovesick fool. Assistantly, when you travel abroad for business, does your wife worry about you? After a moment's reflection, Li Xiu concluded that, of course, she would. Sometimes, she would even buy a ticket to accompany him, which fueled his motivation to work hard and earn money for her. My wife is accustomed to the nature of my work. Fu Yeci rested his hand on the desk, lightly tapping the surface with his fingertips. As newlyweds, she will miss me dearly. Li Xiu, I did not perceive this. From what he understood, Mrs. Fu, although sentimental, was not someone who disregarded the bigger picture. It was Fu Yeci who, since their marriage, could hardly speak without mentioning his wife, as if he were afraid others would not know he was married. It was he who was the reluctant one. Fu Yeci called Qin Jiu to inform her about the upcoming trip abroad for negotiations. The flight Li Xiu had booked was too early. They had to depart in the afternoon. I will help you pack your bags and have the driver take you to the airport. Fu Yeci was evidently dissatisfied with this response, as there was silence on the other end. Qin Jiu continued, then I'll personally drive you there, all right? Fine. He reluctantly accepted, yet still felt a twinge of discomfort. Mrs. Fu, will you miss me while I am abroad? Fu Yeci mused internally. Thinking that if Qin Jiu showed even a hint of reluctance to part, he would forego the trip and let someone else handle it, even if it meant sacrificing a few million in the acquisition price. Of course, upon hearing this, Fu Yeci promptly returned to his office chair, contemplating which executive to send in his stead. However, this is for work, it cannot be avoided. We must not allow personal matters to hinder progress, and a certain distance can be beneficial for our relationship, Qin Jiu stated. I do not require distance to enhance my relationship with Mrs. Fu. I prefer close contact. At this, Qin Jiu recalled the wildness of the previous evening, though she remembered nothing due to the alcohol. The disheveled sheets and her torn dress in the bedroom hinted at an extraordinary night. Perhaps they had only stopped short of the final step. She shook her head, trying to dispel these thoughts. We have yet to settle the matters from last night. Fu Yici's low voice emanated from the phone, drawing Qin Jiu back from her errant musings. Wasn't the last step left undone? She murmured, and you owe me compensation for this morning. She was well aware that she had not been the only one to take the initiative last night. Her nightgown was in tatters, and it was hardly feasible that she had done herself. Is that enough? Fu Yeci chuckled. Last night, Mrs. Fu was quite reckless under the influence, proceeding without my consent. A few kisses are hardly sufficient. If compensation is to be made, it must be. Aren't you supposed to be on a business trip? Qin Jiu interjected. I will go pack your things. Very well. We shall discuss this matter thoroughly upon my return from the trip, he replied, his tone laced with a relaxed mirth, his voice rich and melodious. I will leave the packing to you, Mrs. Fu. Chapter 68. Today, you have worked hard, my dear. Qin Jiu opened the suitcase and retrieved several suits and shirts from the wardrobe, meticulously selecting ties and cufflinks, appearing as if she had been in the role of Mrs. Fu for many years. Fu Yici's personal clothing was not stored in the wardrobe, so she ventured into his former bedroom to search. In the middle tier of the closet, she discovered a small drawer. Upon opening it, she found a small box that did not appear to contain personal belongings. Yet curiosity compelled her to open it. Inside lay a stack of photographs, all concerning Qin Jiu. Upon seeing the photographs, Qin Jiu's expression faltered. She reached for the topmost photograph, which depicted her running in a marathon during a sports event at Qin University. This snapshot had been taken candidly by a photographer and later shared in the university's sports event group. It had been 3 or 4 years since that moment, and she could hardly remember. Fu Yeci must have captured it from the university's student website. Qin Jiu examined the subsequent photographs, featuring her participation in various activities, alongside many of her artworks, each labeled in the bottom corner with her name, Qin Jiu. She had joined the university's art department and periodically shared her sketches on social media. Fu Yeci had preserved them all, staring at the photographs in her hands. Qin Jiu felt a wave of astonishment. It was hard to fathom how Fu Yeci had managed to sift through so much information from their university days to find these traces of her. She had always believed that they had completely lost contact during those years. She had never received any news about him or heard his name from anyone else. It turned out that Fu Yeci, thousands of miles away in another country, had been quietly keeping an eye on her, with a heart full of emotions. Qin Jiu carefully returned the photographs to the box, knowing Fu Yeci awaited her to bring him his luggage. After locating his personal items, she swiftly packed everything. At the airport, Fu Yeci took the suitcase from Qin Jiu's hands. "Today, you have worked hard, my dear." Qin Jiu looked up at him, her gaze meeting his elongated eyes, suddenly filled with questions. "When did you collect these photographs of me? Why have you never told me? What else is there that I do not know?" A torrent of emotions surged within her, and she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. "When might you return?" she inquired softly. "If all goes well, perhaps in about a week," Fu Yeci replied. He gently pinched her fair cheek and asked, "What is the matter? Does Mrs. Fumisme?" "I do indeed," she replied earnestly. A flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes. Mrs. Fu rarely expressed such sentiments. Had he not been at the airport, he would have certainly chosen to remain, especially in the blissful days of their newlywed life, where he ought to be by his wife's side. "I will finish my work promptly and return to accompany you." "All right," she smiled, her gaze falling upon his thin lips as she leaned in closer, grasping his tie with her petite hand. "Bend down." Obediently, Fu Yeci complied, and Qin Jiu pressed her lips against his, bestowing upon him a kiss imbued with depth. Upon returning home, Qin Jiu opened her computer and searched for Qin University's official account, perusing through the posts from previous years. To her delight, she discovered photographs of herself among the content. The art department's public account showcased numerous artworks from other students, while her earlier sketches, which she had long since misplaced, had been meticulously collected by Fu Yeci. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that someone as proud as Fu Yeci could exhibit such humility. She retrieved a box from the man's bedroom, intending to delve deeper into its contents, but hesitated, ultimately choosing not to pry. If this was something he did not wish to share with others, she ought to respect his privacy. In the evening, Fu Yeci sent her a WeChat message, informing her of his safe arrival. Moments later, he initiated a video call, which Qin Jiu answered. The man appeared as though he had just disembarked from a plane, surrounded by Gothic-style architecture, flanked by several staff members and a few bodyguards. "Mrs. Fu, I miss you dearly." Regret washed over him. He should have allowed Li Xiu to handle the cooperation discussions alone at the airport. The thought of being unable to embrace his little wife for several days left Fu Yeci in a particularly foul mood. "It's only been 5 hours and 49 minutes. Is that not enough?" Qin Jiu rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the man in the video. "I still have to wait another 168 hours to see you again," he calculated with a sigh, which translates to 10,080 minutes. Qin Jiu admired how he could articulate a week's duration into such an elongated stretch of time. "Then I shall call you every day, and you will see me daily." "Mrs. Fu speaks with conviction," he mused. She smiled, recalling the photographs, and casually inquired, "While packing today, I noticed some of your clothes Haven tea bin fully moved over. May I help you bring them over when I have a chance?" Fu Yici's expression momentarily faltered, and he replied in a neutral tone, "That would be a burden for you, my dear. Is there a realm in your bedroom that I should not touch? I'll be sure to tread carefully." "There is none, really." Fu Yeci thought of some items stored discreetly in the bedroom, which Qin Jiu might not easily discover. However, even if she did, there was no reason to conceal them. Chapter 69. "Shall I check up on you?" After ending the call, Qin Jiu obtained Fu Yici's consent and finally opened the box, examining the photographs inside. Within this stack of ordinary photo paper lay the long-held affection of a secret admirer. At the very bottom, she found a blank sheet, upon which a black pen had inscribed, "Between the moonlight and the snow, you are the third kind of exquisite. 202.009 Fu Yeci." The handwriting was powerful and vigorous, echoing the sentiments of the late Yu Guangzhong. Holding the paper, Qin Jiu's expression turned serious, and after a few moments, she took a pen and wrote beneath those words, "Amidst the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars, you are the fourth kind of rarity." 202307 Qin Jiu. 3 years later, she transcended time and space to converse with the Fu Yeci of 3 years ago, responding to this affection, hoping it was not too late. She carefully placed the photographs back into the box and returned everything to its rightful place, intending to find a suitable moment to discuss these matters with Fu Yeci. Emerging from the bathroom, Qin Jiu received a WeChat message from Fu Yeci, who had sent a video of his hotel room. "Single occupancy, rest assured, Mrs. Fu." Qin Jiu replied, question mark. Fu Yeci responded, "Shall I check up on you?" As he entered the hotel, he observed Li Xiu calling his wife to report on the hotel arrangements, and he casually inquired why such diligence was necessary. Li Xiu replied, "A married man must have self-awareness when traveling, ensuring everything is accounted for and reporting back to alleviate any worries from home." Reflecting on his own status as a married man, Fu Yeci decided to send Qin Jiu a video of his own. A married man should maintain self-awareness while away. Qin Jiu retorted, "I trust you. There is no need for such explicit assurances." The man paused for a few seconds before replying, "All right, I understand. Mrs. Fu does not care about me, does not concern herself with my well-being, hence she does not wish to check up on me." Qin Jiu was baffled as to how her expression of trust had translated into a lack of concern for her husband. This man always seemed to outmaneuver her in conversation. She initiated a video call, only to realize that her attire for the evening was somewhat revealing. A thin, silk camisole nightgown, its semi-transparent fabric provoking endless imaginings. She typically refrained from dressing in such a manner when Fu Yeci was home. As the man answered the call, she intentionally raised her phone higher, concealing her attire from view. Fu Yeci activated the rear camera and strolled around the hotel suite, as if conducting an inspection on her behalf. Aside from the housekeeping staff, no other women had entered the room. Qin Jiu furrowed her brow. Did Fu Yeci truly perceive her as such a petty and jealous person? Did he believe she would not allow any other women near him? That she would be unreasonable in her expectations? Fu Yeci fell silent for a few moments before stating, "Then I will call the hotel manager and request that tomorrow's cleaning staff be changed to male." He added, "Aside from female employees and clients, I rarely have interactions with other women. When discussing work with them, I ensure that others are present. Does Mrs. Fu find this acceptable?" His expression was earnest, devoid of any jest. He recalled her earlier comment. This was not unreasonable. Love itself possesses an exclusivity, and he too desired that Mrs. Fu be surrounded by no other men. Qin Jiu was both amused and exasperated by Fu Yici's solemnity. She flopped onto the bed, declaring, "With you absent tonight, the entire bed belongs to me. I can sleep however I please." She rolled around on the bed, oblivious to her phone's camera slipping down, inadvertently capturing her nightgown in the frame. Fu Yici's attention sharpened as he observed her, his narrowed eyes glinting with intensity. With a low, rich voice, he queried, "Why is it that Mrs. Fu never dresses this way when I am home?" Her sleepwear typically leaned towards the cute or gentle aesthetic, exuding an air of intellect and grace. Yet, she had never donned anything so overtly sensual in his presence. By the time she attempted to elevate her phone, it was too late. She hastily brought it back to her face, stating, "I merely grabbed this from the wardrobe. It's just an ordinary nightgown. Once I return home, you must wear it for me, all right?" Qin Jiu glanced down at the sheer fabric of her nightgown, contemplating the chaos that might ensue should she wear it around him. She concocted an excuse, claiming that the material was unsatisfactory and uncomfortable. "I plan to wear it once and then discard it. Then I shall purchase a few of the same style for Mrs. Fu in a more comfortable fabric." Determined to see her don a delicate camisole nightgown. No excuse would suffice. Fu Yeci was resolute in his desire. "You cannot tear it apart any further," she lamented, her tone tinged with reproach as she recalled the dress from last night that had been shredded. Fu Yeci merely smiled faintly. "I shall do my utmost, though whether I can achieve it remains uncertain." Chapter 70. Returning to accompany Mrs. Fu the following day, in the conference room. Negotiations regarding the acquisition contract were on the brink of commencement. Foreign executives sat at the conference table, facing representatives from the Fu Corporation, each with a copy of the acquisition agreement before them. Fu Corporation had proposed a purchase price of $10 million, minimized to the most reasonable extent. The CEO of the company being acquired had prepared tirelessly the previous night, hoping to negotiate a higher price. However, upon observing Fu Yeci, who occupied the chair at the head of the table, he felt a sense of trepidation. The man's commanding presence was formidable, instilling a chilling awe. Mr. Fu, may we officially commence the meeting in 5 minutes? An assistant inquired. Fu Yeci nodded lightly, glancing at his phone to see the cat avatar on WeChat. His gaze lingering on the chat history from the previous night, particularly the good night message sent by Qin Jiu. Given the time difference, his little wife was likely still in slumber. He tapped the chat box, sending a few messages, and silenced his phone just as the meeting was about to begin. The slides were projected onto the large screen, and the executives from the acquired company began to outline their current situation. Leaning slightly against his office chair, Fu Yeci scrutinized the data, his brow furrowed, while those around him observed his expression with bated breath, the atmosphere thick with tension. Meanwhile, back home at 7:30 in the morning, Qin Jiu, having completed her morning routine, opened her phone to find a string of messages from Fu Yeci. Good morning, my lady. The cleaning staff has been changed to male, so you need not worry. Accompanying this was a few photographs of the room, one featuring a foreign man in a cleaning uniform accidentally captured in the frame. Today's agenda: morning negotiation meeting, afternoon inspection of company conditions. Among the employees from Fu Corporation, there are females, and during meetings, there will be others present. There will be no situation of being alone with them. I will endeavor to finish my work promptly and return to accompany Mrs. Fu. In the future, let Li Xiu handle such international business. A dozen messages, each sent at intervals, detailed everything from hotel conditions to the driver en route. And finally, the personnel from the opposing company. Fu Yeci meticulously reported all to her. Qin Jiu began to doubt whether she was becoming that overly suspicious, unreasonable wife, given that she had never requested such detailed updates from Fu Yeci. She opened the chat box and replied, I do not distrust you. There is no need for such frequent updates. In a conference room, Fu Yeci listened to the monotonous data being presented. He was already well acquainted with the actual circumstances of the acquired company. These individuals were desperately attempting to obscure financial discrepancies, packaging their company-esque situation in a more favorable light. Yet none of it escaped his discerning eye. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon reading Qin Jiu's message urging him not to report back, he typed a response. That is unacceptable. A married man cannot act as he did before. I must ensure Mrs. Fu is at ease. Qin Jiu replied, Are you not afraid of others seeing and calling you henpecked? Fu Yeci responded, Having Mrs. Fu is sufficient for me. I fear not what others say. Qin Jiu was at a loss for words. She had originally thought that such a description would prompt Fu Yeci to temper his behavior, for no man desires to be perceived as lacking stature within the family. It would be a source of ridicule. Yet, Fu Yeci seemed unfazed. Rather than retreating, he appeared emboldened, as if determined to embrace the label. Do you appear to take pride in it? She jested. Fu Yeci replied, Dono. Through the screen, Qin Jiu could almost envision the tone of his voice, undoubtedly laced with a teasing inflection. She presumed this was merely casual banter, unaware that Fu Yeci was currently in a meeting, oblivious to the many eyes keenly observing his every action. The executive speaking at the forefront of the meeting, noticing Fu Yeci's messaging, became anxious, questioning whether he had erred in his presentation or inadvertently displeased him. A thin layer of sweat formed on his palms as he inquired in English, translated, Mr. Fu, is there an issue with my presentation? Fu Yeci replied in English. Translated, No, please continue. After a moment, he added, I was just saying good morning to my wife. The executives seated below exchanged glances, puzzled by the implication of his words. Every statement from someone as formidable as Fu Yeci held immense significance, and this remark must surely relate to the acquisition contract. Only Li Xiu comprehended that Fu Yeci was essentially boasting about his marriage and the harmonious relationship with his wife. The mere act of marrying brought him greater joy than securing a contract worth hundreds of millions. Chapter 71. I just married my wife. The meeting extended for 3 hours, after which the foreign executives escorted Fu Corporation's representatives downstairs. One executive, Hicks, noticed a red mark on Fu Yeci's neck. Mr. Fu, are you experiencing an allergic reaction? It seems you have developed a rash on your neck. Fu Yeci raised a hand to lightly touch his neck. The strawberry mark left by Qin Jiu from that night had yet to fade. Would you like me to send some allergy medication to your apartment? The executives offered with concern, fearing that illness might impede the acquisition's progress. No need, Fu Yeci replied. This is not a rash from an allergy. My wife and I have just married, and these marks are left by Mrs. Fu. She is young and, before leaving, could not bear to part from me, causing some embarrassment for everyone. Most executives in positions of power were in their 30s or 40s and had been married. They quickly grasped the meaning of his words. It seems your marital life is quite sweet. Indeed, it is rather sweet. During our first month of marriage, she tended to be quite clingy, Fu Yeci mused, recalling Qin Jiu as the chill that had enveloped him dissipated. The executives following behind observed his demeanor, initially perceiving Fu Yeci as a serious and imposing figure. To their surprise, when discussing his newlywed wife, a softer side emerged, as he willingly shared such personal details, portraying himself as a devoted husband. Qi Fei, trailing behind, gazed past the crowd, watching Fu Yeci describe his spouse, a wave of jealousy surging within her. She, like Li Xiu, was part of the delegation for the acquisition negotiations, having actively sought this opportunity, believing she would finally be able to draw closer to Fu Yeci. She thought that abroad, Fu Yeci would no longer need to feign affection for Qin Jiu, nor uphold the facade of their business marriage. And perhaps she would still have a chance. She could tolerate Fu Yeci's need for a wife of comparable standing, as long as he did not love that woman. Yet now, it was apparent that the woman capable of winning Fu Yeci's affections must be quite extraordinary. Hicks found it hard to imagine what kind of girl could make such a powerful and imposing man as Fu Yeci bow down in submission. She is beautiful and elegant, with a gentle disposition, particularly skilled in painting. She is an exceptional artist, Fu Yeci remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he generously praised Mrs. Fu in English. Qi Fei scoffed inwardly at his descriptions. Could that woman truly be as remarkable as Fu Yeci claimed? Surely, she was merely from a good family and possessed striking looks. If she were endowed with such a noble lineage and was willing to invest substantial resources in her cultivation, she would undoubtedly surpass Qin Jiu in excellence. Did not Fu Yeci himself praise her remarkable qualities? That evening, he exhibited such tenderness towards her, even agreeing to attend a gathering in a private suite on the 9th floor for her sake. Qi Fei felt that in Fu Yeci's eyes, she held a unique significance. Downstairs, several business vehicles were parked along the street. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Qi Fei opened the first car and stepped inside. These vehicles were designated for the transportation of Fu Corporation personnel, yet the Bentley at the forefront was undoubtedly Fu Yeci's personal car. Master Fu, I have identified several issues regarding the acquisition contract that I would like to discuss with you in the car, Qi Fei said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. It was merely a matter of sharing a vehicle, and since it pertained to work, he should not refuse her, should he? Fu Yeci stood at the rear door, his gaze coldly fixed upon the woman within the car. Though only a few seconds elapsed, Qi Fei felt as if she were being pierced by his icy stare. His brow furrowed slightly, his eyes resembling unfathomable depths, exuding the authority of a superior, starkly contrasting with his casual demeanor when discussing Qin Jiu moments before. Addressed the issues in the contract with Li Xiu, he spoke curtly, devoid of warmth. Li Xiu, seated in the driver's seat, was at a loss for words on how to alleviate the tension. Today, what was the matter with Manager Qi? She was well aware of Fu Yeci's frosty nature, which only softened when the topic of Qin Jiu arose. Did she truly believe that Fu Yeci held any grievances against her? Understood. I will exit the car immediately. Qi Fei's voice trembled as she unlocked the door, preparing to leave. The car door slammed shut with force, and Qi Fei turned to see Fu Yeci moving towards another vehicle, one that he evidently preferred not to share with her. Dejected, she remained in the back seat. Manager Qi, Master Fu is currently overseas for business negotiations, and wherever he goes, he must report to Madame Fu. The hotel staff has been replaced with male personnel. He cannot ride in the same car as you. It is not that Master Fu harbors any ill will towards you. The same would apply to any other female employee. Li Xiu offered, oblivious to her unvoiced sentiments. Thank you. Assistantly, Qi Fei managed a pale smile. She reassured herself that Fu Yeci could not possibly bear any animosity towards her. Surely, she was a noteworthy presence. It was merely that Qin Jiu, relying on her identity as Madame Fu, sought to confine Fu Yeci. Master Fu was merely striving to maintain the facade of harmony in their marriage. How outrageous it was for that woman to demand that Master Fu report his every move. Sooner or later, he would grow weary of her. Chapter 72. Let her in. Qin Jiu had spent the afternoon painting in the courtyard when a servant approached her, saying, Madam, there is someone outside claiming to be your friend with the surname Qi. The girl paused, her hand gripping the paintbrush momentarily before she set it down, and replied in a nonchalant tone, Let her in. She was not surprised that Qi Lan had come to see her a few days prior. Butler Wang had informed her that Qi Lan had attempted several times to deliver supplements to her grandfather, only to have them refused. It had become apparent that this matter was somehow related to Qin Jiu, and she suspected that Qi Lan would soon pay her a visit. Contemplating Qi Lan's past deeds, Qin Jiu's gaze darkened. Since her rebirth, she had refrained from seeking trouble with Qi Lan, focusing instead on safeguarding her family from further machinations. This was not only due to her grandfather's lingering guilt towards her, fearing to hurt him, but also out of concern for altering fate and incurring backlash from karmic forces. In the initial days following her rebirth, she had doubted the reality of her situation, even contemplating killing Qi Lan in her dreams to vent her frustrations. If she could eliminate her, perhaps the tragedies that befell the Qin family would not be repeated, regardless of the price she might have to pay. This rebirth had instilled in her belief in the existence of divine beings. When she visited a temple to express her gratitude, a monk had cautioned her that the karmic ties of the past should not be brought into this life, and that forcibly altering another's fate would disrupt the natural order and lead to irreversible consequences. Upon hearing this advice, she relinquished those terrifying thoughts. Having been granted a second chance at life was fortunate enough. She feared that if she acted impulsively and killed Qi Lan, the world would truly become a mere dream. And upon awakening, her family would be lost. Qin Jiu silently vowed that as long as Qi Lan did not endanger her family in this life, and the Qin family remained unconnected to her, she would not initiate harm against her. However, should Qi Lan harbor malicious intentions, she would retaliate in kind, ensuring that Qi Lan faced justice. In the living room, Qin Jiu sat on the sofa preparing tea, skillfully discarding the first infusion of tea leaves and refilling the pot with boiling water. After repeating this process twice, the fragrant aroma of jasmine tea wafted from the teapot. Qi Lan sat opposite her, disinterested in tea, with a cup of latte before her. "Sister Jiu, why did Uncle Wang refuse the supplements I sent to grandfather?" she asked, taking a small sip of her coffee to suppress her simmering anger. Qin Jiu lifted her teacup and inhaled the fragrant steam. "You should direct that question to Uncle Wang. He must have been acting on your orders," Qi Lan asserted decisively. It was impossible for the elder not to be cautious of her. The only one who could influence Butler Wang was Qin Jiu. "You need not deflect. Do you dare to act, but not take responsibility?" Qi Lan glared at her, voice tinged with fury. "The supplements I sent to grandfather symbolize my respect for him. Yet now, he refuses even these tokens, treating me with such suspicion as though I am not a part of this family." At her words, Qin Jiu couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. "You bear the surname Qi, while we are the Qins. We have never shared the same household register. How could we ever be considered family? If grandfather is willing to support you, it is merely an act of kindness on his part. Qi Lang, do you truly believe yourself to be something of significance?" Suppressing her animosity, Qin Jiu's calm demeanor was already a feat. There was no way she could feign kindness towards her. "Sister Jiu, what do you mean by that?" Qi Lan, not wanting to escalate the situation, attempted to placate her. "I must have misunderstood before. Grandfather's diet must be monitored, and he can't consume supplements indiscriminately. I shall refrain from sending any in the future." Having said that, she offered Qin Jiu an olive branch. "Sister Jiu, I know you meant no harm. We are friends who grew up together." "That is precisely what I mean," Qin Jiu replied with a slight smile, her eyes glinting with mockery. "You possess nothing. Why would I wish to befriend you?" She understood Qi Lan's deep-seated insecurities. Discussing her background was akin to stabbing at her heart. Yet, this was precisely the outcome Qin Jiu desired. As Qi Lan listened to her words, her complexion turned pale. How dare Qin Jiu speak to her in such a manner? If it weren't for the Qin family, she would not have sunk to such depths. "Sister Jiu, do you recall our childhood? Grandfather always taught us to love one another, to trust and support each other." Qi Lan's words triggered memories of their first meeting, when grandfather had brought her home, instructing everyone to treat the girl with kindness, especially emphasizing to Qin Jiu that she should regard Qi Lan as a sister. At that time, Qi Lan had just been abandoned by her mother, her personality timid. Under the kindness of the Qin family, she gradually blossomed into a more cheerful individual, and Qin Jiu had indeed treated her as family. Who would have anticipated that beneath that gentle visage lay the soul of a devil? Seeing the shift in Qin Jiu's expression, Qi Lan mistakenly believed her words had struck a chord. "I know that everything I possess now is thanks to the Qin family, and I am truly grateful to you all. In my heart, I will always consider you family." Qin Jiu frowned, narrowing her eyes and curling her lips into a light laugh, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. Chapter 73. "Now, get out of my house." "What are you laughing at, Sister Jiu?" Qi Lan's expression was one of confusion as she lifted the coffee cup beside her and took a sip. Qin Jiu observed her every motion with keen interest, producing a pill bottle from her pocket, the very one Qi Lan had given her, reputed for its potent mind control effects. She shook it lightly in her hand, the tablets rattling within. "A tonic specially concocted for me. You truly have gone to great lengths," she remarked. A sweet smile graced Qi Lan's lips as she elegantly stirred her coffee. "It is but my duty. Have you nearly finished this bottle? I'll bring you a new one next time. It must be taken consistently for it to be effective." In her mind, she contemplated acquiring a more potent formulation for the future. "Indeed," Qin Jiu replied, watching her savor the coffee, Does the coffee enhanced with the tonic taste delightful? You seem to relish the flavor. Qilan's hand froze mid-stir, her eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say? Did you put my pills in there? Propping her chin with her hand, Qin Jiu raised an eyebrow, as if anticipating a spectacle. Did you not claim it was a tonic? I noticed your complexion was lacking. I thought you could benefit from a boost, so I added it to your coffee. Do you not appreciate it? Qilan sprang to her feet, rushing towards the restroom with alarming speed, where the sound of her retching echoed. Once she had purged herself and emerged from the restroom, the realization struck her that she had been exposed. If it were indeed a tonic, why would she have vomited? No, this was intentional on Qin Jiu's part. A dreadful thought surfaced in Qilan's mind. Qin Jiu had likely known the true nature of the pills all along, choosing not to expose her in order to witness her humiliation and unravel her schemes. You knew all along, didn't you? That is why you wouldn't let me near grandfather. Why didn't you reveal my deception? What exactly are you plotting, Qin Jiu? Qin Jiu remained silent, refusing even to bestow upon her a scornful glance. Qilan could not endure such disregard. It felt as though all her actions had been reduced to that of a mere fool, and this was the most devastating blow. She approached Qin Jiu, her voice rising in desperation. What does it matter to you? Grandfather harbors deep guilt over me, no matter what grave mistakes I make. He will always stand by my side. Indeed, Mr. Qin had sought to make amends and had repeatedly bent the rules to ensure Qilan's medical career flourished. This is all a debt your family owes me. You will never repay it, nor will you ever find peace. She seized Qin Jiu's arm, her eyes ablaze. In response, Qin Jiu tilted her teacup, splashing its contents across Qilan's face, the tea cascading down her cheeks. Are you awake now? Grandfather did nothing wrong back then. I have reiterated this to you countless times. Your refusal to accept the truth is not my concern. Qilan, I will not grant you any opportunity to harm my family, nor should you expect grandfather to assist you again. From this day forth, whether you live or die has nothing to do with the Qin family. Her tone was frigid. Now leave my home. Qin Jiu, on what grounds do you stand so lofty? Are you not afraid of retribution for your arrogance? With a slight tap on the table, Qin Jiu summoned bodyguards from outside, who swiftly escorted Qilan out of the living room. The following day, Qin Jiu returned to the Qin family estate, presenting Mr. Qin with the lab results of the pills Qilan had given her, thereby exposing Qilan's duplicitous nature. Is this a misunderstanding? Lan is a child I have watched grow. She would never engage in such treachery. Mr. Qin's expression was one of shock, still defending Qilan even after hearing Qin Jiu's account, faltering as he did so until the ever-reliable butler Wang steadied him. Why would Lan act this way? Is she filled with hatred for me due to her lonely childhood? He genuinely regarded Qilan as a cherished younger relative. Butler Wang urged him to sit, assuring him, her parents did not consider her well-being before their misdeeds. This has nothing to do with you. Your support over the years has already aided her immensely. Qin Jiu approached with a cup of tea, grasping Mr. Qin's hand. Grandfather, Qilan has been feigning innocence before you all these years. If she dares to strike at me, she will not hesitate to turn against you. What she truly desires is the entire Qin family. Mr. Qin sat on the couch, staring at the lab results, his complexion paling, a mixture of astonishment and sorrow washing over him. But more than that, fear. If Jiu had truly ingested those pills, her life would be ruined. His guilt towards Qilan had prompted him to ensure that the entire Qin family treated her kindly. But should she pose a threat to Qin Jiu, Mr. Qin's allegiance would undoubtedly lean towards his beloved granddaughter. Butler Wang, do not allow Qilan to enter again, Mr. Qin commanded, his face pale and his demeanor despondent. Butler Wang and Qin Jiu exchanged worried glances, fully aware of the immense toll this revelation had taken on Mr. Qin. Fearing for his health, Qin Jiu understood the burden Mr. Qin had carried over the years, as long as Qilan did not commit any grave transgressions. Grandfather would indeed protect her for a lifetime. Had it not been for a confrontation with Qilan, she would have continued to keep this hidden. Grandfather. Jiu, I am fine. Mr. Qin waved his hand dismissively, recalling the first time he brought Qilan to the Qin family. Perhaps certain decisions had been misguided from the outset. He can no longer keep someone who might harm his granddaughter close by. Chapter 74. She desires Fu Yeci. Qin Jiu spent several days at the old estate with Mr. Qin, relieved to see his health remain stable and unaffected by Qilan's antics. Upon returning to Fu Garden, she informed Fu Yeci about the situation during their video call. The Qin family has supported me immensely, yet I never anticipated nurturing an enemy. Had it not been for that bottle of pills as evidence, I would have certainly sent Qilan to prison. In the video, Fu Yeci was resting in his apartment abroad, clad in the white shirt she had chosen for him. Even the tie was one she had selected. Without the Qin family's assistance, the hospital staff would no longer tolerate her. She would learn a lesson. His tone turned grave as thoughts of Qi Lan crossed his mind, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Qin Jiu scrutinized the expression on his face, her brow furrowing. Why do I sense you are not the least bit surprised by this? Although Fu Yeci had always maintained a calm demeanor, he seemed excessively collected, as though he had known all along. Is that so? Fu Yeci paused. Perhaps it is merely intuition. I sensed from the first moment I met her that she was a person of questionable motives. Your intuition is remarkably accurate, Qin Jiu replied, not doubting his words. Mr. Fu had an astute eye for stock investments, and it seemed he possessed an equally keen insight into people. She placed her phone in a stand, cradling her chin in her hands. What was your intuition when you first met me? Fu Yeci reminisced about their first encounter, his eyes narrowing slightly. That year, your eyes were filled with the brilliance of the stars and moon, like a sprite lost in a forest. Noting his silence, Qin Jiu blinked. We first met many years ago. You surely do not remember. She herself could hardly recall how old she had been at the time. I remember. Fu Yeci gazed at her, a slow smile spreading across his face. The first moment I saw you, my instinct told me that you were the most extraordinary presence in my life. At that time, they had both been young, oblivious to adult emotions. Fu Yeci had not understood that the rapid heartbeat within him signified something profound. Yet he knew this girl before him was irreplaceable in both his past and future. It was an unceasing heartbeat, an irreplaceable connection. Qin Jiu felt her ears warm slightly. She could no longer recall the details of their first meeting. The memories Fu Yeci left her with were more about the mundane moments they shared, his existence woven throughout her youthful recollections. When will you return to the country? Qin Jiu admitted to herself that she had developed feelings for Fu Yeci. She longed to embrace him, to kiss him, and even to indulge in more intimate desires. In 4 days, Fu Yeci paused for a moment. If all goes well, it could be in 3. Tomorrow, my work schedule is light. I shall venture to select a gift for you. Is there anything in particular Mrs. Fu desires? The man casually removed his suit jacket, effortlessly discarding his tie to the side. Qin Jiu pondered for a moment. It seemed she lacked nothing, at least in terms of desires. Her gaze drifted to her phone screen, where Fu Yeci, in his nonchalant manner, inadvertently unfastened the top 2 buttons of his shirt while removing his tie, revealing glimpses of his pale, cool skin beneath. Should he unfasten 2 more buttons, the contours of his chest would be tantalizingly visible. Qin Jiu recalled the candid night they had shared when she, emboldened, had dared to touch him. The sensation had been quite delightful. Now she understood what she truly wanted. She desired Fu Yeci. Yet, such sentiments remained unspoken. MRS. Fu Yeci's voice jolted her back to reality. What are you staring at on the screen? After speaking, he casually undid another button of his shirt, his movements appearing effortlessly relaxed. The further unfastening of a button did not reveal much, yet it left ample room for Qin Jiu's imagination to wander. She shook her head, dismissing her thoughts. I see. I thought Mrs. Fu might have spotted something intriguing and lost her train of thought. The man smiled lazily, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. As for gifts, I currently have no particular wants. There is no need for you to bring me anything special. Fu Yeci replied, then I shall browse for gifts myself. If you think of something you fancy, do let me know, and I shall bring it back for you. All right. In the morning, after concluding discussions with the acquired party, Fu Yeci instructed the driver to head to a mall, reputedly a treasure trove of the country's specialties, thus simplifying his gift selection. Despite Mrs. Fu's assertion that she lacked nothing and required no gifts, Fu Yeci was determined to procure something for her. He resolved to buy a variety of items, allowing his dear wife to choose what she liked. To all my diligent colleagues accompanying me overseas for negotiations, feel free to select a few items you fancy. I shall cover the expenses, Fu Yeci announced to his subordinates. He had always been generous towards his employees, and since his marriage, he had infused a greater sense of warmth into his dealings. Thank you, Mr. Fu. A few employees responded, their spirits lifted. Most were men, and with the opportunity to buy gifts, they thought of their wives, selecting items their spouses would adore. Chifei followed closely behind Fu Yeci, observing as he meticulously chose various gifts that would delight any woman. Hats, scarves, perfumes. In fluent English, he conversed with the sales assistant, inquiring, my wife possesses a gentle demeanor. I'm uncertain which style would suit her best. The assistant glanced at the woman standing too close behind him, misinterpreting their relationship. Is that young lady behind your wife? Chapter 75. The most important thing is to please Mrs. Fu. At the assistant's words, Fu Yeci frowned slightly and turned to see Chifei. No, he replied, his tone somewhat frosty. The assistant quickly apologized, recognizing the misunderstanding was indeed irksome. The proximity of the young lady had led to her error, especially since she had been following the gentleman since their entrance, as if they were indeed a couple. She reassessed Qi Fei, noting that her style was not gentle but rather assertive. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Qi Fei attempted to alleviate it, saying, "What a coincidence, Mr. Fu. Are you also shopping in this store? Are you selecting gifts for Mrs. Fu? As a woman, I might offer you some suggestions." Fu Yeci did not look at her. Instead, he focused on the two scarves in his hand, his voice cold. "No need. Matters concerning my wife require no external input." He turned to the sales assistant. "Please wrap both of these for me." Uncertain of which scarf Qin Jiu would prefer, he decided to purchase both. Qi Fei stood there, her fingers tightly gripping her designer bag, as if she were attempting to tear through its leather exterior. This was merely a business arrangement. If Fu Yeci truly loved Mrs. Fu, why had they not even held a wedding? His meticulous selection of gifts for Qin Jiu stemmed from his inherent kindness, regardless of who his wife was. Fu Yeci would treat her well, not simply because she was Qin Jiu. Emerging from the store, Qi Fei's eyes glimmered with frustration. She could not fathom why Fu Yici's gaze was solely fixed on Qin Jiu. What did her years of devotion amount to? She had relinquished opportunities for promotion to remain at the Fu headquarters as a manager, solely because it was where Fu Yeci was. Aware that he was wholly dedicated to work and disinterested in romance, she had suppressed her affections, laboring tirelessly for Fu's benefit, aspiring to be a partner in his endeavors. Yet, Qin Jiu, who had done nothing, had effortlessly secured all that she desired, simply due to her advantageous family background. How unfair the world truly was. At some point, Qi Fei found herself standing before a jewelry store. After a brief pause, she entered and selected a pair of wedding rings. Once everyone had chosen their gifts, Li Xiu took the card given by Fu Yeci to settle the bill. The array of lipsticks, skincare products, and handbags were all items favored by women. He failed to notice the pair of diamond rings, assuming they were for some employee's wife. After acquiring the rings, Qi Fei slipped the women's band onto her ring finger. A wave of delight washing over her as she remembered that it had been purchased with Fu Yeci's card. Fu Yeci had selected numerous gifts for Qin Jiu, buying anything he thought she might like. Li Xiu, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, carried the laden bags, each of them filled to the brim. It was unclear when this gentleman had developed an interest in shopping. He had previously preferred having designers create items tailored to size, delivered to Fu Garden. Now, he seemed intent on emptying the entire mall, unfazed by exhaustion. Upon returning to the hotel, Fu Yeci snapped photos of the gifts and sent them to Qin Jiu. She marveled at his shopping prowess while questioning whether she could possibly use all these items. "You should buy a few more. The wardrobe won't accommodate them all," Qin Jiu messaged. The wardrobe connected to the bedroom was already brimming with clothes and bags, many of which she had yet to wear. Fu Yeci replied, "Then we can connect the adjacent room and create another wardrobe." Qin Jiu chuckled at his earnest response. Was this truly a wardrobe issue? It was more a matter of whether she could manage to use all these clothes and accessories. Fu Yeci, sensing her skepticism, "I did. Let us purchase them first. You can choose what you like to wear." He recognized that he had been somewhat irrational during today's shopping spree, having bought excessively. Yet he simply wished to gather all the beautiful things to gift to his beloved wife. Spending more than necessary was inconsequential. What mattered most was to bring joy to Mrs. Fu. Qin Jiu set out in her car to a pastry shop, where she ordered a large cake. Tomorrow was a child's birthday at the art studio, and she had invited Lulu and Cici to join in the festivities. The pastry shop was conveniently close to the studio, and Qin Jiu brought the children along to collect the cake. "Miss, please wait a few minutes while I wrap it up for you," the staff member said after confirming the number of candles and plates required. "All right." The children were remarkably well-behaved, not causing any fuss, and they engaged Qin Jiu in pleasant conversation. "Sister Qin, I have now learned how to draw lines. Will you teach me sketching next time?" Qin Jiu looked at the cherubic smile on the chubby face and affectionately ruffled his hair. "Of course. I'll demonstrate for you next time." "Me too." Another child raised their hand. "I want Sister Qin to teach me as well." Qin Jiu smiled in response. Their passion for art was undoubtedly the reason she had founded this art studio. Her fortune was indeed enviable. She was born to loving parents and a respectable lineage. Her mother and father cherished her passions, never pressuring her to inherit the family business, and they unconditionally supported her choices. Yet, countless individuals in the world were far less fortunate, for pursuing art was a challenging and costly endeavor, one that many families could not afford. She yearned to help these talented children advance as far as possible. A flicker of light could emit warmth, and that was her aspiration. Unbeknownst to Qin Jiu, a pair of eyes in the corner was intently observing her, lingering for a considerable time. Meng Lu scrutinized her, overhearing the child's words to Qin Jiu, and a derisive laugh escaped her lips as she approached. her high heels clicking against the floor, her red lips curving into a faint smile. What a coincidence, Qin Jiu. Chapter 76, A Glimpse of Biodiversity. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu lifted her gaze sideways and recognized Meng Lu's face. Meng Lu, carrying an LV bag, casually tossed her long hair aside, remarking, "When we met last time in the billiards room, I didn't have the chance to converse with you properly. Who would have thought we would cross paths again so soon? It seems we are destined to encounter each other. Our connection has remained unbroken since university." Qin Jiu recalled her unpleasant memories from college, which she had nearly forgotten, now resurfacing thanks to Meng Lu. She remained unchanged, just as she had been in her memories. Given the unpleasant nature of the past, Qin Jiu wished to avoid this face. After receiving the cake from the attendant, she prepared to leave, stating, "I still need to celebrate the children's birthdays. I cannot linger any longer." Meng Lu grasped her arm, imploring, "Don't go. I just heard you talking. You're teaching art to these children, right? After all, you graduated from Q University. Even if things aren't going well, you wouldn't be reduced to teaching a bunch of unruly kids." Meng Lu's smile deepened, reminiscing about how, during their time at Q University, Qin Jiu was renowned as a cool beauty, pursued by many, yet she preferred to maintain her aloofness, engrossed in aesthetic studies, dismissing everyone around her. Meng Lu had assumed that after graduation, Qin Jiu would achieve significant success, yet here she was, working as an art teacher in a studio. She longed to capture this scene, to show it to those back at school. No matter how proud one might be, one still had to make a living. "We are classmates. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to talk to me. I can help you find a better path." Qin Jiu regarded her with calm eyes. "These children are delightful. They're not the unruly brats you describe. I find joy in being their teacher." She detected the malice behind Meng Lu's words, and since the visitor bore ill intentions, there was no need to feign friendliness. "Drawing with them is indeed far more enjoyable than working with someone like you." Qin Jiu paused, choosing her words carefully. "A person of complex character is not so commonly encountered." "What do you mean?" Meng Lu glared at her. "Nothing much. It's merely an encounter with biodiversity." "Which is rather splendid," Qin Jiu responded, casting a similar scrutinizing glance at Meng Lu. Her mother had taught her to treat others with courtesy and not to view them with such disdainful eyes. It seemed, however, that not everyone had the luxury of a mother. "By the way, that bag you're carrying is counterfeit. It would be wise to swap it out before your next outing. Otherwise, you might become the subject of ridicule," Qin Jiu kindly advised. Meng Lu, feeling a pang of guilt, quickly concealed the bag. She couldn't afford the real thing. But this imitation was close enough to the genuine article that only someone well-versed in luxury brands would recognize the difference. How did Qin Jiu know? Ignoring her further, Qin Jiu took the cake and departed with the children. Upon returning to the studio, Qin Jiu distributed the small cakes and snacks she had purchased to everyone. As the birthday celebration would commence later in the evening, she snapped a photo to send to Fu Yeci, captioning it, "The desserts are delightful, so sweet. Do you know what I discovered when I bought the cake today?" Fu Yeci promptly replied, "What did Madam see?" "Qin Jiu, do you remember the Zhou's pastry shop we passed by last time? The owner mentioned they were going to close down soon. But today when I walked by, I found Zhou's still operating and the business is thriving. The owner said he has decided to stay and expand the shop, offering more people the chance to enjoy traditional delicacies." Fu Yeci glanced down as we chat. Although Qin Jiu's message was only text without any expression, he could envision her beaming with joy. It appeared that investing in that pastry shop was indeed a wise decision. As long as Madam is happy, that is what matters. He was more than willing to do things that brought joy to Mrs. Fu. "Qin Jiu, why do you sound as if you own the shop?" She sensed a hint of something amiss. Surely this matter couldn't be connected to Fu Yeci. "Is that so? I am merely glad for Madam." Just as Qin Jiu was about to inquire further, Su Lu arrived to play with her, prompting her to silence her phone. It had only been a few days since their separation, yet Qin Jiu appeared so reluctant. Was she trying to sweeten someone else's life? Qi, indulging in her dessert, gazed on with envy. Due to her family background, she was distrustful of love and marriage. Yet seeing Qin Jiu and Fu Yeci together sparked a flicker of hope within her. Su Lu clicked her tongue, exclaiming, "This strawberry cake has an air of dog food about it." Abroad, Fu Yeci reviewed the documents in his hand, preparing for a meeting that would address crucial aspects of the acquisition contract containing sensitive data. Every participant in the meeting was required to leave their electronic devices behind. Qifei was not a key player in this acquisition, and thus lacked the qualifications to attend. She gazed down at the ring on her ring finger, spinning it twice. A faint smile gracing her lips as an idea suddenly dawned upon her. She obtained Qin Jiu's phone number from other employees at the company, took a photo of her hand adorned with the ring alongside the payment record, and sent it to Qin Jiu. Ding dong. Qin Jiu's phone vibrated. and a red dot appeared on her messaging app. Upon opening it, she saw a photo sent from an unfamiliar number. The hand in the photo was slender, presumably belonging to a girl. But why send a photo of a hand to her? Qin Jiu's expression turned puzzled, failing to grasp the sender's intent. It wasn't until she opened the next photo, revealing an all-English payment receipt, that she translated it. Item: wedding ring, number, XX679XX, payer, Fu Yeci. Chapter 77. Fu Yeci is keeping a woman abroad. The receipt contained further details, and initially, Qin Jiu thought it was a prank. However, upon comparison, she realized it was indeed purchased by Fu Yeci, as all information matched up. Fu Yeci, in fact, possessed a secondary card with this number. Staring at the unfamiliar number on her phone, Qin Jiu confirmed she did not recognize the person. The individual had only sent these 2 photos, leaving her to wonder whether it was an act of boasting or provocation. Or perhaps they aimed to inform her that Fu Yeci was maintaining a woman abroad. Qin Jiu furrowed her brow slightly. She could not bring herself to believe such a possibility. Who could be scheming behind this? She found herself at a loss for suitable suspects. Qin Jiu was not one to harbor suspicions lightly. She promptly saved the 2 photos and sent them to Fu Yeci. Did you buy another wedding ring? A stranger just sent me these 2 photos. They were indeed purchased using your card. After sending a message, several minutes passed without a response from Fu Yeci, prompting Qin Jiu to switch off her phone. Since the photos had been sent, Qi Fei was in a state of anxiety, endlessly imagining Qin Jiu's reaction upon seeing the images. Surely the payment record was persuasive enough. No man would casually buy a wedding ring for a woman unless she was someone he loved. At that moment, Fu Yeci was in a meeting, having left his phone behind, thus unable to receive her messages. No woman could possibly endure her husband purchasing a wedding ring for another woman. Qin Jiu would undoubtedly spiral into a tempest of thoughts, consumed by a frenzied jealousy, suspecting that Fu Yeci was keeping a mistress abroad. Qi Fei had prepared herself. Certain that once Qin Jiu received the images, she would call her. She had already rehearsed the words she would say upon answering. However, after waiting for an agonizingly long time, no call came, nor even a message. It was as though all her efforts had become a farcical joke. In the conference room, Fu Yeci sat at the head of the table, pressing his fingers against his temples, sensing an unease in his heart, an instinctive awareness that something was amiss. During a break in the meeting, he stepped out to check his phone, and Qi Fei, witnessing his exit, was gripped by a chilling fear. Upon seeing the message from Qin Jiu, he opened the image of the payment receipt. His expression turned cold, as if gazing into an unfathomable abyss, dark and foreboding. He called Qin Jiu, but no one answered. Jiu, the wedding ring is not for me. We already have a wedding ring. It is impossible for me to purchase another. This is not a ring I bought for anyone else. Please believe me. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide you with clarity. After sending countless messages, Fu Yeci's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, his deep-set eyes reflecting a profound darkness. An aura so sharp that it deterred anyone from approaching him. Li Xiu emerged to inquire whether the meeting could proceed as planned. But Fu Yeci silenced his phone and announced a pause in the meeting, stating he needed to return home. Li Xiu was taken aback, perplexed by the sudden seriousness of the situation. He glanced at the usually unflappable Fu Yeci, now visibly anxious and disconcerted. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of helplessness and fear in his eyes, an unprecedented sight. He immediately informed the representatives from the partner company about the situation, postponing the meeting and discussing a new schedule. Fu Yeci booked the earliest flight home and arrived at the airport half an hour later. Before boarding, he checked his phone again, but Qin Jiu had yet to respond. In the domestic art studio, Qin Jiu was busy setting up for a birthday party with the children, adorning the space with colorful lights and crafting numerous little rabbits to place on the floor. Not wanting the children to feel neglected, she silenced her phone, spending the entire afternoon playing with them, oblivious to the messages Fu Yeci had sent. She understood that he had an important meeting that afternoon and likely had no time to check his phone. As for the ring, Qin Jiu had contemplated various scenarios, yet never considered the possibility of Fu Yeci betraying her. She held unwavering trust in him. Su Lu and Chu Chi Si were busy arranging for the evening's festivities when Qin Jiu mentioned the provocative photo she had received that afternoon, seeking their insights on who might be behind it. What? Fu Sir is buying wedding rings for someone else? Chu Chi Si exclaimed, her expression one of shock, as if her cherished ship had suddenly sunk. The naive and sweet girl believed it wholeheartedly, easily falling prey to deception. Is he really abroad with another woman? Before she could finish her thought, Su Lu playfully flicked her forehead. How foolish. You believe a single photograph? What are mouths and ears for if not to inquire? Having read countless romantic novels, Su Lu was always exasperated when the protagonist fell into suspicion without communication, allowing misunderstandings to fester. The photo could easily be doctored, or perhaps it was intended for Qin Jiu herself. There was absolutely no chance it was indicative of Fu Yeci keeping a mistress abroad. Though she had no personal acquaintance with Fu Yeci, she had long heard of the Fu family's strict principles, knowing they would disdain such immoral actions. Chu Chi-si rubbed her temples, realizing, thanks to Su Lu's reminder, that this could very well be a ruse. To genuinely believe it would be to fall into a trap. Qin Jiu, the person who sent you that photo has nefarious intentions. She likely seeks to create discord between you and Fu Yeci. You must not believe her. At the very least, grant Fu Sir an opportunity to explain. Chapter 78. He wanted to lock Qin Jiu away. Qin Jiu propped her head on her hand, gently pinching the soft cheeks of the sweet girl beside her. I certainly want to believe it. This is clearly the work of someone meddling. I'm merely curious about who is behind this and what they aim to achieve. Do they think sending a photo of a wedding ring will create a rift between Fu Yeci and me? Who could be so foolish and bored? Su Lu chuckled softly from the side. Perhaps it's someone from the rival families, attempting to sow discord and spread rumors of your relationship faltering, hoping to instigate turmoil in the stock market. After pondering this, she deemed it unlikely. If it truly were the rival family, they would have posted the photo online instead of sending it to Qin Jiu. The two photos were clearly provocative. Perhaps it was a woman enamored with Fu Yeci. A simple inquiry would unveil the truth. The payment receipt bore the ring's serial number, making it easy to find specific details. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Chi Fei was a bundle of nerves, feeling as though swarms of ants were gnawing at her insides. She thought she had orchestrated a scheme to create a rift between the couple, only to find that Qin Jiu saw her right through her ploy, treating it as nothing more than a jest. What she had anticipated was Fu Yeci's immediate return to find Qin Jiu, utterly thwarting her plans. After finishing the birthday party setup, Qin Jiu finally glanced at her phone and noticed the numerous unread messages on WeChat. She began to read through them, noting how Fu Yeci's initial explanations gradually morphed into desperation. She could almost sense his anxiety through the words. The last few messages read, Jiu, don't be so quick to condemn me. I deserve an opportunity to explain. Please don't ignore me. And don't delete all my contact information as you did years ago. I beg you, answer my call. A man as esteemed as Fu Yeci, who had always been treated like a deity, was reduced to begging, when had it ever been his turn to use such a word. He was genuinely frightened. A similar incident had occurred years prior when rumors spread that he had caused another family's downfall, claiming he was ruthless and unscrupulous. Qin Jiu, believing the rumors, had initially ignored his messages and subsequently deleted all means of contacting him, denying him any chance to defend himself. Fu Yeci was unperturbed by rumors, but terrified of the one person he loved most believing them. After reading his final message, Qin Jiu hurriedly called him. But the phone was off. She then sent a message. Don't worry. I want to believe that photo. I have never doubted you. The person behind this is merely trying to create a rift between us. Once your meeting concludes, could you please call me back? Having previously missed Fu Yeci's messages, Qin Jiu no longer silenced her phone, keeping it close at all times. That evening, while hosting the birthday party for the children in the studio, she frequently checked her phone. After enjoying cake and blowing out the candles, she finally left the art studio and spotted a familiar Rolls-Royce parked at the curb, thinking it was the family's driver come to collect her. To her astonishment, Fu Yeci, who should have been thousands of miles away, stepped out of the car. In the moonlight, he leaned against the car door, his tall figure casting a long shadow as his obsidian eyes fixed intently upon her. The dim light blurred her vision, and Qin Jiu initially thought she was mistaken. As she approached and clearly saw the sharply defined features of his face, joy blossomed within her. She trotted forward, leaping into the man's embrace, her arms wrapping around his waist. How did you return to the country so early? If not for their video calls. It had been nearly a week since they last met, yet Qin Jiu had not anticipated that Fu Yeci would suddenly come back. He reciprocated her embrace, holding her waist without uttering a word. Noticing the bustling pedestrians around them, he opened the car door and gently ushered her inside. Sitting in the car, her eyes sparkled with delight. Didn't you just tell me this morning that it would take another 2 days for you to return? How come? Before she could finish her thought, Fu Yeci silenced her with a kiss. Once the door was closed, the outside clamor faded away, leaving only the sounds of their heartbeats and breaths. He held her wrist firmly, lifting her chin with 2 fingers as he deepened the kiss, their breaths intertwining. Time slipped away as they kissed, and Fu Yeci tenderly brushed his fingers over her lips. Qin Jiu leaned back against the seat, inhaling the fresh air, reflecting on how their previous kisses had always been gentle and refined, but today felt urgent and fervent, as if he were trying to sweep her off her feet. "Can we go home now?" He spoke in a low, husky voice. Qin Jiu nodded, and Fu Yeci started the car, heading towards Fu Garden. Upon returning to the country, he had immediately inquired with the family chauffeur about Qin Jiu's whereabouts, driving to the vicinity of the art studio. Not wanting to intrude on her celebration with the children, he waited patiently at the entrance, unwilling to let Qin Jiu slip from his sight even for a moment. Fu Yeci acknowledged that his behavior was somewhat irrational. He wanted to keep her locked away safely. Chapter 79. I want to spend my life with you. Inside the car, Qin Jiu sensed a palpable tension in the air. Despite it being July, the atmosphere felt chilly enough to make her shiver slightly. Beside her, Fu Yici's expression was stern, his dark eyes fixed ahead as he gripped the steering wheel, his brow furrowed, appearing markedly different from his usual self. While waiting at a traffic light, Qin Jiu ventured to speak. "I was playing with the kids at the studio during lunch and didn't see your message. Did you see my reply later?" Fu Yeci responded with a soft grunt, turning his gaze to her momentarily. "I will investigate the matter regarding the wedding ring. I certainly did not purchase any extra rings. I have no doubts about you. Someone must be orchestrating this behind the scenes, attempting to sow discord between us." She paused, suspecting Fu Yeci might have returned early due to this issue. His hasty return suggested he may have abandoned work abroad, leaving matters unresolved. Fu Yeci maintained his calm demeanor, his eyes steady on the road as the traffic light transitioned from red to green, gently accelerating the vehicle. After arriving at Fu Garden, he took Qin Jiu's hand and led her upstairs, causing the household staff to gasp in surprise. Hadn't he said he would return in 3 days? Once inside the bedroom, Qin Jiu prepared a bath, suggesting, "Why don't you take a shower and rest for a bit? You must be exhausted from the day's journey." Her tone was tender, reminiscent of a gentle wife. After Fu Yeci finished a shower, she intended to inquire about work matters. "All right." Fu Yeci watched her fill the tub, his gaze deepening as he stepped into the bathroom and closed the door behind him. Click. Qin Jiu heard the sound of the bathroom door locking and looked up at the man, blinking innocently. I haven't tea gone out yet. You need tea leave, my lady." Fu Yeci's gaze fell upon the spacious bathtub, large enough for two. "I have yet to explain the situation regarding the wedding ring to you. Although the details remain unclear, it was my fault for allowing you to receive such provocative photographs." Qin Jiu lowered her eyes. "I trust you." Even if that wedding ring had indeed been purchased with Fu Yeci's card, her first thought would be that it was a gift from him. Fu Yeci approached her, lifting her onto the vanity, planting soft kisses along her neck. "Ultimately, this situation is my fault. It is only right that you feel aggrieved." Qin Jiu's slippers slipped off her feet as she playfully kicked at him with her legs, the gesture lacking any force, resembling a gentle tap from a kitten. "I wouldn't fall for the schemes of that person behind the scenes. I simply didn't see your message earlier. You need not have rushed back to explain." The Fu Corporation was in a critical phase of negotiating acquisition contracts abroad, and returning now would undoubtedly increase his workload. Fu Yeci pinched and advised, leaning down to kiss her lips softly. "Madam, I too can feel fear." On the road back, he contemplated numerous scenarios, dreading the worst. That Qin Jiu would believe that photograph, thinking him unfaithful to their love and marriage, and would cease all communication with him, just as she had done years prior. She appeared gentle in nature, yet she was exceedingly stubborn, unwilling to change her mind once it was made up. She typically did not entertain reason, offering no chance for rebuttal when casting judgment. Fu Yeci pressed his forehead against hers, their noses touching, his tone low and tinged with humility. "I fear you might abandon me." Qin Jiu recalled the desperate messages Fu Yeci had sent her, pleading for her to answer his calls, begging her not to ignore him, more vulnerable than ever. Yet he was Fu Yeci, a figure who should shine like the moon in the sky, not reduced to this state. "You are my husband. I would never doubt you over photograph. Our love is not that fragile." Qin Jiu felt compelled to emphasize further, "You are an immensely important person in my life." Aside from her family, Fu Yeci held the utmost significance. "I will never leave you. I wish to spend my life with you." She reached out, wrapping her arms around his neck, leaning in to plant a kiss on him. Fu Yeci lifted her legs, cradling her down from the vanity. The bathroom at Fu Garden was spacious, with a bathtub large enough for two to share. In response to Madame's heartfelt confession, Mr. Fu found himself easily swayed. Some feelings, much like a heartbeat, became uncontrollable. Their garments, a skirt and a shirt, fell to the floor, splashes of water escaping the tub. Chapter 80. I deeply reflect on myself. In the bedroom, Qin Jiu lay on the bed, donned in her nightwear, her head concealed beneath the covers, leaving only her sparkling, water-like peach blossom eyes visible. She glanced at her hands, recalling the earlier events she had engaged in with those delicate hands, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. The household had not prepared for such matters. She and Fu Yeci were not yet contemplating children, and thus had to resolve their desires through other means. Qin Jiu rolled around under the covers, the images from the bathroom lingering in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Ahem. Fu Yeci emerged from the bathroom, leaning against the doorframe, his dark eyes fixed on his little wife, clearing his throat softly. Though I missed out on the braised short ribs. The pork broth was quite delightful. He lay on the bed, pulling the young woman into his embrace, both of them sharing the same fragrant body wash. He leaned down, kissing the corner of her mouth. You truly aren't upset about the wedding ring incident? After all, he had yet to provide a satisfactory explanation regarding the origins of that ring. I have never been angry at you because of this. Qin Jiu paused, her hand hovering in the air as she observed the pink diamond ring on her fourth finger. She had to admit that the person who sent her the photo clearly did not understand Fu Yeci. He was never one to shy away from spending generously on things he cherished. He would never casually purchase a pair of diamond rings in a shopping mall. The wedding band was simply not in accordance with his principles. Fu Yeci gently took hold of her delicate hand, cradling it in his palm. Today's return had been rather hurried, and his mind was consumed with how to explain things to Mrs. Fu. Once the investigation was complete, he would apologize to her. Qin Jiu, did you suddenly return because the acquisition was completed? I'm already well acquainted with the actual situation of the opposing company, he replied. The critical meeting was not yet concluded, and I must return tomorrow. Fu Yeci bore a sense of responsibility. He could not simply abandon his work. After signing the contract, he would return promptly. He affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. Qin Jiu, feeling fatigued from earlier, had not fully grasped his words. She leaned against his shoulder and closed her eyes. Sleep, he said softly, kissing her tender fingertips before drifting off to slumber with her nestled in his arms. The following morning, Fu Yeci rose at 6, as he needed to board a flight abroad to address the remaining tasks. He moved about quietly, careful not to disturb a young lady still in slumber. After dressing, he discovered that Qin Jiu was already awake. Did I wake you? Qin Jiu shook her head, her fair cheeks still bearing traces of sleep. Knowing he had to leave in the morning, she had not slept soundly and awoke shortly after he got up. The young lady descended from the bed, casually taking the tie from his hands, slightly rising on her toes to loop it around his neck, fastening it with care. If the employees of Fu Corporation knew that you set aside work for such a trivial matter, your usually esteemed image would be utterly tarnished. Fu Yeci gazed down her hands at work. Maintaining our marital relationship is hardly a trivial matter. The photograph was nothing short of a provocation from a third party. Even if Mrs. Fu believed in him, he owed her an explanation upon his return. Qin Jiu, you cannot be so willful regarding your work next time. The employees of Fu Corporation must be quite anxious. Very well, I shall reflect deeply upon my actions. He smiled. I heed my wife's words. No need to take me to the airport. You should rest a little longer. Seeing Qin Jiu's sleepy demeanor, Fu Yeci felt reluctant to let her struggle further, gently brushing his fingers against her nose. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Jiu called out to him. Wait. She approached him, lifting her gaze to meet his flawless visage, and placed a soft kiss at the corner of his mouth. I will wait for your return at home. All right. He leaned down to reciprocate the kiss, feeling an unusual reluctance to part with her despite knowing he would be back in 2 days. At noon, Qin Jiu dined with Su Lu and Chu Chi at a restaurant. Qin Jiu, I believe I saw Fu Yeci yesterday. He was waiting for you outside the art studio. Chu Chi recalled the man she had seen the previous night, though the streetlights had been too dim for her to discern clearly. Isn't Fu Yeci supposed to be abroad for business? She questioned, doubting her own observation. Qin Jiu placed a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs into her bowl. He returned early. You were not mistaken, but he hasn't yet resolved matters abroad. So he left again this morning. Chu Chi sipped her juice, exclaiming, wow, it seems Mr. Fu specifically returned to clarify the situation regarding the photograph. How fearful he must be of inciting your anger. Unlike her own parents, who were steeped in mutual suspicion, each having families of their own and constantly calculating against one another over financial matters, Fu Yeci and Qin Jiu appeared to address issues directly, fostering a lasting relationship. Su Lu put down her chopsticks, inquiring, so, who is the culprit behind the photograph? It has yet to be determined, but results should emerge soon. This is clearly someone attempting to ascend the ranks, a provocation directed at you. Qin Jiu, you must not show leniency. Qin Jiu chuckled softly, aware that Fu Yeci cared more about this matter than she did. It was unlikely that he would need to intervene, as the perpetrator would likely retreat in shame. Chapter 81, No Battle. After finishing lunch, Chu Chi, glancing up, inadvertently noticed the mark on Qin Jiu's neck, revealed beneath her high-necked garment. She stared at the red mark for a moment. Qin Jiu, Is your clothing made of poor material? It has chafed your skin. Qin Jiu raised her gaze and touched her neck, recalling the events from the previous night in the bathroom, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Su Lu followed her line of sight and couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, it seems someone enjoyed a delightful evening last night, in the first month of their marriage. With a few days apart, how could Fu Yeci possibly contain himself with such a stunning beauty beside him? Goodness, the intensity must have been fierce. Qin Jiu felt her face flush under their scrutiny and pinched Chu Chi-Si's arm. There was no battle. Keep your voice down. Fortunately, they had reserved a private room, ensuring their conversation remained discreet. No battle? Su Lu frowned, clearly skeptical. That shouldn't be the case. Fu Yeci did not strike her as the type who lacked vitality. Yet appearances could be deceiving. Some men appeared robust, yet were less than capable. Su Lu's expression turned serious. Could it be that Fu Yeci has a hidden ailment? Rumors had circulated about his shortcomings in that regard. Could they be true? If so, her dear friend would suffer greatly. Seeing Qin Jiu's reluctance to speak, Su Lu was increasingly convinced of her suspicions. Qin Jiu, please tell me honestly, does he suffer from any deficiencies? Such matters are best treated early. Not wanting to fuel Su Lu's vivid imagination further, Qin Jiu decided to clarify, we have not yet consummated our marriage. After a brief pause, she added, but he is certainly not incapable. Regarding Fu Yici's physical condition, she had a deeper understanding from her past life, one that instilled fear within her. Su Lu shook her head solemnly. 1 month in a marriage, and you haven't yet. It can't simply be a matter of incapacity. Qin Jiu, seeing how far off Su Lu's assumptions were becoming, pursed her lips, ultimately deciding to defend Fu Yici's honor. It's my fault. I'm quite fearful of pain. Not just the physical pain, but the emotional turmoil as well. Her previous life had left her with haunting memories. We have not reached the final step. Su Lu, hearing her words, contemplated numerous possibilities, but had never considered Qin Jiu's fear of pain as a reason. If that were indeed the case, Fu Yeci was quite noble. Enduring such a long wait, such matters naturally unfold with deep emotion. The first time can indeed be painful. If you're truly afraid, perhaps consider some preparatory measures, like special attire or a bow. As if unwrapping a gift, Su Lu said with a teasing smile. Qin Jiu pinched her arm to interrupt her line of thought. Qin Jiu, are you planning to prepare a gift for Mr. Fu? Chu Chi-Si, having not understood the previous conversation, caught on to the words gift and bow, imagining a pink ribbon adorning a gift box to make it more visually appealing. Su Lu shot her a disapproving look akin to pacifying child. All right, go play. As the car sped onto the highway, the sweet girl remained lost in her thoughts. Thousands of miles away, Fu Yeci was escorted back to his apartment by his driver. He called Lixiu to inform him that the meeting would continue in the afternoon and instructed him to prepare the contract. Although he had flown back to the country the previous day, he had long since finalized the acquisition price and had the legal department draft the contract, ensuring that his work had not been significantly delayed. Understood, Master Fu, Lixiu replied, pausing before continuing, we have clarified the matter regarding the wedding ring. During your trip to procure a gift for Mrs. Fu, one of the accompanying staff members selected that particular pair of wedding rings. Due to the fact that the payment was made using your card, your name appears on the transaction record. She turned and sent the photo to Mrs. Fu, fabricating it to appear as though you had purchased the ring. Who is it? Even through the phone, Lixiu could discern the icy coldness in Fu Yici's voice, his tone chillingly severe. Chi Fei. Chapter 82. The listener places such importance on this. Outside the conference room, Lixiu handed a return ticket to Chi Fei, stating, Manager Qi, there is no longer a need for you here. You may return to your home country. Several other employees of Fu Corporation stood by, perplexed by the scene, as the company had arranged for a few of them to travel abroad for learning opportunities, intending to promote them upon their return. Why would Assistant Li allow Manager Qi to go back? Chi Fei looked down at the ticket, questioning why. Is this Mr. Fu's intention? From the moment Fu Yeci returned to the country, she had anticipated that these matters would eventually come to light. But she never imagined it would occur in such an unfeeling manner, directly sending her back home. Did Mr. Fu not even wish to see her once? Lixiu cast a cold glance at her, asking, what further clarification do you need, Manager Qi? There are other colleagues present. If you are unafraid of your situation becoming widely known, I can certainly disclose it now. Lixiu, how does Mr. Fu intend to deal with me? A demotion? A salary cut? Deduction of bonuses? Chi Fei regretted her rash actions. She should not have resorted to such foolishness. I accept all punishments, as long as I can remain at Fu Corporation. I acted impulsively. Lixiu furrowed his brows, his gaze toward her frosty. He had previously thought Chi Fei to be a clever individual, but now he found her inscrutable, uncertain of her true nature. Everyone in the company knew how much Mr. Fu cherished Mrs. Fu, Why would she attempt to disrupt another's marriage, foolishly hoping to incite suspicion between them with a pair of wedding rings? Was she courting disaster? Mr. Fu did not specify your punishment. Li Xiu recalled Fu Yeci's words. He had indeed not mentioned Qi Fei's dismissal, only coldly stating that he never wished to see her again. What never wishing to see her again entailed, Li Xiu could not ascertain, but given Fu Yeci's methods, it was likely that Qi Fei would not have an easy time ahead. So does this mean I can remain at Fu Corporation? I will write a reflection immediately upon my return, ensuring that such a situation never occurs. Just as she felt relieved at not being dismissed, Li Xiu shattered her illusion. As a courtesy of our colleague relationship, I advise you to resign voluntarily. It would spare you from further embarrassments. Manager Qi, this will be the last time I address you as such. In future endeavors, consider the consequences of your actions. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. Qi Fei stood rooted in place, her expression completely stunned. The acquisition meeting proceeded as per the usual protocol, as the representatives from the acquired company sought to obscure their operational shortcomings, only to have their facade effortlessly dismantled. It had long been said that Fu Corporation's president possessed an acute insight into human nature and a keen eye. Those who engaged in business with him could not hope to deceive him. Upon interaction, this proved to be true. The executives from the opposing company had prepared themselves for a low-priced acquisition, yet upon reviewing the contract, they were astonished to find the price 2 points higher than anticipated. Businessmen are driven by profit, willing to employ any means necessary to secure it. Upon recognizing their vulnerabilities, they should capitalize on them and strike hard, not offer such a price. Confusion filled the room as Fu Yeci calmly remarked. The previous financial losses were due to poor management. But the company itself does not have substantial issues. I believe that under Fu Corporation's stewardship, it will flourish even further. I spoke with Mrs. Fu last night regarding KL company situation. She mentioned that no shareholder wishes to see the company deteriorate, especially one they have nurtured. Clearly, KL still has potential for growth. The shareholders consented to the acquisition not out of desire for its decline, but in hopes of entrusting it to a better team for its development. Fu Yeci recalled his conversation with Qin Jiu the previous night, where she had shared numerous insights, discussing the difficulties faced by Qin Corporation in the past. After listening, he reflected for a moment, refraining from pressing further on the acquisition price. Upon hearing Fu Yeci's explanation, the opposing executives realized that it was all due to Mrs. Fu's commendations on their behalf. They were astonished that her casual remarks held such weight. Thank you, Mr. Fu, and please extend our gratitude to Mrs. Fu. Hicks extended an invitation. Mr. Fu is Chinese and has not had many opportunities to visit our country. We have numerous tourist attractions and local delicacies. After signing the contract, I sincerely invite Mr. Fu to enjoy a few days here. Their gratitude towards Fu Yeci for his willingness to concede in the contract was genuine. Such a delightful opportunity for leisure was unlikely to be declined by anyone. No need. My wife is waiting for me at home. Hicks appeared slightly puzzled. Mr. Fu, you're usually so busy with work. Don't you wish to relax for a few days and explore the outside world? It seems you are quite reluctant to part with Mrs. Fu. I relish the time spent with my wife. If I truly wish to appreciate the wonders of the world, it is far better to explore alongside her. Mr. Hicks, I presume you are still unmarried? Fu Yici's tone grew somber. You will understand once you are married. Being with the one you love surpasses all else. Work is never-ending, and the world is perpetually vast. One must prioritize caring for their loved ones and family. Hicks, indeed unmarried, observed Fu Yici's expression, taken aback. How to describe such a contrast? A once ambitious businessman, now willingly pausing his pursuits for love. Chapter 83. I have prepared a gift for you. In the shopping mall, Qin Jiu's gaze lingered on a row of dresses, all sharing a common characteristic. They were exceedingly thin and transparent, reminiscent of the easily torn garments described in novels. She focused on the outermost light yellow silk dress, featuring a spaghetti strap design and a hollow waist, even more revealing than the one she had worn during their last video call. The bodice was adorned with 2 silk ribbons tied into a bow. Once unfastened, it would reveal the beauty beneath. Qin Jiu recalled Su Lu's previous words, likening it to unwrapping a gift layer by layer. A blush crept across her cheeks. Having been candid with each other on several occasions, she was now less fearful of such matters, even beginning to harbor a subtle anticipation. In this life, they were in love, and she was not under the influence of any substances. Perhaps it would not be as painful as in the past. It was only a matter of time before a couple engaged in intimacy. After a month of marriage without reaching the final step, she would begin to question if Fu Yeci had any physical issues. Moreover, her feelings for Fu Yeci were no longer straightforward. Hello, please wrap this dress for me. Certainly, Mississippi. The sales clerk approached, carefully packaging the dress and presenting it to Qin Jiu with a warm smile. Do you need anything else? Perhaps this? She suggested, pointing to a shelf lined with colorful boxes. If you're not planning on pregnancy, it is best to prepare in advance, the clerk kindly advised. Qin Jiu's gaze shifted to the row of boxes resembling chewing gum. Upon reading the labels, her expression grew somewhat abnormal. The last time in the bathroom, they had not progressed to the final steps simply because they lacked such items at home. She approached, took 2 boxes, and handed them to the clerk to be placed in the bag, her fingertips slightly warming. Upon returning to Fu Garden, Qin Jiu set the dress in the cloakroom, just as Fu Yeci's video call came through. She adjusted her breathing and answered. Hello. Fu Yeci gazed at the girl on his phone, her cheeks flushed. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Have you caught a fever? Why does your complexion seem so unusual? Qin Jiu shook her head, unwilling to admit that she had just tried on the spaghetti strap dress in the cloakroom. It must be the lighting. She paused. Will you be working at Fu Corporation after your flight tomorrow? I will take a few days off after returning home to spend more time with my wife. After marriage, one cannot be endlessly engrossed in work, lest one neglects Mrs. Fu. Allow me to fetch you. As Qin Jiu thought of the dress hanging in the cloakroom, a sweet smile graced her lips, her voice melodious. I prepared a gift for you. What kind of gift? A secret. You'll find out once you return home. Fu Yeci's eyes glinted with curiosity, pondering gifts like belts or pins. Yet her enigmatic demeanor suggested something beyond the ordinary. Madam's words only heightened my eagerness to know beforehand. The girl chuckled softly. I can't reveal it now, but I believe it will satisfy you. Observing her attempt to cultivate an air of mystery, Fu Yeci chose not to press further. Although he lacked for nothing, a gift for Mrs. Fu would undoubtedly delight him. I eagerly await Madam's present. The next day, at the airport, upon disembarking, Fu Yeci instructed the driver to take the other employees of Fu Corporation home. Sir, have you notified the driver at Fu Garden to come pick you up? Li Xiu, yearning to hasten home to reunite with his wife, nonetheless endeavored to fulfill his duties as an assistant. My wife is waiting outside. Has your wife not come? Li Xiu thought it unwise to pry. Indeed, assistantly, you have been married for several years. You likely do not crave such closeness, unlike my wife, who is youthful and affectionate. She insisted on coming to the airport to welcome me. Fu Yeci slightly raised his chin, his brows arching. I cannot help it. My wife loves me dearly and cannot bear to be apart. Assistantly, excessive devotion to work may lead to neglecting family. In the long run, your wife may resent you. Li Xiu dared not voice his indignation. After all, it was his toil that had resulted in such a situation. The cruel capitalist certainly deserved a reckoning. After these taxing days of work, your bonus will be doubled, and I am granting you a week's vacation to spend quality time with your family. Li Xiu paused for a moment, his eyes reflecting surprise, quickly dismissing his earlier thoughts. Despite Fu Yeci's relentless demands, his remuneration was indeed substantial. Since marriage, he has shown more humanity, even allowing for time off. He silently expressed gratitude to Mrs. Fu 100 times over. Chapter 84. Have her return that pair of wedding rings. Qin Jiu stood at the exit, cradling a bouquet predominantly composed of white roses and jasmine, both beautiful and vibrant. The fragrance wafted to her nostrils, and as she gazed at the white blossoms, memories of the colorful dream she had the night before flooded back. In her dream, she donned the purchased slip dress to entice Fu Yeci into the study, deliberately swaying before him. Fu Yeci, do I look good in this? Don't you want to come and hold me? Fu Yeci, engrossed in his documents, remained unmoved by her entrance, coolly instructing her to dress appropriately. In her dream, seeing his impassive expression only intensified her boldness. As husband and wife, does your lack of affection mean you dislike me? Which is more important, work or me? Together, I could bear you children. Qin Jiu snatched the documents from his hands. Perched on the desk, her toes playfully nudging, her gaze inviting. Fu Yeci grasped her ankle, shooting her a warning glare, but her defiance ignited a fierce kiss. Thus ensued an indescribable scene. Help! What a bizarre turn of events. Qin Jiu shook her head, bemused by her dream's self-assertiveness, each glance charged with intensity, starkly contrasting her true self. As one contemplates by day, one dreams by night. Could it be that my burgeoning feelings for Fu Yeci inspired such a peculiar dream? She inhaled the rose's fragrance, scanning the crowd for a familiar face, finally spotting him at the rear. Unbeknownst to her, upon glimpsing Fu Yeci, her lips involuntarily curved into a smile, her eyes sparkling with joy, nearly overflowing with delight. As Fu Yeci approached, his footsteps halted before her, his elongated eyes meeting hers, filled with tender warmth. You're back. Though it had only been 2 days, it felt like an eternity. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Did you buy those flowers for me? Fu Yeci glanced at the roses in her grasp. Qin Jiu nodded slightly. I hope you like them. I cherish all gifts for my wife. His gaze lingered on the flowers for a brief moment before shifting back to her petite visage. No bouquet could rival the beauty of the one he loved. Fu Yeci took the flowers, placing them atop the suitcase he carried. Allow me to assist you. The girl, ever considerate, replied, I came to pick you up. I must contribute in some way. Just as she reached for the suitcase, Fu Yeci turned. Drawing her close, do not concern yourself with the luggage. I shall manage. Your task is to hold my hand and guide me. The airport is vast. I fear I may lose my way. Upon saying this, he naturally entwined his fingers with hers. Qin Jiu's eyes widened slightly. What sort of task was this? Yet, if he wished to carry the luggage, she would not contest it. Did you find anything among the gifts I picked for you that you fancy? Fu Yeci had procured numerous gifts, filling 2 suitcases which had been sent ahead. As Qin Jiu walked alongside him, recalling the 2 suitcases destined for Fu Garden, she had only opened one, overwhelmed by the clothes, bags, and scarves, each possessing a distinctive cultural flair, unlike the domestic style. The suitcase brimmed with presents for her. Fu Yeci had acquired a mere handful of items for himself, notably a black and white scarf, reminiscent of a couple's set. Mr. Fu has quite the eye. I adore everything. Qin Jiu was reminded how the wedding ring had been misappropriated during the gift shopping and cautioned, next time, before assistantly uses your car for purchases, ensure he checks what has been bought to avoid further pitfalls. Fu Yici's expression darkened at the thought of Qi Fei's actions. She would no longer work at Fu Corporation, and he felt remorse that his wife had been provoked. I do not hold you accountable. Would you like me to summon her to explain in person? Any requests regarding this matter, Mrs. Fu, are welcome. Qin Jiu contemplated briefly. I do not wish to see her. There was nothing to discuss with someone who sought to meddle in another's marriage. A meeting would only bring discomfort. Have her returned that pair of wedding rings. She felt particularly sensitive about the rings bought with Fu Yici's card, as they did not belong on Qi Fei's hand. Understood. Chapter 85, Kiss Me. Outside the parking lot, the driver spotted Fu Yeci and Qin Jiu exiting the airport and stepped out to retrieve the luggage. Just as Qin Jiu settled into the car, fastening her seatbelt, a figure in black loomed over her, tilting her chin up, their lips barely brushing against hers before he seized her breath in a fervent kiss. The kiss was so sudden that Qin Jiu caught off guard, instinctively pushed against his shoulder. He captured her wrist, pinning it above her head, deepening the kiss, leaving no room for refusal. Kiss me. His tone bore an undeniable firmness. Upon seeing the girl with flowers at the exit, he had longed to embrace her, to kiss her, and to envelop himself in her essence. However, the throngs of travelers had restrained him. She appeared shy, hesitant to kiss in such a public space. Thus, he had refrained, merely holding her hand throughout their time at the airport. He had struggled to maintain his composure. Qin Jiu closed her eyes, surrendering to his unrelenting desires. She recalled the indifferent and emotionally detached man from her dreams last night, and the stark contrast with the real Fu Yeci was overwhelming. Sir, madam, the luggage is ready. We can depart now. The driver, having placed the bags, opened the car door only to be met with the sight of the couple kissing in the back seat. The words he had yet to utter lingering unspoken on his lips. He remembered the first time he had come to pick up Qin Jiu from Fu Yuan. He had driven himself, pondering at the time how Mr. Fu had shunned the company of women for years and must surely have a strained relationship with his new wife, at best maintaining a polite distance. Now, how the tables had turned. Mr. Fu was not merely avoiding women. He seemed utterly unable to part from Madame Fu. Feeling the sound of the car door, Qin Jiu gently pushed Fu Yeci away, breaking the kiss. Her earlobes flushed a deep crimson, too shy to meet his gaze. Fu Yeci, his arms still wrapped around her waist, nestled her head against his chest. Li Shu, returned to Fu Yuan. Understood. The driver replied as he settled into the car and started the engine. Resting her head on the man's shoulder, Qin Jiu recalled his earlier audacious behavior. He had felt her footsteps approaching, yet refused to relent, pressing against her neck as if to kiss her into oblivion. The memory ignited her irritation, prompting her to pinch his waist. Fu Yeci remained unfazed, allowing her playful gesture, a subtle smile dancing at the corners of his lips, almost smugly. Witnessing his expression only fueled her annoyance. She suspected he was doing it intentionally. Her fingers sought to pinch him again, but just then, the vehicle jolted unexpectedly, causing her hand to inadvertently land on his backside. Qin Jiu, sitting beside her, Fu Yeci appeared momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Realizing her hand had strayed, Qin Jiu quickly withdrew it, but he was quicker, capturing her mischievous fingers in his grasp. Madam, no need to be so hasty, he said, glancing down at her delicate hand with a casual smile. I am entirely at your disposal, madam. You may do as you wish once we return home. Qin Jiu retorted. The car shook. I did not mean to pinch your backside. Even if it were intentional, it would be of no consequence. He leaned closer, his voice low enough for only her to hear. If madam wishes, I can remove my clothing for your appreciation. Qin Jiu reclined against her seat, her reputation tarnished by his earlier antics. Her eyes fluttered half-closed. She intended to feign sleep, yet the image of her earlier mischief resurfaced in her mind. It must be said, the sensation had been rather delightful. Upon returning to Fu Yuan, Fu Yeci shed his suit jacket, weary from the lengthy flight and journey. Yearning for a shower, as he stepped into the dressing room, Qin Jiu recalled the dress she had placed there yesterday, intending to wear it tonight. But she couldn't allow Fu Yeci to discover it prematurely. She hurried inside, blocking the wardrobe. What outfit do you wish to wear? I can assist you. Fu Yeci regarded her with a furrowed brow, swiftly discerning the underlying issue. Is there something inside that I should not see? I mentioned preparing a gift for you last night. It's inside, and I plan to present it to you later. Ah, I see. Fu Yeci chuckled lightly, realizing that Madame Fu had prepared clothing as a gift. A suit, a shirt, or perhaps a sweater. Such thoughtful preparation is indeed a precious gift. I shall wait until tonight to see it. Fu Yeci had not even considered the possibility of a negligee, retrieving a piece of clothing from a nearby wardrobe. He entered the bathroom, allowing Qin Jiu to exhale in relief as she peeked at the negligee within. She wondered how she had been so bold as to buy that dress. Now merely the sight of it made her blush, and she questioned how she would dare wear it before Fu Yeci that evening. Chapter 86. Engaging in Marital Affairs. Dinner was lavish, featuring Qin Jiu's favorite red shrimp. Fu Yeci peeled several for her, placing them in her bowl. After concluding this acquisition, I shall take a week off. Is there anywhere you wish to visit, madam? I will be delighted to accompany you. With her cheeks stuffed full of shrimp, Qin Jiu resembled a hamster hoarding food. Fu Yeci found her adorable demeanor amusing, a smile gracing his lips. I haven't thought of anything yet. She bit into the succulent shrimp, her enchanting gaze locking onto him. After dinner, will you accompany me to the movies? Certainly. I will heed your wishes for the next few days. Fu Yuan boasted a cinema on the 3rd floor, eliminating the need for a trip to a public theater. Qin Jiu had already selected the film, a daring foreign romance replete with passionate scenes unsuitable for domestic cinemas. It was the perfect choice for her and Fu Yeci. The ambience was ripe for embraces, kisses, and all the marital engagements one might expect. In the dimly lit screening room, illuminated only by the flickering screen, Fu Yeci and Qin Jiu sat upon a plush love seat. She rested her head on his shoulder, her sparkling eyes fixed on the film's opening scenes. Concerned that Fu Yeci might not be fully engrossed, she urged, pay close attention to the plot. Don't miss any of the nuances. Having already seen the film, she was acutely aware of the timing of the intimate scenes, where romantic music accompanied the passionate exchanges. As the film progressed to the 26-minute mark, an impending kiss loomed, the protagonists embracing in the street before sharing a fervent kiss. A romantic English song heightened the atmosphere, stirring Qin Jiu's emotions. She glanced up at Fu Yeci, only to find him intently focused on the screen, his expression grave and devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if he were tackling a work-related matter. Seeing his demeanor made her slowly lower her head. Men, by nature, are less emotive than women. Many sentiments might elude their grasp, and Fu Yeci, a quintessential stoic, was no exception. Yet, there were still several emotional scenes to come. She could afford to wait a bit longer. Before she knew it, the progress bar had advanced significantly, Fu Yici's expression remaining unchanged, serious, and composed. Even during a pivotal scene featuring an embrace by the window, he remained unmoved, his sole focus on the task of recalling the plot details Qin Jiu had assigned him. Qin Jiu lifted her head, observing his chiseled jawline from her vantage point. Wasn't he, it said, that watching romantic scenes would incite a desire for kisses? Surely. Fu Yeci couldn't be that indifferent. What do you think of this film? She ventured to inquire. Overall, it's satisfactory, though some details are poorly executed. Fu Yeci, having recalled Qin Jiu's instruction to watch attentively from the film's outset, had been analyzing every nuance, such as, at the 39-minute mark, when a character fell from a cliff, their body should have been in free fall, accelerating due to gravity. However, the latter half of the scene depicted a significantly slower descent, which contradicts gravitational principles. Qin Jiu, are there any other details? Fu Yeci continued. At the 59-minute mark, during the car crash, the man in the passenger seat sustained minor injuries, while the woman in the back seat required urgent care. The passenger seat is inherently more perilous. The man should have suffered more severe injuries. Madam, were you hoping I would notice these illogical details? Qin Jiu narrowed her beautiful eyes, uncertain of how to respond. She could not comprehend how they could interpret a romantic film as a cerebral drama. This was entirely different from what she had expected. Amidst their conversation, the movie reached its conclusion, and the lights in the room illuminated. Qin Jiu cast a fleeting glance at Fu Yeci, sighed softly, and took his hand as they exited the cinema hall. Chapter 87. Upon returning to the bedroom, Fu Yeci pushed open the door and was greeted by a carpet of rose petals strewn across the floor. The room was filled with an abundance of fresh flowers, infusing the space with a warm pink glow. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he furrowed his brows. Had he not recognized the familiar decor, he might have thought he had entered the wrong room. Qin Jiu stood to the side, her expression momentarily faltering, unsure of how to explain. This was a setup she had arranged with the help of the household staff. In her plan, she and Fu Yeci would share a kiss in the cinema, and upon returning to the bedroom to find it adorned with pink roses, the subsequent events would unfold naturally. Was this arranged by the lady of the house? He inquired. His interest piqued. Qin Jiu quickly gathered her thoughts, recalling that today was indeed his first day back home. I wanted to set up a welcome ceremony, she replied. Very beautiful. Thank you, my lady. He bent down and pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of her mouth. Fu Yeci stepped into the room, treading carefully over the rose petals. The meticulous arrangement within the bedroom led him to believe that this was more than merely a welcome, perhaps Mrs. Fu had prepared some other surprise. He pondered many possibilities, yet none ventured into the realm of marital intimacy. Since their marriage, they had not engaged in a normal conjugal life. Qin Jiu was fearful, and he had never pressured her. Fu Yeci was acutely aware that the fears harbored by Qin Jiu were a consequence of his actions. As long as Mrs. Fu was willing to remain by his side throughout this lifetime, he could accept a life devoid of such intimacy. He continued to walk deeper into the room until his gaze fell upon a gum-like object resting on the bedside table, his expression shifting slightly. He picked up the small box, his long fingers shaking it lightly. Is this also prepared by you, my lady? Upon seeing the object at his fingertips, Qin Jiu's earlobes flushed crimson, her gaze becoming increasingly flustered. Realization dawned on Fu Yeci as he observed her bashful demeanor. A smile graced his lips, and he chuckled softly. How was I to know, my lady, that you harbored such intentions for me? He raised an eyebrow, realizing her earlier actions in the car that afternoon had been a subtle hint. It is my fault for not perceiving your meaning. Qin Jiu recalled the incident from earlier that afternoon when she had pinched him. It had indeed been an accident. Fu Yeci wore a smile as he held the small box, his fingertips slightly warm to the touch. He thought back to the film they had just watched, sensing that Mrs. Fu's intentions extended beyond mere plot engagement. He approached Qin Jiu, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. As her line of sight elevated, she instinctively gasped. He seated himself on the couch, applying gentle pressure with his arm, positioning her upon his lap. His arm encircled her waist, his rough fingertips grazing her sides. Were you hoping to kiss me during the film? He inquired. Qin Jiu felt his gaze upon her, unable to meet his eyes. It seemed so. He murmured with a low chuckle, his hand cradling the nape of her neck as he captured her lips in a kiss. Kissing my lady is an obligation of mine as a husband. There is no need for shyness. Seated upon his lap, Qin Jiu breathed heavily, observing the smile upon his face, her fingers forming a fist as she playfully struck his shoulder. Rather than retreating, Fu Yeci appeared even more smug. This is also my fault. I was so focused on the plot you assigned me that I overlooked your emotions. I shall make amends to you several times. With that, he leaned down to kiss the girl in his arms once more. Their breaths intertwined, and just as the situation threatened to escalate beyond control, Qin Jiu pushed gently against his shoulder. I need shower first. She had purchased a delicate camisole for the evening and intended to put to good use. I'll go wash up and change into the little dress. Shall we go together? Fu Yeci asked, unwilling to release her from his embrace. No, I'll shower by myself. Qin Jiu slid off his lap. Did I not mention yesterday that I had prepared a gift for you? You can see it once I finish my shower. At that moment, Fu Yeci was entirely focused on Qin Jiu, oblivious to the mention of any gift. Nevertheless, knowing it was thoughtfully prepared by Mrs. Fu, he was determined to accept it wholeheartedly. Very well, I shall await my lady's gift. Qin Jiu retrieved the dress from the wardrobe, locking the bathroom door behind her as she entered. After bathing, she donned the silk camisole and gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her hair cascaded like seaweed, wisps framing her forehead. Her skin a flawless porcelain with a hint of blush. The light yellow dress clung to her form, subtly revealing her figure. With two silk ribbons tied into a bow at her chest, ready to loosen with a gentle tug. Surprise flickered in her eyes as she realized that the sensation of coolness was far more pronounced than when she had tried it on earlier. She closed her eyes, beginning to regret her choice of attire. Oh well, I've worn it now. What's there to be shy about? After all, we're married, and I should be the one without shame. Besides, they had seen each other in their past lives. If anyone should feel bashful, it ought to be Fu Yeci. Stealing her resolve, she opened the bathroom door. Fu Yeci, clad in a black nightgown, was seated on the couch. During the time Qin Jiu had spent showering, he had taken the opportunity to wash up in another room. Hearing the door open, he turned to look, and at the sight of Qin Jiu, he nearly forgot to breathe. His little wife was exceptionally stunning tonight. Upon seeing the bow at her chest, the man immediately understood. This was the gift Qin Jiu had prepared for him. It was herself. The secret he had believed to be concealed within the wardrobe was merely the wrapping of the gift. Her present had been before him all along. Chapter 88. Can I open the gift now? Do you like it? Qin Jiu asked, twirling before Fu Yeci. I like it very much. His gaze remained fixed on her, unwavering. In a daze, Fu Yeci recalled the first time he had met Qin Jiu. The innocent girl had patted her pocket, realizing she had nothing to offer, and with a radiant smile, declared that she would give herself to him. Years later, that promise had come to fruition. Will you be cold? Fu Yeci inquired with concern. Qin Jiu shook her head. Cold or not, it doesn't matter. I won't be wearing it for long anyway. The thought of what was to come made her cheeks flush, and her breath quickened. She glanced at Fu Yeci, who had a cup of hot tea before him. Steam rising gently from the cup. Furrowing her brow, she felt a twinge of imbalance in her heart. Was he truly unfazed by this moment? After all, it was their first time, and she was so nervous that breathing became a challenge. Yet, Fu Yeci appeared calm and composed, even sipping tea. Fu Yeci, if you have work to attend to, do you think you might read some documents before joining me? Qin Jiu gestured toward the teacup before him, noting his apparent lack of emotional turbulence. Realizing her point of contention, Fu Yeci's lips curved into a smile. The tea was merely to help me calm my nerves. I didn't wish for my lady to perceive my excitement and anxiety. To his surprise, this had been misconstrued by Mrs. Fu. He took her hand and placed it over his heart. Can you feel that? As Qin Jiu sensed his heart racing beneath her palm, a shock coursed through her. Meeting his gaze, filled with bewilderment, Fu Yeci wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her onto his feet. The girl's face flushed, her fingers gripping his nightgown as their hearts drew closer, their rhythms in disarray. My lady, may I now open my gift? Yes, you may. Qin Jiu felt her voice trembling. Fu Yeci lowered his head and pressed a gentle kiss to her lips, guiding her from the sofa to the bed. His fingers deftly untied the ribbons of the bow on her dress, delicately unwrapping his gift. The lights in Fu Yuan's bedroom had illuminated the space for 2 hours, and her light-colored spaghetti-strap dress cascaded onto the floor strewn with pink petals. I wish to take a bath, Qin Jiu murmured, leaning against Fu Yeci's shoulder. Her body feeling utterly boneless, her voice hoarse. Her eyes, reminiscent of peach blossoms just shed of tears, glimmered with moisture. Lacking strength, she could only seek solace from the man beside her. All right. After Fu Yeci rose from the bed, he lifted her gently into his arms and carried her to the bathroom. Upon emerging, Qin Jiu had changed into her usual sleepwear. She lay down on the bed, pulling the covers over herself, while Fu Yeci enveloped her in his embrace from behind. The young girl stirred restlessly, fatigued and yearning for sleep. Not anymore. All right. The man patted her shoulder in a soothing manner, akin to comforting a child. Sleep now, my dear. Upon hearing him call her my dear, a spark of energy surged within Qin Jiu. He had never referred to her in such an endearing manner before, always addressing her as Madam, Mrs. Fu, or Jiu. This term of endearment was entirely novel to her. What did you just say? She greedily wished to hear it again. Sleep now. He refrained from repeating the endearment. Exhausted beyond measure, Qin Jiu soon succumbed to sleep. The following day, she awoke to the afternoon sun streaming through the window, glancing at the ceiling as she rubbed her eyes. Strangely, the aches that had plagued her body the night before had vanished. Awake? Following the sound, she turned to see Fu Yeci seated in a chair by the window, engrossed in a book, clad in a black hoodie, a gentle smile gracing his features. What time is it? She inquired, only to realize that her voice remained hoarse, just as it had been the previous night. Fu Yeci glanced at his watch. It's 2:17. Qin Jiu peered out the window, her expression one of disbelief. The man softly reminded her, it's 2 in the afternoon, propping herself up on her arms. She was astonished to discover she had slept so late. Yet, it was hardly her fault. She had gone to bed past 1, utterly exhausted, and was simply replenishing her strength. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be the instigator of the previous night. Fu Yeci approached her, retrieving a piece of candy from the drawer and offering it to her lips. Qin Jiu opened her mouth to accept it, only to realize the peculiarity of her actions. She had not even inquired about what it was before consuming it. What is this? Madame Fu is ever so perceptive, he teased. If it were poison, you would be beyond saving by now. You wouldn't give me anything harmful. He gently brushed his fingers against her nose. It's a throat lozenge. It will soothe your voice. He had already tended to her with other remedies that morning, ensuring she felt no discomfort. I'll be more cautious next time. Qin Jiu touched her neck, finding her own voice unfamiliar. It's all your fault. Fu Yeci chuckled softly, accepting full responsibility. It is indeed my fault. All the blame lies with me. I'll be more careful next time. Seeing his earnestness in acknowledging his mistakes, Qin Jiu felt a twinge of guilt. She couldn't lay all the blame on him for their late night. His actions were gentle, attentive to her emotions. After their first encounter, he had not pressed further, allowing her to take the initiative, leading to subsequent moments of intimacy. Are you hungry, madam? Shall I go downstairs to fetch some food? Would you like to eat in the bedroom? Yes. Qin Jiu rubbed her stomach. The previous night's exertion had left her genuinely hungry. Fu Yeci descended to retrieve their meal, while Qin Jiu leaned against the edge of the bed, reflecting on the events of last night. A blush creeping on her cheeks. Unlike her past life, he had tenderly kissed away her tears, whispered sweet nothings in her ear, and attended to her every emotion. Aside from a fleeting moment of discomfort, her experience was overwhelmingly pleasurable. Closing her eyes, she pressed her fingers to her temples, recalling a peculiar dream from the previous night, a dream of the Fu Yeci from her past life. Though they bore identical features, she could distinctly sense that he was not the man before her now. His demeanor was serious, devoid of any warmth, his gaze penetrating as he regarded her. In her dream, she had resisted him vehemently, echoing the discord of their previous existence. Leave. I despise you. No matter your efforts, I will never come to like you. She had spoken many unkind words. Fu Yeci stood silently at the door, saying nothing, his eyes filled with an inscrutable emotion. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until he approached her. Qin Jiu had anticipated he would force a kiss upon her, fulfilling his spousal duty. Instead, he knelt before her, taking her hand. I'm sorry for not attending to your feelings properly before. This is my first time being a husband, and I have not done well, causing you distress, Madame Fu. It shall not happen again. I will learn to love you in the way you desire. He squeezed her fingers gently. The dream Qin Jiu found it all rather perplexing, unable to comprehend the meaning behind it. Just as she began to ponder further, she awoke, her eyes meeting the gaze of the Fu Yeci of this life. As memories flooded back, Qin Jiu couldn't fathom why she had dreamt such a thing. The Fu Yeci of her previous life had apologized, promising to love her well. Yet the Fu Yeci of this life bore no such recollections. She stared blankly at the rose petals scattered on the floor. Fu Yeci entered, setting a tray laden with food on the table. He approached her and gently tugged on her earlobe. What are you daydreaming about? The young woman shook her head, raising her gaze to meet his. He was unmistakably different from the man of her past. Now, he exuded a gentler restraint, refined humility evident in his eyes. I had an unusual dream last night. What was it about? Fu Yeci settled onto the edge of the bed, toying with a few strands of Qin Jiu's hair, twirling them around his fingers. I dreamt of another version of you and me, where our married life was far from pleasant. You were quite unreasonable. Qin Jiu slightly altered the details of her dream. Upon hearing this, Fu Yeci halted his playful movements, a shadow crossing his expression. That dream me was rather cruel, to bully Madame Fu so. One cannot place all the blame on you. My spirit in that dream was somewhat troubled, and I was terrified of you. Qin Jiu blinked. But the dream version of you did apologize to me. Did Madame Fu forgive me? A flicker of anxiety crossed Fu Yici's eyes. Despite his best efforts to change the course of fate, the past was immutable, and the wounds inflicted could not be easily erased. Why do you appear so solemn? It was merely a dream. The Fu Yeci of this life was already so much better. After a moment's pause, Qin Jiu added, if the events of the dream had indeed transpired, I would have certainly forgiven you. Fu Yeci leaned down, pressing a kiss to her lips. Then, on behalf of my dream self, thank you, Madame Fu. As the tantalizing aroma of the food wafted toward Qin Jiu, her stomach voiced its discontent. I'm so hungry. I want to eat. Shall we dine? Qin Jiu reclined against the bed, her voice sweet and soft, reminiscent of a gentle coaxing. I don't wish to move. Carry me. Of course, Madame Fu, at your service. Fu Yici's arm encircled her legs, lifting her effortlessly from the bed to the chair at the table. Qin Jiu gazed at the succulent ribs and crispy meat laid before her. Her appetite awakened. She picked up her chopsticks. Would you like to try some? I've already eaten, madam. Please enjoy at your leisure. Qin Jiu savored a morsel of crispy meat, the exquisite flavors of the dish filling her with profound satisfaction. What time did you rise? She inquired, noticing the absence of any sensation of wakefulness on her part. 9 o'clock, he replied, glancing at the clock on the wall. Qin Jiu recalled that they had indeed shared a slumber the previous night. Yet, it was he who seemed less fatigued despite his exertions. How could he awaken at 9, while she only stirred at 2 in the afternoon? The disparity in their stamina was stark. After their final encounter the night before, Fu Yeci had still managed to carry her to the bath, his face devoid of any hint of weariness. As she dined, her peripheral vision caught sight of the strapless dress strewn across the floor, just as described in the novels, easily torn to shreds, undoubtedly unfit for a second wearing. The memory of the dress's destruction flooded her mind, prompting Qin Jiu to bite down hard on a rib, as if to express her dissatisfaction through the act. "Madam, were you pleased with last night's conjugal activities?" Fu Yeci observed her dining, a playful smile gracing his lips. Blushing, Qin Jiu averted her gaze, murmuring it was acceptable. "As long as the madam is satisfied," he replied, his brow arching slightly. "Should you have any feedback, do not hesitate to share. It may impact the harmony of our marriage." "Fu Yeci," she exclaimed, hastily cutting off the conversation, fearing her embarrassment would deepen if it continued. After finishing her meal, she set up an easel in the garden below and painted for a while, yet fatigue soon overcame her. Despite having slept long hours, she felt exhausted, as if no amount of rest could replenish her energy. In the garden, a young girl reclined on a lounge chair, her eyes half closed, shielded by an umbrella that allowed the sunlight to filter through, warming her just enough. She resembled a languid cat, relishing the sun's embrace. Beside her, a small table held steaming jasmine tea and an array of delightful treats. Qin Jiu waved her hand fan, adorned with plum blossoms she had painted herself, the tassels dancing with her movements in a soothing manner. Her phone rang, prompting her to lift her hand to answer. "Teacher Qin Jiu, several of your artworks previously displayed in our gallery have garnered considerable admiration from visitors, and several buyers have expressed interest. Would you consider selling some of your pieces?" "Yes, certainly. Thank you for your assistance," Qin Jiu replied. Art, after all, is meant for appreciation, and she was willing to part with her creations if they were cherished by others. "Very well. Once the sales are finalized, the funds will be transferred to your account." In recent years, the art world had seen a rise in unique and somewhat renowned artists, with Qin Jiu being one of them. She shared her works online and had some displayed in galleries, gradually attracting a following. Yet, her identity remained shrouded in mystery. The public had only glimpsed her art, unaware of her appearance or true name. Even the gallery's editor only knew her by her nickname. "Teacher Qin Jiu, may we continue collaborating in the future? We wish to acquire more of your artworks." "Of course, I will have my assistant organize my recent pieces and send them over in a few days," she confirmed. After ending the call, Qin Jiu set her phone aside and resumed fanning herself, closing her eyes to rejuvenate. Suddenly, a tall figure loomed beside her, blocking the sunlight. She opened her eyes to find Fu Yeci seated in the chair next to her, gently fanning her with her own hand fan. "If only there were a swing in the garden. Come autumn, I could bask in the sun while swinging," Qin Jiu mused aloud. "You like swings?" she asked, squinting her eyes and nodding. Recently, while accompanying the children from the art studio, she had seen a fairy tale book where the protagonists happily swung together in the yard. Watching the seasons fade away, perhaps the illustrations had been so enchanting that she too yearned for a swing. To sit in the garden and witness the budding of new life, the vibrant vitality of spring, followed by the autumn winds sweeping away leaves, and finally, the serene blanket of winter snow. It would indeed be a beautiful sight. Sipping her hot tea, Qin Jiu reflected on her own youth at merely 21, living a life akin to that of a retiree, which seemed rather incongruous for a promising youth of the new era. "Shouldn't we go inside? The sun is making you drowsy," Fu Yeci suggested gently. "Who made me feel this tired?" She shot back, glaring at him. "It's my fault," he admitted, taking responsibility with an admirable attitude that left no room for reproach. Qin Jiu bit her lip, observing his agreeable demeanor, as if every word spoken held room for negotiation. "Since you acknowledge your fault, then tonight." She hesitated, unable to voice her full intention, her gaze drifting up to meet his. Fu Yeci played with the fan's tassels. "If my wife is unwell, as her husband, I must certainly be considerate of her." Qin Jiu nodded, finding wisdom in his words. "Then let us keep tonight to a minimum." She widened her eyes in disbelief. "I meant just to sleep. Why would there be more?" Chapter 91, Deliberate Display. Qin Jiu felt compelled to clarify, lest she be left with a sore back come morning. "Fu Yeci, I meant tonight we simply sleep, without any other engagements." Fu Yeci raised an eyebrow. "But I don't want to." "You don't want to sleep?" she questioned, observing his serious expression, his tone resolute, as though there was no room for discussion. Moments ago, he had seemed so amiable. Now he appeared transformed. "Madam, we could indulge in the bathroom tonight." Qin Jiu quickly covered his mouth, fearing any further audacious suggestions would reach the ears of the gardener tending to the flowers nearby. "What happened to your previous restraint?" she challenged, seeing the subtle smile on his face. "You must have a misunderstanding of me, madam. I have never been the man you perceive." He was, after all, infatuated with Qin Jiu. His previous restraint was merely a facade. Jiu, once a man has tasted the sweetness, to expect him to revert to his former self is rather unreasonable. Sitting up from her lounge chair, Qin Jiu took a delicate sip of jasmine tea. "I don't care. I simply wish to rest tonight." "No room for negotiation?" "None." The man regarded her serious expression and chuckled. "Very well. This household is at the madam's command. I have no say in the matter. He sighed. "I have cherished you for so many years, having finally married you. I must handle you with utmost care," fearing to act recklessly. "Madam need not concern herself with my feelings. My thoughts are of no importance." Qin Jiu felt as though she were a heartless villain. And how does that saying go? The one who falls first is the loser. How could I dare to make demands in front of Madame Fu? "Stop," she interrupted, finding even reasonable requests acceptable, including the bathroom. "Then it's settled." Fu Yeci leaned in to place a gentle kiss at the corner of her mouth, his eyes twinkling with delight. He resumed, fanning her, while Qin Jiu pressed her lips together, crossing her arms, increasingly feeling as though she had been cleverly deceived. After dinner, the two ventured out to a supermarket, where Fu Yeci pushed a shopping cart with one hand while holding Qin Jiu's hand with the other. The young girl gazed at the rows of products on the shelves, her eyes sparkling. The Fu household had everything, and the servants would bring snacks to stock the refrigerator. Yet nothing compared to the joy of selecting items herself. "Are there any snacks you particularly enjoy? Feel free to help yourself." Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu swiftly made her way to the shelf nearby, selecting an array of her favorite treats: chocolates, potato chips, and biscuits. In no time, her little cart was half filled. Fu Yici's gaze was drawn to a small shelf beside him, which was adorned with various types of BYT snacks. His eyes flickered. It was quite rare for supermarkets to display such items in this section. The box from yesterday was nearly empty, so it was high time to purchase a few more. Jiu. Qin Jiu, engrossed in comparing two types of fruit candies to determine which was more delectable, did not turn to look at the man. Fu Yeci inquired, "Do you prefer the apple flavor or the banana flavor? Fruit candies?" The man glanced around at the passers-by, realizing that such a private matter, if overheard, might dampen Fu Tai's spirits while shopping. "No, it's gum. I'll take both. I like them both," she replied, adding a few more bags of snacks to her cart. Fu Yeci retrieved both the apple and banana-flavored gums, along with several other varieties, placing them into the cart. Once their shopping was complete, the cart brimmed with goodies, and Fu Yeci pushed it towards the checkout. "Sir, how would you like to pay?" the cashier asked. "I'm married," he proclaimed. The cashier immediately turned her attention to Qin Jiu, who pulled out her phone to make the payment. Lifting her gaze to the man, she queried, a hint of confusion in her voice, "It's not even 1,000 yuan. Why did you feel the need to announce your marital status?" Moreover, the man spoke with an undeniable pride, as if he were keen to ensure that others were aware. Married men typically entrust their assets to their wives. "One cannot allow others to perceive me as unkind to my spouse." The corners of his eyes lifted, a smile dancing within their depths. "Oh," Qin Jiu remarked, "I thought you were deliberately showing off." Having purchased an abundance of items, the staff took some time to separate them into bags, ultimately filling 3. Qin Jiu reached for one of the bags as she headed towards the exit, but Fu Yeci halted her, taking the bag from her grasp. "Is there too much for you to carry?" The young lady feigned an attempt to reclaim the bag, believing it inappropriate to relinquish all her purchases to another. "I can manage one." "Not necessary. I can not only carry it, but also hold Fu Tai's hand." With that, Fu Yeci grasped Qin Jiu's hand, leading her out of the supermarket. Chapter 92, Baby, I Love You. Upon returning to Fu Garden, Fu Yeci placed the bags on the table while Qin Jiu changed into her slippers and reclined on the sofa to rest. She casually extracted a bag of potato chips from one of the bags, tearing open the packaging, the scent of tomato wafting through the air. After munching on several pieces, she remembered Fu Yeci beside her and extended a chip towards him. "Would you like to try? It's quite delicious." Just as she finished speaking, Qin Jiu recalled that Fu Yeci did not particularly enjoy such processed snacks, and she attempted to retract her hand. But the man had already taken a bite from the chip at her fingertips. "It tastes delightful. The snacks you selected, my lady, are indeed delectable." Feeling a slight warmth at her fingertips, she wondered if he would like another piece. Certainly. Qin Jiu picked a few more snacks to share with Fu Yeci, many of which evoked cherished childhood memories that she seldom indulged in as an adult. "Try these chocolate beans. And these bear-shaped biscuits. I adore them as a child." Fu Yeci accepted her offerings without hesitation, consuming whatever she handed him. Mr. Fu, you're truly easy to please. In novels, the portrayal of CEOs often included chronic stomach issues or insomnia. Yet Fu Yeci seemed unaffected, relishing everything offered to him. I once frequently fed a Labrador. It was just as easy to please, consuming everything without discrimination. The Labrador had another nickname, Fat Pig, due to its indiscriminate eating habits, resulting in a charmingly plump appearance. Qin Jiu recalled a previous chubby dog, and couldn't he help but smile. Just as a smile began to form on her lips, the man pinched her cheek. Did you just call me a puppy, Mrs. Fu? His gaze was piercing yet playful, his grip gentle. No, I was complimenting your cuteness. Qin Jiu rubbed her cheek, realizing that calling him cute didn't quite align with Fu Yici's demeanor, even in the realm of dogs. He would likely be compared to a regal and aloof German shepherd. Quickly diverting the topic, she asked, what about the gum we bought earlier? Upon hearing her mention gum, Fu Yici's narrow eyes flickered, observing as the young lady rummaged through the bags. He retrieved a pack from his suit pocket and handed it to her. Here it is. After paying, he had set it aside in his pocket. As Qin Jiu gazed at the words on the gum packaging, her fingertips began to tingle with embarrassment. Is this the gum you purchased? What is all this? Didn't you say you liked them all? Therefore, I acquire them all, along with a few other flavors. Fu Yici's tone remained calm, maintaining composure even in discussing such intimate matters. Which one does my lady prefer? Qin Jiu tossed the box onto the sofa, her cheeks flushing, unable to meet his gaze, her fingers nervously clutching a cushion. How would I know? She had been too exhausted the previous night, with Fu Yeci orchestrating their actions. The man chuckled softly. No worries. Take your time. You will surely figure it out. With that, Fu Yeci gently lifted Qin Jiu from the sofa, ascending the stairs at a leisurely pace. The spiral staircase from the living room led to the third floor. Each step they took triggered the long lights below to illuminate, brightening progressively with his ascent. As Qin Jiu watched the lights shift, her heart raced in tandem. I feel a bit heavy. Perhaps I should walk myself, she suggested, weighing around 90 pounds. Finding it manageable on level ground, though climbing stairs might prove challenging. The young lady's arms lightly struggled against his hold, but he tightened his grip. Please remain still. What use is a man who cannot even carry his own wife? His smile was casual and carefree. Upon reaching the second-floor bedroom, Fu Yeci halted, softly instructing, hold on tight. Qin Jiu wrapped her arms around his shoulders for support, while he cradled her legs with one arm and opened the bedroom door with the other, securely locking it behind them. Entering the bathroom, Qin Jiu perched on the sink as she heard the sound of running water and footsteps. Fu Yeci reached out to untie her hairband. The room shimmered with soft light, casting gentle shadows. Having shared countless kisses, Qin Jiu lost count, only remembering that as Fu Yeci carried her out of the bathroom, he playfully nipped her ear, whispering tenderly, baby, I love you. Chapter 93. Were you all just deceiving me? The following day, upon awakening, Qin Jiu surveyed her surroundings in the bedroom, noticing Fu Yeci was absent. Checking her phone, she saw it was 9:30 in the morning, not too late. Unlike previous occasions, she had retired to bed at midnight, and Fu Yeci had not kept her up for long, yet he had left numerous marks on her body. Glancing down at the strawberry hickeys on her chest, she lamented, having asked him not to leave visible marks, yet the man had skillfully found a way. Reaching out beside her, she felt the coldness of the empty duvet. Fu Yeci had evidently been up for quite some time. Had he left for work? Wasn't he supposed to have taken a few days off to accompany her? After scanning the bedroom again to confirm Fu Yici's absence, he typically waited for her to wake. Qin Jiu's gaze fell, and a sense of emptiness washed over her. Last night, during their intimate moments, he had sweetly called her baby. On the first occasion, Qin Jiu also heard Fu Yeci call her that. She thought it was merely a figment of her imagination. After all, this man was typically serious and earnest, seldom employing such sweet terms. It was rare for him to call her Jiu. Until last night, when she heard it again, she feared she might be too fatigued and experiencing hallucinations. It was only when she pinched her arm and felt the pain that she confirmed Fu Yeci had indeed called her that. Well, he was fond of her. He would call her baby, and now he was merely getting up to leave. She huffed in annoyance. But upon entering the bathroom and seeing the toothbrush with toothpaste already squeezed onto it, her irritation dissipated. After completing her morning routine, Qin Jiu casually consumed a sandwich and, through the window, spotted Fu Yeci in the courtyard. It appeared that a pile of wooden planks and ropes had been delivered to the villa's exterior garden, where 2 iron posts stood on the grass. Are you making a swing? She whispered as she approached quietly. Fu Yeci was looping the rope around the wooden plank and glanced up at the young lady. Indeed, it's for my lady. What prompted you to make this all of a sudden? She inquired. Didn't my lady express a desire for it yesterday? Once autumn arrives, you can sit and bask in the sun. Qin Jiu was slightly astonished, She had not anticipated that her offhand comment would be taken to heart by Fu Yeci. She had mentioned it just yesterday, and today the swing was nearly complete. That was merely a casual remark. It's too tiring to make these. Perhaps you should leave it to the craftsman. Fu Yeci's hands were intended for signing documents, not for manual labor. It will be completed shortly. It is not a troublesome task. My lady should be cautious when approaching. Before he could finish his statement, Qin Jiu let out a startled gasp, stumbling a few steps and nearly falling. Ah! Fu Yeci promptly rose to support her waist, steadying her. Are you all right? Qin Jiu shook her head, feeling a touch embarrassed, realizing how foolish she had been. He had already warned her, yet she had almost taken a tumble. Fu Yeci remarked. There are too many scattered tools on the ground. It was my oversight. Please rest over there, and I will call for you once the swing is finished. He gently wrapped an arm around her waist and guided her to a spacious patch of grass before returning to his task. Qin Jiu settled onto a small stool at the side, propping her chin on her hands, watching Fu Yeci's movements. His hands were exquisitely elegant, his pale fingers deftly wrapping the rope around the frame, tying it off with a firm knot. An hour later, the swing was finally complete. Qin Jiu mounted it and swung a couple of times, the height being just right. In a few days, let us have the gardener transplant a climbing rose over here. Its vines will ascend the swing frame and bloom beautifully. I desire yellow or pink roses, she said with a bright smile, feeling an uncanny sense of déjà vu, as if the scene mirrored the ending of a story she once read. The weeks swiftly passed, during which Qin Jiu experienced various forms of exercise, leaving her quite weary. Upon hearing that Fu Yeci was heading to the company, a smile instantly brightened her face, making her breakfast more delightful than usual. I'll see you off shortly, she said, taking a bite of her crab roe bun. Fu Yeci glanced at her. Why do I sense that my lady is exceptionally pleased about my visit to the company? Nonsense. How could you think that of me? Qin Jiu feigned a reluctant expression, her eyes slightly reddening, appearing pitiful. The thought of not seeing you for several hours is unfathomable. I can hardly bear to imagine how much I will miss you. Even before you leave, I'm already losing my appetite. I too wish for your company at home, but work is paramount. I shall understand. The man narrowed his eyes, lifting his gaze to her. Then I shall take my lady with me to the company. No need for that. Fu Yeci fixed his gaze upon her, his expression growing serious. Didn't my lady just say she would be consumed with longing for me when I leave? Were you deceiving me? Qin Jiu replied. Suddenly, I don't feel quite so eager. Fu Yeci pressed. Do you wish to see me or not? Perhaps I do. She conceded. It has been long since our marriage. My lady wouldn't grow weary of me so quickly, would she? Am I destined to encounter fickleness? Not exactly. Since my lady loves me so dearly, let us go to the company together after breakfast. Thus, after finishing her meal, Qin Jiu was coaxed and persuaded into the car, ultimately finding herself at Fu's Corporation. Chapter 94. Indispensable yet not crucial. At Fu Corporation, upon his return, Fu Yeci summoned the executives for a work meeting. An employee reporting on work summaries accidentally overlooked a particular data point, causing immediate tension. Such a significant oversight would surely lead to reprimand. Would he be demoted by Fu Yeci on the spot? Fu Yeci maintained exceptionally high standards for his employees, and this time surely spelled disaster. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber, and just as the employee was at a loss, Fu Yeci spoke calmly, briefly explained the missing data. Please ensure to supplement the report and submit it to assistantly later. Understood. The employee exhaled a sigh of relief, surprised at Fu Yeci's leniency today, and continued with the report. Fu Yeci appeared to be in good spirits. The executives in the conference room noticed, even if his face bore no smile. His demeanor was notably gentler. Upon exiting the meeting room, the executives discovered that Fu Jiu was present at the company today, which explained Fu Yeci's upbeat mood. Madam is accompanying Mr. Fu at work. Their relationship is truly commendable, Jean de casually remarked in Fu Yeci's presence. Fu Yeci smiled faintly. After taking a week off, my lady is reluctant to part with me. During breakfast, she mentioned she couldn't bear to have me leave home. My wife claimed she would be so consumed with thoughts of me that she'd lose her appetite, almost to the point of tears. She is rather young. Forgive me if I've caused any amusement. He nodded slightly at the executives behind him. The executives, however, did not perceive Fu Yeci as apologizing. It was clear he wanted to ensure they were aware. But did Madam truly find it so difficult to be apart from Mr. Fu? At that moment, Qin Jiu was in the president's office, engrossed in a video about art appreciation. Blissfully unaware of the image she had cultivated in the minds of Fu's employees as a woman who could not bear to be away from her husband. Li Shou knocked on the door, hesitating to approach Fu Yeci with a report. Speak freely. There is nothing that Madam cannot be informed of. Upon Fu Yeci's consent, Li Xiu began, Mr. Fu, Madam, Miss Qi refuses to return the wedding rings. She claims they were publicly promised as gifts and cannot be easily retracted. The company has terminated Qi Fei's employment. She is no longer Manager Qi. After Li Xiu finished, he glanced at Qin Jiu's reaction, pondering that any woman would be concerned if her husband had purchased wedding rings for another. Yet, Fu Yeci had indeed promised each employee the freedom to choose their desired rings, with him covering the expenses. Once a gift is given, it cannot be easily rescinded. He had pleaded with Qi Fei, yet she remained obstinate. Having offended Fu Yeci, how could she expect to thrive in High City? Clinging to the wedding ring would yield no favorable outcome. Prepare tu suer, Fu Yeci stated coldly. Understood. Li Xiu exited the office. I will retrieve that wedding ring without fail, the man declared, moving to grasp Qin Jiu's hand. The young lady smiled and shook her head. It doesn't matter if we cannot get it back. Upon initially learning that another woman was wearing the wedding ring purchased by Fu Yeci, she felt a surge of anger and a desire to reclaim the ring immediately. However, after some contemplation, she realized that it was merely an ordinary piece of jewelry. A wedding ring holds significance only when exchanged between individuals who share mutual affection. Otherwise, even if it bears Fu Yici's name, it is akin to any other gift selected for employees as a token of professional acknowledgement. Only Qi Fei clung to it stubbornly, deluding herself into assigning the ring a special meaning. Once these thoughts crystallized in her mind, Qin Jiu found herself indifferent to the matter. On the contrary, Fu Yeci remained resolute, insisting that he must retrieve the ring intended solely for his wife. Qin Jiu smiled gently and did not deter him. If Mr. Fu wished to take legal action against her, so be it. Her indifference did not imply that Fu Yeci shared the same sentiment. His wife's current attitude led him to perceive the wedding ring as insignificant. Fu Yici's expression darkened, his eyes as deep as ink fixed on Qin Jiu. Qin Jiu replied, I do not care. I simply believe that ring lacks special significance. Winning a case of this nature is challenging and would demand more resources and energy than it is worth. Fu Yeci did not heed her explanation, coldly asserting, disregarding the wedding ring equates to disregarding our marriage. Qin Jiu countered, that is utterly unjust. Of course, she harbored no ill will. She fully supported her husband's decisions and encouraged him to pursue legal action against her. She could not help but feel that Fu Yeci was more emotional about these matters than she was, and thus she felt compelled to consider the feelings of this obstinate man beside her. Satisfied with Qin Jiu's response, Fu Yeci resolved to retrieve the wedding ring, acknowledging the difficulty of winning such a case. If he were to lose, he would not hesitate to resort to unscrupulous means. Chapter 95, Mrs. Fu only speaks beautiful words in the afternoon. Qin Jiu descended to the cafe for coffee, savoring a delightful new blend and requesting a to-go cup, believing Lin Lu would enjoy it. While waiting for the barista to prepare her order, a figure approached her. The young woman raised her eyes to meet Qi Fei's gaze and politely inquired, Miss Qi, have you come here for coffee as well? Qi Fei pulled out a chair and sat down, deliberately placing her ring-adorned right hand on the table, her fingertips tapping lightly. She sought to provoke. Yet upon seeing Qin Jiu's gentle and composed demeanor, her bravado swiftly dissipated. It became evident to her that all her efforts were in vain. Qin Jiu would not be stirred by her provocations, nor would she exhibit any emotional response, much like when she had received those 2 photographs. Qin Jiu had not even deemed it worthy to reply with a message. Do you find my behavior during this time amusing, Mrs. Fu? Qin Jiu gazed out the window, offering no response. Having already extended the courtesy owed, she had nothing further to discuss with Qi Fei. Observing the indifference in Qin Jiu's eyes, Qi Fei chuckled bitterly. I joined Fu Corporation 5 years ago. Once, while negotiating a collaboration, I encountered a difficult client who insisted on getting me drunk. At that time, Master Fu intervened, establishing a new policy that granted female employees the right to refuse to drink with clients. He appeared when I was at my most vulnerable, and I fell for him, wishing to remain by his side. Everything was perfectly fine until he married you. It seemed ridiculous to continue harboring feelings for him, which is why I despise you so much. With her eyes glistening, Qi Fei lamented, I was the one who loved him first, the one who stood by him the longest. Yet, you appear and effortlessly claim everything without lifting a finger. This world is profoundly unfair, no matter what I do. I cannot compare to a mere glance from you, in Fu Yici's heart. The barista handed the packaged coffee to Qin Jiu. After expressing her gratitude, she stood to leave, but hesitated for a moment before halting. Love knows no order of arrival, but one must uphold principles of propriety. Miss Qi, your professional capabilities are remarkable, Do not allow love to cloud your judgment and transform you into someone you despise. After Qin Jiu departed, Chi Fei sat in her seat, lost in thought, repeatedly reflecting on the two statements she had made. Her purpose in joining Fu Corporation was to excel and realize her life's value. Now, observing her current behavior, she recognized that she had indeed lost her way, becoming the very person she loathed. Qin Jiu presented the coffee to Lin Lu, suggesting, "Enjoy this afternoon tea, then return to work." Lin Lu was moved to tears, exclaiming a popular internet phrase, "Thank you, Mrs. Fu. Who can even tell the difference between you and a bodhisattva?" Qin Jiu smiled gently and pressed the button for the exclusive elevator. In the office, Fu Yeci observed Qin Jiu entering empty-handed, his brow furrowing slightly. "Where's the coffee you brought me?" Upon her entrance into Fu Corporation, Fu Yeci had deliberately checked the surveillance. His little wife had been carrying a cup of coffee, yet now it was nowhere to be seen. Qin Jiu felt a flicker of embarrassment. She had only brought coffee for Lin Lu, never anticipating Fu Yici's scrutiny. "Oh no, how'd he catch that?" "I gave to Lin Lu." Fu Yeci fixed his gaze upon her, his expression icy. "Was it specifically for Lin Lu?" Qin Jiu nodded lightly, meeting his eyes as Fu Yeci regarded her as if she were a disloyal woman who had just been close to a third party. "The cafe downstairs released a new sweet coffee blend, and I thought you might not like it, so I didn't bring you any." Fu Yici's demeanor remained cold. "Is there no other coffee at the cafe? Or has Mrs. Fu simply neglected to think of me, disregarding what flavor I might enjoy?" Seeing the genuine anger in his eyes, the young woman approached and gently shook his arm. "I truly just slipped my mind. Please forgive me." Not receiving a response, she seated herself on his lap, declaring, "You are my husband. Of course, I care about you." Fu Yeci looked down at her, retorting, "Mrs. Fu only knows how to utter sweet words." Qin Jiu wrapped her arms around his neck and quickly pecked his lips. "I will continue to kiss you. Soon." Fu Yeci was appeased by the kiss, pulling her waist closer and kissing her several more times until Qin Jiu could hardly breathe before he finally relinquished her. After parting, Qin Jiu checked her lips in the phone camera, noticing they were slightly swollen and an unhealthy shade of red. Having been pampered, the young woman was unaccustomed to such grievances and immediately displayed a vengeful side. She angrily sat down, pushing Fu Yeci onto the sofa, leaving a strawberry mark on his neck, deliberately biting down to make it more pronounced. Qin Jiu looked at the bite mark on his neck, teasing, "Let us see how you explain this to others." Fu Yeci stroked his neck, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth, completely unfazed. "Should I go out now and show off my wife's handiwork? Aren't you worried about being mocked?" Qin Jiu frowned lightly. If others discover that the president of Fu Corporation has a bite mark on his neck, they will certainly laugh behind her back. "My wife and I share a profound bond, filled with love. In moments of passion, she simply cannot help but leave her mark on me. If others see it, so be it. What is there to laugh at?" Fu Yici's smile remained undiminished, with a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. He was unafraid. It was Qin Jiu who appeared anxious, her brows furrowed with concern. The bite mark was evidently her doing, and if discovered, she would surely be ridiculed for being Mrs. Fu. Chapter 96. The differences between men and women. Qin Jiu stared at the bite mark on Fu Yici's neck for a moment. "Do you have a scarf or something in your office to cover it up?" As long as she was not seen by the receptionist on the way down, it would suffice. "Mrs. Fu, it is August. Wearing a scarf might be somewhat inappropriate. It would be akin to covering one's ears while stealing a bell." The man reclined on the sofa, his legs slightly crossed, fingers casually resting beside him. There was no need to conceal it. "The marks left by the lady on my skin were treasures I held dear." With a subtle arch of his brow and a playful glimmer in his eyes, he added that the imprints upon my body were not limited to just this one. Qin Jiu raised her gaze, meeting Fu Yici's teasing stare, recalling the indulgences of the previous nights. Indeed, in the areas concealed by clothing, she had left a few bites on his arms and shoulders. No, such things should not be exposed to others. While Fu Yeci was unabashed, she still held onto her sense of modesty. Qin Jiu retrieved a concealer from her bag, delicately applying it to mask the marks on his neck. Fu Yeci tilted his head back slightly, feeling a tingling sensation at his throat as her slender fingers brushed against his skin. Unbeknownst to her, he held his breath for a few seconds, captivated by her touch. After concealing the traces on his neck, her gaze shifted to his Adam's apple, accentuated by his posture. Curiosity piqued, the young lady reached out to touch it. Qin Jiu then instinctively stroked her own neck, unable to discern anything herself, unaware that a pair of dark eyes were intensely fixed on her, resembling a predator eyeing its prey. After pondering for a considerable time, what conclusion had she arrived at? There were indeed differences in anatomy between the genders. After a brief reflection, She spoke, recalling that the disparity arose from the structure of the thyroid cartilage, which formed an obtuse angle in women, rendering it less noticeable. Fu Yeci was both amused and exasperated by her scientific musings, the ease with which she stirred his emotions. His eyes narrowed slightly as he wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. "Madam, one must take responsibility after such flirtations." Qin Jiu pushed against his shoulder, finding it futile. How could she think to flirt and then flee? He grasped her arm, lowering his head to kiss her. An hour later, Qin Jiu nestled against Fu Yeci, her body languid and devoid of strength. The zipper of her dress had malfunctioned, leaving her unable to wear it. Her eyes glistened with moisture, her voice sweet and soft. She had originally donned a light green qipao, which featured a side zipper that, due to their earlier activities, could no longer be fastened. The slender curve of her waist was exposed, adding an element of allure. Fu Yeci offered a tailored suede jacket, suggesting, "Try this on. If it doesn't fit, I'll have my assistant fetch you something else." When Qin Jiu slipped into the jacket, it hung loosely on her frame, nearly concealing her legs, the sleeves far too long, making her appear as if a child had raided an adult's wardrobe, an amusing sight indeed. Fu Yeci regarded her with a smile, as if he too recognized the ill fit of the garment. "I shall send my assistant to buy you a proper outfit." "No need, I shall wear this one. Though ill-fitting, it serves to cover the exposed portion of my waist. It is late, and shopping would waste precious time. Besides, should anyone misconstrue the situation, I cannot afford to lose face." As she exited the elevator clad in oversized attire, the receptionist cast a puzzled glance at Qin Jiu, wondering why she was wearing Mr. Fu's suit. "It's a bit chilly. Wearing an extra layer will keep you warm. Do be mindful of the temperature changes." Qin Jiu feigned nonchalance, only to heighten the curiosity of the receptionists, who found it odd that she deemed it necessary to add layers when the temperature was a comfortable 27 degrees. Initially, they had merely thought Mrs. Fu had a unique style, but after her explanation, they exchanged knowing glances, smiling in silence. It seemed that Mr. Fu's morning meeting had indeed revealed that his wife was quite clingy and reluctant to see him go. Fu Garden. After undergoing processes of baking, drying, and weaving, the entire production of jasmine tea was finally complete. Qin Jiu sat at the tea table, deftly brewing the tea, her fingers delicately caressing the teacup. Discarding the first infusion of slightly murky water, she filled the second cup with fresh hot water. After several repetitions, the fragrance of the tea began to permeate, wafting into her nostrils and invigorating her senses. Qin Jiu took a small sip, her eyes brightening instantly at the delightful aroma. She portioned it into different boxes, sending them to her elders on both sides. Upon receiving her jasmine tea, her father called to praise her profusely, while her mother sent her a red envelope. Qin Jiu gazed at the zeros in the back. Her mother was as lavish as ever. At that time, her parents had just returned from abroad, preparing to rest for a week before jetting off to another country. With her marriage, their last wish had been fulfilled. The Qin family had other branches, many of whom were exceptionally capable, and her father had readily entrusted the company to the younger generation. With no burdens to worry about, the couple traveled the world, occasionally sending videos back to Qin Jiu. Seeing her parents carefree and happy brought her joy. The tragedies of the past would not repeat themselves, and in this life, her family would surely enjoy good health and longevity. Chapter 97, A Loving Family. The elders of the Fu family also received the jasmine tea sent by Qin Jiu, along with pastries she had personally made. Old Mr. Fu first posted on social media, "Feeling so blessed to enjoy the jasmine tea and pastries sent by my granddaughter-in-law, accompanied by a steaming cup of tea and a green bean cake." Mr. Qin commented below, "Let me see what is going on. How have you found happiness again? Jiu sends me jasmine tea every year. Surely this is not your first taste? Respectfully, do not let a wild boar eat the fine grains." Old Mr. Fu, feeling irked, sent a private message to engage in banter. In the WeChat group titled A Loving Family, Yin Liuxia remarked, "Thank you, Jiu, for the jasmine tea. It's so fragrant." She typically did not enjoy tea, finding it bitter, but the floral notes perfectly balanced the bitterness, making it quite delightful. Fu Xiangming, noticing his wife's message, quickly chimed in, "If my lady enjoys it, I shall procure some different floral teas tomorrow to please our little pup." Yin Liuxia replied, "The floral tea carries Jiu's sentiments. Can what you buy compare?" Fu Xiangming, feeling disgruntled by his wife's remarks, refrained from further comment and discreetly called his assistant to arrange for the best floral teas to be delivered. Yin Liuxia continued, "As autumn approaches, I prepared some gifts for Jiu, which should arrive this evening." Fearing Qin Jiu might decline, she quickly added, "Just keep them. They're little trinkets that girls like. If you enjoy them, consider them embellishments. If not, you can set them aside." Qin Jiu responded, "Thank you, Mom. So happy." Expecting small toys or trinkets, Qin Jiu was taken aback when she received a box of exquisite diamonds that evening. Each diamond, of exceptional quality, could easily serve as the centerpiece for jewelry. Who would adorn themselves with diamonds as mere embellishments? The gifts were far too extravagant, recognizing them as her parents' heartfelt intentions. Qin Jiu carefully stored them in a more suitable box for safekeeping. Yun Liuxia, a renowned designer, considered diamonds mere trifles. Such extravagant generosity is no wonder that Qin's mother and Yun Liuxia became best friends. In the WeChat group, a loving family, the atmosphere remained harmonious until old Mr. Fu's comment shattered the tranquility. "Everyone else has been enjoying this for years. This year is my first taste, thanks to you, Fu Yeci. Do you have any idea how I've been ridiculed?" As the two elderly gentlemen engaged in their playful banter, Mr. Qin remarked, "Surely no one has gone without sampling the delicacies crafted by their juniors. Your refusal to partake is merely a display of disinterest." This statement infuriated the other elder greatly. "Do you know what Mr. Qin refers to me as? He claims I am merely an old man, despised by the younger generation. While other seniors are treated to homemade treats by their descendants, I am left out, enduring ridicule while sipping tea and playing chess with others." Upon receiving the message from the elder, Fu Xiangming, eager to avoid the backlash, promptly shifted the blame entirely onto Fu Yeci. "Fu Yeci, you must reflect deeply on your actions, learn from Jiu and spare the elders from such tribulations. Fu Xiangming, you too bear a portion of the blame." "Do not think I am unaware. My eyes serve as a discerning measure," retorted Mr. Fu. Fu Yeci emerged from his study, having just concluded his final task, and had yet to glance at the messages in the family group chat. Seated at the tea table, he took a delicate sip of the new tea, brewed by his wife, which was quite delightful. Opposite him sat Qin Jiu, who gestured towards her phone, advising, "You might want to check WeChat. The family group is collectively condemning you." Fu Yeci furrowed his brow in confusion, unlocking his phone and scrolling through the latest messages. His slender fingers gliding across the screen as he read the admonishments directed at him. Noticing Fu Xiangming's attempts to deflect blame, he quickly typed, "Grandfather. A few years ago, I wished to prepare something for you myself, but father insisted it was unnecessary. He feared that if I presented something, it would reflect poorly on him if he did not reciprocate, and thus forbade me." Fu Xiangming responded, "What are you scheming? ISNT that so? If you say it ISNT, then it must be my fault." "Mr. Fu interjected. "Is this truly the reason I have yet to receive any handmade gifts from you all these years? Allow me to defend myself." "No, permit me to explain." Observing that the situation had calmed somewhat, Fu Yeci silenced his phone, his expression tranquil as he continued to sip his tea. In previous years, he had indeed harbored the desire to prepare culinary delights for the elder, but after Fu Xiangming dissuaded him, he opted for ready-made gifts instead. Qin Jiu supported her chin with one hand, watching Fu Yeci's composed demeanor as he savored his tea, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Mr. Fu, your tea is exquisite, surpassing even jasmine tea." With just a few words, she resolved matters more adeptly than Fu Papa. Chapter 98. An all-nighter. Fu Yeci set down his teacup, a smirk playing on his lips. "Your wife is so beloved. It seems the entire family favors you. I find myself growing envious." If Fu Yeci had held some status before marriage, it had wholly vanished thereafter. "Surely, my wife ought to compensate me in some way." "Why?" Qin Jiu queried, perplexed. "My parents favor me, which is not my doing. Your attentiveness has led them to scrutinize my faults. Would you not agree this is your issue?" He gently pinched her cheek, finding the slight softness delightful. Qin Jiu withdrew his hand, rubbing her cheek. "I have brewed an abundance of floral tea this time. Please take some to Assistant Lee, as he's been quite helpful lately." With reluctance, Fu Yeci replied, "That is his duty. It is what he is compensated to do. Why else would I pay him such a generous salary? Last time, he mentioned his wife enjoys tea, and I hope she will appreciate it." "Madam, how do you manage to be so considerate towards everyone?" The man narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression darkening. He had anticipated being the first to sample the fine tea crafted by Qin Jiu, yet she had sent it to their elders first. Even Zhang Ma had tasted it before him. Even Assistant Lee's wife was considered. This universal kindness left Fu Yeci feeling dissatisfied. His little wife was splendid in her own right, yet not solely devoted to him. To her, he was not exceptional. Do you know what this behavior is called? Fu Yeci recalled a new term he had encountered online days prior: central air conditioning. Observing his solemn expression, Qin Jiu smiled softly, replenishing her cup with fresh tea. "But right now, I only wish to be good to my husband." This declaration brightened Fu Yeci's countenance significantly. He was Qin Jiu's husband, after all, distinctly different from others. As she brewed tea specifically for him, he felt uniquely cherished. After finishing his tea, the man rose, lifting Qin Jiu from her chair, one hand supporting her thigh as he made his way toward the staircase. Where are we headed? To the bedroom. Grandfather just instructed me to learn from Jiu. Her brows knitted in confusion, her enchanting eyes shimmering under the light. What sort of learning requires us to go to the bedroom? Realizing the implication, Qin Jiu momentarily struggled, only to be playfully swatted on the backside, rendering her compliant. The bedroom lights remained aglow well into the night. Fu sir, here last week's financial reports. Assistantly stated, glancing up after delivering his report to find the faint shadows under Fu Yeci's eyes. Did you not rest well last night? Given Fu Yeci's substantial annual remuneration for assistantly, he felt it was appropriate to offer a gentle reminder that sleepless nights were detrimental to health and to take care not to overexert himself. Fu Yeci replied nonchalantly. It was not an all-nighter. That is good. It appears I misjudged. Actually, it was an all-nighter. Assistant Li was left momentarily speechless. Fu Yeci glanced down at the documents for a few seconds before retrieving a box of rain after dragon, while tea from his drawer, placing it on the table. Assistant Li, this is for you. Assistant Li, puzzled, knew that while Fu Yeci was generous, he was not one to personally prepare small gifts, especially something as commonplace as tea. It felt rather uncharacteristic of the Fu Yeci he knew. Surely this is not a ruse. My wife recently crafted some jasmine tea, and, hearing that your wife enjoys tea, she asked me to bring some for you. Upon hearing this, Assistant Li's doubts were swiftly dispelled, and he happily accepted the gift. So it was Mrs. Fu who had sent it. That made much more sense. His wife adored tea, especially handmade varieties, asserting that hand-picked leaves differed greatly from machine-harvested ones. Yet, many tea shops today sell mass-produced products under the guise of being handmade. Thank you, Mrs. Fu. Assistant Li accepted the tea box, but noticed the label Red Rain after Dragonwell. Didn't you say Mrs. Fu made jasmine tea? Did Mrs. Fu also prepare rain after Dragonwell? Fu Yeci coughed lightly. My wife's skills are still developing, and the floral tea lacks distinction. I substituted it with a box of premium tea from the market. Assistant Li countered, you think I would believe that? You simply couldn't bear to part with it. Fu Yeci, twirling his pen nonchalantly, remarked, should Mrs. Fu inquire about it in the future, you know how to respond, don't you? I understand. Mrs. Fu's floral tea is exquisite, its flavor refreshing. Assistant Li finally grasped the meaning of the idiom to turn a deer into a horse as he left the office. Carrying the rain after Dragonwell? Oh no, the jasmine tea. When Qin Jiu awakened, she glanced at the time on her phone. It was 4 p.m. A stark contrast to her nocturnal routine. After an all-nighter, Fu Yeci had finally released her at dawn, and she had collapsed in a slumber the moment she hit the bed. Yet, Fu Yeci appeared remarkably well-rested, save for the faint circles under his eyes. Showing no signs of fatigue, and even managed to work. Qin Jiu surveyed the disarray in the bedroom, resolutely deciding she could not afford to be so reckless again. Chapter 99. Good morning, madam. Qin Jiu descended the stairs to partake in her meal. Perhaps due to an increase in physical activity, her appetite had notably improved of late. A servant entered, placing a box upon the table. Madam, there's a young lady outside who asked me to deliver this to you. After finishing her meal, Qin Jiu opened the box to discover a pair of rings, the very wedding bands that Qi Fei had purchased using Fu Yeci's card. Having seen them in a photograph, she recognized them immediately. Within the box lay a note inscribed with the words, I'm sorry. After a brief glance, she closed the lid with an indifferent expression. She had long ceased to care for the rings. Qi Fei had come to terms with her feelings and returned the rings, thereby liberating herself as well. Qin Jiu contemplated selling them through an intermediary one day, intending to donate the proceeds to a charitable organization. This matter was trivial and had not affected her mood in the slightest. Seated on the sofa, enjoying fruit, Qin Jiu opened her phone to find a WeChat message from Fu Yeci, inquiring as he typically did whether she had risen and if she had eaten well. She felt a swell of resentment towards his actions from the previous night and had no desire to engage with him, replying with a curt "hm." Mere seconds after sending her response, the man swiftly replied, rest well at home. Return to painting only when you feel up to it. I heeded your advice today and delivered the tea leaves to Assistant Li. He asked me to convey his gratitude to you. Is there anything you desire, madam? I can purchase it on my way home. Qin Jiu's response was notably frosty. No. The young woman tossed her phone aside and adjusted her aching waist, regretting her indulgence from the night prior. They had indeed paused, yet she had casually mentioned that her menstrual cycle would soon arrive, which inadvertently sparked further activity. Zhang Ma approached, bringing a cup of ginger tea with brown sugar. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to speak up. Jiu, some matters require moderation. Your long-term health must be considered. Observing the ambiguous smile on Zhang Ma's face, Qin Jiu cleared her throat. Zhang Ma continued, a girl must prioritize herself and not allow a man to act recklessly. Understand? Thank you, Zhang Ma. She recognized that Zhang Ma was looking out for her, which only heightened her sense of embarrassment. Upon Fu Yeci's return, he discovered that his toiletries had been moved back to their original bedroom, and many of his clothes were missing. His little wife seemed genuinely upset, imposing a week's separation as punishment. Madam, is there any room for negotiation on this matter? He found himself blocked at the bedroom door, unable to enter. There is no possibility for negotiation. Consider the good deeds you performed last night. Qin Jiu shot him an indignant glance, resembling an irate pufferfish. I promise I shall not behave like that again. Is that not enough? Fu Yeci leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, his dark eyes fixed upon her. You know, we are newlyweds. And it was only in the second month that we began to share intimacy. His gaze bore a hint of pleading, as if he had been wronged. Forbidding me from intimacy while my new bride lies beside me seems a touch harsh, does it not? Qin Jiu narrowed her eyes, her peach blossom gaze flickering with emotion. Fu Yeci mistook her softening demeanor for acquiescence, attempting to half-enter the bedroom. Last night, I was excessive. I acknowledge my fault and will reflect deeply upon it. Surely, you cannot deny me even a chance to amend my ways. Tonight, will you observe my improved behavior? As he stepped into the room, he was unexpectedly pushed back out by Qin Jiu. This time, no words will sway me. There is no place for you in the bedroom. After living with him for an extended period, Qin Jiu had come to understand Fu Yeci. He was adept at feigning vulnerability, and she would not be deceived by his facade. With a resounding bang, the door was shut, granting Fu Yeci a 7-day experience of separation. Without Fu Yeci, Qin Jiu found her sleep particularly sweet over the next 2 nights, feeling entirely at ease, and her biological clock finally returned to normal. Early one morning, she descended the staircase in a silk nightgown, encountering the man returning from his morning run. Good morning, madam. He wore a black sweatshirt, appearing more casual than usual, greeting Qin Jiu with a gentle smile. Fu Yeci waved a hand holding a yellow rose. The roses in the garden have bloomed. I picked a few for you. Would you like them placed in your studio? The freshly cut flowers glistened with morning dew on their yellow petals. That would be lovely, she replied softly. Fu Yeci approached and lightly kissed her lips. Despite having been ousted from the bedroom the previous night, she expected him to be somewhat displeased today. Yet it seemed he possessed an inexhaustible supply of affection and warmth towards her. After breakfast, while Qin Jiu was reading on the sofa, she suddenly received a phone call from Butler Wang. Jiu, can you come to the second municipal hospital? The patient is still in critical condition. Upon hearing Butler Wang's words, her initial reaction was that her grandfather had encountered a serious issue requiring hospitalization. What has happened to grandfather? I will come immediately. Her expression turned frantic as she recalled that, in her previous life, it was around this time that her grandfather's health began to falter, leading to a series of ailments. Despite having avoided those calamities this time, why had it still come to this? Jiu, the old gentleman is fine. Do not worry, Butler Wang quickly clarified. Sensing her alarm, the one in trouble is Qi Lan. During her surgery, she made an error and is pleading with the old gentleman for assistance. Aware of Qi Lan's character, the elder had forbidden her from returning to the ancestral home, yet he had still discreetly aided her on several occasions. The guilt from that time was not so easily cast aside. However, this current issue was grave, and Butler Wang feared that the old gentleman would, out of sentiment, nurture a viper that could be harmful to society. Uncle Wang, I will be there right away. Qin Jiu hung up and drove to the hospital, following Butler Wang, who detailed the situation along the way. Without the Qin family's backing, Qi Lan was no longer treated with the same deference by the hospital staff. Unable to endure the stark contrast in treatment, she began to make frequent mistakes at work and faced several reprimands. During her latest surgery, she had forgotten to remove a needle from the patient's abdominal cavity, resulting in severe hemorrhaging. How was the patient? Qin Jiu suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over her. This incident, while seemingly unrelated to her, was a consequence of the butterfly effect stemming from a rebirth. If that patient were to die as a result, would she not be indirectly altering another's fate? The patient is still in critical condition. Butler Wang ushered Qin Jiu into the elevator. Given the gravity of the mistake, the hospital would undoubtedly dismiss Qi Lan. Yet if she implored the old gentleman to intervene, the outcome could be different. The old gentleman had long been troubled by the events of the past. If Qi Lan were to press him regarding those matters, not only might she tarnish his reputation, but he could also suffer health issues as a result. Butler Wang was particularly concerned for the elder's health. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to call Qin Jiu. At such a juncture, only Qin Jiu's words could reach the old gentleman. As the elevator doors opened, Qin Jiu quickened her pace, acutely aware of her grandfather's deep-seated obsession with past events, silently praying that he would not come to harm. In the office, Qilon was kneeling on the floor, pleading with Qin's grandfather, her voice choked with tears. "Grandfather, if you do not help me, I will not only be dismissed, but will never be able to practice medicine again. All these years of study will have been in vain. I beg you, please help me just one last time." Lon. One must bravely bear the consequences of their actions. That patient has family and friends who surely do not wish for me to shield someone who has made a serious surgical error. The elderly gentleman lived his life with unwavering integrity and would never engage in actions that contravene his conscience. Qilon, however, was impervious to the reasoning he presented. As she observed the resolute determination in Mr. Qin's eyes not to assist her, her demeanor grew increasingly frosty. "You speak incessantly of justice. Yet have you shouldered the responsibilities that accompany it?" Rising from the ground, she cast him a scornful glare. "If it weren't for your meddling, my father would still be alive. I could have thrived in a wholesome family, but it is your interference that has brought me to this point." Mr. Qin, taken aback by the venomous look she directed towards him, took a step back, feeling a chill of unfamiliarity. "So, you have harbored such animosity towards me all along, despite my efforts over the years to compensate for your losses. Child, one must possess a sound moral compass. Do you not comprehend how many of my acquaintances have perished due to the scourge of addiction?" Qilon responded with a derisive laugh. "Spare me your self-righteousness. Your assistance to me was merely a facade to showcase your benevolence to the world, while in reality, you remain cold and hypocritical, never truly regarding me as family." As she spoke, Mr. Qin felt a sharp pang in his heart. The affection he had nurtured for Qilon over the years, aimed at guiding her toward a better path, had been dismissed as mere hypocrisy. Qin Jiu experienced an inexplicable sense of unease and dread, an instinctual warning of impending calamity, and she could only hasten her steps. "Faster! If I hurry a little more, I can catch up." Noting the shift in Mr. Qin's expression, Qilon felt compelled to intensify her assault. "Grandfather, do you know why that patient encountered misfortune? It was because you afforded me the opportunity to enter this hospital. Had it not been for your influence, the hospital would never have permitted me to step onto the operating table. If you had not treated me with such indifference, I would not have been distracted, and that error would never have occurred. Tell me, if that patient dies, who should bear the blame?" A sinister smile curled upon her lips. Mr. Qin gazed at her, his complexion ashen, his lips devoid of color, feeling as though all the blood in his body had rushed to his head, rendering him dizzy. In an instant, his vision darkened. He staggered a few steps, almost collapsing, before being supported by Qin Jiu and Butler Wang. Yet, the old gentleman still succumbed to unconsciousness. "Grandfather, please don't scare me. Look at me." Qin Jiu pinched his philtrum, while Butler Wang hurried to summon a doctor. Chapter 101. Just like the previous life, Mr. Qin was wheeled onto a stretcher and taken into the operating room. With several doctors coming and going, Qin Jiu stood anxiously at the door, her heart filled with dread and fear, as if it was consuming her entirely. Despite all efforts to avert it, why was it the same as in the previous life? Her grandfather would fall ill, and all her family would leave her. She crouched on the floor, drained of strength, her expression a mixture of helplessness and terror. "Is it painful?" Qilon stood coldly by. "When my father passed away, I suffered in much the same way, with no one to assist me. Eventually, my mother abandoned me as well." Qin Jiu shot her a frigid glance, her mind consumed by a singular thought: to eliminate Qilon. Kill Qilon, even if it means facing the repercussions. Even if it means I might return to my former world in the next moment, I care not. She rose from the ground, poised to act when a shadowy figure blocked her path. In the next moment, Qilon found herself by the throat, her feet lifted off the ground, contorting in agony. "Fu Yeci, if you kill me, you'll end up in prison. Is that so?" The man replied indifferently, tightening his grip to amplify her suffering. "What difference does it make?" Fu Yeci cast a cold, disdainful glance at her, as if regarding a mere corpse, before hurling her down the stairs. Qilon tumbled down the staircase, rolling like a rag doll, and the pain that enveloped her sent chills through her. Looking up, she saw Fu Yeci gazing down at her, with a provocative expression, as if to say, "Go on, report me." Fu Yeci assisted Qin Jiu into a chair, gently patting her shoulder. "I have invited Dr. He. He is already in the operating room, conducting treatment. Grandfather will be fine." Only then did Qin Jiu remember that doctor. He was present. In her past life, he had snatched years of life back from the grasp of death for her grandfather. If he had managed that during a critical illness, surely he could do so again now that it had been detected early. As Qin Jiu anxiously awaited outside the operating room for several hours, Mr. Qin was finally wheeled out. His face still bore no color, his lips were purplish, and he appeared significantly aged. "How is my grandfather?" "Doctor," he removed his mask, fatigue evident after hours of surgery. "Fortunately, the rescue was timely. The bleeding has been controlled, but we must wait for him to awaken to assess his condition." Qin Jiu breathed a sigh of relief, accompanying the elderly gentleman to another ward. Inside the room, she held onto Mr. Qin's hand, silently shedding tears. Fu Yeci stood nearby, aware that no words could alleviate her sorrow, and so he remained silently by her side. Before long, numerous younger members of the Qin family arrived, including Qin's father and mother, who rushed over upon seeing their daughter with red-rimmed eyes, filled with concern. "Jiu, you've taken care of grandfather long enough. Go rest for a while, and I will call for you if anything arises." Qin's mother gently patted her shoulder, urging Fu Yeci to take her to rest, lest she fall ill in the hospital from exhaustion. Fu Yeci took Qin Jiu's hand and led her out. Knowing she would be restless, he decided to stay in the adjacent room that night, calling Zhang Ma to bring over a change of clothes. "I apologize for arriving too late today, leaving my lady to shoulder all these burdens alone." Upon receiving Butler Wang's call, he had been at work, but had dropped everything to rush to the hospital, only to arrive too late. Qin Jiu shook her head. "Please extend my gratitude to Dr. He. Should he encounter any challenges in his medical research, he need only ask me." In her previous life, it was Dr. He who had performed surgery on her grandfather, and Qin Jiu felt she owed him an immense debt of gratitude. Having experienced extreme emotional fluctuations throughout the day, she leaned back in her chair and quickly fell asleep. As Fu Yeci observed her slumber, he gently lifted her and placed her on the bed, tucking her in. Yet, her sleep was anything but peaceful. She dreamt of her grandfather's passing in her previous life. Qilon had poisoned Mr. Qin's food, resulting in his frequent ailments, and during his final 2 years, he had grown increasingly frail, repeatedly being rushed to the emergency room. Perhaps sensing his time was drawing near, Mr. Qin had called for Qin Jiu, but Qilon had cut the call short. By the time she returned, she had missed seeing him one last time. The dream scenes were disjointed. One moment, her grandfather held her hand to impart his final words. The next, she was at his funeral. The scene shifted to a mental institution, where Qilon gloated about the demise of her family. The anguish was all too vivid, leaving Qin Jiu unable to discern whether it was a dream or reality. Or perhaps she had never truly been reborn, and this was merely a dream before her death. "Grandfather, Mom, Dad." In her slumber, the girl broke into a light sweat, murmuring the names of her loved ones, her brow furrowing tighter as she seemed to descend deeper into a nightmare. They are all gone. It is all a dream. Trapped in her own world, Qin Jiu suddenly ceased her struggles. If everything outside was a fabrication, why should she awaken? Deceiving oneself. What harm is there in living in a world of dreams? At least in this realm, her loved ones truly existed, and Fu Yeci remained by her side. It is not a dream. Fu Yeci feared she would refuse to emerge from her slumber, holding her tightly in his embrace. "The events of the past life are behind us. All your loved ones are by your side, and I have always been here. Jiu, please wake up." Qin Jiu suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at Fu Yeci before her, filled with doubt regarding his authenticity. She reached out to touch him, and the man grasped her fingertip, placing it against his cheek for her to feel. It was indeed real. The corners of the young girl's eyes glistened with tears, her gaze misty, as she felt a newfound sense of security and suddenly no longer wished to be strong. Leaning on his shoulder, she began to weep. Chapter 102. She should not have been sent to study medicine. Fu Yeci gently ruffled the young girl's hair, soothing her with soft words. "Did you have a nightmare?" he inquired. Qin Jiu nodded, recalling the vivid nightmare in which she believed they had abandoned her. Clearly, she had forgotten his earlier reassurances. Fu Yeci chose not to revisit the topic, his cold, pale fingers brushing away the tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. "How could I ever forsake you? My dear, it was merely a dream. Do not fear, for I shall always be by your side." As Qin Jiu sat on the bed, regaining her composure, she remembered that it was Fu Yeci's words that had anchored her back to reality. In the dream, she had been profoundly shocked, yet upon waking, she could not recall precisely what he had said. Perhaps it was not of great significance. They resided in a VIP hospital room, well appointed with a private bathroom. Qin Jiu approached the sink to wash her face, feeling considerably more alert, and began to reflect on the day's events. What about Qilon? Will she truly sue you? Qin Jiu did not regret her murderous intent towards Qilon today. Had Fu Yeci not acted first, she might have committed an irreparable act, even if it meant imprisonment. However, she feared that Fu Yeci might end up in jail, unwilling to let her troubles ensnare him. "It is impossible for her to die." Fu Yeci's voice turned icy. "Someone carried you to the hospital room earlier. I have had the surveillance footage erased." "That is a relief. If Qi Lan were to perish at Fu Yeci's hands, it would indeed spell trouble. He Yuan just called me, informing me that the patient Qi Lan was treating has been stabilized. He did not die. Yet, his family is adamant about suing her. And the hospital has already dismissed her. What lay ahead for Qi Lan was a lengthy legal battle and insurmountable debt. Upon hearing her name, Qin Jiu felt a wave of revulsion. She had never been fit to practice medicine. This outcome was merely her due. It was a pity regarding the affection her grandfather had invested over the years. He must have been infuriated, resulting in his cerebral hemorrhage. Once her grandfather awoke, she would need to engage in some earnest conversation with him. His overwhelming sense of responsibility led him to blame himself for her shortcomings. This matter was not his fault. Qi Lan's tumultuous childhood stemmed from her irresponsible parents, and her current state was a result of her own greed. She could not allow Qi Lan to exploit her grandfather's guilt and compassion any longer. Qin Jiu pressed her fingers to her temples, suddenly pondering an unreasonable thought. Fu Yeci, why was your first reaction upon hearing of my grandfather's illness to summon Dr. He? There are so many capable doctors in the hospital. And Fu Yuan even has a dedicated family physician. How did you discern this? With memories of a past life. She was aware that Yuan's specialty aligned with her grandfather's condition, yet Fu Yeci was unaware of this. Dr. He had never treated her grandfather before. Summoning him so casually did not align with Fu Yeci's usual meticulous nature. Madam Qin, have you forgotten my frequent donations of medical equipment to Yuan? Fu Yeci lightly scraped her nostril with his cold, pale fingertip. I have invested billions in his area of expertise, and their research findings are reported to me. Over time, I have acquired a certain understanding of this medical field. When Butler Wang informed me of your grandfather's condition, I brought him along to see if it would be of assistance. Qin Jiu found this explanation quite reasonable. Recently, for reasons unknown, she often harbored doubts that Fu Yeci had also been reborn. Perhaps it was because her solitary rebirth felt so surreal that she yearned to find another kindred spirit. Her mother knocked on the door, announcing that her grandfather had awakened. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu hurried to the adjacent hospital room, where a gathering of younger relatives surrounded the bed, their expressions laden with worry. Dr. He conducted several examinations by her grandfather's bedside, and upon hearing that he was fine, a collective sigh of relief enveloped the room. A few days in the hospital, and you can return home to recuperate. Remember, do not let emotions run wild like last time. Your body cannot withstand it. Thank you, Dr. He, the elderly Qin murmured, his eyes barely open. His complexion still pale, yet displaying a hint of vitality. What of that patient? He inquired, referring to the patient Qi Lan had operated on. If his decisions had led to the loss of a life, he would carry that burden for eternity. Do not worry, he has been out of danger. With that reassurance, the elder Qin relaxed, his gaze drifting to the ceiling, his expression contemplative. She should never have been sent to study medicine. Everyone present understood whom he referred to. Regret washed over the elder. When Qi Lan had expressed her desire to study medicine, he had acquiesced out of guilt, providing her the best resources. Despite her lack of aptitude in the field, he had hired the finest professors to guide her, facilitating her entry into the medical profession. One misstep led to another. She possessed little capability in medicine and had repeatedly erred, which was an irresponsible disservice to other patients, and he bore some responsibility for that. The elder Qin grasped Qin Jiu's hand, his gaze piercing. I do not regret reporting her father all those years ago, but I deeply regret the assistance I offered her. The Qin family shall no longer need to see her. Tell her not to come seeking my help. Qin Jiu nodded in agreement. Grandfather, please rest well and do not trouble yourself with these matters. Chapter 103. It is indeed a peculiar couple. Qin Jiu conversed with her grandfather for a while, and upon seeing his condition stabilize, she dared to leave the room. After descending the stairs to collect medication, she passed by a certain ward and heard a commotion within. Peering inside, she saw Qi Lan lying on the hospital bed, bandages wrapped around her arm, surrounded by a circle of family members demanding an explanation. How can you even call yourself a doctor? One woman cried. My husband is still lying in a hospital bed, unable to speak because of you. Qi Lan, injured and in need of rest, could no longer find solace in sleep, plagued by the barrage of insults. She had been expelled from the hospital, and no other institution would take her in. The Qin family was also unwilling to assist her. What infuriated her further was that elder Qin had not died. How could that murderer still be alive and well? If only Qin Jiu had arrived a moment later, with a prolonged cerebral hemorrhage. She doubted anyone could have saved that old man. Hey, can you hear me speaking to you? A woman, seeing Qi Lan's lack of response, shouted in anger. Qi Lan glanced at her irritably. He is not dead. Are you mourning him? The woman, unable to contain her anger over her husband's misfortune, struck Qi Lan twice across the face, plunging the ward into chaos. Outside, Qin Jiu had already departed, seeking out He Yuan to request that the nursing staff be vigilant, ensuring Qilan did not approach Elder Qin. Reste assured, Madame Fu. The high-end ward is equipped with professional security personnel. They will conduct thorough checks before anyone enters, and I will remind them to exercise extra caution. He Yuan nodded slightly. Thank you, Dr. He. It is thanks to your expertise in this matter that my grandfather was able to emerge from danger so swiftly. As He Yuan met her earnest, grateful gaze, he was suddenly reminded of their first encounter, when Qin Jiu had looked at him with a similar expression of gratitude. Yet at that time, he had not treated Elder Qin at all. Truly, this couple was peculiar. Fu Yeci, over 6 months ago, unexpectedly invested a substantial sum into him, enabling him to establish a medical team dedicated to a specific branch of medicine. Were it not for the generous funding provided by Fu Yeci, he would have been reluctant to pursue this particular direction. When Qin Jiu first met him, her eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude, a gaze he had often witnessed in his patients. Yet at that moment, they were mere strangers. The most peculiar aspect was that, more than half a year later, old Mr. Qin truly developed that affliction. It was as if these two shared an uncanny ability to foresee the future. No wonder they became husband and wife. After spending several days in the hospital, old Mr. Qin's complexion improved significantly, and with Qin Jiu cheering him up, his health rebounded swiftly. During this time, the young lady made it a point to reiterate to him daily that the troubles surrounding Qilan's father had nothing to do with him. It was a result of his own mistakes, and Qilan's current predicament was her own doing. Initially, the old gentleman felt a twinge of sentimentality, but after hearing Qin Jiu speak of it 4 or 5 times, he gradually came to understand. If he were to reflect on his past errors, they lay in having nurtured Qilan's greed and in acquiescing to her demands out of guilt each time. Perhaps if he had not brought Qilan back to the Qin family, things would have been different. Looking at Qin Jiu, he suddenly felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, she had not suffered at Qilan's hands. His old bones were of little consequence, but if anything were to happen to the little princess of the Qin family, he would not have rested until justice was served. Qin Jiu gazed at the white strands of hair atop the old man's head, unable to bear the thought of revealing the truth of their past lives to her grandfather. In another world, Qilan had caused the deaths of her parents and grandfather, leading to her own tragic demise in a mental institution. Suddenly, Qin Jiu remembered something. After her death in the asylum, had Fu Yeci ever found her? Would he let Qilan go upon discovering that she had caused her death? Shaking her head, Qin Jiu concluded that the likelihood of Fu Yeci avenging her was slim. He had been gravely poisoned at that time, receiving multiple critical condition notices from the hospital, and had barely a few hours of wakefulness each day. It was a struggle just to survive. He likely lacked the strength to retrieve her remains. She had truly perished in that mental hospital, disappearing from the world altogether. Knock, knock, knock. Fu Yeci entered, nodding slightly at old Mr. Qin. Grandfather, you must be exhausted from running between the company and the hospital these past few days. I will be discharged this afternoon. You should return home and rest. No need to keep accompanying this old man. While it was comforting to have Qin Jiu by his side, the bitter herbal medicine prescribed by the hospital was too much for old Mr. Qin, who often left half of it untouched, wishing to pour it away. However, Qin Jiu always kept a watchful eye on him, making it impossible for him to do so secretly. Grandfather, I wish to return to the old residence and keep you company for a few more days, Qin Jiu said, grasping the old man's arm. Old Mr. Qin furrowed his brow at the thought of the bitter medicine, replying, We elderly have our own world. You young ones should not always seek to join us. Qin Jiu, noticing the old man's health gradually improving, inquired with Dr. He and, after escorting the old gentleman back to the ancestral home, departed. Chapter 104. It was his failure to fulfill his promise. On the way back to Fu Garden from the old residence, Qin Jiu gazed at the sunset outside the car window for several minutes. The tangerine-hued sunset was breathtaking, watching as the sun slowly sank into the clouds, ultimately disappearing beyond the horizon, leaving a trace of evening glow. In her previous life, confined within the walls of a mental institution, she could only view the outside world through a narrow barred window. Such evening hues had no place in the final moments of her past life. What's wrong? Your expression seems so forlorn while watching the sunset. Fu Yeci, seated beside her, gently took hold of the young lady's hand. I just feel that as the sun sets, the world gradually descends into darkness, losing its brilliance, Qin Jiu replied. It was akin to her latter years in her previous life, where once under the control of medication, she seemed to have lost all light. Fu Yeci squeezed her fingers, reassuring her, but come the next day, the sun will rise again, meeting the warmth of his gentle gaze. The shadows in her eyes were completely dispelled. Indeed, Regardless of how long the darkness lasts, the sun would rise again, illuminating the world. This lifetime, her grandfather had been saved, Qilin had been expelled from the Qin family, and there would never again be an opportunity for her to threaten her family. Did this not signify a change in the trajectory of fate from her past life? The Qin family would no longer endure such calamities. Leaning against the man's shoulder, Qin Jiu intended only to rest for a moment. But perhaps due to the exhaustion from the hospital, she quickly fell into a deep slumber. In her dreams, she felt someone moving her, frowning in discomfort, until she heard that familiar voice calling, "Baby," which lulled her back into sleep. By the time they returned to Fu Garden, dusk had set in, and the last remnants of twilight were swallowed by darkness, the sky now an inky black. Fu Yeci carried Qin Jiu upstairs, gently placing her on the soft bed and tucking her in. He furrowed his brow as he glanced out the window, recalling Qin Jiu's words, after the sun set. The outside world truly fell into complete darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light, though the sun would rise again the following morning. The darkness before dawn was always an arduous trial to endure. He could scarcely fathom how Qin Jiu had survived that agonizing time in her previous life. Jiu, are you blaming me for not protecting you? And for failing to safeguard your family? In his former life, Qin Jiu had also been his wife. Having promised to care for and protect her throughout her life, he ought to have fulfilled that vow. It was he who had failed to keep his promise. Yet at that time, the Fu family was besieged on all fronts, with Fu Yeci lying in a hospital intensive care unit, his condition dire, lacking appropriate treatment. And even the professors were at a loss, resorting to full blood transfusions to delay organ failure. He had scarcely any moments of wakefulness during those days, desperately searching for Qin Jiu. Ultimately, he found her lifeless body in a foreign mental institution. "I'm sorry for not protecting you." The man sat at the edge of the bed, his deep gaze fixed upon the slumbering young lady. That night, Qin Jiu experienced a series of dreams. Memories from her past life flashing before her eyes, from arguments with Fu Yeci to the devastation of the Qin family, culminating in her tragic demise within the asylum. She had assumed this dream would conclude as it always had, with her death marking its end, but the scenes persisted even after her passing. Her spirit floated above. Observing all that transpired, Fu Yeci's men discovered her, retrieving her from the mental institution and bringing her back to the country. Upon seeing her lifeless form, Fu Yeci, usually so composed, succumbed to despair, weeping uncontrollably as he held her. Qin Jiu knew it was a dream, yet she was uncertain when she would awaken. Witnessing his heart-wrenching sorrow, she attempted to touch his cheek through the air, murmuring, "Please do not cry." But her fingers passed through his face, unable to make contact. Fu Yici's body had grown exceedingly frail, unable to withstand such emotional turmoil. His complexion drained rapidly, and he began to cough up blood. The doctors and nurses nearby rushed to separate them, but Fu Yeci clung tightly to her, refusing to let anyone take Qin Jiu away. "I'm so sorry for repeatedly hurting you. You should have had a brilliant life." Tears filled Qin Jiu's eyes. Days later, Fu Yeci personally laid her to rest, choosing a serene spot amidst mountains and waters for her burial. Qin Jiu followed him in spirit, witnessing his distress as he coughed blood and observing his frail state. Unable to awaken, hearing him repeatedly call her name, the scene shifted, and it seemed a long time had passed in the dream world. Fu Yeci sat in his wheelchair, a hint of bruising beneath his eyes, his body ravaged by illness, yet his demeanor remained unaltered. At this moment, the man cast a cold gaze upon a kneeling man and woman, his eyes filled with a fierce malevolence. Qin Jiu observed the tortured expressions of the two on the ground. The middle-aged man bore an old scar on his face, a stranger to her. But the woman was unmistakably Qilin. "Master Fu, please spare me. I was compelled to act as such. The Qin family has treated me with immense kindness. Were it not for coercion, I would never have committed such acts," Qilin pleaded, kneeling and begging for mercy. Witnessing her fear ignited a surge of anger within Qin Jiu. Even at such a dire moment, she could still feign innocence. Had Qilin regarded the Qin family as benefactors, she would not have repaid their kindness with enmity. Fu Yeci produce a small knife, swiftly slicing across Qilan's face. The sharp blade pierced her skin, and crimson blood spilled forth. Qilin screamed in agony, clutching her face. Chapter 105. The mistress shall not encounter any misfortune. Fu Yeci, seated in his wheelchair, lowered his gaze upon the suffering woman on the ground. "You shall repay my wife's suffering in multiples," he declared ominously. "Do not rush. There is much more to come." His eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty ferocity. He turned to the other middle-aged man on the ground, unhesitatingly plunging the knife into his palm, blood immediately staining the floor. Qin Jiu, suspended in disbelief, was petrified by the horrific scene. A young girl suddenly awoke from a nightmare, her eyes scanning her surroundings. She found herself in Fu Yuan, the bedroom she shared with Fu Yeci. He gently stroked her forehead and poured a glass of warm water. Did you have another nightmare? Recalling the blood-soaked scene, Qin Jiu's shoulders trembled slightly as she looked up at the man before her. Fu Yeci regarded her with gentle, concerned eyes, an expression brimming with care. This stark contrast to the Fu Yeci of her dream was jarring. She took the water glass and sipped, gradually distancing herself from the emotions of her nightmare. Why did I dream such a thing? Was that truly a world after my death? Did Fu Yeci find me, bury me himself, and then avenge me? And who was that middle-aged man kneeling beside Qilin? Was he also an enemy of the Qin family? Yet, I had never seen him before. Rubbing her temples, Qin Jiu pondered if her deep resentment from her past life had conjured an idyllic ending, where Fu Yeci avenged her. After all, at that time, his health had been so frail. How could he have had the strength to search the world for her? It seemed she had indeed been traumatized by her grandfather's affairs, resulting in several consecutive nights of nightmares. Fu Yeci, I'll go brew some calming tea. Qin Jiu grasped his hand, her peach blossom eyes lifting gently. I do not require calming tea right now. I have a question for you. If you were to suffer from ailments due to my condition, enduring daily torment, she endeavored to recount the events of her previous life, where Fu Yeci had poisoned himself to save her. But now, I have encountered misfortune and was harmed at her words. Fu Yeci's expression darkened, and he covered Qin Jiu's mouth, forbidding her from continuing. The mistress shall not encounter any misfortune. You shall remain safe in this lifetime. I was merely hypothesizing, she replied. His gaze turned icy as he leaned down and gently bit her earlobe. He despised such hypotheticals. He had already endured such pain once and could not bear to lose her again. Qin Jiu felt a fleeting sting and touched her ear, bemused by his unexpected playfulness. Gazing into his shadowy eyes, she dared not broach those topics again, slipping on her slippers and rising from the bed. As she recalled the middle-aged man beside Qilin, she struggled to remember his face, only recalling a prominent scar on his left cheek. Perhaps it truly was merely a dream. In the afternoon, Qin Jiu received a transfer. The art gallery noted in the remarks that it was the sale price for 2 of her artworks, totaling 260,000. The gallery had previously informed her that someone had made an offer for her pieces, yet she had not expected them to sell so swiftly. 260,000 was not an extraordinary sum for Qin Jiu. Her stores collectively earned more than that in a single day. However, the thought that this money was earned through her art filled her with joy. New artists often struggled for recognition, and while she had taken on commissions during her university days, none had garnered this level of success. Teacher Qin Jiu, we have received the new works you sent, and they are currently on display in the exhibition area. On the very first day of hanging, they attracted a multitude of visitors. The gallery editor informed Qin Jiu over the phone. Your works are the focal point of the entire exhibition. Everyone adores them. The editor glanced at the crowd surrounding her artworks. One piece depicted galloping horses, their postures vivid and lifelike, sparking discussions among visitors about the artist's identity. Upon seeing the name Qin Jiu, no one was surprised. Few emerging artists could capture such grandeur. Qin Jiu was undoubtedly a rising star. Teacher Qin Jiu must be a gentleman. Then, someone speculated, not out of gender bias, but because the painting style exuded a heroic fervor typically associated with male artists. Not necessarily, another chimed in. Qin Jiu occasionally shares her works online, and some pieces exhibit delicate brushwork. Her style is incredibly versatile. No one can predict what she will create next. The gallery editor listened to the discussion, aware that they likely did not know that the artist, Teacher Qin Jiu, was a sweet-voiced young woman. Chapter 106. These items could never belong to you. On the other end of the line, hearing the editor praise her work, Qin Jiu's lips curved into a smile. I had previously doubted my abilities and whether I could create pieces that others would enjoy. Teacher Qin Jiu, how could you doubt your talent? You sound quite young, and I'm sure many have appreciated your earlier works, the editor exclaimed, her tone filled with surprise. To improve as an artist, one must persist day after day. Your past works could not have been significantly inferior. Qin Jiu replied, I encountered some challenges during university and lost confidence for a long period. Knowing that many appreciate my work now truly makes me happy. Teacher Qin Jiu, do not fear past difficulties. I believe you will continue to thrive. The editor's words brimmed with encouragement. She was, in fact, one of Qin Jiu's fans. Thank you. After hanging up, Qin Jiu felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. The incident during her university days had indeed left her feeling aggrieved for a long time, causing her to lose confidence in her art. But now looking back, she realized she should not be shackled by the past. She could not disappoint those who cherished her. lowering her gaze to the considerable transfer amount. Her spirits lifted even higher. She decided to invite Fu Yeci and Su Lu for a shopping outing, selecting gifts for her family. She recalled how her parents had provided her with the best teachers, materials, and tools throughout her artistic journey, transforming her into a little gold-swallowing beast. After choosing gifts for everyone, she did not forget Fu Yeci, the miserly mister. Fu would likely be displeased if he discovered she had bought gifts for everyone but him. Yet, she was unsure of what to purchase for him. It seemed he wanted for nothing. Su Lu observed the conflicted expression on her face and remarked, "I know what President Fu fancies." "What?" Qin Jiu and Fu Yeci echoed in unison. "Follow me." Su Lu seized both of them and led them to a women's clothing store, her eyes gleaming with determination. "What are we doing here? Does President Fu have a penchant for women's clothing?" Fu Yeci inquired, her face a portrait of confusion. Then, as if struck with an epiphany, her expression morphed into one of incredulity. "Are you implying that President Fu has a habit of wearing women's attire? For someone so serious and composed, one can only wonder what he would look like in such garments." Fu Yeci couldn't help but be amused by her own imagination, prompting a gentle tap on her head from Su Lu. "Cease your fanciful thoughts." Su Lu gestured for them to look at a row of garments, which were either excessively revealing or provocatively designed, leaving little to the imagination. Fu Yeci's cheeks flushed crimson as she glanced at the clothing. Su Lu pointed to the most revealing dress among them, declaring, "Qin Jiu, you need only don this outfit and take a few strides before President Fu, and I assure you, he will be utterly captivated." Gazing at the garment that hardly qualified as clothing, merely a few scraps of fabric stitched together, Qin Jiu felt a wave of apprehension. If President Fu were to scrutinize her in such an outfit, she could only imagine the toll it would take on her waistline. "No, let us purchase something else for him." Su Lu caught her arm, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous twinkle in her eye. "Wear it, after all. You possess the figure for it." In response, Su Lu found herself playfully smacked. "I was mistaken. I shall repent this folly immediately," she said, rubbing her hand and casting a sidelong glance at Qin Jiu. Despite her outward gentleness, her playful swats could pack quite a punch. The trio ascended to the 4th floor, where Qin Jiu paused outside a shop, intrigued by its tasteful decor. After perusing for a while, she stopped before a glass display showcasing a row of exquisite pens. She recognized the brand name inscribed beside them, Aurora, an esteemed Italian brand known globally. It had been her favorite during her high school years. "Miss, would you like to see a particular model?" inquired a staff member, clad in the store's official garb, complete with black gloves. Qin Jiu pointed at several pens, and the attendant carefully retrieved them, laying them on a tray while explaining their features. Fu Yeci glanced at the price tags, noting the 5-figure sums. It was a tad extravagant, yet given the 18K gold nib and pure silver caps, the prices seemed justifiable. As Qin Jiu mimicked the motion of signing her name with one of the pens, she found it quite comfortable. It would be fitting to present President Fu with a quality pen, considering the multitude of documents he regularly signs. Surveying the other pens on display, she hesitated on which color to choose. "May I take a photo? I wish to consult my husband on his preference," she asked after receiving the attendant's consent. "Qin Jiu, why bother? No matter how many photos you take, these items cannot possibly belong to you," a woman standing nearby scoffed. Turning her head, Qin Jiu recognized Meng Lu, who stood beside the window in an elegant red dress, clutching a black leather bag, exuding an air of sophistication. Chapter 107. The human heart is the most unfathomable entity in the world. Meng Lu, adorned beautifully today, accentuated her words with a bold shade of lipstick. She glanced down at the display of pens. Though unfamiliar with the Aurora brand, she understood that only luxury items graced such a high-end store. "Qin Jiu, one should only appear in places befitting their status. Frequenting these shops may lead one to lose their sense of self, believing they can afford such luxuries." Ignoring her, Qin Jiu focused on her phone, noting that President Fu had yet to respond. He was likely in a meeting or preoccupied with other matters. She decided she could handle this triviality on her own. "Excuse me, may I see a few of the pens?" she asked the attendant in a gentle tone. The attendant nodded and was about to retrieve the items when Meng Lu stepped in front of him, her tone sharp. "In luxury shops like this, anyone can come in and try things. What about genuine customers who wish to purchase?" Her words implied that Qin Jiu was merely a pretender, unworthy of such items. The attendant, trained to remain professional, was unfazed by her remarks. From experience, he recognized that the polite and courteous young lady was the true customer, while the one who entered with an air of disdain was merely there to belittle others. Once he presented the pens to Qin Jiu, he turned to Meng Lu, asking, "Miss, do you have a pen in mind that you would like to try?" Meng Lu glanced at the price tags and frowned. Who would spend such a sum on a pen? Surely, a handbag would be a more sensible purchase. As far as she was concerned, Qin Jiu had fallen to the point of teaching art to a group of unruly children. How could she possibly afford such luxuries? She was merely trying to take a photo to flaunt her wealth on social media. I've seen through it all. No, thank you. Nothing here appeals to me, she replied, fearing that if the pen were brought out, it would only embarrass her further in front of Qin Jiu. There's nothing of worth here. I'm not like those superficial pretenders, she added, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Jiu before turning to leave. Su Lu and Fu Yeci, having explored other shops, returned just in time to witness Meng Lu's departure. Is she bullying Qin Jiu again? Fu Yeci remarked, her expression souring. The sweet girl, who typically wore a smile, now frowned at the sight of Meng Lu. You overestimate her, Su Lu scoffed. She hops around like a jumping jack. I treat her as if she were invisible. Qin Jiu would never be swayed by her. Aside from the time in college when Meng Lu's schemes caused Qin Jiu to stumble, Su Lu had never seen her friend bullied. That incident was a result of Qin Jiu's misplaced trust. Meng Lu's petty tricks were hardly worthy of concern now. As they approached Qin Jiu, Su Lu asked, have you decided which pen to buy? Yes, Qin Jiu replied, pointing to a pen. This one feels too heavy and uncomfortable for writing. Please pack up the others besides it. After all, President Fu often needed a pen for signing documents. So purchasing a few for rotation seemed wise. Very well, Su Lu and Fu Yeci exchanged glances, marveling at how affluent their friend had become. Among the three, Su Lu faced limitations set by her father, while Fu Yeci, with several brothers, received a generous monthly allowance but had no hope of inheriting the family business. Qin Jiu, however, was the wealthiest, and her fortunes had only grown since their university days. With President Fu's black card in her possession, she was on the verge of becoming a billionaire. Qin Jiu handed each girl a small box. I bought these for you. We have gifts too. Su Lu Galim, grinning as she opened her box to find a bottle of perfume from her favorite brand. Fu Yeci discovered a watch inside hers. You are my dearest friends, of course. I would choose gifts for you, Qin Jiu said, her smile radiating warmth. Touched, the sweet girl immediately enveloped her in a bear hug. While they awaited the attendant to package the pens, the three friends reminisced about their university days. I still feel angry when I see Meng Lu. How could you be so shameless, exploiting your trust to take what was yours? During their university years, Meng Lu and Qin Jiu were both students at the School of Arts. Qin Jiu was known for her amiable demeanor, treating everyone with gentle kindness, while Meng Lu had a more assertive personality. The two shared a friendship for a time. Eventually, when an art competition arose, Meng Lu invited Qin Jiu to form a team together, to which Qin Jiu readily agreed. Most of the works submitted for the competition were prepared by Qin Jiu, as Meng Lu's painting skills were not as refined, leaving her to handle more menial tasks. Noverdeles, inhubore novivencies. Both their names were credited on the works until the day before the competition, when Meng Lu unceremoniously struck out Qin Jiu's name, declaring the project as solely her own. Despite Qin Jiu's hard work leading to the winning piece, it was Meng Lu who accepted the award. It seemed that Meng Lu had long contemplated this act, having preemptively destroyed her earlier drafts to ensure Qin Jiu could not present any evidence. Following the surge of acclaim online, Meng Lu showcased the works as a series, profiting from the admiration of followers, ultimately reaping both fame and fortune. This incident marked one of the most significant setbacks in Qin Jiu's first 20 years. Raised in the loving embrace of the Qin family, she had been shielded by her parents, who nurtured her gentle and courteous nature. She had never anticipated that someone could be so ungrateful. Her subsequent experiences imparted the harsh lesson that there exist truly malicious individuals in the world, such as Qi Lan and Meng Lu, for the human heart is the most inscrutable of entities. Chapter 108. The Importance of Personal Involvement. Su Lu expressed her indignation, remarking that had Meng Lu known of Qin Jiu's status as the daughter of the Qin family, she would never have dared to mistreat her so. Qin Jiu's identity was well concealed within the affluent circles of High City. Outsiders were only aware that the Qin family had a beloved daughter, meticulously protected by her parents. Apart from a few acquaintances of the Qin family, no one knew what the esteemed heiress looked like or her name. Moreover, the university Qin Jiu attended was located in Jing City, where students of the arts typically hailed from families of modest affluence. Her classmates observed her refined attire, yet assumed she was merely the daughter of a small company executive, unaware of her true lineage. Had Meng Lu been privy to Qin Jiu's actual identity, she would not have dared to bully her. The Meng family's small enterprise could easily be crushed by the Qin family. If others were to discover my identity, I fear I could no longer stand before you. Qin Jiu mused, lips pressed together. Su Lu and Fu Yeci exchanged glances, recalling the enmity with the Qin family, which had even resorted to kidnapping in the past. They wondered what reckless actions might ensue should they uncover Qin Jiu's whereabouts. Let us not dwell on this. It's all in the past. Let us treat Ming Lu as inconsequential and move on. Qin Jiu chuckled at Su Lu's words, quickly dismissing the unpleasant memories. Upon exiting the mall, she received a call from Fu Yeci on a ride home. "Hello, I was in a meeting and didn't check my phone," he said, his tone laced with gentle regret, realizing that Qin Jiu had intended to choose a gift for him after receiving her remuneration. Yet he had failed to respond promptly. "Madam, have you selected a pen? I prefer the gray one, but the other colors are also quite lovely. I will be pleased with any choice you make. I didn't buy it for you," Qin Jiu playfully teased, her tone somewhat frosty. "I've just left the mall and have no intention of returning to purchase it." Fu Yeci let out a soft, disappointed sound, his voice brimming with regret. "How about I bring you a gift when I finish work? Would you like a small cake from that shop on E Street?" Upon hearing his words, Qin Jiu felt a twinge of guilt. She had just told him she hadn't bought a pen, yet this man still wished to bring her a cake. "E Street isn't on the way. You needn't bother with the cake." After a brief pause, she added, "And about the pen, I was merely teasing you. I chose several, including the gray one." "Thank you, madam." She heard his voice brighten with delight. This man was indeed easily pleased. At 5:45 p.m., Fu Yeci pressed the elevator button to descend, preparing to leave work early. Li Xiu approached with a file, noticing his intention to depart. "Mr. Fu, it's not yet time to leave," he remarked. Fu Yeci replied with a curt his expression betraying no hint of embarrassment at being caught leaving early. "You can submit the file to me tomorrow. Is there something urgent?" Since Fu Yici's marriage, he had consistently left promptly at 6, making early departures a rarity. "Yes," he stated as the elevator doors slowly opened, stepping inside and pressing the close button with a final remark. "I'm off to buy a small cake for Madame Fu." Upon returning home, Fu Yeci changed his shoes at the entrance, carrying a small cake in a pink box. "Did you really buy me a cake?" Qin Jiu exclaimed with joy, rushing over to take the box from his hands. Although she had told him not to, she secretly craved it. "Wasn't it out of your way? Did you send Assistant Lee for it?" "I drove to get it myself. Such matters require personal involvement to hold significance. After all, it's not Assistant Lee who is courting Madame Fu." Qin Jiu settled onto the sofa with the cake, carefully unwrapping the packaging and using a small spoon to take a bite, discovering it was an ice cream cake. Chapter 109, A Gift from Madame, Truly an Honor. Observing the gleeful expression on the young lady's face, Fu Yeci recalled what the cake shop attendant had said. Girls tend to enjoy such cakes. And it appeared she had not misled him. She offered him a small spoonful, urging him to open his mouth. Complying, Fu Yeci accepted the cake, and she remarked, "Mr. Fu is so easy to please. He eats whatever is given. The art gallery I collaborated with just transferred the proceeds from the sale of my painting today, 260,000, Qin Jiu shared while enjoying her cake, her eyes sparkling with joy, whether from the cake's deliciousness or the recognition she was receiving. After a brief pause, she shyly glanced at the man beside her. "Am I being too presumptuous?" He replied, puzzled, his brow furrowing slightly. "You could sign any contract, and the profits would be in the millions. Surely you wouldn't care for these tens of thousands." Fu Yeci responded, "Madam, I am delighted that you wish to earn money to buy me gifts. The journey of a new artist gaining public recognition is a long one, and you have already made remarkable strides. Soon, you will undoubtedly become a household name." His tone brimmed with admiration. "Madame Fu is exceptional. She is my greatest pride." Hearing such praise from Fu Yeci filled Qin Jiu with satisfaction. She recalled her initial aspirations when she first ventured into art. "I, Qin Jiu, shall become a renowned painter." Now, witnessing her dream gradually materializing and her works gaining appreciation from more and more people brought her immense happiness. "Mr. Fu, if the Fu family were to face bankruptcy and you found yourself with nothing, I could support you with my art," she proclaimed, sitting up straighter. Only afterward did she realize her presumptuousness. How could she entertain such a notion? Quickly, she covered her mouth. "I was merely speaking whimsically. You would never be left with nothing. Mr. Fu will have a prosperous career, abundant wealth, and good health, allowing us to grow old together in happiness." Fu Yeci found her little gestures endearing. Everything else paled in comparison to his ultimate goal of growing old alongside Madame Fu. In the study, Fu Yeci looked at the row of pens arranged on his desk, snapped a photo, and posted it on Weibo with a simple caption, "A gift for Madame. Truly an honor." Within moments, netizens flocked to the post, leaving comments in abundance. Little Lee, still waking up. "Mr. Fu, why did you take so long to post? Was there nothing worth sharing during that time?" Fu Yeci, "Madame Fu is easily shy and shouldn't frequently send gifts. I, the Buddha, do not save the foolish. Is today an important day? Why is Madame Fu giving gifts?" Fu Yeci. It's not a special day. My wife simply enjoys preparing little gifts for me on ordinary days. I, the Buddha, do not save the foolish. Wow, she truly adores you. Fu Yeci. Y adore immensely. Before long, the topic of Mr. Fu's overwhelming love for Madame Fu soared to the trending list on Weibo, rapidly amassing over 100 million views. Netizens were eager to indulge in the gossip. The intrigues of the affluent often seem to revolve around sheer interests, shrouded in chaos behind closed doors. Yet, unexpectedly, the relationship between Mr. and Madame Fu was one of uncomplicated happiness. As always, Fu Yeci responded to various queries from netizens, while Qin Jiu scoured Weibo, already accustomed to the spectacle. This man appeared utterly indifferent to the public's perception of him. Despite being labeled ruthless and a living embodiment of the underworld, he offered no explanations. However, he was notably protective of how their marriage was perceived, refusing to allow any insinuations of discord between them. Returning home from shopping, Meng Lu carried a Chanel shopping bag containing a newly purchased dress worth 5 figures. The Meng family owned a small company that afforded her the luxury of indulgence, albeit limited to everyday wear. Spending tens of thousands on a pen would surely earn her father's ire for being extravagant. Yet, it was far better than being like Qin Jiu, who could only take pictures of things she could not afford. Meng Lu scoffed. Feeling bored, she scrolled through Weibo and stumbled upon the trending topic of Mr. Fu's overwhelming love for Madame Fu. She gazed at the neatly arranged pens in the photo and noticed the name Aurora, the very brand Qin Jiu had photographed earlier that day. Surprisingly, her taste aligned with that of Madame Fu. However, people like her were unworthy of comparison and could only take a few pictures to satiate their vanity. Chapter 110. The Abandoned One by the Qin Family. In a cafe, Qin Jiu savored a new coffee concocted by the shop manager. After the girl took a sip, the manager, standing nearby, felt a wave of apprehension. "How is it?" "Delicious," she replied, offering a faint smile, which meant he could recommend it to customers. Seeing her approving gaze, the manager finally relaxed. Officially, he was the manager of the cafe, but in truth, Qin Jiu was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. This young female proprietor generously granted him 30% of the shares, fueling his motivation to understand customer preferences. Consequently, the cafe flourished, and his financial prospects brightened. As the manager retreated to the back, Qin Jiu sat at a coffee table, gently swirling her spoon, disrupting the latte art in her cup. "Qin Jiu." A voice called her name, and she met Qi Lan's gaze. Qi Lan sat down across from her, grasping the girl's wrist. "Please help me, for the sake of our past friendship. The Qin family must rescue me one last time." After enduring relentless criticism from patients' families, Qi Lan had lost her former arrogance. The hospital had dismissed her, and substantial compensation loomed ahead. The Qin family had reclaimed the house and car they once gifted her, and old Mr. Qin refused to see her. Without a solution, the families of the patients would not relent. Desperate, Qi Lan knew this cafe belonged to Qin Jiu, so she came here daily in hopes of encountering her. "I was foolish. My father's death made me extreme. Now, I realize my mistakes. I shouldn't have harmed my grandfather." Her eyes were red, filled with pleading. After enduring scorn, she finally comprehended the protection the Qin family had previously offered her. Qin Jiu regarded Qi Lan, who appeared like a weeping willow, withdrawing her hand. "What you truly regret, was it harming your grandfather or facing the consequences of losing the Qin family's protection and being left with nothing?" In her previous life, no one recognized her hypocrisy. The Qin family had proclaimed her their adopted daughter to grant her a respectable identity, ultimately providing her with the opportunity to harm them. "The cafe will not serve you. Leave immediately." Qin Jiu was disinterested in her theatrics and commanded her to go. After expelling Qi Lan, Qin Jiu lost her desire to continue drinking coffee and departed the cafe. Once again, Qi Lan received threatening calls from the patients' families, warning her that if she did not gather the surgery fees, they would take legal action and have her imprisoned. She had exhausted all avenues for help. Her former friends severed ties upon learning she had been cast out by the Qin family. She found herself utterly alone. "Miss Qi." Qi Lan heard someone calling her name. Confused, she turned to see a middle-aged man standing behind her. She was startled by the centipede-like scar on the left side of his face, nearly losing her footing. "Who are you, and how do you know my name?" The man's gaze was piercing and cold, akin to a blade dipped in poison. "Who I am is irrelevant. Your immediate concern is to repay your debts to avoid prison." Qi Lan glared at him. "No hospital will take me. I can't gather that much money on my own. If Miss Qi is willing to collaborate with me and provide information about the Qin family, especially concerning Qin Jiu, I can offer you a sum of money. Why would you help me?" Qi Lan recognized that there were no free lunches in this world, and this man seemed ambitious. His eyes sharp and menacing. Certainly not a benevolent figure. "Because, like you, I am someone abandoned by the Qin family. The middle-aged man's gaze remained fixed on her, the scar on his left cheek horrifying. On the weekend, Fu Yeci purchased 2 tickets to an amusement park, intending to take Qin Jiu for a day of fun, as girls often enjoyed such places. After mentioning this, Qin Jiu looked at him, a hint of awkwardness in her smile. Perhaps next time. Sister Wen Yin has invited me to an air show today. The man narrowed his long, slanted eyes, fixating on her. So, my lady chooses to accompany Miss Wan to the exhibition, leaving me aside? Qin Jiu pressed her lips together, feeling as if she were neglecting her husband. But she had made prior arrangements with Sister Wen Yin. Mr. Fu, you are the most magnanimous. You surely won't mind, will you? I do mind. Fu Yeci sat on the sofa, setting his teacup aside, unable to even sip his tea. Jiu, you have neglected me for an entire week. Listening to his words, Qin Jiu reflected on the week past. She had poured herself into her art, receiving encouragement that sparked her creativity like never before. Many nights, she left the studio well past 11. Fu Yeci understood her passion and had never interrupted her. Now, with the weekend here, she still chose to accompany another. After some thought, Qin Jiu realized she had overlooked his feelings. Chapter 111. It should be you. Leaning back in the armchair. Fu Yeci faru udisbre. If my lady wishes to go, then by all means go. Do not concern yourself with my feelings, regardless of your choices. I will continue to cherish you. He sighed. To me, you are of utmost importance, yet I cannot demand to hold the same place in your heart. That night, Qin Jiu awoke and slapped herself twice. I truly am wretched. Fu Yeci shook his head, seemingly accustomed to her errant behavior. Miss Wan is your friend, and naturally, she holds more importance than I do. I shall remain at home. Before he could finish, Qin Jiu leaned in and kissed him, silencing his words. Although aware that this man was adept in the art of tea and was deliberately feigning pity, hearing such sentiments still filled her with guilt. You're the most important person in my heart. I care about your feelings. After speaking, the young girl pressed her lips against his twice more. Fu Yeci was delighted by her gentle kisses. His little wife rarely took the initiative, even in bed, often merely complying with his advances. He wrapped his arms around the young girl's waist, his rough fingertips caressing her softly. Have the driver take you home. Come back early to keep me company tonight. All right. My Mr. Fu is the best. Qin Jiu wrapped her arms around the man's neck and bestowed upon him another fragrant kiss. Outside the Aerospace Exhibition Center, Sister Wen Yin. Qin Jiu approached Wen Yin, nearly half a month having passed since their last meeting. She glanced down at Wen Yin's abdomen, which had yet to show much. And if not for the way she rested her hand on her waist, it would have been difficult to discern her pregnancy. A gentle smile graced Wen Yin's face, her eyes warm and inviting, akin to a gentle sunbeam. She took Qin Jiu's hand and led the way. She had visited this place numerous times and needed no guide. As Qin Jiu stood beside her, she overheard the staff referring to Wen Yin as Professor Wen, recalling that she was a brilliant senior majoring in aerospace engineering. Beyond being the daughter of the Wan family and the wife of Ming Shang, she also held the title of a research professor in aerospace technology. What's wrong? Wen Yin noticed the sparkles of admiration in the young girl's eyes. You're so cool. Qin Jiu admired every girl who shone brightly in her respective field. Wen Yin playfully pinched her nose. Little Jiu, you're remarkable too. You were the champion of the national art competition back then. Qin Jiu paused, looking up at her. You know about that? I was preoccupied with research at the time and only heard about it later from others, Wen Yin replied, continuing to walk forward. In that art competition, only Meng Lu's name was submitted with the work that ultimately won the championship, and everyone praised the girl for her talent, predicting she would become a significant figure in the art world. Qin Jiu could not accept that her hard work had been stolen, confronting Meng Lu, but all evidence had been destroyed, rendering her accusations ludicrous. While classmates who were close to her believed in her talent, many others viewed her as merely envious of Meng Lu, claiming she sought to take credit for someone else's success. There were even whispers behind her back, calling her delusional, unworthy of comparison with Meng Lu, and hurling many disparaging remarks. Suddenly, Qin Jiu felt a loss of confidence. She was uncertain how Wen Yin would perceive her, as public opinion and evidence seemed to favor Meng Lu, making her appear as the jealous party. It was truly infuriating to have your hard work taken away. You must have been very upset, little Jiu. Perhaps because Wen Yin had faced similar experiences. She felt a deep empathy for this girl, her heart aching for her. Do you believe that the work that won the championship was mine? Of course. Wen Yin replied with unwavering conviction. I saw your work at the school's exhibition of outstanding pieces, and, at that moment, I believed that someone of your caliber would never stoop to envy others. Meeting you in person only solidified my belief. Our little Jiu is the most formidable. She will undoubtedly become the most renowned painter in the future. Thank you, Sister Wen Yin. At that time, the incident did not escalate. Other students merely spoke behind her back. She refrained from telling her parents, fearing it would worry them, and only a few close friends stood by her side. Qin Jiu's gaze was earnest. After all this time, to have someone affirm their belief in her was profoundly moving. Chapter 112, Let Us Rest at Midnight Tonight. The two girls wandered through the exhibition, with Wan Yin providing Qin Jiu a detailed introduction to various drone models. As they descended the escalator towards the exit, a boy holding a model airplane rushed towards them, failing to notice the two girls. As he turned, it was too late to stop. He barreled straight ahead. "Be careful," Qin Jiu shouted, seeing the boy about to collide with Wan Yin's abdomen. She swiftly turned to shield her. The impact was not severe, but to prevent herself from being pushed back into Wan Yin, Qin Jiu fell sideways. "Little Jiu," Wan Yin hurried over to check on her. Qin Jiu had not anticipated that the side would lead her to a railing. By the time she realized, it was too late. Her calf and arm were scraped by the iron bars, blood oozing from the wounds. Wincing in pain, she felt relieved that it was not Wan Yin and her unborn baby who had fallen. After helping Qin Jiu to her feet, Wan Yin turned to the boy with a model airplane, her usually gentle voice tinged with anger. "You shouldn't run around in the exhibition hall. You just knocked this sister over." The boy's parents quickly approached to apologize, admitting fault and offering to compensate. Seeing their sincere attitude, Qin Jiu chose not to hold a grudge, and the staff escorted her backstage to tend to her injuries. "You silly girl, why did you jump in front of me?" "I'm not that fragile," Wan Yin remarked, examining the abrasions on Qin Jiu's leg. There had clearly been an opportunity to steady herself, but Qin Jiu had chosen to fall to the side to avoid colliding with her. "You're carrying a baby now. You must ensure your safety," Wan Yin insisted. Qin Jiu smiled at her, reassuring her not to worry. Wan Yin could not quite articulate her feelings. If she had met this gentle girl who considered others' well-being sooner, she would have stood up to protect her during times of criticism. "Do you believe the piece that won the championship was created by me?" "Absolutely," Wan Yin affirmed firmly. "I saw your work at the school's exhibition of outstanding pieces and believed that someone your caliber would never deign to envy others. Meeting you in person only reinforced my belief. Our little Jiu is the most formidable. She will surely become the most renowned painter in the future." "Thank you, Sister Wan Yin." The incident did not escalate. Classmates merely talked behind her back. Fearing her parents would worry, she had kept it from them, and only a few close friends supported her. Qin Jiu's eyes were sincere. Even after all this time, hearing someone say they believed in her moved her deeply. After the two girls completed their tour of the exhibition, Wan Yin provided Qin Jiu with a detailed introduction to various drone models. As they departed, a boy with a model airplane rushed past them, failing to notice the two girls until it was too late, careening straight towards them. "Watch out!" Qin Jiu exclaimed, stepping in front of Wan Yin just in time. The collision was not forceful, but in her effort to shield Wan Yin, Qin Jiu lost her balance and fell sideways. "Little Jiu," Wan Yin rushed to her side. Qin Jiu had not anticipated that the side would lead to a railing, and when she realized it, it was too late. Her calf and arm scraped against the iron, blood seeping from the wounds. Although she winced in pain, she felt a sense of relief that it was not Wan Yin and her unborn baby who had fallen. After helping Qin Jiu to her feet, Wan Yin turned to the boy with the airplane model, her voice firm. "You shouldn't run in the exhibition hall. You just knocked into this sister." The boy's parents quickly approached to apologize, admitting their child as fault and offering to compensate. Seeing their sincerity, Qin Jiu decided not to hold a grudge, and the staff assisted her in tending to her injuries. "You silly girl, why did you jump in front of me?" "I'm not that fragile," Wan Yin said, examining the scrapes on Qin Jiu's leg. There had been a chance to steady herself, yet Qin Jiu had chosen to fall to the side to avoid hitting her. "You're carrying a baby now. You must ensure your safety," Wan Yin insisted. Qin Jiu smiled, reassuring her not to worry. Wan Yin found herself pondering her feelings. Had she encountered this gentle girl who cared for others sooner, she would have been there to protect her from criticism. The driver took Qin Jiu back to Fu Yuan. Before exiting the car, she discreetly adjusted her top to cover her injuries. Fortunately, she wore a long-sleeve shirt today, paired with a long skirt that adequately concealed the scrapes on her arms and legs. She did not wish for Fu Yeci to discover her injuries. "Did you enjoy your time with Miss Wan?" Fu Yeci inquired as he walked towards the door, naturally taking the girl's hand. Qin Jiu, fearing he might notice something amiss, withdrew her arm slightly. "I had a great time. Sister Wan Yin can make model airplanes. She is so impressive." After Fu Yeci settled into his seat, Qin Jiu took a place on the sofa across from him, opting not to sit beside him. Fu Yeci observed her subtle movements, his cold gaze fixating on her. "Why aren't you sitting next to me, missus?" "I just think the sofa is more comfortable," she replied. He scrutinized her for a few seconds before rising to take a seat beside her, lifting her onto his lap. Sitting on my lap is even more comfortable. After dinner, Qin Jiu went upstairs to her bedroom and played a couple of rounds of games. Winning consecutively, she became overly exuberant, rolling around on the bed, only to accidentally press against her injuries, causing her to wince in pain. The abrasions still throbbed with discomfort. She lifted her sleeve to take a glance. Perhaps due to having disinfected the wounds earlier, they appeared redder now than when they were first inflicted. The bedroom door swung open as Fu Yeci entered. Hearing his footsteps, Qin Jiu quickly lowered her sleeve, feigning nonchalance. "Are we not going to the studio tonight?" Fu Yeci casually removed his suit jacket and hung it up, his gaze cold, as if to say, "Even if you wish to go, I would not permit it." "I'm not going. I'll rest in the bedroom," Qin Jiu replied, her arm injured, making it uncomfortable to hold a paintbrush. "It's only 9:30. The man glanced at his watch, then removed it to place it on the table. Seeing this action, Qin Jiu straightened her posture, having lived with him for 2 months. She was well aware of the meaning behind his subtle gestures. Loosening his tie indicated he intended to kiss her, while removing his watch signaled preparation. Midnight is the time for rest, understood? Fu Yeci's gaze fell upon the young girl in the bed. Qin Jiu curled deeper into the covers, contemplating her injuries. If they engaged in such activities, wouldn't he discover the truth? "I wandered around for too long today. I want to rest early." "Then 11 o'clock it is," Fu Yeci asserted, his gaze fixed on her, the chill in his eyes palpable. "Madam, this is the maximum concession I am willing to make." Chapter 113. Still what to conceal from me. Fu Yeci removed his tie, preparing to head to the bathroom for a shower when his phone suddenly rang. The man picked up the device, intending to hang up immediately, his expression clouded with displeasure. Who could be so bothersome as to disturb him and Mrs. Fu at such an hour? Upon seeing the name Ming Shang displayed on the screen, Fu Yeci hesitated for a few moments before ultimately answering the call. He stepped out of the bedroom, making his way to the study, his tone irritable. "Why are you calling me in the middle of the night, instead of being at home with your wife?" The voice on the other end belonged to Ming Shang. "I don't have Qin Jiu's phone number, so I had to call you. Please extend my gratitude to Miss Qin. I will personally thank her another day." After returning home, Ming Shang had heard from Wen Yin about today's events, which left him feeling alarmed. He could hardly bear to imagine what would have happened if that child had collided with the pregnant Wen Yin. Unsure of what Miss Qin might appreciate, there's a small estate in the northern district suitable for tending to flowers in one's leisure time. I wish to gift it to Miss Qin as a token of my appreciation. Fu Yeci, having listened for considerable time, remained baffled by Ming Shang's words. Why express such particular gratitude towards his wife? Furthermore, aren't you the one who values profit above all else? Giving away an estate is hardly in your character. Ming Shang replied, "Miss Qin saved my wife and child today. If anything had happened to them, no amount of compensation would suffice. Offering this token is a mere trifle in comparison. While merchants may prioritize profit, nothing is more important than the safety of Wen Yin." "What did you say?" Fu Yeci's tone was one of shock. "She didn't inform you?" Earlier today, at the air show, Ming Shang had briefly recounted the circumstances, mentioning Qin Jiu's fall and injury. After hanging up the phone, Fu Yeci finally grasped the peculiar behavior Qin Jiu had exhibited since returning. In the bedroom, Qin Jiu had not anticipated that Ming Shang would specifically call Fu Yeci. She had assumed it was merely a work-related call. The young girl lay in bed, clutching a SpongeBob plush toy, contemplating how to avoid being discovered by Fu Yeci. Perhaps she could feign sleep, so when he emerged from the bathroom after his shower, he would believe her to be asleep, reluctant to wake her. The door swung open, and Fu Yeci entered, lifting the young girl from the bed and placing her on the sofa. Qin Jiu, bewildered, soon heard the man's deep voice instructing her to lift her skirt. "Huh?" The man's gaze fell, dark and brooding. "Do you still wish to conceal this from me?" Realizing she had failed to deceive him, Qin Jiu obediently raised her skirt to reveal the bruised area on her calf. Though it was not a severe injury, her fair skin made the mark appear vividly red. Fu Yeci retrieved the first aid kit, kneeling before the sofa, gently taking hold of Qin Jiu's ankle and resting it upon his knee, using a cotton swab dipped in iodine to disinfect the wound. The staff at the airshow had already treated it. Qin Jiu interjected. Fu Yeci bowed, nodded, continuing his meticulous ministrations, disinfecting and then applying medication. He did not raise his gaze to meet hers, and the young girl sensed his displeasure, prompting her to explain. "While at the exhibition today, we encountered a mischievous child who nearly collided with Wen Yin. Given that she is pregnant, it would have been disastrous had the child been harmed. I merely intervened and accidentally scraped myself. It's nothing serious, not painful at all." Just as she finished speaking, the cotton swab inadvertently brushed against the bleeding wound, causing her to gasp in pain. Fu Yeci maintained a stoic expression, though his touch softened slightly. After applying the medication, he carried Qin Jiu back to bed, remaining silent throughout the entire ordeal. The bedroom was enveloped in an eerie quiet, and Qin Jiu gently grasped Fu Yeci's shirt, whispering, "Did I do wrong?" Her voice was soft, as she endeavored to elicit sympathy from man. Fu Yeci brushed her fingers aside, his gaze cold and somber. "You were injured. Why didn't you tell me? You protected Wen Yan. I'm not angry about that. What angers me is that you chose not to inform me of these events, attempting to keep them hidden from me." Furrowing his brow, his displeasure evident, he lowered his voice to avoid frightening Qin Jiu. "Rest well, my lady. I will not sleep beside you for the next few nights to avoid disturbing your injury. I will move to the adjacent room. Good night." With these few words, the man opened the bedroom door and stepped out. Qin Jiu sat on the bed, watching his retreating figure until the door closed, leaving her unable to see him any longer. Her head drooped, lips pursed, her seaweed-like hair spilling over her shoulders, resembling a dejected little cat. Although Fu Yeci had not uttered a harsh word, and had even bid her good night gently before leaving, Qin Jiu understood that he was truly angry this time, the kind of anger that could not be easily soothed. She leaned against the bed, gazing into the eyes of the SpongeBob plush toy, reflecting on why she hesitated to disclose the reason for her injury to Fu Yeci. It was simply her nature. As a child, she had been kidnapped by enemies, confined in a dark room for days, enduring hunger, cold, and sometimes even physical abuse. When she was rescued, she saw her parents with tear-streaked faces, particularly her mother, who outwardly appeared carefree but cared deeply for her daughter. She had fainted several times from distress. After being rescued, Qin Jiu, wishing to spare her parents further anguish, told them she was merely uncomfortable and had not been mistreated. She had grown accustomed to delivering good news and concealing worries, avoiding causing concern for others. Later, when the incident with Meng Lu occurred at university, she also refrained from informing her parents, wanting to shield them from distress. Today, after her injury, Qin Jiu did not wish to worry Fu Yeci. Driven by the same mentality as before, she sought to conceal her injuries. Little did she know, Fu Yeci was far too perceptive, and nothing escaped his notice. Chapter 114. Think for yourself. Qin Jiu poked SpongeBob's face, imagining it as the man who had left the bedroom, surprised to discover he could actually become angry with her. She recalled Fu Yeci's earlier icy demeanor and his sharp tone. Though Fu Yeci was known for his temper, he had never directed his ire at her. Today's reaction might indicate he was genuinely upset. However, she believed he could never stay angry for long. She was confident she could appease him by the next day. Yet, she remained unaware that an angry Fu Yeci was not easily placated. The following day was the weekend. After having breakfast, Fu Yeci settled on the sofa with a book, while Qin Jiu approached, presenting him with freshly washed grapes. "I just washed these. They're delightful and sweet. You should try them." Noticing that the man remained unresponsive, she inched closer, nestling into Fu Yeci's embrace, snatching the book from his hands. "What are you reading these days?" A smile graced her lips as she began to flatter him, saying, "They say reading makes one wiser." "Mister Fu, you read so many books, it's no wonder you are so astute. Everyone speaks of your brilliance in business, your foresight in finance, and your unique insights. It's rare to find someone with such exceptional wisdom as yours." Fu Yeci merely glanced at her, his eyes half closed. Just as Qin Jiu believed her flattery was effective, he shifted his attention back to the book. Qin Jiu, seated on the sofa, she began to massage Fu Yeci's shoulders. "Mr. Fu, you handle so many affairs daily. It must be exhausting. Let me give you a shoulder rub to relieve some tension." The young girl began to knead his back, her hands becoming a bit too adventurous, attempting to touch his abs, only to have Fu Yeci seize her wrist. "No need for that." Qin Jiu protested. "What do you mean no need? I am your wife. It is my duty to do this." A shadowy glimmer flashed across the man's eyes, revealing that Mrs. Fu was indeed aware of her status as my wife. "I had thought you intended to keep it from me for a lifetime." The young girl, noticing his finally responsive demeanor, clutched his arm and leaned against his shoulder, pleading, "I truly recognize my mistake, and I promise I won't conceal anything from you in the future, regardless of the circumstances." She nuzzled against the man's shoulder like a soft kitten, adding, "Please, don't hold my misdeeds against me." After saying this, she leaned in to offer a gentle kiss, but Fu Yeci slightly turned his head, resulting in her lips merely brushing against the corner of his mouth. Qin Jiu's expression turned sorrowful. This man was indeed difficult to appease, and even kisses proved ineffective. "Fu Yeci, what must I do to win your favor?" the young girl murmured, poking him in the waist. "Figure it out yourself." Fu Yeci replied, curtly before retreating to his study with a book in hand. Qin Jiu felt neglected throughout the day. Her mood akin to being stung by ants, not painful, but decidedly unpleasant. That evening, Fu Yeci entered with a medical kit, just as he had done the previous day, and lifted her onto the sofa to tend to her wounds, lifting her skirt to apply the ointment. His movements were meticulous and focused, his slender fingers delicately applying the cotton swab to her injury. The wounded area had begun to scab over, appearing somewhat better than the day before. Noticing Qin Jiu's furrowed brows, Fu Yeci asked, "Does it hurt?" "Yes," she nodded. "Then I shall be gentler." "Gentleness does little to alleviate the pain," Qin Jiu pouted, her fair complexion tinged with a hint of grievance and vulnerability. "When you ignore me, my heart aches, and I cannot find joy." She admitted to herself that she was somewhat feigning her pitiable state, fully aware that Fu Yeci was particularly susceptible to such tactics. "Could you stay by my side tonight and not sleep in the other room? You won't accidentally touch my injury." She tugged at his sleeve. Fu Yici's heart softened at this, and he gently ruffled her hair, replying, "Very well, I shall sleep beside my wife. I apologize for my earlier behavior. I should not have disregarded you. I never held it against you for standing in front of Miss One. Under those circumstances, there were no other choices. However, you ought not to hide your injuries from me. We are married, and I have the right to be aware of my wife's well-being. M.R.S. Fu, could you trust me a little more and rely on me a bit more?" Qin Jiu nodded, wrapping her arms around his neck. "I promise I won't hide anything from you in the future. Mr. Fu is the person I trust most in this world." That night, they shared a bed, and Qin Jiu successfully felt Fu Yici's abs. In the studio, she set down her paintbrush shortly after starting, lacking creative inspiration. She recalled how proactive she had been the previous night while sleeping, yet Fu Yeci had not reciprocated her advances, not even embracing her. Qin Jiu sensed that she had managed to coax him back with her feigned vulnerability, yet he was still not entirely placated. Thus, he refrained from holding her during the night. She opened a search app on her phone, typing in, "How to make a man happy," with the most upvoted response being, "Black stockings, lace, white stockings, choose anyone." There were also other user suggestions. Jean Xianbao commented, "Men need surprises too. Twirl in front of him in a little dress and whisper sweet nothings. If you're bold, you can even try a bit of dirty talk. Men are quite receptive to that." Another user shared their experience. "Whenever my husband is angry, I simply wrap myself in a towel and sway in front of him to see how long he can keep his composure." Qin Jiu scrolled through the comments, most of which advised wearing a little dress to prepare a surprise. She recalled her first encounter with Fu Yeci, where she had worn a dress with a bow, and his surprised expression had confirmed the effectiveness of this tactic. She opened an online shopping platform and ordered several alluring little dresses. Tossing her phone aside after completing the purchase, her cheeks flushed. That evening in the study, Qin Jiu cracked the door open and peeked inside at the man engrossed in his work. Fu Yeci raised an eyebrow, his gaze locking onto her. "Why doesn't the lady come in?" Qin Jiu stepped inside, clad in a green windbreaker that concealed the dress she had purchased, too shy to wear it outright. "How much longer will you be working?" she inquired. "I am done now," he replied, capping his pen. He glanced at her windbreaker, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Isn't it a bit warm to be wearing a windbreaker now?" I'm a bit cold, hence the extra layer," Qin Jiu explained, sensing his confusion. Fu Yeci nodded slightly, as he had done before, bending down to check her calves and arms, which had already scabbed over and required no further treatment. As he straightened, his gaze fell upon the deep V-neck of her windbreaker, exposing a significant expanse of her collarbone. Fu Yeci's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly averted his gaze, afraid that prolonged observation might lead to a loss of control. "I will return to the bedroom and wait for you," Qin Jiu said, slipping on her slippers and preparing to leave, only to trip on the carpet. Fu Yeci caught her by the waist, steadying her, but in doing so, the waist tie of her windbreaker loosened. The garment slipped down, revealing the meticulously chosen dress beneath, black ice silk with a high slit. Fu Yeci's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he took in the sight, a smirk forming on his lips. "Did you specifically select this for me, Mrs. Fu? You haven't worn such a dress since our first encounter." Feeling slightly awkward, Qin Jiu thought it would be better in the bedroom. But in the serious atmosphere of the study, her embarrassment was overwhelming. "We should return to the bedroom," she stammered, attempting to flee, but the man seized her wrist, pulling her back and bending slightly to lift her onto the desk. "Mrs. Fu, I no longer wish to go to the bedroom. May we remain here?" He swept the documents from the desk onto the floor. Qin Jiu wanted to shake her head, but the man cupped her chin and kissed her. The room filled with ripples of passion. The next morning, Qin Jiu awoke with a sore waist, nearly believing she had injured herself. She had intended to follow the online advice to whisper sweet nothings during their intimate moments, but ultimately realized that it was unnecessary. Fu Yeci was ardently affectionate regardless of her actions. His fervor the previous night had been overwhelming, leaving her to question whether the aloof, restrained Fu Yeci from the preceding nights had been an illusion. Lying against her pillow, she murmured, "You clearly enjoy it. Why did you deliberately ignore me those previous nights?" Fu Yeci replied, his tone laced with curiosity. "How could I dare to neglect my wife? You didn't tea-hole me while we slept?" Qin Jiu retorted. Fu Yeci chuckled softly, moving beside her to massage her waist. "That was because I feared touching the injury on your arm." With her petite form beside him, he lamented that if not for her injury, he would have found it impossible to restrain his affection. Upon hearing his reasoning, Qin Jiu sighed deeply, tears of regret brimming in her eyes. "If I had known, I wouldn't have worn that little dress." Chapter 116, Moonlight. In the studio, Qin Jiu held her brush and added a few geese to the sky on her canvas. The painting, Lonely Smoke Over the Desert, was now complete, viewing the world she had created. Qin Jiu felt a sense of satisfaction with her work and notified her assistant to deliver it to the art museum in a few days. Recently, several artworks have gradually found buyers, and the number of admirers of Qin Jiu has significantly increased. The art community is rife with commendations for her, hailing her as a rising star, and many have begun to emulate her distinctive style. Seated in her chair, Qin Jiu perused the online accolades directed towards her, lost in thought before she clicked on Meng Lu's Weibo. The Moonlight series, still being updated by Meng Lu, was met with a barrage of criticism in the comment section. "User Not a Blade of Grass lamented, why has the style of this series changed so drastically? It increasingly lacks the essence it once had." User Sweet Watermelon remarked, "Meng Lu should refine her skills further and contemplate what she truly wishes to express. The current series is far too chaotic." User The Aloof Foodie noted, "This series once garnered a national championship. Why has it deteriorated so?" Qin Jiu scanned dozens of comments, all echoing the sentiment that the Moonlight series no longer captured the original feeling. The artist herself has evolved. How could the work remain as it once was? The Moonlight series was a collection born during her university years, embodying the tender, hazy, yet fervent emotions of youth. During her college days, she had not encountered someone she fancied, yet she had fantasized about the kind of person she would fall for. Qin Jiu envisioned him as someone strong enough to lift her with one arm, warm and patient, treating her with gentleness and thoughtfulness. She longed for him to be someone who understood the art of favoritism, bestowing all his affection upon her. This was a reflection of her parents' love, and a vision of what she hoped for in a future partner. Now, all those aspirations have come to fruition. She has indeed met such a person. Yet, the Moonlight series has long since lost its nostalgic essence. After winning the championship, Meng Lu transitioned the series to an online format, initially attracting a substantial following and earning considerable fees. However, the quality of her work subsequently declined, despite understanding the creative philosophy behind it. She failed to invest genuine emotion into her pieces, resulting in dissatisfaction among her fans. Eventually, she altered the original intent of Moonlight, transforming it into a fast food-style exploration of romantic dynamics, which sparked considerable discontent. Qin Jiu clicked on Meng Lu's latest update, her gaze lingering on the artwork for a few seconds, her assessment being that it resembled a mere thesis defense. The incident with Meng Lu had long ceased to stir any waves within her. Yet witnessing her painstakingly crafted work being obliterated in an instant filled Qin Jiu with profound regret. If only she could have continued creating, perhaps the Moonlight series could have resonated with even more souls. The museum editor called her, stating, "Teacher Qio, we recently received a request from a girl who is very interested in you and wishes to make your acquaintance. May I share your contact information with her?" Qin Jiu hesitated. She typically refrained from sharing her contact details with fans, prioritizing confidentiality and safety. Should an adversary discover that Qin Jiu was her true identity, her artworks might be mysteriously destroyed the following day. Qin Jiu approached such matters with particular caution. Just as she was about to decline, the editor added, "Her name is Meng Lu. She insists that you will be satisfied after your conversation." Upon hearing Meng Lu's name, Qin Jiu paused for a few seconds, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips, her eyes glinting with playful intrigue. "Do share my contact with her." The opportunist had come knocking at her door. How could she possibly let this chance slip away? She was indeed curious about what surprises Meng Lu might have in store for her. In a matter of minutes, Meng Lu added her as a friend on WeChat, and Qin Jiu, using his secondary account, initiated a conversation. "Meng Lu, Qin Jiu, I have a business proposal I would like to discuss with you." Qin Jiu, Meng Lu, I have no need to conceal anything from you. I am your peer and won a national championship in the arts a few years ago with a slightly higher profile than yours. She assumed that such a declaration would earn her respect from Jiu, but to her surprise, the response was a dismissive silence. Jiu, and? Meng Lu appeared taken aback, taking 2 minutes to respond. Jiu let out a soft scoff. When had her pilfered accolades become her currency for boasting? She was in no rush to expose Meng Lu, preferring to observe her as she revealed her own flaws, setting the stage for a decisive victory. 3 minutes later, Meng Lu finally replied, Jiu, I understand that you currently possess considerable acclaim in the industry, but the art world is unpredictable. One day you may be exalted, and the next you could fall from grace. When a Moonlight series was first released, critics hailed her as a genius painter. Yet how short the memory of the world can be. Scarcely anyone remembers who Meng Lu is now. Each update of that series was met with derision, compelling her to conjure new ideas to solidify her standing in the field. Fan opinions can sway with a mere thought, but the money you earn is what truly belongs to you. Jiu, I fail to comprehend your point. Meng Lu, your current artworks command a market price of 200,000. I am willing to offer 300,000 for one of your pieces, with the sole condition that you sign it with my name and keep this transaction confidential. Jiu, are you suggesting that I become a ghostwriter, attributing my work to you? Holding her phone, Jiu gazed at Meng Lu's avatar, her eyes half closed in anticipation of an unfolding spectacle. Intriguing, truly intriguing. Meng Lu, that is precisely my intention. Your style is versatile and not easily recognizable. If it weren't for your modest fame in the industry, I would not have considered you. Having studied fine arts, Meng Lu found it exceedingly challenging to achieve recognition on her own merit. Coming from a family like the Mengs, she was not required to work for a living. She was destined to marry into wealth. Contemporary, affluent families favor women of remarkable talent, and possessing the reputation of an artist would certainly elevate her standing. Jiu swiftly discerned Meng Lu's true intentions, to leverage her identity as an artist to enhance her own worth, a strategy undoubtedly within her capabilities. With a light tap of her fingers on the table, an idea suddenly struck Jiu. I appreciate your admiration, Miss Meng, yet 30,000 is insufficient. That sum hardly suffices to facilitate your request. Meng Lu, financial matters are negotiable. Just as she typed, I can offer up to 400,000. She noticed Jiu's message. I demand 800,000. Meng Lu, what did you say? Are you attempting to rob me? Why would you require such an exorbitant sum? Even the works of master artists do not command such prices. Surely your paintings cannot be deemed more precious than theirs. Jiu sent a sighing emoji. Then Miss Meng, perhaps you should seek someone else. I will not entertain anything less than 800,000. Meng Lu, please wait. 800,000 is excessive. Allow me a few days to reconsider. Jiu silenced her phone, unperturbed by the lack of an immediate resolution. Since Meng Lu had gone to great lengths to reach out to her, it was evident she had long harbored this notion. Jiu simply needed to weave her web quietly, awaiting the fish to ensnare themselves. When a Moonlight series was pilfered, Meng Lu had reaped both fame and fortune from it. Now, Jiu was determined to ensure she extracted every last penny from Meng Lu. In the afternoon, Jiu visited the art museum to view her own work, the piece titled Lonely Smoke Over the Desert prominently displayed in the center of the hall. With visitors gathered around, casting admiring glances, this masterpiece had already been reserved for purchase, and due to its ongoing exhibition, it was showcased here. One could only wish to encounter the true artist behind such an exceptional creation. The middle-aged man standing beside Qin Jiu sighed contemplatively. Another man slowly remarked, Do you suppose he might be a master in disguise? He could very well be past 50. There exists a possibility. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu chuckled softly, bowing her head before departing from the art gallery. Having driven there, she intended to pick up Fu Yeci from the Fu family after work. As she stepped out of the car, an unsettling sensation crept over her, as if someone were following her. Qin Jiu turned back in confusion, yet saw nothing amiss. Could it be a mere figment of her imagination? Blame it on Fu Yeci, who had kept her awake for most of the night, leaving her on the brink of a nervous breakdown. Emerging from the building, Fu Yeci immediately spotted Qin Jiu at the entrance. The young lady was clad in a pleated skirt, topped with a white blazer, casually leaning against the car door. Why didn't you inform me in advance of your visit, my lady? He inquired. Had he known Qin Jiu would come, he would surely have left work early. I wanted to surprise you, she replied, playfully shaking her calves and flashing him a smile. Isn't this a bit more joyous than your usual end-of-day routine? Your presence is the greatest surprise of all, Fu Yeci responded. He opened the driver's side door and reached for the keys in her hand, only for Qin Jiu to deftly evade him, asserting, You've worked all day. Today, I shall drive. Very well, he conceded, taking a seat in the passenger side. On their way home, they decided to stop by a shopping mall. With the change of seasons approaching, Qin Jiu found her wardrobe overflowing, still having yet to wear many of the clothes Fu Yeci had purchased for her during their last trip abroad, while he himself possessed very few outfits. She resolved to select some attire for him. "Try on this set," Qin Jiu urged, handing him a gray hoodie. Fu Yeci typically donned shirts and suits, exuding an air of seriousness that felt overly rigid. Thus, Qin Jiu chose clothes that embodied a youthful, boyish charm. As he gazed at the hoodie in his hands, Fu Yeci paused, a slight furrow of concern crossing his brow, seemingly deeming it too immature. Yet, if it pleased his little wife, he could acquiesce. After changing in the fitting room, he emerged to stand before the full-length mirror, observing his reflection. The gray hoodie enveloped him, concealing his usual sharpness and imposing presence. A small gray bear was stitched onto the side of the garment, starkly contrasting with his typically serious demeanor. Fu Yeci pressed his lips into a thin line, feeling some out of place. Qin Jiu turned to look at him, her eyes sparkling with approval as she nodded in satisfaction. "This is the one. No need to change back. You resemble a freshly graduated college student," she remarked. With a sigh, the man conceded, though he was not entirely comfortable in the attire. He would indulge his wife's preferences.